Chapter 1, System Binding. On the high-speed train to Jiangcheng, the plainly dressed Qin Feng leaned back in his seat, drowsy. Qin Feng was born in an ordinary family, no different from millions of ordinary people, studying hard for more than 10 years just to get into a university to change his fate, so that his parents will no longer work hard and live a good life. This kind of people, the network has a nickname, small-town writer. Today is the day that Qin Feng reported to the freshman class, but his mind is filled with uncertainty about the future. As far as he knows, more than 10 million college students flood into society every year. Thousands of soldiers and horses cross a single bridge. After graduation, a decent job can really be obtained. Buzz, the cell phone in his arms vibrated. With a jolt, Qin Feng yawned and took out his worn-out-looking cell phone to take a look and found it was a harassing text message. Tiresome. How come every day is these garbage text messages? Can't even pull black over. Qin Feng's eyebrows wrinkled. His mood became strangely bad. It wasn't just visiting some movie websites. As for sending out some spam messages every day, go you. Tap on the SMS. Right slide to pull black. In the system confirmation, Qin Feng's finger fiercely clicked the OK button. With the completion of the blackout, Qin Feng closed his eyes in a soothing mood and leaned back on the seat to continue sleeping. Just as Qin Feng entered into immersing himself in a beautiful dream, an electronic tone suddenly came from his brain. Ding! System binding complete. What the hell? Qin Feng jolts awake, his eyes twisting his head around in disbelief. Just when he thought he was hallucinating, an electronic tone comes from his brain once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. System? Qin Feng instantly sat straight, gazing carefully to identify. To determine that the sound really came from the brain, excitedly the corners of the mouth cannot be suppressed. System this thing. Qin Feng is not unfamiliar. A variety of net articles frequently appear. Get the person is bound to life reversal. Open hanging cool life. I did not expect that the system really exists. And even his turn. Hey, is he the legendary protagonist? Qin Feng barely calmed his excited mood, rubbing his face to try to relax himself. Not moving, he swept a glance around and tried to read silently in his mind. System, please tell us about your function. The exchange was effective, and the system's icy electronic voice immediately rang out in Qin Feng's head. Ding! The usage manual has been transmitted. Please have the host check it out on his own. As the voice ended, a stream of information surged into Qin Feng's brain. Qin Feng immediately immersed himself in the usage manual in his head, his pupils dilating with every item he read. A moment later, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, having a general understanding of the basic functions of the system. There were two main ones. One was the spike mall. As the level increased, the higher the value of the refreshed goods. One was the rater function, rating various beauties to obtain special rewards. Qin Feng's eyes rolled, and he carefully said, System, in those online articles I read, the opening will give a newbie gift pack. Do I have one? After about a minute of silence, an electronic tone sounded in his head again. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been sent. Please check it yourself. Raking in substantial benefits. The pitiful look disguised on Qin Feng's face immediately disappeared. The corners of his mouth hooked up as he opened his mouth. Thank you. System great. Please help open up your life in the future as well. Qin Feng finished his greetings in his mind and then began to ponder over the system's functions and silently opened the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining $500,000 in newbie funds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cashback card, cashback on purchases. Maximum amount of $1 million. Invalid beyond. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the plugin, information scanning, view the basic information of the target of the strategy. Ding! The funds rewarded by the system have been transferred to the bank card under the host's name. The source is legal and will not pose any risk to the host. With the end of the system's prompts in his head, Qin Feng's cell phone rang with a vibration. Picking up his cell phone and taking a look, Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart could not help but exclaim. Your bank card with the tail number XXXX has transferred $500,000 from the fund dividend, leaving a balance of $511,000. Pursing his dry lips, Qin Feng's breathing was a few points rougher. The $10,000 in his card was still borrowed from his family's east and west, but now he suddenly had a huge sum of $500,000. This made Qin Feng excited. Immediately after that, he couldn't wait to open the system mall. A virtual panel appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. The mall interface was very simple, with Qin Feng's name on the left side, mall level LV1, 0/50, and daily spike items on the right side. Currently there was only one level, and there were only 3 items in the mall. Patek Philippe Sport Elegance Series 5811/1G001 watch. Price, $1. Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Price, $1. A set of top-class villa. Price, $1. Looking at the items in the mall, especially when the selling price was all for just 1 yuan, Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and froze a bit, although he had already prepared himself mentally. When he saw with his own eyes that items that were once unattainable could now be obtained at will for only 1 yuan, Qin Feng's heart still rippled. The first Patek Philippe wristwatch, as one of the world's top watch brands, the cheapest one is also tens of thousands of dollars. And this elegant Series 5811/1G001 watch in the mall, it is as high as more than 600,000 yuan, equivalent to a set of house down payment. The second Porsche 911, the normal selling price of more than 1 million, but Qin Feng slightly checked online. This model is a high match in the high match. The configuration of all the pull full, plus the landing price is feared to be more than 3 million, and now even only need $1 to buy. What man does not love sports car? It, Qin Feng some heart, as long as the money of a packet of chili fries, you can drive this kind of luxury car. Dream dare not think so. There's a third, a top-notch villa. Although Jiangcheng is just an ordinary second-tier city, but such a top villa, the selling price of a few tens of thousands of dollars a flat, or even 100,000 a flat are possible. A villa in Jiangcheng would cost $20 to $30 million at the least, and now you could have it for only $1, which was too outrageous. The system is forever dropping God. Qin Feng no longer hesitated and started buying mode. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Patek Philippe wristwatch has been successfully purchased and has been automatically placed in the host's bag. Ding! Congratulations to host Porsche 911 GT3 RS purchase success. The vehicle has been put into the trailer and transported by professional personnel. Please go to the parking lot of the high-speed rail station to sign for it when the host arrives at the station. Ding! Your level is LV1. You can only purchase 2 products per day. The number of times will be refreshed in the early hours of the morning every day. Please come back tomorrow. Suddenly, a message popped up. Not enough level to buy only 2 products per day? Looking at the message in front of him, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, patted his cheeks that were rolling from excitement, and gradually calmed down. That's right, after all, he just obtained the system. It's normal to start with only 1 level. The products won't run anyway. Just wait for the next day to buy them. One day, Qin Feng can still afford to wait. The current refresh time is only 10 hours away. Although there are some regrets, but Qin Feng is still a little excited. All of this can be true. With the system of their own, the future can be expected. Thinking that the Patek Philippe wristwatch he purchased had already been put into his bag by the system, Qin Feng hurriedly opened the zipper of his backpack, and then at a glance, he saw a luxurious and compact box. After opening the box, a wristwatch with a white dial and a simple overall style came into view. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feng instantly brightened up. This wristwatch was right in his aesthetic, and when worn on his wrist, it was also very much in line with his status as a student, and was not ostentatious, worthy of being a system, easily letting himself realize what others could not achieve in their lifetime. Just now he was still a poor. The whole body plus tuition and living expenses is only $10,000. Now in the blink of an eye, he not only deposits more than $500,000, wearing hundreds of thousands of watches, but also immediately have the first luxury car. The value of jumped up, became a multi-millionaire. The system will always drop God. Qin Feng believes that with his own efforts and a drop of help from the system, $1 million fortune is just the start. In the future even the richest man in the world is possible. Hey, hello handsome, please make way, my seat is inside. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about his future life, a clear and penetrating voice rang in his ears, and with it came a faint scent of lilies. Ding! Target that meets the requirements has been found. Chapter 2 Raider Object. Qin Feng looked up. The one who spoke was a pretty girl of about 18 or 19 years old. She had a slim figure and white skin color, a knee-length skirt of crushed flowers that was swishing slightly, a straight nose, rosy lips, clear and bright eyes under thick eyelashes, and silky hair that fell gently over her shoulders. A bright smile spread across her red goose-egg face as she tilted her head to survey Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl, especially now that the two of them were so close. It was clear to see that even if she was veiled, her face did not have any blemishes. It was full of collagen and exuded youthful charm. Seeing that Qin Feng kept staring at her, Xiaomi held back her inner shyness and shook the ticket in her hand and said, "Hello, my seat is inside." Qin Feng nods and gets up to make way. Seeing her hands straining to pull the suitcase, he smiles, "Let me help you put the suitcase on. You go in first." No, I can do it myself." Xiaomi hurriedly waved her hand, embarrassed to let Qin Feng help. "It's fine." Qin Feng lifted one hand and easily placed the box on the upper shelf. After taking her seat, Xiaomi sneaked a glance at Qin Feng and whispered, "Thank you." Qin Feng waved his hand and leaned back in his seat to talk to the system. "System, who is the rateable object? This girl next to me?" "Ding, yes." "System, how come no hints appeared before? Do I need to fulfill any requirements? If I don't raid, Will there be a punishment? Qin Feng didn't rush to turn on the scan, but carefully asked the system about his doubts. Ding! The target's comprehensive score in all aspects such as looks, temperament, body and so on is greater than or equal to 90 before it becomes a compliant target and prompts the host. Rating the target will allow you to obtain special rewards, all according to the host's will, without any punishment. That's right. Fine then. Scan her for me. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was no punishment, then scan her. It just so happens that he is also curious about what the special reward actually is. Ding! Scanning is on. Name, Xiaomi. Age, 19. Charm, 94. Number of times, 0, yes. The kind you're thinking of. Favorability, 5. Characteristics, easily sensitive. Rate or reward, kidney treasure tablet, eat it. It's like a river with a constant flow of energy. From now on, say bye-bye to kidney weakness, obtained by reaching 100 points of favorability. Well, the charisma was surprisingly high at 94 points. No wonder his heart was beating a bit fast. This trait is also very personalized. It can't be seen at all from the outside. His reward name so immodest. Am I the kind of person who needs it? Do you know what it means to be a young man with a lot of fire? But when Qin Feng read the item description he could only say, N. Really fragrant. On the window seat, Xiaomi looked serious looking out of the window. But from time to time the rest of the light secretly glanced to the side of the Qin Feng, the heart of him some curiosity. She knows clearly how heavy her suitcase is. She can only barely lift it with all her strength. But the handsome boy next to her can easily lift it above his head with just one hand, without any strain on his face, as if he is not lifting a suitcase, but a marshmallow in general, and she is surprised by his strength. At this time, Xiaomi happened to touch Qin Feng's sweeping line of sight. The two of them looked at each other. Xiaomi abruptly trembled, like a frightened deer, sheepishly retracted her gaze. Qin Feng oddly glanced at Xiaomi, thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Hello, is there something wrong? No. By the way, my name is Xiaomi. Are you a student too? Xiaomi felt like someone who was caught red-handed peeping, awkwardly grabbing the ground with her toes, and started an awkward chat mode. Well, a freshman at Jiangcheng University. So coincidentally, so am I, but I'm a sophomore. Xiaomi's almond eyes slightly stared, surprised that Qin Feng was still his own schoolmate, feeling that the two of them instantly drew closer together. Then as if opening up a conversation box, excitedly chatted with Qin Feng, without any of the awkward atmosphere from earlier. Qin Feng looked at the girls next to the smile like flowers. The mood also followed the relaxed and happy up. After all, good-looking beauty who do not love it. If it is before, Qin Feng for this kind of beauty still dare not rise any thoughts. Know that even if you have cannot keep, after all, again loyal love will lose to reality. But now it's not the same. He got the system. Just one day has been worth more than $1 million. The future is even greater. So Qin Feng no longer suppress their own desires. Let the desire to unlimited expansion. Previously did not dare to think of not dare to want. All to realize bit by bit. Qin Feng stared at Xiaoying's clear and translucent eyes, and silently read in his heart. System, bind Xiaoying. Ding. Binding successful. Target information has been updated. Name, Xiaoying. Age, 19. Charm, 94. Number of times, 0, yes. The kind you're thinking of. Favorability, 10. Characteristics, easily sensitive. Rate or reward, kidney treasure tablet. After taking a look at it, Qin Feng was surprised to find that the favorability had increased by 5 points again, and guessed in his heart that it was probably due to the fact that he had closed the distance in the chat. Although Qin Feng was surprised at the speed of the goodwill increase, but did not take it lightly, since the system set the goodwill to reach 100 to get a special reward. It must not be that simple. Otherwise it is not good to send yourself directly. Why go through all the trouble? School brother. Add a V letter. Xiaoying's crystalline earlobes quietly rose a wisp of pink, took out her cell phone and tapped on the QR code and handed it to Qin Feng, as thin as a mosquito voice. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask a boy for a V-mail, and her heart was not only a little shy, but also a little uneasy, afraid of being rejected. Xiaoying felt that as a senior sister, she had the obligation to take the initiative to take care of her junior. After all, as a new student, her junior must have a lot of questions to ask for advice. Good. Qin Feng was thinking about how to add her contact information, but he didn't realize that Xiaoying had already opened her mouth first. This move was just what Qin Feng wanted, so he nodded and added Xiaoying's friend. See, Qin Feng did not refuse. Xiaoying, quietly relieved, was about to continue to open chat. Suddenly nose twitching, smelled a pungent smell of alcohol, good-looking eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looked up and saw a man with a beer belly walk this way. The man was about 30 years old. His face was yellowish and even a bit greenish. His fat and churning face wore a pair of glasses, A pair of tiny slit-like eyes flashed with light, and he sat on his but on the seat opposite to Qin Feng, and the moment he sat down the whole ground seemed to tremble, and a piercing crunching sound came from underneath him. After sitting down, the obese man stretched out his feet and lay down on the backrest with his hands touching his bulging stomach, burping non-stop, a thick stench emanating from his mouth, which went straight to Qin Feng's face on the opposite side. The smell was like a rotting corpse or sweaty feet that hadn't been washed for a week, irritatingly revolting and nauseating. Qin Feng pursed his lips, tensed his face, and squinted his eyes. "Hello, could you please lower your head a little when you burp?" The obese man, Gao Fei, glanced at Qin Feng when he heard this. Seeing that Qin Feng was covered in ground floor goods, his whole body combined was probably not worth as much as one of his own clothes. He snorted disdainfully in his mouth and ignored Qin Feng, but when he saw the woman beside Qin Feng, his eyes snapped open, his lazy body instantly sat up straight, and after fiddling with his hands on top of his greasy, sparse head for a few moments, he revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome, and reached out his hand to say, "Hey pretty girl, alone? I'm Gao Fei, glad to meet you." The sunlight sprinkled through the car window on Xiao Ying's white, delicate, and unpowdered face, making her originally clear and unassuming face even sweeter and more appealing. Gao Fei's heart was drunk from watching, feeling like he was in love. He had never seen such a good-looking beauty before. Xiao Ying frowned, looking at this palm that reached out in front of her. Her eyes were a little hesitant, not choosing to shake hands with Gao Fei. It was not that she was pretentious, but this palm in front of her was really not complimentary. The short, fat palm was covered with head oil and looked greasy, and the nail crevices looked dark and ghostly without knowing whether it was due to dirt or gray nails, making people turn away. "Hello." A moment later, Xiao Ying reluctantly gave a greeting out of politeness, and then ignored this greasy palm, not even looking at Gao Fei, and continued to turn her head and talk to Qin Feng in a small voice. Gao Fei's palm froze in midair for a moment, his smile became stiff, his green bean-sized eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance, then returned to normal and withdrew his right hand with a dry smile. His eyes glanced back and forth between Xiao Ying and Qin Feng, then his eyes firmly locked onto Qin Feng, his heart filled with jealousy and anger. How had he ever been ignored like this? Wasn't this kid just a bit more handsome, taller and thinner than himself? Other than these, where was he worse than him? Sour, sour, sour. Pain, pain, pain. Gao Fei felt that he had fallen out of love, patted his belly and glared hatefully at Qin Feng. "Sister, where are you from?" "I'm just a local from Jiangcheng. I just came back from traveling today." "Schoolmate, you're coming to Jiangcheng for the first time, right? Anything you're not familiar with you can ask me." "Oh, then thank you, senior sister." Qin Feng smiles slightly, then finds Xiao Ying looking a little off, turns his head in the direction and sees the man called Gao Fei across the street, licking his lips, his head turning slightly, his eyes staring straight at Xiao Ying with a colorful look. This makes Qin Feng's heart unhappy, not to mention that he has already bound Xiao Ying as the object of his own strategy. Alone he has been spewing foul breath at himself before. Let him pay attention. But still self-conscious, quite a bit of intentional spraying towards his face, again and again like this, even if it is a good-tempered person, will also be angry. As a result, before Qin Feng could open his mouth, the obese man on the opposite side of the room opened his mouth first. "Beautiful woman. What a coincidence. I'm also from Jiangcheng. It's fate to meet. Add a contact. I'll treat you to dinner." Chapter 3, Sister. "I'm going to play hard to get." Gao Fei smiled confidently and continued. "You're a student from Jiangcheng, right? Have you heard of the Magnolia International Hotel? The cheapest meal there costs several $1,000s. How about I invite you to have a meal there?" "Thank you. I won't trouble you." Xiao Ying's eyebrows lowered, forcing her impatience and politely rejecting Gao Fei. Gao Fei's eyes made her feel uncomfortable. She had seen this kind of eyes many times and she hated this kind of eyes that seemed to swallow her alive. Xiao Ying knew what was in his mind, and knowing his ill intentions, her attitude became cold all of a sudden. On the contrary, Xiao Ying loved Qin Feng's clean, unadulterated evil thoughts in his eyes, and this clean look made Xiao Ying's heart beat a little faster. Gao Fei was angry, very angry. When had he ever received this anger? This girl repeatedly rejected herself, even if she was so cold to herself, but she turned her head to the boy next to her with such a warm attitude. This before and after contrast made Gao Fei feel that he had been treated differently. Gao Fei was not convinced. On what basis was he? Just on the basis of his good looks? So Gao Fei raised his chin and squinted at Qin Feng and said, "Little brother, how old are you this year? Still in school, right? Something wrong?" Qin Feng swept a glance at Gao Fei in a salty manner. "Little brother, I see you're dressed so plainly. Your family's condition is not good, right? Listen to my brother. It's useless to study. What you're taught in school can't be used in society at all. Why don't you enter the society earlier and work? Reduce the burden to your family. Work earlier and make money earlier, so that your parents can enjoy the happiness earlier too." Gao Fei clasped his hands on his chest. His tone was condescending, with a smug smile on his face, posing as a big brother, pointing at Qin Feng, with a look of good intentions for Qin Feng's sake. Qin Feng did not make a sound, staring at Gao Fei with a smirk on his face, as if he was looking at a clown, and only after a few moments, he pretended to speak in an excited tone. Wow, this big brother, what have you achieved so far? Let me also open my eyes. Gao Fei was still immersed in his own thoughts and didn't hear the teasing in his tone, so enjoying Qin Feng's adoring eyes, he rolled up his cuffs and showed off a rustic gold-colored wristwatch on his wrist, showing off as if it was waving it in front of Qin Feng's eyes, saying in a smug tone, "See, a Patek Philippe watch." While speaking, Gao Fei's small eyes had been peeking at Xiao Yingying's reaction, and seeing her glance here, his expression became even more pleased, as if he had eaten stimulants. His voice steeply raised and said, $88,888. The loud voice attracted the gazes of the surrounding people, who were staring curiously at the golden wristwatch, their eyes full of surprise and whispering. One of them, a woman dressed in a flamboyant manner, even got up and came to Gao Fei's side, not minding his obesity, sat on the armrest of Gao Fei's left hand, and clapped her throat and said in a sweet and greasy voice, "Wow, it's the first time my sister has seen such an expensive watch. Big brother is really powerful." These days, most ordinary people's monthly salary, but also just 3 or 4,000 or so, and Gao Fei hands this watch is worth more than 80,000. Ordinary people do not eat or drink to save up 2 years in order to afford to buy. No wonder Gao Fei was so proud. A decorative wristwatch was worth more than $80,000. In the circle of ordinary people's contact, he was already a very successful person. Enjoying the envious gazes of the women, Gao Fei's heart was overwhelmed with complacency. His eyes contemptuously swept Qin Feng. Then he pretended to sigh. "Little old brother, listen to my brother's advice. What's the use of you going to school? In the end it's still out to work. And how long do you have to work before you can afford to buy this watch? Although I'm only a junior high school education, but under the hands of a lot of brand name college students, they are still not honestly working for me. Let's put it this way, old brother. It's also fate that you met today. Why don't you follow me to work, and keep you can wear this watch even after a year." Gao Fei pointed to the watch on his wrist with a kind look. However, he despised Qin Feng in his heart and was even jealous of the way he talked to Xiao Yingying. Saying these words was just to belittle Qin Feng and elevate himself, using this to attract Xiao Yingying's attention. If Qin Feng really agreed, then Gao Fei is even happier. When the time to find a random factory thrown in, and then let him sign the contract. Hard squeeze. Qin Feng a poor student, Gao Fei has not put him in the eyes, confident at will pinch. These days, handsome can be eaten? The one with money is the master. Little brother, don't agree yet. Sister's heart is fluttering from listening. The woman sitting on the armrest also stopped walking. Her eyes seemed to be welded to the golden-colored wristwatch as she said helpfully. Qin Feng smiled faintly and did not get angry, watching the two perform in unison, like watching a monkey show. If it was him in the past, it was true that he would never be able to buy this watch in his life, but now that he had obtained the system, these things were no longer out of reach. Patek Philippe? $88,888? Is it expensive? I'm wearing a several $100,000 watch on my own wrist right now. Am I proud of it? As the saying goes, money is a man's guts. Not to mention the system evening, bottom naturally full. Xiao Yingying listened to the side for a long time, was dissatisfied with Gao Fei's disparaging words, glanced at Gao Fei in disgust, elbowed Qin Feng's arm, and twisted her head to encourage. Read books to shape your 3 views, otherwise even more money is meaningless. Schoolmate, don't listen to him. I believe your future achievements will definitely be higher than his. Although the status quo Qin Feng was plainly dressed and might have been in a momentary straitjacket, Xiao Yingying believed that with hard work, he could definitely change his life. Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Yingying with surprised eyes and responded, "Thank you, senior sister, I will double my efforts." Gao Fei had been observing Xiao Yingying's reaction, and happened to see Xiao Yingying's eyes that loathed herself, plus she had also been speaking to the little white boy. Her heart suddenly burned with anger, and she snorted coldly, mocking, "Effort? Wait until you can afford this watch of mine. Ha ha ha, I guess you have no hope in this life." The crowd of onlookers also shook their heads and sighed. Once they were also so full of expectations, thinking that hard work would lead to a good life, but the result was still not bent by the reality of the spine. For this naive words, not optimistic. I some pity to look at Qin Feng, that this young man did not seize this opportunity. A pity. The woman sitting on the armrest swept a glance at Qin Feng with disdain under her eyes, also feeling that he was dying to save face. Put. Qin Feng did not hold back a laugh, did not think there is this kind of oddball, although lazy in this kind of people, but the mud people still have 3 fire. People have ridden the face, and then pretend to go on really become a pig. So lightly laughed, to Xiao Yingying whispered, "Get ready school sister, I'm going to pretend." Xiao Ying froze and cocked her head, her eyes full of doubts. Chapter 4 Recognizing Father? Senior sister. I'm going to pretend. As soon as the words fell, Qin Feng looked at Cao Fei with a bland face and said in a calm tone, "Oh, a watch that costs over $80,000 makes you so puffed up. Is it expensive? Hey, kid, what do you mean? Do you know what is called Patek Philippe? Stare wide-eyed and look carefully. Can you afford to wear it?" Cao Fei laughed. His eye slits filled with disdain and anger. It was the first time he had seen someone who was more pretentious than him, especially a poor student who had not entered society, obviously wearing a cheap stall goods. The whole body clothing together, whether it is worth $500 is the question of the person, but pretending as if the family of millions of big people, even more than 80,000 Patek Philippe are not in the eyes. Kid, do you understand the gold content of a Patek Philippe worth $88,888? Cao Fei snorted coldly and held up his arm with a golden wristwatch in front of Qin Feng's eyes, then sarcastically said, "Little old brother. Brother, see, you're still a student. Not to bother with you. When you enter the society and get beaten up, let the reality teach you to be a human being. Then you'll understand what this really means. The so-called ideals and efforts are all worthless. In the end, you still have to look to the money. Hey, I'm also really, and you a poor student to bother what energy. You and I are not a level of people. By my friends knowing, they still think I'm making things difficult for little kids." Cao Fei pretended to sigh, took out a comb from his pocket and combed a few times on top of his thinning head, with a generous look of not bothering with you. The heart is more like to pretend a lonely. As to a cow, hey, life is really lonely as snow. Hey brother, little sister is also Jiangcheng. Get off the car, can have the honor to invite brother to eat a meal together. Next to the woman dressed in a flamboyant manner clamped her voice. Her eyes did not blink, staring at the table on Cao Fei's wrist, currying favor. The woman had been fighting in society for many years and had been subjected to too many poisonous beatings, so she was all too aware of what it meant to be able to afford to wear a watch worth more than $80,000 at today's per capita wage level of $3,000. Therefore, even though she hated this greasy fat man in her heart, she didn't show it. Instead, she pretended to worship him, all for the sake of herself to have a better life. Otherwise, she would have already chatted with the handsome-looking little brother across the street. Her eyes weren't blind. Didn't handsome men smell good? But it's useless to be handsome. It's important to have money. It's a pity to have such a handsome little brother. Qin Feng stared at Cao Fei for a while, and suddenly laughed dumbly. Once he faced this kind of scene, might be powerless to refute, and could only bear the opposite side's sermon powerlessly. But now it was different. Having obtained the system himself, his life had been very different. No strength to be a grandson. Have the strength, of course, to counterattack back. Hey, he just wants to live a low-key life, but helplessly others do not allow. Qin Feng held his chin inside. Without realizing it, the cuff slid down, revealing a white wristwatch with a simple shape. A ray of sunlight shone through the window and hit the dial, lingering on the mirror for a split second before refracting onto Cao Fei's eyeballs. Cao Fei's eyes narrowed, enduring the soreness and subconsciously searching for the source of the light, and a moment later, his sight landed on Qin Feng's wrist. A white wristwatch caught his eyes. Cao Fei let out a light eep and took a closer look. Although the watch was simple in appearance, the texture it gave off was not ordinary, provoking Cao Fei to take frequent glances. After looking for a while, Cao Fei did not see what brand this watch is, but looking at this simple appearance, I think it is not a valuable watch, so I did not put it on my mind. But think of the previous Qin Feng calm eyes. Cao Fei is angry. Think Qin Feng, then their own will be pretending. The most important thing is to think that the reason why Xiao Ying's so cold attitude towards their own, all because of the Qin Feng, this white boy stole the limelight, which makes Cao Fei's heart is very unhappy. Thinking about how to get out of this breath, just happened to see Qin Feng also wearing a watch. Although I did not recognize the brand of the table, but by virtue of the level of Qin Feng this all over the ground, it is estimated that cannot afford to wear what watch, at most is a few $100s of miscellaneous table just. Cao Fei's eyes rolled, he hemmed and hawed, and thought of a good idea. Yo old brother, I didn't think you also wear a watch. Just now why didn't I see you reveal to see? You also like to play with the watch. This watch, what brand? How much money? Cao Fei tone exaggerated loudly said. The voice of the high attracted all the people's eyes in the carriage were swept over. Seeing the surrounding people are looking over, Cao Fei's eyes flashed a hint of successful smile. Knowing that I wear more than 80,000 beta jade, you kid still dare to show the table in front of me. Young man, you are very brave. See me give you a good lesson this time. Come, get me to see what the table. I am also considered to play table for many years. You this some I. Speaking, Cao Fei grinningly stretched out his radish-like right hand and touched Qin Feng's wrist. Snap. Qin Feng swept a disgusted glance at Cao Fei and slapped the palm that reached out in front of him to the side, mimicking Cao Fei's tone of voice, and said condescendingly, "Don't touch it, dirty my watch. Can you afford to pay for it?" Cao Fei froze. feeling this tone of voice was déjà vu, and then the anger in his heart was provoked by what Qin Feng said. Angry nostrils flared wide, staring at Qin Feng with small green bean-like eyes, gasping for air. MD, gave you face? Where did you kid get the courage to dare to pretend in front of grandpa? Gao Fei sneered and mocked. Not just a piece of broken watch. What are you pretending? I can't afford to pay for it? You're a poor student. How expensive a watch can you afford? Is it still worth as much as my Patek Philippe watch? Tell me, what kind of watch is this and how much does it cost? Let me see it. If this watch of yours is really worth more than my Patek Philippe, I'll kneel down and call out to your father. Instead you kowtow to me. Gao Fei clasped his hands on his chest, his face full of disdain and arrogance. In his heart, he couldn't wait to fantasize about the image of Qin Feng kowtowing to himself. As soon as he thought of that image, the corners of his mouth couldn't even be suppressed with excitement. Kid, this is your own death. Do not blame brother Ruthless. To blame only blame you kid to hate. Jia jia jia. As for the scene of their own loss, Gao Fei is not even think about it. What? You a poor student of a stall goods, wearing a watch more expensive than their own more than 80,000. You so and be still wearing stall goods ah? Why don't you go to heaven? But all normal people do not think so. You think this is a novel or you are the protagonist ah? You think this is a novel or you are the main character? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Therefore, Gao Fei was full of confidence and put down his ruthless words directly without thinking. His eyes looked at Qin Feng sarcastically and waited for his answer. This is what you said ah? Don't regret it. Qin Feng's eyes were odd. He didn't think that there were people who were so impatient to recognize their father these days. It's really, my good big son. Chapter 5, the table is real. Joke, I will regret. On the contrary, it's you. Don't repent and not recognize it at that time. Gao Fei's expression was confident, digging his nostrils with one hand, squinting his eyes at Qin Feng, completely ignoring the fact that he didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes. Ha ha, little brother, we all heard those words just now. Don't worry, with so many of us watching, he wouldn't dare to back out. An older man voiced out from the crowd, gaining nods of affirmation from the crowd of onlookers. Watching is human nature, especially the people of this country where Qin Feng is from. Anyway, in the high-speed train idle panic, see there is a lively to see. This section of the car people have long been in Qin Feng's side surrounded by a watertight. Let the staff how to persuade but also to no avail, can only be extruded out of the side to reveal a helpless bitter smile. Some people have even pulled out a handful of melon seeds kowtowed up. In the surrounding coaxing, fanning the flames is not too big. The woman sitting next to Gao Fei took the opportunity to look at the watch on Qin Feng's wrist for a few moments, her eyes wondering, only feeling déjà vu, as if she had seen it somewhere. However, thinking that Qin Feng was just a student, and probably couldn't afford to wear any famous watches, she didn't put it on her mind, treating it as if she had misread it, and turned her head to continue to browbeat Gao Fei, hoping to gain some benefits from his hands. School brother, on the side of Xiaomi also did not expect the situation will develop into this. Eyes worried look at Qin Feng, open mouth want to persuade not to agree, but also afraid of school brother cannot stand. The opposite side is obviously an old man who has been working in society for many years, although the words are very difficult to hear, but the watch he wears is the real thing. She also very much wanted her junior to win, but her junior was still a student who had just entered university, and her clothes also showed that her junior's family was not too rich, and the difference in status between the two sides was a bit big. Reason told her that Qin Feng's hope of winning was really small if he agreed to the bet. Thinking about the next picture of her schoolmate, Xiaomi felt a bit chesty and depressed. Don't worry, schoolmate. While secretly agonizing, Xiaomi heard a gentle voice in her ears, and when she raised her eyes, she saw Qin Feng with a smile on his face meeting her eyes. Xiaomi's heart skipped a beat as she stared blankly into Qin Feng's eyes, a wisp of pink coloring her ears quietly. These were the clearest eyes she had ever seen, reflecting the sunlight outside the window, serene yet full of power. Somehow, looking at these eyes, Xiaomi's heart was like being injected with a warm current, inexplicably full of confidence in Qin Feng, as if there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. The words that came out of her mouth were swallowed by Xiaomi, and because it was too sudden, she even let out an inaudible hiccup. Xiaomi's face reddened in a panic to cover her mouth. A moment later, before coughing a few times, pretending to be generous to take out the posture of a schoolmate, patted Qin Feng's shoulders and said, I believe you. Qin Feng's eyes hide a smile as he nods his head, not breaking down his schoolmate's little embarrassment. Hey, what are you kid doing? You're flirting with me here. Gao Fei interrupted Qin Feng with an angry face and jealousy in his eyes, his heart itching to replace him. MD, it's not a big deal to be handsome. Since you're in a hurry to recognize your father, I'll fulfill you. Qin Feng let out a faint smile, casually tapped the dial on his wrist and stared at Gao Fei teasingly. Coincidentally, this one of mine is also a Patek Philippe, and even more coincidentally, The price is so billion points higher than the one you have. Ha! Gao Fei's already small green bean eyes snapped open. His eyes were shocked, only to return to normal a moment later. Looking at the dial on Qin Feng's wrist, decisively said, "Impossible. Are you kidding me? I've also been playing with watches for many years. There's no way this watch of yours is a Patek Philippe." "Ha, I see. You think I don't know about watches, right? You think I don't know about watches? Who are you kidding? I think you'd better be honest and accept the bet. Don't lie at a young age. You don't even want to lose your face." Gao Fei cold snort. Completely do not believe that Qin Feng were a Patek Philippe. Thought he was in the swollen face. Words between the cynical. The heart is even more unimpressed. Really big joke. If you can wear up Patek Philippe, that Sao can get up the tree. Really think that I am a high person to eat rice? I cannot recognize? Only the woman sitting on the armrest suddenly shuddered. Her eyes became stiff. She finally remembered why she always felt familiar. She had seen this watch in a magazine. If she remembered correctly, the price tag at that time seemed to be more than $600,000. Hiss. The woman inhaled a mouthful of cool air, quietly left from the side of Gao Fei, came to Qin Feng's eyes to measure. The more she looked, the more she felt like her heart violently surfaced a terrible idea. Could this be the real thing? That. The woman reluctantly smiled, shook her head, dispelled this terrible idea, consoling herself in her mind that it was probably just a high imitation. However, she did not sit back down next to Gao Fei again, but stood silently to the side, her gaze wandering over Qin Feng. "You don't believe me?" Qin Feng asked with playful eyes. "Think I'm stupid? Whoever believes it is SB. Gao Fei tilted his chin, his face full of arrogance. Hee, can this little brother let me take a closer look?" A man in the group, dressed in a suit and wearing leather shoes, dressed like an elite person, squeezed through the crowded crowd to arrive in front of Qin Feng's seat and introduced himself. "Hello little brother, my name is Ding Rue. My family opened a small watch store. Your watch looks quite familiar to me. Can you take it down and let me take a look?" "Don't worry, I'll take care of it if it breaks." Ding Rue looked at Qin Feng with a sincere tone. He was originally in the periphery intended to eat melon. His heart already thought that this handsome little brother is finished, but did not expect the peak turnaround. This student actually revealed a wristwatch, but also said that it was Patek Philippe, which aroused his interest, and after looking at a few eyes across the distance, he felt that it was really that way, and his heart was flooded with mutterings. He is a person who likes watches. In order to verify his suspicions, before he struggled to squeeze through the crowd to come in front of Qin Feng. "Okay, it's just as well that you help me determine the authenticity, so that this person can die." Qin Feng removed it and handed it to Ding Rue, who first took out white gloves from his pocket and put them on before receiving it with a solemn expression, observing it carefully in his hands. For a while the field was quiet. Everyone held their breath waiting for Ding Rue's judgment. Gao Fei's disdain, Qin Feng's calmness, Xiao Yingying's anticipation, the woman's apprehension. Everyone had a different demeanor, each with their own thoughts. A few moments later, this watch is indeed a Patek Philippe. Ding Rue held the wristwatch with both hands and handed it to Qin Feng, speaking in a relaxed tone. "What? Impossible. Impossible. How could a poor student like him afford to wear this watch? Fake. Definitely fake. Yes, it's fake. Just an imposter." Gao Fei's disdainful expression instantly stiffened on his face, as ugly as eating a fly. His tone was hysterical. He couldn't believe that this poor student in front of him was really wearing a Patek Philippe. Annoyed slap on the armrests. After a loud bang, the obese body steeply popped up from the seat, red eyes covered with dense blood glaring at Ding Rue. In his heart, he only felt that this person was completely talking nonsense and talking. Chapter 6 Abba. Right. You must be the trustee this person hired. The two of you are working together to fool me, right? Gao Fei pointed at Ding Rue, his mouth spitting and talking, completely disbelieving what he said. The surrounding people were also talking and pointing. They also didn't believe that a student could afford to wear a Patek Philippe. Their eyes stared at Ding Rue suspiciously. "Calm down a bit. I definitely won't look at it wrong. I'm not so bad as to smash Ding's Watch Company's signboard." "Ding's Watch Company?" Gao Fei muttered. Calmed down, stared at Ding Rue and asked, "You are?" "Just a small store manager." Ding Rue waved his hand, unimpressed. Gao Fei had a jolt, and his entire body wilted, his expression disheveled. Ding's Watch Company, one of the largest watch companies in the country, a listed company that integrated research and development, design, manufacturing, sales, and appraisal, claiming that Ding's never made a mistake. The Ding's group behind it was even a huge monster spanning multiple fields. The store managers of its watch companies are all Ding's people, and they are by no means an existence he can afford to mess with. Thinking about how he dared to point at Ding Rue's spray just now, questioning Ding's, Gao Fei was the body shivered. His heart was afraid. Immediately afterward, as if he had changed his face, his expression instantly became humble, completely unrecognizable from his previous arrogant appearance. Arching his back and lowering his head like a Garfield cat, he meekly whispered, "Brother, it was me who was impulsive, please forgive me." The onlookers also froze after hearing the name of Ding's Watch Company. They have also heard of this name, and know that Ding's Watch Company never makes a mistake, and once it makes a mistake 10 times the compensation. So that, this watch is really a Patek Philippe. Hiss, interesting. The eyes of the onlookers lit up and became more and more excited. This melon is really down. Could this student still flip the script? Some people looked at Gao Fei's obese figure and couldn't help but smile when they thought of the scene where he knelt down and shouted for his father. Once again grabbed a handful of melon seeds to get high, concentrating on how the next development. Brother, so how much is this for him? Goofy wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead and cautiously opened his mouth to inquire. Dang. Gao Fei perked up his ears, his heart beating like a drum as if it were popping out of his chest, like a prisoner about to step onto the guillotine, holding his breath waiting for the final moment to come. This is the Patek Philippe Sport Elegance 5811/1G001 watch. Worth. Gao Fei's eyes widened, a heart in his throat, his obese cheeks gradually reddening. 620,000. Ding Rui purposely paused for a moment, seeing Gao Fei almost suffocating before slowly saying the price. Like a bolt from the blue, a boom of thunder resounded in Gao Fei's mind. Gao Fei's eyes darkened violently, as if he had been thrown in a washing machine and couldn't even stand up. His buttocks slumped on the seat, his mouth emitting unconscious ABA noises, his eyes staring at the white roof of the car in confusion, and his heart grayed out. 620,000. That is 620,000. What's going on here? Director, this script is not right. The two figures were like a heavy hammer, hammering heavily on Gao Fei's heart, smashing his fantasies, his complacency, his pride. It tore apart his false surface and smashed everything he had to the ground. The eyes of those around him focused on him. The previously enjoyable stares were like a fire at that moment, holding him at the stake, burning his mind and body. How could this be? A groundhog in Goofy's inner heart let out a heartbreaking scream. Really? It's so expensive. This is $620,000. ******. This young man. Awesome, big deal. Holy, so ruthless? I don't see anything special about this watch. Why is it so expensive? Big brother is great. Do you still need a pendant? The crowd instantly exploded when they heard the price, talking with their heads down and looking at the watch with shocked faces, not realizing that a small wristwatch could be worth as much as $620,000. $62,000 can pay the down payment of a house, which is wearing a watch. Simply wearing a house. The crowd of onlookers stared hotly at Qin Feng. Their attitudes became enthusiastic, and they went from person to person to the center, all wanting to observe this $620,000 watch up close. Today is really a long time to see. Anyone who did not expect a student with a watch as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars. People are incomparable. Sigh. No wonder Qin Feng is so calm. It turns out that he is really have the bottom. So rich but so low profile. Really, people cannot look alike. The mouth of a variety of money boast continuous output, attempting to make friends with Qin Feng. Next to the woman dressed in flamboyant eyes wide open, stagnant look at Qin Feng, opened his mouth to say something but could not send any sound, the heart flooded with bitterness, regret. Big brother, you're so rich, earlier said. If I had known that you are so generous. I still flatter what dead fat. Fat which has handsome incense. Rich, handsome, even more fragrant. I really have eyes without pearl, put in front of the gold mountain not to lick a rice field common. Vomit. Thinking of her earlier appearance of flattering the dead fat man, the woman had a burst of dry heaves and couldn't wait to slap herself, rubbing her face with a forced smile, scrambling to straighten out her clothes. The woman's eyes were watery as she stared at Qin Feng, her voice sweet and greasy. Well, little brother, you're so rich. This watch can be really good looking. I'm still the first time I've seen it. Qin Feng's eyes are flat, the water in his heart stops. He is not moved, he only finds it funny. Woman, you weren't like this just now. Seeing the woman sticking so close to Qin Feng, Xiaomi glared at the woman with a puff of anger, like a cat protecting its food, her eyes filled with a hint of displeasure. You weren't like this just now. You still look down on your schoolmate. How come you have a different face now? Really shameless. Continue to flatter your high flyer. Don't come to disturb school brother. People like you don't deserve school brother. Seeing Qin Feng pushed away the woman, Xiaomi bared her teeth and laughed, her eyebrows curved into a crescent moon, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Qin Feng. Although she was also surprised that her junior was wearing such an expensive watch, she thought that her junior's family was well off, and the reason why she was wearing plain clothes should be because she was deliberately keeping a low profile. Xiaomi only felt happy for Qin Feng in her heart, thinking that her schoolmate was really not an ordinary person. How about it, schoolmate? Now you're relieved. Qin Feng squeezed his eyebrows and smiled at the corner of Xiao Ying's mouth. This pretense, I'll give you 99 points. 1 point less is for fear that you'll be proud. Xiao Ying covered her mouth and giggled. Her left fist knocked on Qin Feng's arms, her movements gentle as if she was flirting. Qin Feng let out a light laugh, turned his head to stare at Gao Fei, who was still pretending to be dead, frowning his eyebrows in a teasing tone. Hey, should I call you an ambulance? You don't want to renege on your debt, right? Chapter 7. Dad, I was wrong. Gao Fei was paralyzed on the seat. Seeing that his little trick was demolished, he coldly grunted and sat up holding the handle. With a low, sullen face, his countenance as if he had swallowed a fly, his voice hoarse, he said, well, wearing $62,000 of Patek Philippe, still dressed like this pretending to be a poor student. You kid is great, I admit it. Just now it was me who was impulsive. It was me who was dog-eyed. Please forgive me. Gao Fei gritted his teeth and hung his head. Word by word, his heart was very upset. He just wanted to escape here quickly. He lowered his head, not daring to look around at all. How much he had blown it off before. How embarrassed he was now, feeling that the sights of the people around him were fiery, staring at him uncomfortably. Not right, right? How can you just apologize? Have you forgotten what you said? I still like you the way you were before. Qin Feng stared at Gao Fei with a playful smile, his finger pointing downwards, not intending to let Gao Fei off the hook so simply. If he didn't have the help of the system today, the consequences for himself would be unimaginable. If Gao Fei hadn't jumped so happily earlier, Qin Feng wouldn't have bothered to count with him, and counting with him was considered pulling down his status. It was like a wild dog barking in front of a person, which was distracting. Since he had one, the strong would have to ruthlessly humiliate the weak and return the favor in their own way. Ha ha, does everyone remember what he said just now? If I remember correctly, it seems like whoever loses kneels down and calls out to the other's father? An older man laughed, not suspecting anything, and coaxed from the side. Right, shout one, shout one, shout one, shout one. The onlookers' eyes lit up, and they also raised their voices. They didn't care how the person concerned felt, they only wanted to satisfy their desire to watch the show, their eyes staring hotly at Gao Fei, roasting him on the fire. Shout one. To Gao Fei's current appearance, Xiao Ying was also very relieved, and did not hold back, following the concurring sentence. Humph, let you underestimate schoolmate. No regret. Gao Fei took a deep breath, listening to the urging of the crowd, knowing that he couldn't do this without kneeling. The words had been put out, so he had to swallow it even if he bit his teeth. Forget it, just consider it a dream. Gao Fei could only comfort himself in this way. Then he got up trembling, his eyes simply closed, his knees slowly bent, and he knelt down with a thud. His face was like a wave trembling, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Curling his body, burying his head close to the ground, he shouted, Dad, I was wrong. Ha, what did you say? Qin Feng buttoned his ears, his face full of doubt. Gao Fei's face turned green and white for a while, his teeth clenched and creaked, almost fainting from anger. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Definitely on purpose. Gao Fei let out a groundhog scream in his heart. Furious, however, with kneeling down and opening his mouth, his heart was instead not so heavy and relaxed, he simply broke. Anyway, his face was lost, he didn't care to shout more. Dad, I'm wrong. Dad, I was wrong. Gao Fei steeply raised his voice and shouted several times in a row. Qin Feng shivered and scolded with a laugh. I don't have a son as big as you. Gao Fei snorted coldly, climbed up from the ground, and did not sit back in his original position, grimaced, clipped his bag to set aside the crowd of onlookers. What a ing disgrace. Social death. He didn't have the face to stay here anymore, and could only excuse himself to go to the restroom to hide. In his heart, he was still a bit unconvinced, thinking that with his own savings, he could still afford a wristwatch more expensive than $620,000 by biting his teeth, and did not think that he was worse than Qin Feng. This time is completely his own carelessness. Once again I do not see that I will lose. Humph, you give me wait and see. Ha ha, congratulations little brother. I knew from the first time I saw you that you were very human, and I was right. Little brother, make a friend. I love to make friends. Little brother, how old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? How do you see your sister? The surrounding crowd did not even look at Gao Fei a glance, turned his head to Qin Feng touting, as if he was how familiar with the same. To send away the hilarious crowd, an electronic tone resounded in Qin Feng's head. Ding! Detected the host's first time pretending to be a bully. Awarded with a reward, car skill proficiency. Qin Feng's expression lit up. He was worried that he didn't know how to drive, thinking about how to drive away the Porsche after arriving at the station. This reward from the system came at the right time, solving the problem that was bothering him. There was this benefit to pretending. It seemed that he would have to try more in the future to see if he could still jack the system's wool more often. After receiving it, Qin Feng's mind instantly flooded with many memories and techniques of driving, and in just a moment allowed Qin Feng's understanding of vehicles to reach a realm that ordinary people could not reach in a lifetime. The system is forever dropping God. Qin Feng was very satisfied with this reward, which allowed him to save countless hours in hard practice, and now he could finally drive the Porsche 911 GT3 RS with his own hands. This was a luxury car of more than $3 million. In the past he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Qin, little brother, can you add a V letter? In the future you have a watch you want to buy, can come to my site to see. The store is in Jiangcheng. Although Ding Rui was a member of the Ding family, there were many children in the Ding family, and all kinds of relationships were intricately intertwined. He had a bad background and belonged to the fringe in the Ding family, plus both parents died early, so he could only rely on himself to fight. Don't look at him as a Ding's watch company's store manager. In fact, a little bit of ability of the Ding family do not care to go when, belong to the bottom of the industry. Elected people are some of the children of the food waiting for death, but he was not willing to look at the end of the day, thinking of making some performance, get the attention of the upper level, change the situation, and see Qin Feng, a student, is wearing more than 600,000 yuan Patek Philippe, which makes him light up. His heart guessed that Qin Feng's family is not simple, and felt that he can be befriended, expand his own network of contacts, and perhaps in the future to help him somewhat. Okay, I'll sweep you. Qin Feng thought for a while and nodded in agreement. This time it was the other party who stepped forward to help. It was considered to be a small favor to himself, otherwise there was no telling how long he would have to break it up. Adding a V-mail wasn't a big deal to refuse. After Gao Fei came out of the toilet, he saw the scene of Qin Feng and Ding Rui talking to the two of them, and felt a pang of jealousy in his heart, thinking that Qin Feng had gotten lucky, and was able to get acquainted with the Ding family. He knew that the Ding family was an existence that he had to bow to, so how could this kid be able to make friends with the Ding family? And on what grounds? In addition to see the beautiful woman also in Qin Feng intimate conversation, Gao Fei eyes more and more jealous. Based on what? Just because you're handsome? Or the expensive watch you wear? Bah! Touching his thinning hair, Gao Fei's heart was sour inside, so sour that he couldn't wait to take his place. Right, looking at this kid's first time in Jiangcheng, he must not have a car. Driving his own car and inviting this beauty to get in the car in front of him would definitely piss him off. His own car is the boss's big G, landing price of more than $1,800,000. This is their own dead face only begged to drive the opportunity. Even if you kid has a car, it cannot be more expensive than this one. This is a luxury car. I believe that no woman would refuse. Gao Fei's eyes lit up. His heart rekindled his fighting spirit, thinking that Qin Feng's watch must have been stolen from his parents. You can't steal a car, right? Otherwise, what else would you take the high-speed train for? How nice to drive over directly. Oomph, kid, I have seen through you. Wait for me to be properly humiliated. Chapter 8, Sweet Pair. Ding dong, dear passengers. Hello. We are about to arrive at the terminal of this train ahead, the Jiangcheng High-Speed Railway Station. Please take your luggage in advance. Check if your belongings are complete. Don't forget them in the car, and get ready to get off the train. Few finally arrived at the station. It feels like it's been a long time. School brother, you'll follow me in a while. I'll take you to the school to report. Xiao Ying squints her eyes and stretches her waist towards the back like a kitten. Her delicate curves seem like waves undulating, especially those two sweet pairs. Quite charming. Qin Feng instinctively took a glance, his gaze forgetting to retract for a moment, causing Xiao Ying to cover her chest, her face blushing as she glared at Qin Feng, her delicate face puffing with anger, like a small hamster. Cough cough, forgot to turn off self-targeting. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly, cleared his throat and hummed, stood up to lift and yank down the luggage on the shelf, pretending that nothing happened and said, Trouble's senior sister, what are you looking at? School brother, eyes colorful. Xiao Ying snorted, crossed her waist, leaned forward and came in front of Qin Feng's face, a hint of suspicion in her clear eyes. The two of them looked at each other with their eyes facing each other's breath clearly visible. Qin Feng's nose tip was a bit itchy, slightly shrugged and smelled of faint lily fragrance. Qin Feng realized that Xiao Ying loved biting her lips. For example, she was in this mode now, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her pink bouncy jelly-like lips instantly sinking inwards, her eyes glaring at Qin Feng in shame. Qin Feng felt that his throat was a bit dry. He actually wanted to advise his senior sister not to do this action easily in the future, because she had a pair of peach blossom eyes. One eye and one smile brought with it a three-point charm, and with her own high face value, when she did this kind of lip-biting action, she gave off a very seductive feeling, as if even her eyelids were pink in color. Even if it was her subconscious behavior, it was easy for people to misunderstand and think that she was deliberately seducing people. However, If this was said, it would probably make the senior sister even more mortified. If her favorability dropped, it would be more than worth it, so it was better not to say it. For a while, the two of them were staring at each other wide-eyed, neither of them letting the other go. Put. Qin Feng suddenly made a face. Xiaomi a moment did not hold back to let out a silver bell-like laughter, and then grabbed his own box from Qin Feng's hands, crossed out of the platform, turned back and waved. School brother, quickly follow me. I'll take you to school. Qin Feng guffawed, answered, followed the pace out of the platform. Gao Fei hid in the distance, witnessed the whole process, the heart that envy and jealousy hate, body emanating resentment, eyes filled with jealousy, popping out of the eye sockets. How can't understand where he is poor. Think he was also the school famous school grass, also did not see a beautiful woman pouring even if he is now a little fat, blossomed a little, but not much worse how can not compare to this kid? Hey good gas I'm not convinced. Seeing that Qin Feng and the others had left, Gao Fei hurriedly ran to the parking lot and came to the parking space where the big G was parked. Hey, move that trailer in front of you, it's blocking me from going out. Gao Fei swept a glance at the trailer in front of him, seeing that its compartment was covered by a block of black cloth, airtight, making it mysterious. Although his heart was curious, but it was stuck in the parking space. He couldn't go out himself, and his tone was helpless as he yelled towards the front. I'm a 1,800,000 plus big G, move aside, don't rub against me. Below the trailer, the man in the black suit held the phone to repeatedly confirm the information, and when he heard Gao Fei's words, his eyes swept disdainfully. Do you know what's in this trailer of mine? Say it out without scaring you to death. Big G. Big G is nothing. Determining that the information on the phone was correct, the man gave a fierce middle finger towards Gao Fei, pooh-poohed it, and drove off in the trailer. Hey, you people, must be jealous that I drive a big G. Gao Fei muttered indignantly and drove the big G to the entrance of the high-speed rail station and parked on the side of the road, his eyes staring at everyone who came out, muttering under his breath. Where is this kid person? Still not quick to come out. Is it scared away by me? MD course come Sini this time absolutely must ruthlessly humiliate you. Gao Fei gradually became impatient inside, anxiously tapping the steering wheel and shaking his legs, not letting go of anyone who came out. If this kid ran away first, he would have to be so angry that he wouldn't eat for a day. Plants, you kid finally came out. When he was muttering, Gao Fei's eyes steeply lit up, staring tightly at the person in front of him, starting the car and driving over the exit of the high-speed train station. On the steps of the road, Brother Qin, where are you going? Do you want me to drive you? Ding Rui talked with Qin Feng for a long time along the way, and when he learned that Qin Feng was only 19 years old, quite a bit younger than himself, although he was surprised, he continued to address Brother Qin as a sign of respect. What's more, no matter how much he poked and prodded and tried to find out his family background, Qin Feng always said with a relaxed face that he came from an ordinary family. As a result, Ding Rui didn't even believe him. Who would believe you when you say you come from an ordinary family? Through his secret observation, more and more think Qin Feng family is not simple, not to mention your hundreds of thousands of tables, on your temperament, talk, appearance, and your honor and disgrace, as if not put anyone in the eyes of the bottom of the air. It can be an ordinary family out of? Cheat Ghost Lu. 3-year-old children cannot cheat. No need. My car is nearby. Don't bother you. Qin Feng stood at the intersection, raised his head and looked around, looking for his Porsche 11 GT3 RS bought for $1. After sweeping around and not seeing it, Qin Feng asked the system in his mind in a strange way. System, where's my car? Why is the spicy Mo's car gone? Ding, the staff is on its way, expected to arrive in a minute. The cold electronic voice sounded. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as his heart grew fervent. No wonder Qin Feng is so anxious. It's really this thing, but the first car in his life, or a Porsche worth more than $3 million. Which man is not excited? Don't look at this car as if it was manhandled in the Tad Voice comments section and criticized for being useless. But it is still a luxury car that ordinary people can't buy even if they work hard for a lifetime. It is the real deal of more than $3 million. If it wasn't for obtaining the system, this car wouldn't have gotten his turn even if it was crappy. To this Qin Feng only wanted to say, the system will always drop God. Hey, isn't this your first time in Jiangcheng? Where did you get the car? As the breeze blew, Xiao Yingying stroked her hair and cocked her head and blinked her eyes. She had already silently opened the taxi software to place an order on the way, but she didn't realize that her schoolmate had a car. Had her schoolmate come to Jiangcheng before? Just bought it. After all, I have to live in Jiangcheng for a few years. It's easier to have a car, Qin Feng said with a bashful, unimpressed face. Oh, upon hearing this, Xiao Yingying nodded and silently took out her cell phone from her bag, silently canceling the order. Ding Rui raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feng with surprised eyes. Big brother, Are you sure you're buying a car and not groceries? Whose ordinary family has this strength? Ding Rui's footsteps that were ready to leave lurched, his heart curious about what kind of car this Qin brother had bought, and he also happened to take the opportunity to probe his bottom line. Not long after, a black big G creaking, stopped at the intersection, attracted the attention of Qin Feng's several people. Chapter 9 Dad, you still lack of pendants? Ding Rui observed up and down, recognized the car as a big G, turned his head and said in surprise, Brother Qin, is this your car? As soon as the words fell, a familiar figure opened the car door and stepped out of the car with his short legs stretched out. The person is Gao Fei, only to see him deliberately raise his eyebrows, raise his chin, chest, step out of the pace of the 6 relatives. Pulling voice, what a coincidence. Meet again. Beautiful girl, where you want to go? I send you chant. Between words, Gao Fei deliberately swept a glance at Qin Feng, the car keys hanging on his fingers flinging. Xiao Yingying's eyes drooped, silent, ignoring Gao Fei. Gao Fei's expression stiffened, somewhat depressed. Woman, can't you recognize that I'm driving a big G? Do you know what a big G is? Exasperated, he couldn't wait to throw the car keys in Xiao Yingying's face. Gao Fei's gaze turned and steeped, and his expression suddenly bloomed like a flower, revealing a brilliant smile. Bending down, he said close and flattered, Brother Ding is also here. Brother has heard a lot about you. Brother Ding, do you have time? Today my brother is hosting. Let's go to the Magnolia Hotel to get together. Ding Rui was surprised. This big G is good. Yours? Gao Fei's face flushed, his vision fluttered, a little vain, but thinking about going out. The identity is given by himself. Who knows the truth if he does not say? So Gao Fei patted his chest and said in an exaggerated tone, that must be brother, this car is more than $1,800,000 to buy. The real big G. Afraid that Ding Rui didn't believe it, Gao Fei also purposely used his hand to clap on the car door with a thud. Oh, Ding Rui nodded his head, swept a glance and stopped paying attention. Nor did he agree to Gao Fei's invitation. He didn't befriend everyone, especially this kind of person who didn't have the slightest bit of conversation, and was only a thug even if he was rich. Gao Fei froze. How one by one are ignoring themselves? What is the situation? The heart feels a burst of aggression. You and others are not this way. Why do you treat me like this? Gao Fei's eyes flared up, and he wanted to vent his aggression on Qin Feng. Just about to open his mouth, behind suddenly came a trailer parked in front of his car, from which came down a man wearing a suit, holding a cell phone, searching around for someone. When his line of sight came across Qin Feng, the man's gaze steeply lit up, comparing the photos on his cell phone. After making sure that there was no mistake, he jogged in front of Qin Feng, pushed aside Gao Fei who was in the way, and said in a very respectful manner, May I ask if you are Qin Feng? Mr. Qin, you are? You can just call me Xiaoma. The Porsche 911 GT3 RS you ordered is right behind you. This is the document, please sign for it. Xiaoma sighed in relief and handed Qin Feng the fountain pen with the documents with both hands, standing next to him with eager eyes. This is a big customer. The commission from this order alone is enough for 1 year's salary, especially itself so young. The handwriting is so big. Full payment to buy down more than $3 million worth of luxury cars. This kind of person is not he can offend. In case he is not satisfied with his attitude, he will be finished. This brother, you're looking for the wrong person, right? Are you sure he bought it? Gao Fei's eyes questioned, completely disbelieving that this car could have been bought by him. He had already decided in his mind that Qin Feng's watch was stolen from his parents, and that he himself had no strength at all, and had just cast a good tire. You wear a watch of more than 600,000 yuan even if I bite my teeth or can afford to buy, I endure. But now you're saying you bought a Porsche 911. How is that possible? This is a Porsche 911. You just bought it? I can't even afford it. How can you? Even if your family is a little strong, your parents said to buy it for you. It doesn't hurt? Your parents are the richest people in the country? This is getting ridiculous. I can't even afford it. So why should you? This can't be tolerated. Xiaoma skimmed his mouth disdainfully, swept a glance at Gao Fei. Ignore him, put away the documents. Full of attentiveness rushed to Qin Feng said, Brother, this is your car key, keep it. I'll unload the car for you. The man holds a luxurious key and hands it to Qin Feng, once again pushing aside Gao Fei who is in the way, and goes forward to unload the car. Ex-brother Qin is a big spender. A Porsche 911 bought when he said so. Admirable. Ding Rui glanced at the car keys, his heart skipped a beat, secretly smacking his lips at Qin Feng's big spending. Millions of dollars of cars said to buy, just like buying cabbage. You look at your strength, but also said that you are an ordinary family. The heart for Qin Feng's attention to a higher level, more and more feel that this person is not simple. The future may really be able to help themselves. Wow, what kind of car is this? So handsome. Wife, come see the Porsche 911. This car is so handsome. Wife, I need it too. There's a luxury car. Sisters, come and take pictures. As the man pulled open the black cloth that shrouded the car box and began to unload the car, the huge sound attracted the curiosity of the people around. Their feet could not help but slow down, and then stayed in place, their eyes full of shock and envy. A sports car with smooth lines and a silver-white body, as if it was moonlight, crashed into their eyes. The graceful body was cold and stunning, as sharp as a blade, cutting across the eyeballs and leaving a stunning trail. With a bark, the car keys in Gao Fei's hand slipped out of his hand, and he was dumbfounded with his mouth open like a wooden chicken. This is really a Porsche 911. This is really your kid to buy? Outrageous. Gao Fei momentarily forgot to pick up the car keys, and instantly felt that the big G did not smell good. The big G, which has a sports car, handsome. Ah, school brother, this is the car you bought. So beautiful. Xiao Yingying bites her lip and stares blankly at Qin Feng, a pair of peach blossom eyes blinking and blinking, bright and shiny. Let's go, sister. I still don't know the way to school, so I'm relying on you. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He was very happy with this car. It was worthy of being a system product. It must be a fine product. He fell in love with the car at a glance and couldn't wait to start driving it. Oh, Xiao Yingying smiled brightly and followed with gusto. Brother Ding, I'll leave first. Contact me if anything happens. Qin Feng ignores Gao Fei and waves politely at Ding Rui, then helps Xiao Yingying put her luggage away and pulls open the car door to help Xiao Yingying sit on it. All right. Ding Rui nodded his head seriously, thinking that he would definitely not lose out by maintaining this friendship, and in his heart, he was already thinking of asking Qin Feng to come out for a get-together next time. Afterwards, sweeping a glance at Gao Fei, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, Ding Rui shook his head with a smile and left from his side. Silly eyes, poor waif. On the ground, Gao Fei opened his mouth, drooled out, and did not realize. See the horse ready to get on the car. Hurriedly climbed up from the ground to grab the horse. Expression hideous and not dead, asked, how much is that car? Get out of the way. Dead street. That car more than $3 million. You cannot drive a lifetime. Xiaoma pumped his arm. C did not break away. Angrily scolded. Looked at the direction of Qin Feng, left, eyes full of envy. Ah, more than $3 million. Gao Fei staggered back a step, disheveled, let go of his hand, released a smile. This time he is really a defeat. He is convinced. This time is really convinced. Most of his life savings is only a few $100,000 only. More than $3 million is really not their own can afford to buy. Loss. He was still in the smug, looked down on people. The original clown is actually their own. Smelling the exhaust of Qin Feng's departure, Gao Fei suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, Dad, are you still missing the pendant? On the road, Qin Feng was driving his sports car when he suddenly heard someone shouting at him, turning his head to look at Xiao Yingying, asking in a strange tone, Sister, it seems like someone is shouting at me. Did you hear it? No la, drive properly. Then maybe I'm mistaken. Qin Feng lightly laughed, forcefully stepped on the gas pedal. Slowly speed up. The silver-white body is like a flexible swimming fish weaving in the endless flow of the road. And he silently turned on scanning to check Xiao Yingying's current change in favorability. The message of increased favorability had been popping up in his head before, making Qin Feng curious, and only now did he have the time to inquire about how much it had increased. For that raider reward, Qin Feng was very much looking forward to it, believing that no man would refuse this reward. This reward was no exaggeration to say that a man could create a country. Chapter 10 Jiangchun University. Here I come. Name, Xiao Yingying. Age, 19. Charm, 94. Number of times, 0, yes. The kind you want. Favorability, 30. Acquaintance. Characteristics, easily sensitive. Reward for raiders, kidney bio tablets. After touring the information, Qin Feng was surprised to find that Xiao Yingying's favorability had reached 30 points, close to one-third, which was greatly out of his expectation. Cautiously testing. System, is this speed normal? After waiting for a while, the system remained silent and did not answer. Without trying out any information, Qin Feng smiled helplessly and spat. System, you can be really high and cold. Love, love, love. Inside the car, Xiao Yingying crossed her hands on her tightly closed legs, looking at the luxurious decorations inside the car. Her face was a bit restrained as she softly said, School brother, this car is very expensive. Right, it's okay, it's just a transportation tool. School sister, don't move. As he spoke, Qin Feng stretched his body sideways and helped Xiao Yingying adjust her seat and helped her buckle her seatbelt. Seeing that Qin Feng was suddenly very close to her, only a finger's distance away, Xiao Yingying was like a frightened deer. She immediately held her breath, her green eyes turning around, leaning back somewhat nervously, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating. This was the first time a male was so close to her. Her heart was a bit overwhelmed. Her hands were tightly pinching the corner of her coat, stiffening her body and not moving. A vanilla-like odor came from the tip of her nose. Xiao Yingying couldn't help but smell it a few more times. Her eyes fell on Qin Feng's crown jade-like face and stayed for a moment. How about it, senior sister? Is this height okay? Thanks. Thank you, school brother. Xiao Yingying retracted her gaze like an electric shock, her cheeks rising 2 pink blushes as she lowered her head and thanked in a thin, mosquito-like voice. Is senior sister very hot? Do you want me to turn on the air conditioner? Qin Feng sees Xiao Yingying's red apple-like face and jokes. No, I'll show you the way. The school is right over there. Xiao Yingying stumbles to change the topic, and in her heart, she is also puzzled by her own behavior. It's really strange. Obviously we just met a short while ago. Why is it always easy to be shy in front of schoolmates? Well, I can't figure it out. Xiao Yingying bulged her face and looked out the window with her eyes out of focus. Xiao Yingying's favoritism +5. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved. The gas pedal stepped on. The body issued a low sound wave sound. Towards Jiangcheng University. The originally crowded road was instantly unobstructed, and the vehicles were as if they had encountered a flooding beast, slowing down and not daring to approach. Hey, Jiangcheng people so polite, make me embarrassed. Qin Feng touched his head and grinned. Inside Jiangcheng University, a group of school sisters with exquisite makeup and bright clothes were standing in front of the reception desk, their eyes wandering around. Every year, the opening day of the school year was their happiest day. Every year, they could find quite a few potential stocks, and if they were slow to get started, they would be snatched away by the tie hooves around them again. Therefore, they dressed up and showed their best side, searching for the prey they were satisfied with. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother going out in such hot weather. AI standing for a whole day, not a single satisfactory target. Is the quality of this year's freshmen so bad? A girl with short hair and an ordinary face was shaking her small fan and complaining at the woman sitting on the chair next to her. Xiao Wen, don't you have a boyfriend? Still thinking about raising fish? Ha! The woman on the chair was wearing a ponytail, wearing a white shirt over a corseted sleeveless black dress with a hemline that could barely wrap around her hips, and a pair of enviably long legs that emanated a jade-like glow under the sunlight, making her look sexy as hell. After hearing her best friend's complaint, Zhang Yan sips the chill juice and sits on the chair inquiring curiously. Hey, don't mention it, let him buy me a bag. All stingy, old lady talked about a few objects, only he is the most stingy. When really blind, even looked at him. Angry I directly broke up with him today. I don't believe I can't find a rich handsome man. Li Wen rolled her eyes and counted all the evil deeds of her ex-boyfriend, not caring at all about the people present. Yen, it's hard for you to come and accompany me today. In order to show my apology, I'll treat you to a big meal in the evening. As he spoke, Li Wen curtly fanned the fan in his hand towards Zhang Yan with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Zhang Yan pursed her lips and smiled. That's for you to say. Let's see how I can eat you poorly. It's fine. When the time comes to let my ex-boyfriend pay for the bill, I believe he is very happy. Li Wen glanced at Zhang Yan, followed by a sour and envious tone. Yen, you're dressed up so beautifully today. Standing with you, I'm like that green leaf. Yen, you are a sophomore. Why don't you find a boyfriend? With your face value, wouldn't it be easy to take anyone? Zhang Yan's rosy lips held the straw, grunting and sucking the juice, seriously said. None of the people in our school meet my requirements. I don't want to hand over my first time so easily. Once a man gets his hands on something, he no longer cherishes it, so the first time must be benefit maximization. Being young and golden is just a basic requirement. Yan, I'm relieved when you say that. Otherwise who can snatch you? Li Wen was secretly happy. As long as Zhang Yan didn't snatch with her, she was confident that she wouldn't lose anyone. The boys of Jiangcheng University privately scored the girls of the school according to their face value, and Zhang Yan was clearly ranked second with 98 points, only 1 point away from the first place. The sexy Zhang Yan was the goddess of countless boys' dreams since her enrollment, and everyone wanted to kiss her. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded, and her attitude towards every suitor is not to accept or reject. The main thing is to accept all the gifts and shell back. Let people love and hate. Obviously look at as the kind of gold-digging woman, as if the hook hand can go to bed, but when close to, she always keep a distance. Hanging you, just do not let you get. Once someone does not believe in evil, spend millions to send her a car, confident that night and she can go to bed. The result is a little sweet did not taste. Not only the car to not come back, even the hand did not hold. So angry that the person has been depressed. This incident has also been reduced to the talk of the school. People are guessing what kind of person it is that can completely take down Zhang Yan, but the discussion can't come up with a result. The known conditions were the requirements that were put out when Zhang Yan enrolled in school, handsome plus rich. However, the campus god, Lin Chen, who perfectly met the requirements, also met with a nosebleed and gave up with reluctance, instead pursuing the top-ranked school flower. Now people were completely dead in the water, speculating that Zhang Yan was a lily, thinking that she was just playing a trick on people. Buzz. Just as the crowd was enthusiastically receiving the new students, a low, high sonic sound suddenly came out, resounding all around. When the crowd raised their eyes, a silver-white, as if sharp-edged supercar cut through the rolling heat waves and traveled towards this. Wherever it passed, the dense traffic scattered, forming an open road, both sides of the traffic closely arranged together, as if the guards surrounded the king. The scene is solemn and shocking. For a time the field was silent, only the roar of the supercar echoed in the ears of the crowd. Chapter 11. The first day of school. You drive a Porsche 911 to report to work? Damn, this is a Porsche 911. It's so cool. Idle ah. This appearance is too explosive. Awesome. The crowd gathered at the school's entrance instantly exploded. Many students, parents and teachers were caught by the silver-white sports car, their eyes full of envy and jealousy, discussing which bigwig's car it was. Qin Feng lowered the speed of the car and stopped in front of the school gate. Uncle, I'm a freshman this year. Can I drive my car in? There's no parking space outside. Qin Feng pressed down the car window and shouted towards the security booth at the entrance. Holy, freshman? On the first day of school, you report to work in a Porsche? Awesome. Everyone is a freshman. You reported for work in your freshman year with a Porsche 911. People are as angry as each other. The same as a student. They are still in the bitter baba carrying suitcases in the hot sun. Others are driving a million luxury car to report. Look at the others this appearance forced. And then look at their own. Hey, some born is a cowhorse. And some born in other people's end. The surrounding students looked at Qin Feng's Porsche 911 and shed tears of envy. Okay, you go in, pay attention to drive slowly in the school. The security guard's attitude was very amiable, and he also thoughtfully prompted to pay attention to safety. He is not stupid. This car in front of him looks not simple. Coupled with the burst of discussion coming from his ears, he understands that the background of the person who can afford this kind of car is not simple. Why should he, a small security guard, intentionally make things difficult for others? And what's the harm in selling him a face? Qin Feng kept his speed low and slowly drove into the school. Wherever he went, all the students stopped, their eyes envious and curious about who was driving the car. A few moments later, the Porsche 911 was parked to the side, its low sonorous sound gradually fading. People's eyes widened as they gazed intently at the car door. Ka-ching! Accompanied by a low mechanical sound, the car door gently opened, and a boy with a handsome face, slender figure, and extraordinary temperament stepped out from inside. Under the light and shadow, his eyes were particularly striking, quiet like the surface of a windless summer lake, with clear waves of turquoise blue rippling. Every girl who collided with his line of sight subconsciously clenched her legs, staring blankly into these eyes, as if her soul was sucked in, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Handsome, too damn handsome. How can there be such a handsome boy? Ah, this was the heartbeat of all the girls present. Sisters, come on, found a quality husband. I seem to be in love. Don't any of you steal it from me. It's too foul. Right, so handsome and so rich. In such a comparison, that boyfriend of mine is simply unbearable. All the girls let out a burst of screams, holding their faces with a look of infatuation. Some girls had already taken out their makeup mirrors and hurriedly replenished their makeup, practicing their smiles in front of the mirrors, ready to go up and strike up a conversation to leave a good impression. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, only to feel that it was worthy of being a university, and it really wasn't comparable to high school. Wow, yen look, it's a sports car. Hey, this is the first time I've seen this license plate. It can't be this year's freshman driving it. Li Wen's eyes were glowing, tiptoeing to look at the silver-white supercar parked not far away, speaking in a particularly loud voice. She had memorized all the cars driven by the top rich second generation in the school, and could even recite every license plate backwards. But this car was the first time it had ever appeared, and had never been seen before, associated with the fact that today is the new student registration day. Guessing that the person driving the car might be this year's new student, her heart was excited. Yen, this car is a Porsche 911. If I remember correctly, it must be more than $1 million. Zhang Yan pursed her juice and stretched lazily. After taking a look, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Ha, this is a Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Its price is estimated to be more than $3 million. Wow, more than $3 million. Our school's Lin Daoxiao's car is only more than $1 million. What is this person's identity? Even more than Lin Daoxiao. Lin Chen Lin Daoxiao is the man of the hour in the school. As the son of Jiangchang Lin Group, not only is he handsome, but he is even more powerful. He is the object of many girls' adoration. Zhang Yan pursed her lips and smiled, although she was surprised that the visitor could afford to drive a luxury car of more than $3 million. But she did not intend to go forward. Taking too much initiative would look extraordinarily cheap. Wanting to hold a man, one should never be overly enthusiastic. Hanging onto him and giving him hope was an excellent practice. Yen look, Liwen suddenly let out a scream, constantly patting Zhang Yan's shoulder with an excited tone. So handsome, even more handsome than Lin Duan looks. Handsome and rich, this is simply the perfect boyfriend. I've decided. I'm going to chase him. Yen, don't grab it from me either. Liwen touched up her makeup, already fantasizing about how she would take Qin Feng. Zhang Yan didn't reply. She just looked at Qin Feng's eyes, lost in thought for a moment before she came back to her senses and smiled. Let's go. I'll accompany you there. Hey, little brother, you are this year's freshman. How much you V letter ah? Can make a friend well. Handsome. Your skin is good oh. How to do ah? Handsome, what is your name ah? There is no girlfriend? How do you see me? Qin Feng's nose was filled with all kinds of aromas, and a pair of white thighs kept swaying in front of his eyes. A group of youthful and beautiful, each with their own unique characteristics of the school sisters, surrounded Qin Feng, chattering nonstop. Some people even took advantage of Qin Feng's lack of attention, sneakily stretching out their small hands to grope up and down on Qin Feng's body, causing Qin Feng to laugh bitterly. His hands panicked to protect the key parts, to cope with the wolf-like tigers of the schoolmates. Really should be that sentence. Messy flowers, gradually fascinating eyes. Shallow grass cannot horse hooves. Sister's passion is simply too much to bear. Who will save me? Qin Feng looked pitifully at the sky, saddened. Stop, let go of that schoolmate, Xiao Ying shouted. Even pulling and tugging rushed into the pile of people, struggling to pull Qin Feng out to protect behind him, face puffed up angrily at the crowd, as if the old mother hen protects the calf in general. Yeah, this is not Ying. Why did you suddenly come out? Do you recognize the schoolmate? Not fast enough to introduce to everyone. The crowd's eyes flashed and Qin Feng was pulled out. After realizing that the visitor was Xiao Ying, someone said in a surprised tone, Hey, Ying seems to have come down from the car just now. Could it be that you came with the schoolmate? Right, do you guys know each other? It can't be your boyfriend. A petite and cute girl with a double ponytail cautiously sounded out to test the waters. Well, Xiao Ying opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Could it be that this was the schoolmate that he only met today? But if this is said, won't the school brother be surrounded by these school sisters again? Seeing the eyes of the few people in front of her become more and more suspicious, Xiao Ying took a deep breath and stuttered. Yes, schoolmate Qin Feng is my boyfriend. Please stop pestering him. Xiao Ying spoke faster and faster, and at the end of her words, she even nodded her head solemnly in a serious manner. What the heck? So it's Xiao, the school flower's boyfriend. No wonder he came with you. Hey, scattered. What do we take in Xiao schoolgirl Raba? Pity. Is this the feeling of lost love? AI. Seeing Xiao Ying's serious expression, which did not seem to be fake, their expressions instantly collapsed, and their eyes left Qin Feng's face with a fondness, and their tone was lost. Hey, it's a pity that such a high-quality object has a master. What a pity. If other people, they may still have the idea of grabbing, but the opponent is that campus face value ranked first Xiao Ying. That body, face value, personality all top Xiao Ying. They take the head to grab However, they didn't leave. They were secretly observing from the side, and there were also good people who took pictures of Xiao Ying and Qin Feng, and posted them on the campus posting bar and in the group. The title was called, Shocked. The freshman reported to work in a Porsche 911, and his identity turned out to be Xiao Ying's boyfriend. This was a big news. The longtime single schoolgirl Xiao suddenly announced that she had a boyfriend. I'm afraid this will cause a big shock in the school. Those suitors of Xiao Ying would definitely blow up, and even Lin Xiao would be alarmed. Chapter 12, Hello schoolmate, my name is Zhang Yan. Seeing that the schoolmates finally stopped surrounding Qin Feng, Xiao Ying breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head to look at Qin Feng with some embarrassment, standing in place at a loss for words. Hey, how can I say that kind of words? How should the schoolmates look at themselves now? What to do? Xiao Ying's eyes flickered, lowered her head and did not dare to meet Qin Feng's eyes. Thinking of what she had blurted out before, her heart was filled with regret. Thinking that she had not greeted Qin Feng beforehand, she had taken the liberty of saying that she was the girlfriend of her schoolmate and had caused trouble for her schoolmate. The school brother must hate himself now. I blame myself. Xiao Ying took a deep breath and prepared herself to be blamed by her schoolmate. Gathering her courage, she turned to Qin Feng and stuttered to explain, schoolmate. It's alright senior sister. I understand. You're also trying to help me out. Qin Feng waved his hand, not putting this matter on his mind in the slightest, with a smile on his face staring at Xiao Ying's cheeks covered in redness. Concerned? On the contrary, I have caused trouble for my senior sister. I don't know if it will bring you a bad influence. It won't. Xiao Ying sees that her schoolmate doesn't hate herself and still looks at her with a concerned face. Her heart quietly sighs in relief, touches her rolling cheeks, and pats Qin Feng's shoulder in a pretense of generosity. Let's go schoolmate. I'll take you to report for duty. Xiao Ying favorability +5. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved, not realizing that there was an unexpected gain. After answering, he carried his suitcase and followed behind Xiao Yingying. The two of them walked through the campus, triggering a burst of gasps as both men and women couldn't help but turn their eyes here. Countless boys were instantly dumbfounded and exploded when they saw that Qin Feng was actually walking with Xiao Yingying and looking like they were having a close conversation. My Chao, isn't this schoolgirl Xiao? Who is this kid? My goddess, did I blink? Is this still our high and cold school beauty? How can she be so active? After the boys rubbed their eyes to make sure they hadn't made a mistake, they had mixed feelings and wanted to eat Qin Feng alive, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. If eyes could kill, it was estimated that Qin Feng would have died hundreds of times earlier. A few loyal suitors has been unable to hold back, want to go up to personally meet a bit of Qin Feng, just step away from the pace. On the expression of stagnation frozen in place, the mouth opened wide, as if it can be put into an egg. Under the shade of the trees, Qin Feng looked around curiously, and saw that the campus was covered with colorful banners, new students and parents dragging their luggage, shuttling in all corners of the campus, while volunteers wearing uniform clothing enthusiastically took luggage from the hands of the new students, answering questions with a warm expression. In front of the club's booths, the older students energetically showed off their own skills, and when they saw that some schoolgirls were attracted to them, they all became even more energetic as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. At this moment, Qin Feng's line of sight lurched, and he saw a girl with short hair and an ordinary face in the crowd, desperately shaking the small fan in her hand at herself, walking towards him. Qin Feng froze. Who is this person? Was there this person among the people he knew? It didn't take long for this person to pant and run in front of Qin Feng, holding her waist and desperately shaking the fan in her hand as she complained. This weather is really hot. After a pause, she smoothed her bangs and continued. Hello, my name is Li Wen. May I ask if you are a freshman this year? As she spoke, Li Wen stared at Qin Feng's handsome face and couldn't help but gulp, her heart roaring. Holy, it's even more handsome up close. It's just hit the old lady's XP perfectly. Something wrong? Qin Feng glanced at Li Wen and said in a puzzled tone. Schoolmate still has to report to school, so please make way. Li Wen wanted to say more, but he was interrupted, and with a turn of his sight, he saw Xiao Yingying. Yo, isn't this Xiao Yingying? I'm talking to this school brother. None of your business. Li Wen rolled his eyes. Although he was surprised that Xiao Yingying appeared here, his body still moved and his tone was eerie. Li Wen was enrolled in the same batch as Xiao Yingying. From the beginning of her enrollment, she looked at Xiao Yingying in an unfavorable way, believing that she had snatched away the scenery that belonged to her. Whenever she saw many boys around Xiao Yingying, she was courting them. Li Wen became more and more jealous, which is worse than her. Why Xiao Yingying can so easily attract the attention of the crowd, become the focus of attention. Why do not need to wave? There is a large group of licking dog around her warm, and they're owned by the crowd left in the corner. The most detestable is their own childhood adoration pursuit, in the heart of the object as a male god. In the moment of seeing Xiao Yingying, turn their heads to forget themselves, join Xiao Yingying that huge dog-licking brigade, even look at their own glance. All of this made Li Wen hate Xiao Yingying more and more, thinking that it was all because of her appearance that caused all of this. After hearing these words, Xiao Yingying coldly stared at this Li Wen who had inexplicably been targeting himself without saying a word. From the time she enrolled in school until now, this Li Wen had been targeting herself all the time. Xiao Yingying simply had her head spinning, unable to figure out where exactly she had offended her. The scene froze for a moment. Qin Feng was a bit novel. This was the first time he had seen his schoolmate with this expression, causing him to look at her a few more times. One, what are you doing? At this moment, a sexy and lazy voice rang out, and a woman with a sexy figure walked up to him. She was wearing a ponytail, with light makeup drawn on her delicate melon face, a white shirt on top, and a corseted sleeveless black dress over it, and a pair of eye-catching objects on her slender waist, swaying in bursts as she walked. Gulp, gulp. A sound of gulping resounded around them, the boys gasping for air, their eyes on fire. Ding! Radar object matching the target is found. Qin Feng's self-targeting automatically turned on, subconsciously raised his head to look at the pair of white and somewhat piercing thighs, followed by an upward shift of the line of sight. His pupils slightly dilated, and then regained his composure. Terrific! Terrific! This is afraid to get D+ it. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen such a sizable object. His heart was amazed. Ying, you are also here? What a coincidence. Zhang Yan pursed her lips and greeted, then glanced at Qin Feng, paused at Qin Feng's clothing and smiled. What a handsome schoolmate. Get to know me. My name is Zhang Yan. I'm your schoolmate. Oh, good day schoolmate. Qin Feng touched his head and after pretending to be honest and shouting, he silently read in his mind. System, scan Zhang Yan. Ding, scanning is on. Name, Zhang Yan. Age, 20. Charm, 93. Count, 0. Favorability, 10, strange, Characteristics, soft like water. Seeing that Zhang Yan had 10 points of favorability initially, Qin Feng was a bit surprised in his heart and could not help but raise his eyes to look at Zhang Yan again. In an unintentional moment, Zhang Yan's gaze happened to meet with Qin Feng. The corners of Zhang Yan's mouth rose slightly, her eyes flashed with a sly light, and she smiled generously towards Qin Feng with her teeth exposed. Chapter 13 Crisis. Qin Feng heart a beat, since the system said that it does not force the raid each bound target, then even if bound the current woman will not lose anything. The debt is not too much. Qin Feng is also quite curious about what her reward for raiding is. Coupled with the fact that she has 10 points of goodwill and the same school in the opening, it is inevitable to come into contact. In case the goodwill reaches 100, but not bound, will it not be a big loss? Qin Feng silently read in his mind. System, help me bind Zhang Yan. Ding. Binding successful. Target information has been updated. Name, Zhang Yan. Age, 20. Charm, 93. Count, 0. Favorability, 10. Characteristics, soft like water. Raider reward, body reshaping soda * strawberry flavor. Qin Feng looked at the raid reward and asked the system about the specific effect of this item. Luckily, the system didn't act high and mighty this time and quickly displayed a piece of text. Item information, body remodeling soda * strawberry flavor. As a godly man, a healthy body is vital. It can help you restore your body to the healthiest state, and from then on, you will not be afflicted by any disease, and will not be tormented by illnesses. Attached to improve all physical qualities. From now on get rid of the title of Silver Gun Crayon Head, as long as you want to. Battle her a day and night. Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. This reward was awesome. The most important thing in this world is money and physical health. And physical health also ranks ahead of money. Otherwise, if you are rich and your body collapses, you won't be able to enjoy life recklessly and can only wait for death in silence. Life in the world is most afraid of all kinds of diseases. Qin Feng, although young but also afraid of you can never figure out which day the disease will come. And this strategy reward can let you from now on away from all kinds of diseases. Simply against the heavens. Compared to this effect, the incidental effects at the back are simply negligible. Joke, he is still so young, how can he be a silver gun crayon head? An hour are Sprinkle's law. With this reward, then the world's two most important things they have. This is not going to take off. Qin Feng looked at the crowd present, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hey, is he destined to be a scumbag? Which I'm afraid won't end up in the same place as Brother Chang. P.S. Brother Makoto, a certain Japanese manga character, was clicked by a girl with a saw because of his scummy behavior, and his head was put in a bag. Thinking of this, Qin Feng fiercely shivered, barely calmed down the complex thoughts in his head. After thinking about it, he still intends to mainly raid Xiaomi first. Her favorability is already 40 points, not far away from 100 points. Focus on the immediate, then consider the rest. Xiaomi stood in place. Saw Zhang Yan. This fox-charming child rushed at the school brother to show an unintentional smile, hastily stepped forward to block Zhang Yan's line of sight, opened his mouth. Li Wen, I still have to bring my school brother to report to the school. Trouble you to make way. Yo, this road is your house. I just want to stand here, can't I? Seeing Zhang Yan come, Li Wen seemed to have a backbone, and was shady towards Xiaomi Yang. Infuriated, Xiaomi secretly clenched her teeth, but there was nothing she could do about it. This schoolmate, I happen to be in charge of receiving new students. You can look for me if you have anything. I'll take you over to handle the information. After a pause, Li Wen's line of sight turned, her eyes falling on Qin Feng like a nymphomaniac, her voice dainty, twisting her body about to pull Qin Feng's hand away. Pa! Qin Feng furrowed his brows and shook off Li Wen's arm with a slap. Looking at Li Wen, who was frozen in place and dumbfounded, he said indifferently, Sorry, senior sister, I won't bother you. Saying that, Qin Feng took Xiao Ying's soft little hand and said in a warm tone, What are you waiting for? Why don't you lead the way? Oh. Xiao Ying answered stupidly, feeling the warmth in her palm. A wisp of redness colored the side of her earlobe. What's the situation? Why a school brother suddenly holding my hand? So strange. I actually don't hate school brother doing this. He. Xiao Ying secretly twisted her head and glanced at Qin Feng, the tips of her eyes curved, revealing a touch of joy, and then crossed over to the dumbfounded Li Wen, bouncing in front of her to lead the way. Xiao Ying's favorability +5. Qin Feng smiled faintly and held Xiao Ying's hand a little tighter. Looking at Qin Feng, who ignored his departure, Li Wen's pupils gradually flushed with blood, squeezing his fan and crunching it, and due to being too forceful, it even caused the sharp nail to pierce deeply into his palm, bringing a burst of heartbreaking pain. It's like this again. Li Wen's eyes were filled with pain, which brought back bad memories for her. Back then, the object of her adoration was also like this, ignoring her bitter pleas and joining Xiao Ying's dog-licking army without looking back. Why do men like this kind of goods? Where exactly is she inferior to her? Looking at Qin Feng who was walking away, Li Wen took a deep breath and said unwillingly towards Qin Feng's back, "Who are you?" Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Yingying who was secretly looking at him. His footsteps didn't stop at all. His back turned to Li Wen. His voice blandly said, Qin Feng right? Ha! Li Wen glanced hatefully at Qin Feng's departing back, her eyes flaring with a wisp of hatred. This was the first time she had seen a freshman who didn't give her face so much. Since this was the case, don't blame her for not being polite. Such a high-quality object. Since she couldn't get it herself, she couldn't give it to Xiao Yingying even if she destroyed it. Li Wen stood in place. After thinking about it, dialed a number, waited for it to be connected, carefully placed it on his ear. His eyes flickered and said, Lin Xiao, this year's freshmen don't seem to know the rules very well. I saw that today there is a freshman who walks very close to Xiao Yingying. Looking at the two people seems to be very close. What's his name? On the phone, a man's voice filled with anger came along with a sound of glass breaking. Qin Feng. Just as Li Wen finished speaking, a beeping sound came from the phone. Seeing that the plan had worked, Li Wen breathed a sigh of relief and his face relaxed. Who on campus didn't know that Lin Xiao was frantically pursuing Xiao Yingying, treating her as his forbidden domain? The last time someone who dared to get so close to Xiao Yingying, he had already been sent by Lin Xiao to break his leg, and was still lying in the hospital. It was also after that time that Lin Chen's name completely resounded through the campus. Even though some people are still pursuing Xiao Yingying, they don't dare to get too close, they only dare to get high, but when it comes to action, they start to hesitate again, afraid that the next one will be their turn. There is no way. Who let people are Lin's group's son? Lin's group is not something they can mess with. Even though Qin Feng was also driving a luxury car worth more than $3 million, Li Wen didn't think that Qin Feng was Lin Chen's opponent. It was very simple. Qin Feng couldn't be richer than the Lin family. The Lin group was a company worth tens of billions of dollars. What could Qin Feng compare to? Li Wen hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely for a while. A sickly light surged in her eyes. She had already foreseen Qin Feng's miserable outcome. As for her own previous attitude towards Xiao Yingying, Li Wen was not the slightest bit worried that she would provoke the displeasure of Lin Duan. Know what it means to be a version T0? Let's go one. I want to drink a soda. Hey, okay yen. Li Wen's expression changed, recovering that cheerful expression. He went up and helped Zhang Yan fan herself. For Zhang Yan, Li Wen is very worshipful, very admiring Zhang Yan's means, fantasizing that he can also have this kind of means of easily pinning down countless men. So every day he follows Zhang Yan around to busy himself, humbly asking for advice about means. If she was a version T0, then Zhang Yan was T0+++, thus not daring to offend Zhang Yan at all. Interesting. Zhang Yan pursed her lips and murmured as she looked in the direction Qin Feng had left. When she was sizing up Qin Feng just now, she could tell at a glance that Qin Feng's clothes were all ground floor goods, not a single expensive piece of clothing. However, he was driving a luxury car worth more than $3 million, and his appearance was even more handsome and extraordinary, which aroused Zhang Yan's curiosity. Despite the fact that Qin Feng acted as if he was an innocent big boy when he greeted him, when he met his eyes, Zhang Yan keenly saw a touch of indifference in his eyes, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. This made Zhang Yan couldn't help but raise her interest, guessing what kind of family could give him such a bottom. Therefore, she didn't stop Li Wen's little action, and she was also curious if Qin Feng still had such a backbone when facing Lin Chen. If the situation was not right, she would also step in to protect Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng's looks were very much to her liking, and he was the first boy to make her heart beat faster. Chapter 14, Mall Refresh. Senior sister has worked hard, so I'll go up first. After checking in, the sky was already dark. Qin Feng stood downstairs in the boys' dormitory and waved goodbye to Xiao Yingying. Then after a simple registration at the hostel management office, Qin Feng took the key and carried his suitcase to the second floor. After looking up at the doorplate to make sure it was 203, Qin Feng pushed the door in. Dormitory of 4 people. At the moment people are gathered. Qin Feng toward the remaining beds, looked up and looked around. A short, slightly dark-skinned boy wearing glasses was holding a cell phone in front of the other two, occasionally letting out a strange laugh. The other one was handsome and richly dressed. At this moment, he was sitting on a gaming chair, fiddling with an alien computer. The last boy was 1.85 meters tall with a stocky build. He had a broad and honest appearance and was huffing and puffing as he nibbled on a radish. These few people were huddled together, not knowing what they were discussing. Even Qin Feng came in without realizing it. Brothers, what are you discussing? Qin Feng put his luggage down and greeted them. Asterisk. Which one are you? Handsome, Zhang Yu, who was holding a cell phone, was startled and turned his head to look. His mouth slowly opened, followed by a strange scream. The rest of them also turned their heads to look at Qin Feng. Hello, you're our last roommate, right? Welcome. Li Jia, who was swinging his computer, frowned and glanced at Zhang Yu. who was yelling, then saw Qin Feng's luggage place not far away and stood up to greet him. Hiss, I thought that Jia is handsome enough. I didn't realize that there's someone even more handsome. Yang Zihao, who looked loyal and honest, chewed on a radish and looked at Qin Feng with a big grin in his tone. Qin Feng then talked briefly with a few people and understood the general situation. Yang Zihao claimed to be from Qin province, and this was his first time traveling. The one wearing glasses, Zhang Yu, was a local, with a family business. The last one with a handsome look, called Li Jia, came from the capital and kept his mouth shut about his family's situation. But judging from the way he was dressed and his belongings, he was also a master who didn't lack money. After a few sentences of small talk, Zhang Yu gleefully brought his cell phone in front of Qin Feng and said in an excited tone, Feng Zi, look, this is our school's goddess ranking. How is it? Is your heart moved? Qin Feng looked down and realized that the first one in the list was Xiao, who he knew, and the next one was Zhang Yan, who he had met once. It was a coincidence that these two just happened to have met all of them today. Qin Feng secretly sighed and held his chin in thought. Don't look. You can't look at you even if you keep looking at schoolmates. Yang Zihao joked and patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. AI. Indeed. I don't know which godly person can succeed. Zhang Yu hung his head and was speechless. Due to the first day of reporting for duty, several people were not in high spirits, and after chatting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, all of them turned out their lights and started to go to bed. Qin Feng looked at the time. There are still a few minutes. It will be the next morning. The mall will be refreshed immediately. I do not know what good things there are this time. As soon as the time arrived, Qin Feng immediately clicked into the mall. This time, in addition to the top villas left unbought from last time, 2 new items also appeared, filling up the vacant position. The number of purchases was also refreshed and became 0/2. 1 set of top villa. Price, $1. 100% ownership of Yaji Zhai restaurant. Price, $1. 1 McLaren P1 Prost. Price, $1. Qin Feng first bought the top villa that he didn't purchase last time first, then picked up his cell phone and searched for information on the remaining 2 items. Among them, Yaji Zhai Hotel is a very famous local hotel in Jiangcheng. In and out of the people are either rich or expensive. Per capita consumption of several $1,000s. As for the price of Yaji Zhai Hotel, it is as high as 100 million. McLaren P1 Prost is a value of 12 million supercars, currently priced at the market. Want to buy this car is expected to be far more than this price. Qin Feng thought for a while, with the last purchase of the day to buy the Yaji Zhai Hotel 100% ownership. After all, in terms of price, the McLaren P1 Prost is only more than 10 million, far less than the Yaji Zhai Hotel's value of up to 100 million. And secondly, he currently has a Porsche 911, which has only just been driven for a day, and has not yet gotten tired of driving. With the completion of the purchase, a series of electronic tones resounded in his brain. Ding! Top villa purchase success. Congratulations on obtaining Yunhai Villa 001 Villa. Please keep your phone free. Within 24 hours, there will be a staff member who will come to submit the contract. Ding! Yaji Zhai Hotel 100% ownership. Ownership has been automatically transferred to your name. All goods purchased in the mall are legal and compliant, so please rest assured that the host will enjoy a life of recklessness. Yunhai Villa? The name is not bad. How much is the price? Looking at the information prompted by the system, Qin Feng curiously searched for Yunhai Villa, and after seeing the specific information about it, his breathing suddenly became quite heavy. Yunhai Villa is built on the mountain. The whole set of villa cluster is all built on the mountain. Green mountains, green water, green trees. The whole villa cluster has only a handful of dozen sets only. Each set of villas is arranged according to numbers, from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The smaller the number, the more expensive the price. It is one of the top villa districts in Jiangcheng. Countless tycoons tend to rush, but only the top tycoons are qualified to stay in them. Sometimes you can afford to buy, but not necessarily sold to you. One of the Villa 001 is hogging the most beautiful place, built on the top of the mountain. The whole piece of the top of the mountain is only this set of villas, overlooking the foot of the mountain riddled with people. Because the whole big mountain, only a dozen villas built, the number of rare incomparable. Its price is also expensive. The foot of the cheapest set of villas also want more than 30 million, and as the Villa 001, the price is as high as a staggering 80 million. Jiangcheng is just an ordinary second-tier city, per capita salary of 4 or 5,000 level, 80 million a villa. Simply horrible. This time, the system gave the most expensive villa of them all. No, 001, and Qin Feng bought this villa worth $80 million with just $1, instantly surpassing countless others. After reading the introduction, Qin Feng took a deep breath. The price of this villa still exceeded his expectations. It turns out that a villa can be as high as $80 million. This is a long way to go. And the next one. But also let Qin Feng exclaimed. Yaji Zhai, Simple 3 words. What it represents is the value of $100 million. And he just used only $1. Bought the ownership in full. This is simply too incredible. In an instant, he easily gained one small goal. That is, if Qin Feng was more calm. He couldn't help his hand shaking a bit, and he hadn't slowed down for a while. The day before yesterday is just a plus tuition. Deposit only 10,000 small beggars. And now only spend 2 yuan. The body wealth skyrocketed close to 2 small goals. Easily become a billionaire. Plus their own yesterday spent $2 to buy the Patek Philippe and Porsche 911. Now their wealth is close to 300 million. Just by moving his fingers. He had accomplished something that no one else could achieve in a lifetime. This is too good to be true. The system is forever dropping God. Qin Feng was so excited that he tossed and turned. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't wait to check out his newly acquired properties. The next day, the sky had just turned fish belly white. Qin Feng was wearing lightweight sportswear, enjoying the cool morning air, and started his morning run on the roads of the campus. Hello, schoolmate Qin. What a coincidence. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was stretching his muscles and bones, had a silver bell-like voice coming from his ears. Turning his head to look, the person coming was none other than Zhang Yan. Chapter 15, Face-Smashing Character. Uninvited. Today's Zhang Yan was wearing a simple white t-shirt paired with a pair of high-waisted jeans. The slim cut emphasized her hot body proportions and made her look particularly charming. Hello, senior sister Zhang. Qin Feng gave a simple greeting and continued to focus on his stretching exercises, not interacting too much with Zhang Yan. Senior Qin, I didn't see it. You have quite a good body. Zhang Yan stood in place, her beautiful eyes placed on Qin Feng's body as she looked back and forth, her eyes quite surprised. Senior sister Zhang, I'm embarrassed by your compliment. Qin Feng smiled coyly. Looking at the time, Qin Feng politely said, School sister, do you want to have breakfast together? Sure, there's a baozi store next door. Their baozi is very tasty. I'll treat you to it. Schoolmate Qin. Zhang Yan smiled with a radiant smile and directly agreed. Not the least bit shy as a girl. Ah, Qin Feng froze. He was just being polite. Who would have thought that Zhang Yan would really agree? Which made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. However, after thinking about it, Qin Feng did not refuse. A big beautiful woman invited him to eat together. He did not suffer. Afraid of what? After walking out of the campus, Zhang Yan suddenly asked, Senior, do you have any taboos? I don't eat cilantro. Anything else? This cilantro was the only thing Qin Feng didn't like. Every time he ate this, he felt that the flavor was weird. Soon, the two of them walked to the baozi store across the street from the school, and after sitting down, Zhang Yan took the lead in paying for the food, and then served a steaming cage of baozi. Senior Qin, try this. It's a bun stuffed with soy sauce and meat. Let's see if it's to your liking. Zhang Yan clamped a bun and placed it in Qin Feng's bowl across the table, her eyes looking at Qin Feng expectantly. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yan with strange eyes, secretly surprised. If he remembered correctly, this seems to be their second meeting. Senior sister is also too enthusiastic. The bun had a thin skin and thick filling. The size was a circle smaller than the palm of his hand. After taking a bite, a rich meat flavor exploded in his mouth. The meat was tender and fresh. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, took another bite and spoke. Delicious. Seeing Qin Feng eating happily, Zhang Yan Guanliao smiled and took a small bite herself. The two ate and chatted. A moment later, Zhang Yan seemingly inadvertently gently asked, Qin schoolbrother, what does your family do? Yesterday see you are driving a sports car too. Freshman driving a sports car to report to work. I were the first time to see it. After saying that, Zhang Yan's ears gently perked up. In fact, when she ran into Qin Feng this morning, she was also very surprised. Did not think that there are still college students who get up so early to exercise, coupled with the curiosity in her heart about Qin Feng's family history. So when Qin Feng invited her to have breakfast together, she did not think about it and agreed to do so, in order to take the opportunity to test Qin Feng's family background. Ordinary family. What else? Qin Feng had a casual look on his face as he once again took a bite of the bun, his eyes full of satisfaction. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to answer, Zhang Yan smiled dumbly and once again gave Qin Feng a bun before resting her chin on her hands and silently gazing at Qin Feng. Zhang Yan? At this moment, a man holding a file bag that came in from the doorway. After seeing Zhang Yan, his eyes were very surprised and he walked over to greet him. However, upon seeing Qin Feng on the opposite side, his face instantly became very ugly. Hearing someone call out to her, Zhang Yan raised her eyebrows and lazily said, Oh, Zhang Xin, what a coincidence. Zhang Yan, who is this? Do you recognize him? Zhang Xin moved a stool and nonchalantly sat next to Qin Feng, his eyes unkindly sizing up Qin Feng. Zhang Xin had pursued Zhang Yan for a long time and knew that Zhang Yan's favorite food was this family's buns, so he would get up here early every day and pretend to meet her by chance. And even if he didn't meet her, He would buy Zhang Yan's favorite soy meat buns and personally deliver them to her. This kind of behavior has continued rain or shine for a whole year. Although people in the school say that Zhang Yan is deliberately hanging on to the boys, but he does not believe that with his own piece of true heart can impress Zhang Yan and hold the beauty. Zhang Xian thought that he was not bad looking. His family also has a little money, not lose anyone, plus sincerity is a surefire way. Zhang Yan sooner or later will be moved by himself. But today, he unexpectedly found Zhang Yan actually eating breakfast with a boy he didn't know, which made him have a crisis. As far as he knew, since enrollment, Zhang Yan had never eaten alone with any boy. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The more Zhang Xian looked at Qin Feng, the more wary he became in his heart. This kid was so handsome. He wouldn't really please Zhang Yan. However, after seeing Qin Feng's clothes, Zhang Xian was relieved. This kid's clothes are not a piece of brand name goods. It seems to be a penniless beggar. There is no valuable jewelry on the body. In addition to the face is not worth mentioning. Fortunately, Zhang Yan will not look at this kind of beggar with no money. However, Zhang Xian's heart is still somewhat unhappy, feeling like a thorn stuck in the heart. This beggar. Also do not take a piss and look at yourself. Zhang Yan is your kind of goods can approach. This is Qin Feng, student brother Qin, this year's new student. Zhang Yan unhappily swept her eyes at Zhang Xian, thinking that he had interrupted her chance to be alone with Qin Feng. Oh so, my name is Zhang Xian. Just call me brother Xian. Zhang Xian disdainfully swept a glance at Qin Feng, although he thought that Qin Feng was not a threat to him at all. But he hadn't even eaten alone with Zhang Yan. How dare you Therefore Zhang Xian did not give Qin Feng a good face. Aha! Qin Feng nodded flatly and focused on eating the bun in front of him. No more? What kind of attitude do you have? Zhang Xian saw Qin Feng's attitude of ignoring himself, and instantly got angry. I'm so polite to greet you. You're just on nothing? Egu my temper. I Zhang Xian in the school that is also a dignified character. In addition to Ling Xiao, who see their own shall not be polite called Xian brother. You had just enrolled in the freshman. Who gave you the courage to dare to do so Zhang Xian felt that he had been refuted, especially in front of the object of his desire to be refuted, and instantly felt disgraced. Coupled with the fact that Qin Feng was still sitting and eating alone with Zhang Yan, Zhang Xian became even more upset and felt a pang of suffocation and resentful jealousy in his heart. Zhang Xian's expression instantly darkened with clouds, his eyes staring at Qin Feng in an unkind manner, as if he was spitting fire. Seeing Qin Feng still eating the bun slowly, not putting himself in his eyes, Zhang Xian couldn't help but open his mouth to taunt. Yo, you kid is starving. Is it good? Look at you. I'm afraid it's not the first time you've ever eaten a bun, right? What? Your kid's family is so poor that you can't even afford to eat buns? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Zhang Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Feng lightly drank a mouthful of hoisin soup, silently swept a glance at this jumping clown, only to feel that since obtaining the system, how one or two of them are so fond of jumping face to face mocking will not the system to open a mocking halo for himself? Seeing Qin Feng remain silent, Zhang Xian thought he was right. Qin Feng was afraid of himself and did not dare to refute. In order to belittle Qin Feng and please his goddess even more fiercely, Zhang Xian's eyes turned, thinking that he had just done the real estate license today, which was now in the file bag in his hand. So he smugly opened the file bag and took out the real estate license and slapped it on the table, speaking in a superior tone of voice. Hey, yesterday just bought the house. Today the real estate license is done. Efficiency can be really high Brother, your family has not given you to buy a house Take advantage of the current low prices to buy, or wait for the future prices rise. You cannot afford to buy. Do not get married and parents crowded together to live At this time, Zhang Xian was dejected, squinting his eyes and looking viciously at Qin Feng, like a wild dog defending his territory, driving away others. Kid, you dared to eat alone with my goddess and caused me to lose face in front of my goddess. Now let's see how I humiliate you and let you know what happens when you offend my brother Xian. With your miscellaneous clothes, I don't believe you can afford a multi-million-dollar house. If you can buy a toilet, I will count you as good. Chapter 16, a house worth $5 million. What are you Qin Feng comparing to me? Where did you buy the house? It's not cheap, right? Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at the real estate license on the table and asked in a curious tone. Okay, that is. Inlanting International bought a set of 120 square feet of small house just, not worth mentioning. The price it's also about $5 million. Seeing his own success in attracting the attention of the goddess, Zhang Xian corner of his mouth can't be suppressed, turned his head and dejectedly glanced at Qin Feng, waving his hand in a pretense of modesty, as if 5 million is just a small amount of money. Real people don't show their faces Zhang Xian. I didn't see that you're quite rich. After hearing the price, Zhang Yan finally landed her eyes on Zhang Xian. looking at this licking dog who was pursuing her, and gave a compliment in a surprised tone. Yulan International was an upscale neighborhood near Jiangcheng University, with a superior location and complete facilities. It was quite famous in the entire Jiangcheng, and Zhang Xian was just a sophomore. He had already bought a set of properties worth several $1 million, accomplishing what ordinary people strive for their whole life. No wonder he was so complacent. Open up nowadays, young man. Really uncomplicated. Promising. Young man, still lack of girlfriend? I'll introduce you to my family's daughter. I'll tell you. The Moncler jackets and moms who were eating breakfast next to each other sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that Zhang Xian had actually spent $5 million on a house, their eyes filled with incredulity. As the older generation, houses are valued more than anything else, and when they suddenly see a young man of such high quality, of course they are not prepared to let it go easily. They didn't even eat their meals, and their eyes fell on Zhang Xian as if they had seen a rare item. Some of the Amazons even marketed their own daughters, with eyes as if they wanted to swallow Zhang Xian. Zhang Yan, do you want to go and take a look at my newly bought house? I am worried about what furniture to buy. You help me refer to it. Hearing Zhang Yan praising himself, Zhang Xian was like a puppy that had been rewarded by his master, wagging his tail and looking blearily at Zhang Yan, taking the opportunity to send out his own invitation. Forget it, I don't have time. With a sweep of her beautiful eyes, Zhang Yan saw through Zhang Xian's small mind and shook her head in rejection before placing her sight on Qin Feng. Although Zhang Xian's handiwork this time had surprised her a bit, she had only looked at it for one more time. When Zhang Xian deliberately belittled Qin Feng just now, Zhang Yan was secretly observing this Qin schoolmate in front of her and found that he still had a cloudy expression on his face, as if he hadn't heard those words, which made Zhang Yan couldn't help but look a little bit higher, secretly curious about what Qin Feng's bottom line was. Chow! Seeing that Zhang Yan didn't take care of herself, but instead talked to this freshman next to her, Zhang Xian cursed, a nameless fire rising in his heart for no reason, fiercely reaching out to snatch the last bun from Qin Feng's chopsticks, and after heavily biting into it, he squinted at Qin Feng, and said in a conspiratorial manner, Qin Feng, buy a house before it's too late. If you can't afford it, you can take out a loan for a few decades and pay in installments. Anyway, you're still young. Even if you can't afford a big house like brother, how can you buy a toilet in a few decades? Zhang Xian pretended to be kind and patted Qin Feng's shoulder, with a hint of disdain embedded in his eyes. Own this set of houses but bought in full. What do you take with me then, all little brother? Take the face? I'm not going to be able to do that. Just based on your miscellaneous clothes, I know that you are a poor person, not to mention that you bought it during college. Even if you graduate and work for decades, you can't even afford to buy a toilet in your own home. Zhang Yan secretly shook her head. She did not think that someone who could afford to drive a luxury car worth $3 million would not be able to afford a house. At this time, a Xiaomi cell phone on the table with a worn-out appearance was buzzing and vibrating. Zhang Xian swept his eyes and laughed loudly. Qin Feng, your cell phone? So broken. Do you want me to send you I use the rest of the crazy Zhang Xian thought that Qin Feng has enough beggars, did not think or out of his expectations. Even this year there are still people with a few hundred millet phone. More exaggerated is the screen is broken, but also cannot afford to change. Really let him open his eyes. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Xian, put up his index finger and shushed, faintly said, don't make noise, I'll take a call. Ha ha, okay, you pick up. Zhang Xian laughed out of breath and said generously, hello, may I ask if you are Qin Feng? Mr. Qin, hello Mr. Qin, I'm a staff member of Yunhai Villa. The Villa 001 that you purchased has already completed the formalities for you, and currently requires you to sign in person. May I ask if you are free now? We will dispatch our staff to deliver the purchase documents for you. Okay, come directly to the Baozi store opposite Jiangcheng University. I'll wait for you inside. Okay, we'll deliver it right away. Zhang Xian put his ears up to eavesdrop when Qin Feng answered the phone. Helplessly, the quality of Qin Feng's cell phone was too poor. The sound was intermittent. He could only occasionally hear the words of what signature, Villa, and waited for Qin Feng to hang up the phone. He couldn't wait to open his mouth to ask, Qin Feng, who's calling? How do I hear the opposite side seems to be talking about villas? You won't tell me you bought a set of villas. Well, just bought it. The contract will be sent over in a while. Any questions? Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Xian, picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. Zhang Xian choked out. His mouth opened wide as he looked at Qin Feng with dumbfounded eyes. No, I'm just joking and asking you. You really dare to agree? You can afford a villa and can't afford to change your cell phone for a better one? You lied to little cutie. I don't believe it. I don't believe you. Zhang Xian heart 10. 000 do not believe that Qin Feng is lying to himself. Tone of voice condescending. Persuasive. Qin Feng, do people The most important thing is honesty. There is, there is not. What about Senior? I know you are jealous of the big house I bought. I know you envy me and don't want to lose face in front of Zhang Yan, but you can't lie and cheat people. Did you say that you bought it and the villa will just appear out of thin air? Hey Senior, just pretend you didn't hear it. Next time you can't talk nonsense in front of others. Otherwise you'll make a joke and lose face to our school. Between words, Zhang Xian stood up and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Full of bitter smiles towards the surrounding grandparents, shook his head and said, "Everyone forgive me, my schoolmate is sick," and started talking nonsense again. "Please understand more." Ha ha, young man, I understand. Young people just want to face life suffer. No one seriously. A grandpa looked at Qin Feng, secretly shook his head. The young man is not old. The tone is amazing. The villa is your little young can afford it. The cheapest are 7 or 8 million. You a student, how can afford it? Mom, what is a villa? Why does this big brother say he bought a villa? Everyone doesn't believe it. A little girl with a pill head and a flushed face looked up at her mom. Her little nose slightly turned up and her childish pupils filled with curiosity. Alright, be good and eat. You'll understand when you grow up. The young mother smiled and rubbed the little girl's fleshy face, handing the bun to the little girl's hands. In her heart she actually didn't quite dare to believe these words. Oh, but I believe this handsome brother. Handsome brothers don't lie. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and took a bite of the meat bun in defiance. Seeing that his words had attracted the attention of the crowd, Zhang Xian laughed darkly and sarcastically glanced at Qin Feng. Humph, now you've lost your face, let's see how you'll end up. Cough cough, Zhang Yan, let's go. People like him don't deserve to sit at a table with you. Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Yan passionately, hoping that she would leave Qin Feng behind and leave with him. What's your hurry? Let's leave together when schoolmate Qin finishes signing the contract. Zhang Yan blankly glanced at Zhang Xian and said in a bad mood. Others didn't believe Qin Feng and thought he was talking nonsense, but Zhang Yan didn't think so. For someone who could afford to drive a Porsche 911, was it expensive to buy a villa in a second-tier city? At most $10 million would be enough to buy a suitable villa. Zhang Yan believed that this was not a problem at all for Qin Feng. The reason why she didn't leave was also because Zhang Yan was even more curious in her mind about this mysterious Qin schoolmate. What kind of villa he bought, and from the price of purchasing the villa, she could also surmise how strong Qin Feng's family was in the end. Ah, Zhang Yan, don't be angry. I'll wait with you. Zhang Xian saw that Zhang Yan was unhappy and hurriedly curried favor with a dog-licking look, and then stared at Qin Feng with mocking eyes, feeling amused. Big brother, count on me to beg you. Don't pretend. Even the cheapest set of villa costs millions. How can it be affordable by you, a person who can't even afford to change his cell phone? Since you want to pretend, then I will accompany you to the end. The higher you pretend now, later you will fall more miserable. When the people around saw that Qin Feng was still not leaving, they also became interested. Did he really buy a villa? But after thinking about it, they shook their heads again. His clothes, his cell phone, obviously didn't look as valuable as the young man next to him. If that lad who could afford a $5 million house said that he had bought a villa, they would still somewhat believe it. As for Qin Feng, they did not hold a single hope. Qin Feng turned a blind eye to these gazes and just patted the collar of his coat as his eyes mockingly looked at Zhang Xian. Want to be punched in the face so badly? Good, I'll fulfill you. 10 minutes later, a commercial vehicle stopped in front of the Baozi store, and a middle-aged man wearing a suit and tie hurriedly stepped into the store. Chapter 17, Famous Detective Zhang Xian. As soon as the man entered, he attracted countless curious gazes, secretly guessing his identity. After Zhao Hong came in and looked around, his eyes lit up when he saw Qin Feng and walked up to him with a very respectful attitude. May I ask if you are Mr. Qin Feng? As soon as these words came out, all eyes were immediately focused on Qin Feng. While Zhang Xian's eyes flickered when he saw the scene, his heart becoming suspicious. What was the situation? Someone was really looking for Qin Feng? It couldn't be that he was purposely looking for someone to trick him, right? Zhang Xian rubbed his eyes, his gaze wandering back and forth between Zhao Hong and Qin Feng, his eyes somewhat uneasy. I am. You're the one who spoke to me just now, right? Qin Feng raised his eyes and greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Qin. I've brought your purchase contract. Please check it. After confirming that it's correct, you'll be able to move in on the same day after you sign it. Seeing that Qin Feng himself is much younger than in the photo, Zhao Heng's attitude becomes more and more respectful. A 19-year-old young man, who is still attending college, can buy the $80 million 001 Hilltop Villa in full? This is also too unbelievable. The most important thing is that since the completion of Villa 001, there have been countless top tycoons who have tried to grab it, but none of them have succeeded. Even Lin Langtian, the helmsman of Lin's group, had his eyes on the no. 001 Hilltop Villa and used $20 million more than the selling price, totaling $100 million, but he did not succeed in taking it. At that time, Lin Langtian was in his prime, And when he saw that he didn't get a single villa, he asked for a specific reason, and the owner of Yunhai Villa simply said 4 words, not enough status. This answer made everyone clamor, thinking that the boss of Yunhai Villa was crazy. Lin Langtian was one of the top tycoons in Jiangcheng, in charge of the Lin's group with a market size of tens of billions of dollars, yet he was said to have insufficient status. This made everyone secretly speculate that this Villa 001 might have been left to him by the owner of Yunhai Villa, and that the words spoken were merely an excuse. Otherwise, if even a big brother worth tens of billions of dollars wasn't qualified, who else could be qualified? Therefore everyone stopped holding out hope for this villa and turned to pursue the remaining villas in Yunhai Villa. But this morning, when the owner personally called Zhao Hong and told him that no 001 had been sold and asked him to make sure that he delivered the contract in person, the mood at that time could be imagined. After seeing the owner of the purchased villa at such a young age today, Zhao Hong didn't dare to raise a trace of slackness. The meaning contained in this was too horrible. This water was too deep. This Mr. Qin in front of him, his identity was definitely not simple. I'm afraid he was a big shot from the capital. Therefore even if Qin Feng's age was about the same as his own son's, Zhao Hong didn't dare to put up a fight. This person wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Okay. Qin Feng nodded and took the document bag. Seeing the thick pile of documents inside, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He didn't expect to have to sign so many documents. A moment later, Qin Feng rubbed his sore wrists, transferred the signed documents to Zhao Hong and spoke. No more, right? Good work, Mr. Qin. This is your key, please keep it. You can subsequently go to the villa to enter your fingerprints and other information. Any problems you have in the future, you can consult me. Just call me Xiao Xiao. This is my business card. Zhao Hong took out his business card and handed it over to Qin Feng with both hands, then bent over at 90 degrees and left with a very respectful attitude. Zhang Xin, who had watched the whole thing from the side, was dumbfounded with his mouth open, looking at Qin Feng, dumbfounded as if he were a wooden chicken. What the hell? This person's age can be his father. How will be so respectful to Qin Feng? UTM in the end gave him how much money? Let him so able to act Zhang Xin swallowed his saliva, took a sharp breath and shook his head. Fake. This is all fake. Qin Feng, you kid coaxed me right. How could you possibly afford a villa? Do you know how much a villa costs? And you dare to blow awesome here? Zhang Xin stared with wide eyes, angrily pointing at Qin Feng, his heart furious. MD, still really coaxed by this kid. Acting is really so. Ordinary people may see this scene really believe. Unfortunately, your kid has one of the biggest loopholes. Dare to step on me to pretend? No way. See how I expose your true colors. Zhang Xin sneered at Qin Feng, pointing at the worn-out appearance of the Xiaomi cell phone that Qin Feng had placed on the table, and speaking to the people around him, especially Zhang Yan. He said, everyone look at this cell phone. It's all worn out like this and he still can't be bothered to replace it. Do you all think he really has the money to buy a villa? On second thought, it's not right. A cell phone is a few $1,000s. Right. And a villa? The cheapest ones are a few $1 million or more. You can afford to buy a villa and don't want to change your cell phone? According to me, that person just now was the actor you hired. All you did was to try to pretend to be rich in front of Zhang Yan and cheat her feelings. The cell phone is your biggest loophole. Be honest, how much did you spend to hire that person? The acting was quite decent. At this moment, Zhang Xin seemed as if he was possessed by Detective Conan, pointing at Qin Feng, his tone confidently stating his inference, looking at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a clown. Humph, I just said that I bought a $5 million house, and the next second your kid said that you bought a villa. How can there be such a coincidence? You're just saying this because you want to step on me to act tough and gain Zhang Yan's attention. Now that I've dismantled it, let's see what you do now. This is what happens when you go against me. Zhang Xin had a smug look on his face, as if he had already seen Qin Feng's expression as he crumbled after being exposed. The surrounding peoples also came to their senses. Hearing Zhang Xin's words, they also had their eyes suspiciously sizing up Qin Feng, thinking that Zhang Xin was right. This really didn't look like someone who could afford to buy a villa. Even if a rich person doesn't use a better cell phone, he won't use a millet cell phone with a cracked screen, right? The people present, only Zhang Yan's eyes are weird and incomparable. She is aware of Qin Feng's strength. Qin Shuebi does not change a cell phone should be the rich people's bad taste. Just like those wearing slippers to collect rent of the chartered public. Who would have thought that they actually have a building? Zhang Yan looked at the eloquent Zhang Xin and couldn't help but poof out a laugh. Pa pa pa. Seeing Zhang Xin finish, Qin Feng applauded and laughed softly. That's a good point. If you don't go to a talk show, you'll be sorry for your eloquence. After a pause, seeing that Zhang Xin still has to blather on, Qin Feng pulled out his ears, pointing to a home purchase contract left behind by Zhao Hong, teasingly saying, come on, the contract is here. Will you help me see if it's real? Zhang Xian's expression froze, and then he laughed. I think you kid is really dazed. Even sent the handle to my hand. This time you are absolutely finished. Zhang Xian was afraid that Qin Feng would back out. He hurriedly went forward and grabbed the document bag, shaking it in front of Qin Feng's eyes, and said in surprise, "This is what you said, ah? Don't regret it." Without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, Zhang Xian couldn't wait to open the document bag in his hand, pulling out a contract from it and casually glancing at it. Boom! Zhang Xian's brain was like 5 thunderbolts. The original complacent expression instantly froze on his face. His eyes stared as big as bronze bells, staring at the light contract in his hand, his eyes full of shock. Chapter 1880-88. $80 million? A light and fluffy piece of A4 paper. At this time in Zhang Xian's eyes but seemed particularly heavy. With just a glance, Zhang Xian was sure that this purchase contract in his hand was real, because he had signed a copy with a similar format only a short while ago. But how can this be possible? Ah, Qin Feng, a person who can't even afford to change his cell phone. How can he afford to buy a house? Ah, fake. This is definitely fake. Right, this must be a dream. I must be in a dream right now. Wake up for me. Zhang Xian rubbed his eyelids and steeply slapped himself hard on the face. Splat! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a blood-red palm print slowly surfaced on the right side of Zhang Xian's face, with bright knuckles clearly visible on it. You look, return to look. Don't hit yourself with your hands. Qin Feng stared at Zhang Xian with strange eyes, as if he was looking at a little cutie. Zhang Xian was silent, staring blankly at the ground, feeling the numbness and tingling coming from his face, muttering, "It's not a dream." But so what? He bought a house worth $5 million. You bought a villa as expensive as $5 million? I don't believe it. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. His expression once again resumed its previous superiority, and his tone was conspiratorial. You are still a bit capable, but you bought a second-hand villa, right? Listen to a word of advice from your senior. If something goes wrong with a second-hand one, you have no place to cry. Immediately after that, Zhang Xian once again bragged. My house is brand new. Bought in the Lanting International District, worth $5 million. Qin Feng, where did you buy your villa? What's it called? It's not in any lumpy corner, is it? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian had a smug look on his face as he mocked Qin Feng. Even if you bought a villa, so what? It's still useless if it's in a bad location. I bought the neighborhood in Lanting International. Do you understand the gold content of these words? Oh, thank you, senior, for reminding me. This villa seems to have been bought in Yunhai Mountain Resort. It should be considered a deep forest. Right? Qin Feng frowned and thought about it. His tone was not too sure and said back, Yunhai Villa? The name is not bad. Do we have this place in Zhangcheng? Zhang Xian felt that this name is somewhat familiar, and was about to take out his cell phone to search for it, but suddenly felt that there is some silence around him, and raised his eyes to see the grandparents with their mouths open and their eyes shocked looking at Qin Feng. The situation is not easy to understand. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows, not understanding what was happening, and turned toward the next Moncler outlet store, Moncler Jackets outlet store, to ask, Moncler, what's wrong with you? Why are you all looking at him? The grandpa turned back to his senses, like he was looking at a little cutie. He stared at Zhang Xian, then pushed Zhang Xian away and confirmed towards Qin Feng. Young man, are you sure you're right? You bought a villa in Yunhai Villa? Aha! Seeing Qin Feng nod his head, the surrounding grandparents and young people who had come to eat sucked in cool air and directly exploded. Old partner, did I hear it right? This young man said that he bought a villa in Cloudsea Villa. Wifey, you heard right. My chow, this is a real big shot. That's Cloudsea Villa. The cheapest villa costs tens of millions of dollars. Honey, come see the big brother. Wow, little brother still needs a pendant. Young man, do you still need a girlfriend? I'll introduce you to my daughter. I'll tell you, all the people rice also do not eat, can no longer calm down. Eyes hot surrounded Qin Feng, trying to climb on the relationship. The great name of Yunhai Villa. Even the ordinary people have heard of it. A villa area built around a whole big mountain. Each villa is sold for more than tens of millions of dollars. It is the top villa area in Zhangcheng. They work hard all their lives. Even one of the toilets cannot afford to buy. Now even someone bought one of the villas. The buyer is still a very young, still in college young man, which makes them shocked. To be able to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy it is already scary. Even more scary or a college student to buy it. The big mom even pushed Zhang Xian away in disgust, not even looking at Zhang Xian for more than a glance, and came in front of Qin Feng to enthusiastically market her own daughter, itching to tie Qin Feng home to be her son-in-law. This. Zhang Xian subconsciously took a few steps back and leaned against the wall with a white face, his eyes lost in thought as he looked at the scene in front of him, his mind finally remembering what the Cloudsea Villa actually stood for. But how is this possible? There are only a dozen or so villas in Yunhai Villa. Each villa costs more than tens of millions of dollars. Even if you have the money, you won't necessarily sell it to you, and the people who can own it are the top tycoons in Jiangcheng. Even his father wasn't qualified to buy one of the very last of them. What virtue do you, Qin Feng, have? On what basis? No, this is absolutely impossible. Zhang Xian's eyes reddened as if he were a gambler and hissed, impossible. It's all fake. It must be just the same name. Once this statement was made, the surrounding noisy crowd also calmed down somewhat. Thinking about it carefully, they also felt that it made sense. Right, what if it's just pronounced the same and the words are different? Well, you're right. Help me see if the name on the contract is right. Qin Feng thoughtfully pointed to the contract and smiled playfully at the corner of his mouth, looking at Zhang Xian as if he was looking at a small child who was having a tantrum with his parents. Yes, the name is on the contract. Zhang Xian was like a drowning man grabbing the last straw, hurriedly turning the contract in his hand to the last page, his eyes widening as he scanned the lines from top to bottom. This can't be. Zhang Xian's pupils dilated steeply, his eyes almost bursting out of their sockets, glaring as wide as a bull's eye, gasping for air and exclaiming in shock. What's wrong, lad? Speak up, tell me what you saw instead. Was it the Cloud Sea Villa we were thinking of? Seeing Zhang Xian standing there frozen and not speaking, the crowd's hearts felt as if they were being scratched by cats. Their tones inquired eagerly. You. Zhang Xian's eyes went black. His body staggered as if he was drunk. His trembling hand held his forehead. His sight was locked on that column of numbers on the contract. His mouth slowly opened, forming an O shape. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 7 zeros. These 7 zeros were like a series of bombs that bombarded Zhang Xian's brain, blowing his sanity to bits and pieces, leaving nothing behind. Obviously it was September, but Zhang Xian felt extremely cold, as if he had no clothes on in the cold ice. His body shivered heavily, and on his exposed skin, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a series of dense goosebumps were raised, causing a person to have an intense phobia. Zhang Xian's eyes were as if he had seen a ghost, raising his limp arm, pointing at Qin Feng with a sharp, trembling voice. It's true. You, who are you? Who the hell are you? Speaking of this, Zhang Xian's voice was as hoarse and shrill as a male duck that had its neck pinched. Chapter 19. Brother, I was wrong. At this moment, Zhang Xian, the heart stored the trace of fluke completely disappeared. This light A4 paper, in his hands suddenly became heavier than the mountain. The pressure of his breathless, $80 million. This is $80 million. Holy, Zhang Xian was stunned. The expression instantly collapsed. His features wrinkled into a ball. His face is more ugly than dead parents. Straight spine cannot help but become curved, as the master of the minion. Shivering hands, movements gently put the contract on the table. Immediately after, the whole person thumped back several steps, leaning against the cold wall, one hand over the chest, as if suffocating, the chest cavity violently undulating. Face pale, eyes horrified, hissed, $80 million, $80 million. A villa just ing cost $80 million. Boom. This sentence was like a bomb that instantly detonated everyone present in this narrow Baozi store, regardless of whether it was a grandpa or a grandma, a young woman, or a crooked nut. Everyone's face could no longer maintain its calmness, and everyone's eyes were staring straight at Qin Feng, their eyes filled with shock and dismay. The eyes were filled with shock and dismay. What did they hear? $80 million. This young man had actually spent $80 million to buy a villa in Yunhai Mountain Village. Oh, by karma. Jesus is above. This world is so crazy. Some of them thought that they had dared to question this big brother earlier, and were ashamed to slap themselves. What class they were daring to question the big brother? Convinced. They were convinced. Completely convinced. Ah, my God. This is a real big brother. Big brother, I'm wrong. Is my dog's eyes look down on people. I drop a dear mother Lou. This is $80 million. Eyes do not blink. Spent. This is what God man. Ah. Young man, even if you have an object is fine. My daughter can be a small. I'll tie my daughter. Crazy, all crazy, everyone is crazy. Everyone's eyes were frenzied as they surrounded Qin Feng, shushing him just to make an impression in front of him, looking forward to hugging his thighs. These people had been working in society for many years. They were all human savants. They knew too well the gold content of $80 million. It was no exaggeration to say that this $80 million could completely allow a family of 4 to live 2 lifetimes without worrying about food or drink. But this young man spent $80 million just for a villa. This was too scary. This meant that this big brother was worth much more than $80 million, and I'm afraid that spending $80 million was just like an ordinary person spending $8,000. This kind of big brother is a class that they can't come into contact with in their lifetime. Now that they have the chance to come across it, of course they have to grab it by the balls. This may be the only chance they have in this life. They must seize the future. After hearing this price, Zhang Yan instantly became nonchalant, her breathing became rapid, her hands covered her mouth, her almond eyes slightly glaring, her eyes shocked as she looked at Qin Feng. She knew that schoolmate Qin was not simple, but this was too much out of her expectations. In her expectations, Qin Feng was so young to be able to afford a Porsche 911 of more than $3 million. His family was definitely not simple, so when Qin Feng said he bought a villa just now, Zhang Yan wasn't surprised at all. A villa in Jiangcheng was $8 or $9 million cheaper, and $10 or $20 million more expensive, and based on the car that student Qin drove, the most expensive villa bought should be at the level of $20 million. But what did she hear this time? $80 million. Qin Shuidi's villa was worth $80 million. This was beyond Zhang Yan's imagination, causing her expression to go a little out of character for the first time. You still say you're an ordinary family. What ordinary family can come up with $80 million? Zhang Yan took a deep breath and tried to smooth out the waves that had risen in her heart. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Qin Feng as a subtle change occurred in her eyes. Zhang Xian could no longer support himself. His legs went limp, and it was as if his entire body had been pulled away from his bones, and he sat on his butt on the ground. His face swished and became bloodless. His heart panicked. This is not right. You a person who spends $80 million without blinking an eye, as to still use such a broken cell phone. You can spend $80 million to buy a villa. Why can't you spend a few $1,000s to get a new cell phone? Oh my god, the cell phone is wrong for me. You're so rich. Why are you acting like a beggar? A ground floor goods, plus a worn out millet phone. Who looked not confused. I just want to pretend in front of the goddess just how to blow up you such a deep water predator. Zhang Xian paralyzed on the ground, his eyes bleak, lifeless, looking at the ceiling, began to doubt life. This is the end of the line. Zhang Xian deeply understands the meaning of what $80 million represents and knows that this kind of person is not someone he can mess with. This kind of person dealt with himself. I'm afraid that only one sentence was needed, and his whole family had to be finished. I'm afraid that his $5 million is nothing in front of Qin Feng. No wonder Qin Feng was so calm just now. How could a dragon be afraid of a mole cricket's provocation? Thinking of his own smug look just now, Zhang Xian could not hold back and slapped himself hard again. After a crisp sound, two bright red slap marks, just like the dye on a clown's face, deeply penetrated into both sides of Zhang Xian's face. This action also only caused the people around him to sweep their eyes indifferently, looking at Zhang Xian as if he was a weed. Some people, in order to curry favor with Qin Feng, even spoke out to belittle Zhang Xian, saying, "Yo, where's that smugness you had just now? I've long seen that you're not happy. Look at your complacency. The $5 million house you bought counts for nothing. It keeps blazing on, and you dare to look down on Big Brother. I poo, dog-eyed guy. Big Brother, do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" A man was looking towards Qin Feng with a pleasing face, not realizing that he was the one who had blown up Zhang Xian just now. Zhang Xian smiled miserably. He knew how hilarious he looked just now. He had lost completely. He had lost even his dignity. When he thought that he had offended Qin Feng, his heart shivered fiercely. Zhang Xian's lips shivered. "Qin, brother Qin, I was wrong. It's my dog's eyes. Please forgive me. I'm sorry." Zhang Xian hung his head, his face pale as he knelt on the ground, clenching his teeth and pleading for Qin Feng's understanding. Zhang Xian understood the consequences of offending such a big brother. If he didn't gain understanding, his entire family would probably be doomed. "Senior sister Zhang, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." Qin Feng glanced at the time, picked up the documents and got up to greet Zhang Yan, ignoring Zhang Xian who was kneeling on the ground and walked past him. Brother Qin, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Brother Qin, don't go. I'm really wrong, please. Seeing Qin Feng ignoring himself, Zhang Xian became even more scared in his heart and panicked as he crawled all the way from the floor to the doorway, grabbing Qin Feng's pant leg and begging bitterly. Got it. Looking at Zhang Xian, who was kneeling at his feet like a tail wagging after making a mistake and asking for his master's forgiveness, Qin Feng nodded his head somewhat tediously. Chapter 20, in these days, there are still people rushing to be dogs. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Xian, who was now like a dog, and felt a pang of speechlessness in his heart. What's going on, little old brother? I haven't done anything yet. Why did you fall down, Senior Zhang? I still like the unruly and untamed look you had earlier. At this moment, Qin Feng's mood is like the feeling of having worked hard to gather all the gods' clothes and prepare for a group fight, only to have the opposite side initiate a surrender. Seeing Zhang Xian still grabbing his pants leg and not letting go, Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows and kicked Zhang Xian in all directions, spitting, "You're designated as a bit of a major disease. I've said I know. Have to let me kick you, right? Brother Qin kicked well. Brother Qin, your posture is so handsome. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't angry and seemed to have forgiven himself, Zhang Xian bared his teeth and rubbed his chest as he climbed up from the ground, relieved in his heart, his tone curt. Thank God, Big Brother finally forgave himself. This finally saved his whole family. He, where are you going, Brother Qin? Do you need my little brother's help? Seeing Qin Feng about to leave, Zhang Xian trotted behind Qin Feng, bending over and asking carefully. This kick was considered to have woken Zhang Xian up. He completely thought out of the box. He didn't even want to be ashamed. He only wanted to be bent on pleasing Qin Feng, like this kind of big brother who can spend $80 million to buy a villa, but even the same school as himself, is simply a heavenly opportunity. This level of big brother. But their own old man have to bow to the big man. They now have the opportunity to know, but must seize the opportunity. Slightly from the big brother finger gap to reveal some leftovers, are enough to eat their own mouth full of oil. As for face is worth a few dollars. Can eat full? Scram. Why do you dip in like a dog and can't shake it off? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, seeing Zhang Xian, this bastard still following him, holding his forehead. He sighed. Woof woof, Brother Qin, I'm your dog. Whoever you tell me to bite in the future, I'll bite. Zhang Xian hit the snake on the stick, spitting out his tongue, learning to bark like a dog. His expression was not ashamed, but rather honored. His heart was excited. Fighting a dog also depends on the master. Being able to be this kind of big brother's dog, that's also a skill. Other people want to be, they still don't have the chance. Qin Feng is completely speechless. These days there are really people rushing to be a dog. The system will not give himself the kind of aura that the tiger's body shakes the little brother kneeling, right? Otherwise, he just kicked him. How did he become this brainwashed look? Qin Feng stared at Zhang Xian with strange eyes and asked in his head. System, are you sure you didn't open it? Ding. Check the host second time pretending to be a bully. Obtaining a reward, 3% of the shares of the Lin Group in Jiangchang, becoming one of the shareholders of the Lin Group. Seeing that the system didn't answer and instead notified him that he had once again gained a reward, Qin Feng immediately brightened up and stopped dwelling on the issue. I didn't expect that I would have an extra reward just for eating an early breakfast. It's really good. System, you're great. I love you. Qin Feng mood happy quite a lot. Even look at Zhang Xian's eyes are a lot of good. Take the phone began to search for Lin's group information. According to the online search, Lin's group is located in Jiangcheng local, responsible for real estate development and investment management company, develops many high-end residential projects, including luxury apartments, villas and vacation homes, owns and manages a number of commercial complexes, office buildings and shopping centers, with a combined value of up to $10 billion. It was a veritable giant in Jiangcheng. Qin Feng slightly thought in his mind that if he only talked about shares, the 3% of shares rewarded by the system was worth the equivalent of about $300 million. In one meal, he got $300 million for nothing. His fortune skyrocketed by $300 million, and together with his other assets, his overall fortune was close to $600 million. This meal was also too worth it. Get the system only 2 days. From a cell phone cannot afford to buy a beggar, to today's assets close to 600 million. From the 10 small goal, is only a small half. Really do not want to know. I think scared. This speed is too horrible. And what did they do? Only spent a few dollars. Occasionally pretend to obtain the wealth that others cannot accumulate for several lifetimes. This is also too exaggerated. Worthy of the legendary system. The system will always drop God. Qin Feng hurriedly touted the system in his mind for a while. All sorts of penniless praises were thrown hard at the system. Student Qin, wait for me. Let's go back to school together. Qin Feng came back to his senses. His footsteps lurched, and he turned around to see Zhang Yan trotting all the way over, her chest bursting with waves that caught the eye. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Xian didn't dare to look at him more and hurriedly lowered his head in a very respectful manner. For Zhang Xian did not dare to hold any more thoughts and knew why Zhang Yan would eat breakfast with Qin Feng. Facing this kind of big brother who spent $80 million to buy a villa, he himself was simply seconded without even a crumb left. If you were a woman, you would also be moved. Zhang Xian now only hated why he was a bandwagon. It would have been better if he was a woman, so that he could climb up to the big brother and not worry for the rest of his life. It was the first time Zhang Yan had seen this look of Zhang Xian. Was this still the unruly Xian brother on campus? Zhang Yan's eyes looked at Zhang Xian in amazement, and did not open her mouth to object to this name, but only pursed her lips and smiled. Don't you shout nonsense. Qin Feng glared at Zhang Xian with a head full of black lines, awkwardly said helplessly towards Zhang Yan. Senior sister Zhang, don't mind. Senior brother Qin, call me Yin Yen. My friends all call me that. Zhang Yan smiled charmingly and interrupted Qin Feng with a smile. Alright, Yen Yen. Seeing Zhang Yan tilting her chin with a serious face, Qin Feng thought about it and directly opened his mouth to call out. Other people had handed over the opportunity. To squirm again would be pretentious. Zhang Yan favorability plus 20. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed in surprise as he looked at Zhang Yan and silently said, System, check Zhang Yan's information. Name, Zhang Yan. Age, 20. Charm, 93. Number of times, 0. Favorability, 30. Characteristics, soft like water. Rate reward, body reshaping soda * strawberry flavor. 20 points of goodwill added in one go. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen such a large increase. Together with the initial 10 points of goodwill, there were currently 30 points. This speed of increase makes Qin Feng secretly surprised. He and Zhang Yan have only met twice and his favoritism has increased so fast. Could it be that Zhang Yan will later catch up with Xiaomi and become the first to reach 100 points of the raider object? Thinking of Zhang Yan's reward for the raid, Qin Feng is greedy. This is a magic weapon that can make himself invulnerable to all diseases. With it, want to get sick are difficult. It seems like he has to be slightly more proactive. This reward can't be missed. By the way, schoolmate Qin, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I think this matter still needs to be reminded to you. After walking into the school, Zhang Yan saw Qin Feng looking lost in thought, patted Qin Feng on the back and suddenly opened her mouth. Chapter 21 The Arrogant Lin Chen. What's the matter, senior sister Yan Yan? I'll say it first, I'm a timid person. Yan Yan, don't scare me. Qin Feng's footsteps lurched as he turned to look at the tall Zhang Yan and joked, don't be ridiculous, schoolmate, this matter is still related to you to say the least. Zhang Yan smiled flirtatiously and blankly glanced at Qin Feng, pulling him to sit on a bench under the shade of a tree and prompted, you still remember Li when you met that day, right? Well, let's see, was it that ordinary-looking girl with a fan yesterday? Qin Feng pondered for a while and looked at Zhang Yan, who was sitting beside him, with somewhat puzzled eyes. This kind of strange character with ordinary looks and no connection with himself, Qin Feng was too lazy to even remember. The fact that he could have some impression was still that this girl had been targeting Xiaomi yesterday, causing Qin Feng to look at her more. Yes, that's her. Oh, I'm not familiar with this Li Wan. What can it be? Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yan with puzzled eyes, unable to figure out what could involve him. Li Wan, this person, since enrollment has been in Xiaomi not deal with. Yesterday see you and Xiaomi too close, put you also on the grudge. This person is seriously ill, right? If I remember correctly, I only said one sentence to her, and this can even hold a grudge against me? Qin Feng's head was filled with black lines, feeling very speechless. This Li Wen's jealousy was a little too strong. Li Wen isn't worth mentioning per se, but in order to get back at you, she purposely told Lin Chen about you, and I'm afraid that Lin Chen will find trouble with you. Zhang Yan pondered for a while and decided to tell Qin Feng about the matter between Li Wan and Lin Chen both. Originally, Zhang Yan was prepared to watch from the sidelines and not intervene, intending to borrow Lin Duan to test how Qin Feng's background really was, to see who of the two was better, to satisfy her curiosity. Qin Feng had already caught her attention when he enrolled in school in that Porsche 911, and with Qin Feng's looks hitting her XP perfectly, her heart started to feel a little stirred. But to be one's boyfriend, one must not only be good-looking, but also very rich, and just from the car Qin Feng drove, it was completely impossible to surmise just how much money there was. And since Lin Chen was the person in the school who deserved to have the best family history, using him to test Qin Feng and seeing how Qin Feng responded would show who was better of the two. If Qin Feng didn't lose out when facing Lin Chen, it would prove that Qin Feng's family history wasn't inferior to Lin Chen's. Then Zhang Yan would no longer have any worries and intended to pay action and strive to take Qin Feng as her boyfriend. But now, Zhang Yan didn't intend to continue to watch from the sidelines. Qin Feng was able to buy a villa for $80 million, which could already prove his strength. One must know that Lin Chen, as the youngest son of the Lin Group, he didn't have the strength to be able to come up with $80 million to buy a villa. No matter how rich the Lin Group was, they wouldn't come up with this much money for him to waste. This comparison, the highs and lows were immediately judged. Before even comparing, Lin Chen had already lost. Since this was the case, why not go with the flow and tell Qin Feng about it to gain favor? After knowing Qin Feng's strength, Zhang Yan was even more impressed, so she didn't hesitate to sell Li Wan. BFF? What's a bosom friend? Can you eat it? When you meet such a high-quality object, you can't let it go easily. When she thought of Li Wen's unsuspecting retaliation, Zhang Yan felt amused. If Li Wen knew about Qin Feng's strength, he would definitely be so scared that he wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days. Lin Chen? Where did this come out from? Qin Feng was at a loss and wanted to cry. He wanted to go to college properly. How could he somehow keep having trouble with himself? I'm an honest man who messed with who? Blue and thin. Want to cry. Hey, brother Qin, Lin dust this kid I know. He is Lin's group Lin Longtian's youngest son. Is our school. Zhang Xian with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, squatting on the ground and counting ants in boredom. Seeing that he finally had a chance to interject, He hurriedly spat out the dog's tail grass in his mouth and walked over to Qin Feng's side, opening his mouth with a fawning face. That Lin's group in Jiangcheng? Qin Feng felt something familiar, thinking that the reward he had just obtained was 3% of the shares of Lin's group, and he had even become one of the shareholders. His eyes stared at Zhang Xian in surprise, and he didn't bother to care how Zhang Xian was sticking to himself like a dog's skin. Ha, Qin brother, you also know Lin's group? Ah, this kid on the basis of his father is Lin's group chairman, in the school who are not in the eyes. All those evil things done. I can't even finish talking about it in 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Xian was talking about Lin Chen with a gnashing of teeth, looking like he had endured Lin Chen for a long time. Brother Qin, did this kid mess with you by not knowing how to die? Don't worry, there's no need for you to step in. I'll help you clean him up. Zhang Xian patted his chest and blew his weight. His tone blatantly did not put Lin Chen in his eyes, as if as long as he stepped out, Lin Chen fled in a panic. He, Zhang Xian, was at least the number 2 person in the school, and he believed that this kid, Lin Duan, would also give himself face. At that time, when Big Brother Qin was happy, he would casually reward himself, and he would be able to eat and drink for the rest of his life. Ooh, that's fine. Go and help me teach him a lesson. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and pretended to be surprised as he commanded in a serious tone. Ah, this, Brother Qin, I blow awesome. I also really want this, but my concubine can't do it. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded, seeing that Qin Feng really believed it. His expression was flustered, his voice stuttered and his face was embarrassed. Lin Chen's reputation in the school who does not know although he is the number 2 person in the school, others call himself a Brother Xin, but in front of Lin Chen he is really not qualified. If he really didn't know how to beat him up, the next day he would have to lie down in the hospital. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Xian breathlessly, then continued towards Zhang Yan and asked, I don't even know what Lin Chen looks like. What did Li Wen say to him that could make Lin Chen find me in trouble? You know Xiao Yingying, right? Lin Dust is Xiao Yingying's brainwashed suitor. As long as someone gets close to Xiao Yingying, Lin Dust will go crazy and teach that person a lesson. Lin Chen even put out words back then, saying that Xiao Yingying was his woman, and that as long as someone got close to Xiao Yingying, he would break one of his legs. Speaking of this, Zhang Yan blinked her eyes as if she was frightened by Lin Chen's ferocious appearance, quietly moving her body and leaning towards Qin Feng, her bare skin inadvertently touching Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng's expression froze. A lavender fragrance came from his side. His right arm seemed to be touched by a piece of warm jade. The touch was delicate and warm. Curiously turning his head to look, there was nothing on his arm. The feeling just now seemed to be an illusion. Qin Feng pursed his lips, endured the ripples in his heart and laughed lightly. Ooh, this Lin Chen is also too arrogant. He's so arrogant. Doesn't anyone care? The teachers at the school just watch? Chapter 22, The Savior of the Campus. Zhang Yan Guanliu smiled, turned her head to look at Qin Feng's crown jade-like face, shook her head and sighed. When Lin Chen first enrolled in school, his father, Lin Lang Tian, donated a teaching building to the school, and this incident made a lot of people happy. Qin Feng nodded, understanding the implication, and asked, and then, is there anyone else pursuing Xiao Yingying? There must have been. Everyone thought that Lin Chen was getting high on his mouth and didn't think that he could really do anything with them. They didn't take Lin Chen's words seriously. Guess what happened in the end? What happened? Qin Feng stroked his chin, somewhat curious about what happened next. Someone didn't believe it and still pursued Xiao Yingying. As a result, the next day this person dropped out of school, and I heard that his legs were broken. Although this person didn't say who did it, everyone knew it was Lin Chen, but there was no clear evidence. Even if we told the teacher, no one believed it. That's when everyone realized that what Lin Chen said was true, that he would really break someone's legs. The result is that everyone, even if they wanted to pursue Xiao Yingying, only dared to give lip service and didn't dare to put in action at all. Qin Feng nodded his head and let out a light laugh, feeling that this Lin Chen is a bit interesting. This is not one of those scandalous characters in the net article who are lawless on the basis of their own father and end up being punched in the face by the protagonist. I didn't realize that there is really such a person in reality. It's a long time to learn. Zhang Yan glanced at Qin Feng's reaction and said with a smile, of course, surely you won't be afraid of this kind of person. Senior brother Qin, I'm just giving you a reminder. Who knows what kind of foolishness he's trying to pull this time. Villains are hard to guard against. You should pay more attention in your spare time. Senior brother Qin. Senior sister Yan Yan, thank you for your reminder. Otherwise I wouldn't even know that I've been sold yet. Yan Yan, how can I thank you? Qin Feng stared at Zhang Yan's eyes, his expression serious as he opened his mouth to thank her. Then you treat me to a big meal. Zhang Yan thought for a while and was not polite. She opened her mouth with a smile, and in her heart, she began to secretly expect Lin Chen to be defeated. At first, Lin Chen had pestered her for a long time, bringing about a lot of troubles. Now there was finally someone to clean him up. Alright, No problem. Qin Feng smiled brightly and directly agreed. Brother Qin, don't worry, if Lin Chen wants to touch you, unless he breaks my legs first and crosses over me. Zhang Xian came over and patted his chest, expressing his loyalty. Alright, it's up to you. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Xian in disgust and shook his head breathlessly. Ding! Detected someone who dares to be even more arrogant than the host. Now issuing mission, savior of the campus. No one this powerful is allowed to exist in the school. This person must be destroyed. Mission overview. The students of the campus are deeply persecuted by Lin Chen and are living in dire straits. They are begging and pleading for heaven to grant them a savior to lead them to a new life. Mission requirement. Teach Lin Chen a lesson in any way you want and make him realize who is the only king on campus. Mission reward 1, 5% of the shares of the Lin Group in Jiangcheng. Mission reward 2, 25 system points, can be used to raise the level of the mall. Every time the level of the mall is raised by 1 level, there are more commodities and more purchases per day. Mission failure, no penalty. Qin Feng's eyes froze. This was the first time the system had released a mission. Listening to the continuous incessant beeps, Qin Feng's mood followed suit and he couldn't wait to check out the mission. Just look at the first article. Qin Feng cannot help but speechless spit up. The system big brother. When I was arrogant, this pot I do not back. And your mission, the name obviously with a savior, but you either want to destroy, or to teach a lesson. This is simply not in line with the name of the mission. Did not see and savior related at all. However, when he saw the rewards of the mission, Qin Feng could only say that it was really fragrant. Too fragrant. First of all, the first reward made Qin Feng's eyes widen for a few moments, although he wondered why the system kept giving shares to the Lin Group, but Qin Feng was still very satisfied. If I remember correctly, Lin's Group is a large enterprise worth $10 billion. Only according to the shares for conversion, 5% of the shares is equivalent to 500 million. Adding to the 3% of shares he had already obtained last time, the total was 8% of shares, worth 800 million. The second reward was 25 system points. The effect was even more amazing. It could be used to upgrade the system and increase the number of merchandise bits and purchases. The current level of the mall was LV10/50, and it only needed 50 points to upgrade to a second level system. As long as he completed this task, he would get 25 points at once, and his upgrade progress would reach half at once, which was too good. Qin Feng didn't forget that was his most important capital. The mall was the root. As long as the higher the level of the mall was, the more items and times he could buy every day. And he could buy countless people's dream commodities for just $1, realizing a leapfrog surge in his value. This also smelled too good, worthy of being the first quest with such a generous reward. Compared to the rewards, the difficulty of completing the mission was simply negligible. Although Lin Chen was the youngest son of the Lin clan, and others said how arrogant and powerful he was, a second-generation ancestor who relied on his parents might not be able to be messed with in other people's eyes. But Qin Feng didn't put Lin Chen in his eyes. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than the system? Other people work hard for a lifetime of things, but I just need to click my fingers to purchase. Only 2 days worth of money, already several small goals. This speed, if people know, can be scared to death. Originally Qin Feng was too lazy to bother with Lin Chen, but now Qin Feng changed his mind. The system gives such a rich reward. If you choose to give up, you will simply regret it for the rest of your life. Not to mention that there is no punishment for failing the mission. The system is too kind. How can you know the result if you don't try? Not to mention Lin Duan. Even if it was a more powerful character than Lin Duan, Qin Feng dared to fight. Just like Marx said, if there is 10% profit, it is guaranteed to be used everywhere. With 20% profit, it is active. With 50% profit, it is desperate. With 100% profit, it dares to trample on all the laws of the earth. With 300% profit, it dares to commit any crime. Qin Feng only needed to teach Lin Chen a lesson, and he could obtain 500 million worth of shares. This profit, whoever looked at it, was simply a costless deal. Isn't this Zhang Yan? Who is this kid? Why is he sitting with Zhang Yan? Look at that person. He seems to be brother Xin. Isn't he always pursuing Zhang Yan? Someone prying the corner in his face. Why is he still standing there stupidly? That person looks a bit familiar. I remembered. Do you guys remember that photo in the school posting bar? He seems to claim to be Xiao Ying's boyfriend. Then what is he doing? Stepping on 2 boats? Awesome. I didn't realize that you, a thick-eyed one, would be this kind of person. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's bow. The students in the school had already woken up one after another at this point in time, and the campus gradually became more crowded. At the sight of Qin Feng and Zhang Yan sitting on a chair, the students passing by all stared wide-eyed as if they had seen something incomprehensible. Some of the boys even had their eyes erupting with jealousy as they angrily walked towards Qin Feng, ready to teach him a lesson. Chapter 23. From this point on, there is another sad person on campus. On the bench, Qin Feng swept his eyes around and shook his head helplessly. Yen Yen, look around. Seeing me sitting with you, the eyes of these people are itching to beat me up. By the way, how much is your V letter? I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Zhang Yan pursed her lips and took out her cell phone to V-mail with Qin Feng, jokingly saying, if these people knew your strength, they would probably have to be scared down. Where would they dare to look at you like this? Brother Qin, I want it too. Zhang Xin, beside him, saw Zhang Yan obtaining the big brother's V-mail, his eyes envious, looking at Qin Feng eyeing him. Vomit, here you go. Listening to Zhang Xin's pampered tone, Qin Feng waved his hand in disgust and let Zhang Xin sweep it away. After adding his contact information, Qin Feng got up to leave but was suddenly stopped by an oncoming boy. Hey, you kid is arrogant. A freshman who just came to school dares to hook up with Zhang Yan. Who gave you the courage? The person who spoke was wearing a flowery shirt, a firm muscle hidden under the shirt, topped with a head of yellow hair, lifting his chin and glaring at Qin Feng with his nostrils, his tone unruly and untamed. Qin Feng pointed at himself, eyes puzzled. Me? Nonsense. It's you who are talking. Peng Chang stared viciously at Qin Feng, his eyes full of jealousy, demonstrating as if he was squeezing his fists together, itching to punch Qin Feng in the face. MD, a freshman just enrolled in school dared to hook up with his own goddess, but also chat so hot. How dare you, kid? I don't even have this treatment. What right do you have? Peng Chang is jealous. We are all students. What is the point that he is not better than this little white boy? You do not even have a muscle, boy. I can knock you down with one punch. Peng Chang is very upset, but in order to maintain the demeanor in front of the goddess, had to barely suppress the urge to hit. This freshman is miserable, even sitting on a chair with Zhang Yan, and sticking so close, and being seen by Peng Chang, it's not asking for death. Yeah, Peng Chang, this person, the whole school knows that he is Zhang Yan's licking dog, except for a few people, he doesn't put anyone in his eyes. The scariest thing is that Peng Chang is full of muscles. His temper explodes when he gets a little bit angry. No one can pull him up when his temper comes up. This time there is a good show to watch. In the distance, a group of people were pointing their fingers, not at all optimistic about Qin Feng, thinking that he was finished. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yan behind him breathlessly. His eyes seemed to be saying, no, here comes another one of your lickspill. Zhang Yan read Qin Feng's eyes and helplessly held her forehead as she coldly said towards Peng Chang, that's enough, Peng Chang. You quickly get out of the way. Who sits with me is none of your business. Zhang Yan was now aware of Qin Feng's strength, thus she no longer held a favorable face towards these lickspittles. Before she met Qin Feng, Zhang Yan's attitude towards each lickspittle was not to take the initiative, not to reject them, and to hang on to them patiently if they were. But now, Zhang Yan no longer had the patience to play along with them. No matter how many licking dogs there were, they were not on a young and golden Qin Feng. Zhang Yan was still able to distinguish between the lighter and the more important, so her eyes stared coldly at Peng Chang, not giving any good face at all, as if to say, we're not familiar with each other. It's my business. Which bit of him is worthy of you? Peng Chang stalked his neck, his face full of defiance, followed by his eyes looking at Zhang Yan with deep emotion. Zhang Yan, I know you probably haven't noticed me yet, but I swear to God, I am sincere to you and really like you very much. Qin Feng looked at Peng Chang with odd eyes. This part of his speech had thundered him to the core. He didn't expect that this Peng Chang, who had a big and muscular appearance, would say this kind of dog-licking speech, and his looks were too much of a contradiction. Zhang Yan rolled her eyes and unceremoniously opened her mouth to interrupt Peng Chang's confession. Immediately after, she turned her head and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of apologies and opened her mouth. Senior brother Qin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. You go first. It's fine. I understand. Qin Feng waved his hand to show that he understood. Licking dogs, always indulging in self-touching, doing cheap actions, saying cheap words, not realizing that the more they do this, the less the other party will take you seriously. Love will always make people lose their heads, the deeper they fall, losing a lot of money and time, and in the end, nothing, only to get a sentence, we are not suitable. However, who was once not a licking dog anymore? Qin Feng remembered the time he used to be. His eyes looked at Peng Chang rather sympathetically, smiled and shook his head as he prepared to leave. Wait, I'm not convinced. Seeing Qin Feng about to leave, Peng Chang moved his feet and reached out to stop Qin Feng, stalking his neck and red face toward Zhang Yan and asked, what part of me is inferior to him? Say it and I'll change. Peng Chang didn't believe that there was anything about himself that was inferior to Qin Feng, thinking that Zhang Yan just hadn't understood her true heart yet. Zhang Yan raised her willow eyebrows, seeing that Peng Chang was still stopping schoolboy Qin from leaving. Her face instantly turned cold, her tone raised, and she said nonchalantly, fine, then I'll tell you. First of all, your muscles make me feel sick. Peng Chang's eyes stagnated, silently sweeping his arms, raising his head in defiance. No way. A man's charm is his muscles. Big is handsome. The people in our dormitory can praise me for my charm every day. Qin Feng heard this, heart speechless thought, yes, muscles can indeed increase male charisma. But look at your muscles, a lump of meat, with the hormone which normal people will like. Too big muscles will only attract S. Are you sure your roommate is not A? As if she didn't hear Peng Chang's defense, Zhang Yan continued to speak. Secondly, you are not as handsome as Senior Qin. Peng Chang's heart was stuffy as he looked at Qin Feng's more handsome than a star looks, silently hanging his head. His heart was dumbfounded. He really can't refute this point, although he is a little handsome, but compared with Qin Feng, it's like the pearl in the moon. Even the brightest pearl can't compare to the light of the moon. He is simply not enough to look at, but looks are given by parents. He can't change. Third, you are too poor to give me the life I want. I need thousands of dollars for a pair of cosmetics, and tens of thousands of dollars for skin care every month. Can you give me that? Peng Chang's heart stabbed, and he opened his mouth to argue, but he couldn't send a complete sentence. The words were too solid, like a nail, piercing hard into Peng Chang's heart. His own monthly living expenses of $2,000, but he couldn't even afford a set of Zhang Yan's cosmetics. Even if he was more confident at this time, he couldn't say anything to refute it. Peng Chang peeled back the muscles he was so proud of, only to realize that he was so weak and helpless. He hung his head and his strong body shook. The outwardly strong Peng Chang actually looked extraordinarily weak at this moment. Peng Chang's arm that was stopping Qin Feng was also a bit weak, but he still did not put it down. A moment later, Peng Chang took a deep breath. His eyes reddened as he stared at Qin Feng, his voice hoarse and questioning. I don't believe that this person is so rich. Everyone is a student. How can the gap be so big? Chapter 24. Dare to steal a woman from a big brother. I don't want to die? Peng Chang shot up and stared at Qin Feng defiantly. In his heart, he was completely unconvinced that Qin Feng was that rich. The first 2 points that Zhang Yan said, Peng Chang could not refute, but the last point, he did not believe. We are all students. We are all going to school. How can you be so rich? I don't believe it. You take out the evidence. Peng Chang and Zhang Yan's words completely lost just the kind of untamed look. The heart only a gas strong support him not to lose. As the gambler at the end of the mountain, looking forward to the opportunity to turn the tide. Hey, Xiao Peng, I say you just give up. Zhang Yan is not something you can match. Only my brother Qin is the only person. Zhang Xi inside, stepped forward and patted Peng Chang's arm with sympathetic eyes. Zhang Xian had just listened to the whole process from the side, and was very empathetic to Peng Chang's mood at this time. After all, he had just experienced something similar. This matter he has the right to speak. Understand the reason why Peng Chang is unconvinced. He was also like this before. Simply do not believe that Qin Feng can have their own money. Swore to speak out of turn. Complacent. The result? He himself was dumbfounded, and was ruthlessly slapped by Qin Feng. His face was swollen. How arrogant he was once. How regretful he is now. If he hadn't shamelessly begged Qin Feng for forgiveness, he would have ended up absolutely miserable. Fortunately, Big Brother Qin was very generous and didn't see eye to eye with himself at all, leading to the fact that not only was he still standing now, but he had also hugged Big Brother's leg, which was really lucky. Brother Xin? Little brother never had the time to greet you just now. Please forgive me. Peng Chang greeted Zhang Xian in a respectful manner. His face slightly reddened. Zhang Xian was one of the few characters in the school that he was convinced by. Even if he was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to show it in front of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was not only rich and generous at home, he was also the president of their Zhangyan Union. Inside Zhangyan Union are all Zhang Yan's suitors, each one of them sharing Zhang Yan's information with each other. And Zhang Xian is one of the people elected. So they convinced the president. The reason why he was elected president was because Zhang Xian was the one with the best family history among them. And in the school, apart from Lin Duan, it was Zhang Xian who had the biggest background. Brother Xin, who is the brother Qin you are talking about? You won't tell me that it's this person in front of me, right? Peng Chang looked at Zhang Xian with an unbelievable face and shocked eyes. Zhang Xian was already the topmost character in the school in Peng Chang's mind. But now what did he hear? Surprisingly, there was someone else who could make Zhang Xian call him brother. And looking at Zhang Xian's expression, he still had a face of conviction. Was this the same brother Xin in his heart who was so spirited and didn't put anyone in his eyes? What did this mean? Wasn't this person even more powerful than Zhang Xian? That's right, let me introduce you. This person in front of you is Qin Feng, brother Qin, also my boss. Little Peng, do you know the implication of this? Don't apologize to brother Qin yet. Zhang Xian reprimanded Peng Chang in an old-fashioned manner, frantically giving him a wink. Peng Chang, this person Zhang Xian still quite like. Once quite a lot of things Peng Chang helped do. deeply happy. Now, seeing that he did not know how to offend big brother Qin, Zhang Xin, remembering his past friendship, spoke out to remind Peng Chang not to do what he should not do. Brother Xin, I'm convinced by you as a person, but I'm not convinced by this person. I don't think he has the capital to bring Zhang Yan a good life. Peng Chang was tenacious, sticking his neck out in defiance. Unless evidence was produced, he vowed not to stop today. Chow, you brat, don't put your hand down yet. Seeing Peng Chang's bullishness coming up, Zhang Xin cursed angrily and slapped Peng Chang's head, saying furiously, "No, I won't put it down." Peng Chang took a hard slap and did not put down his arm that was stopping Qin Feng. His burly body pallbearer stayed in place, letting Zhang Xin hold his red face, but also did not push him a step. Chow, I'm convinced. Don't you not believe me? I'll tell you what just happened. Zhang Xin was completely speechless, and not caring about his face, he told Peng Chang about the scene of his social death just now. What? $80 million? Brother Xin, don't lie to me. With $80 million who still comes to school? Lying at home does not smell good? Peng Chang eyes skeptical in Qin Feng body circle. How can not see this is able to spend 80 million big brother? A little big brother aura also has no. He had seen it from TV dramas. Which one of those big brothers was not overbearing, dressed in suits and surrounded by people in front and behind? Even if it was true, Qin Feng was so young. Where did he get the money from? Could it come out of nowhere? Would he still go to school with $80 million? We all come to school, not just to mix a diploma, later find a job easier. If you're so rich, why do you come to school? Why do you come to school if you're so rich? Seeing Peng Chang still do not believe, Zhang Xin scratched his head in annoyance. This kid is really the muscle training to the brain. No brain at all. Just recognize the dead reason. Zhang Xin held his forehead and felt that he had done his duty. You want to find death? Don't blame me for not stopping you. Just when Zhang Xin was ready to give up persuasion, he suddenly thought of the photo that he had brushed when he was bored earlier, and then his eyes lit up, and he had an idea in his heart. Come on, you don't believe it, right? Take a look at this. Now are you convinced? Zhang Xin took out his cell phone, pulled up the record to find that photo. After clicking on the open large, his eyes compassionately placed in front of Peng Chang's eyes, his heart secretly laughing. While Qin Feng and Zhang Yan were chatting, he was just bored in brushing the chat group when he suddenly saw this photo, which startled him at that time. The photo was clearly taken when Qin Feng came down from a sports car, and after looking at it, Zhang Xin was envious, secretly saying that the big brother was worthy of being a big brother. Even the car he drove was so powerful. This is really him. Peng Chang stared, his tone becoming stuttering as he asked immediately afterward, Brother Xin, what kind of car is this? How is it different from the other cars? Nonsense, this is a Porsche 911 GT3 RS, a sports car worth over $3 million. Do you kid know what a sports car is? Zhang Xin gave Peng Chang the science with a smug face, as if he was the one driving the car. This. Peng Chang's scalp was numb, his eyes looked at Qin Feng in shock. His arm that stopped Qin Feng sagged powerlessly, and his face was like ashes. It's true. Surprisingly, it's true. Even the car he drove was more than $3 million. Wouldn't that mean that what Brother Xin just said was also true? It's no wonder people don't bother with themselves, so they are actually clowns. I actually dared to steal a woman from such a big brother. I am really crazy. Peng Chang was silent. His throat seemed to be blocked. He opened his mouth to say something but couldn't make a single sound. His eyes looked at the ground hollowly. His strong body suddenly became hunched over, radiating twilight. Peng Chang finally woke up. The thought that he had just wanted to make a move with the big brother. His heart felt a pang of fear. If he dared to make a move, he was afraid that he would be sunk in the lake tomorrow. Right? Scary. Too scary. Peng Chang shivered, his face numb, casting a grateful look towards Zhang Xin, his heart in fear. Even if he had more muscles and a stronger body, he would not be enough to look at in front of the big man. These days, being physically strong is not really strong. Being rich is really strong. Peng Chang thought that he had just questioned Big Brother, grabbed a woman with Big Brother, and dared to stop Big Brother several times to prevent him from leaving. Then his heart was chilled. Looking at Qin Feng, he suddenly slapped his face hard and said with a sobbing voice, Big Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Chapter 25, There's still such a cute girl in our class? Peng Chang now only wanted to obtain Qin Feng's forgiveness. Otherwise he wouldn't even dare to stay in the school anymore. Don't look at him full of muscles. But he wasn't stupid and understood that this level of Big Brother was too intimidating. Pinching himself was similar to crushing an ant. If this kind of Big Brother held a grudge against him, he was afraid that he would be finished for the rest of his life. Hey, if you do it, don't rely on me. Seeing Peng Chang self-harming at the drop of a hat, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, feeling speechless in his heart. This scene reminded Qin Feng of Zhang Xin from before. who also fanned himself like this without moving, and ended up sticking to himself and not leaving. Are all college students so crazy these days? One second their noses are up in the air, and the next they become so humble. I didn't do anything to you. What did you do there? A strong, muscular man, shivering like a little girl. If you don't know, you'll think I'm bullying you. I'm the victim. Outrageous. Too outrageous. Big brother, I shouldn't have grabbed a woman with you. Not to mention I shouldn't have stopped you. I was wrong. You beat me to get rid of my anger. Pang Chang emotionally stretched his face over, pointing at his own face, looking blearily at Qin Feng, his eyes full of pleading. It was just like a bullying dog with muscles all over his body that had committed a wrongdoing, putting his face in front of his master and asking for his forgiveness. Qin Feng could sort of see that this Peng Chang had a problem with his head, and he probably wouldn't stop until he slapped him. Slap! The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he threw a slap on Peng Chang's face and said breathlessly, "Get lost." Peng Chang, who had gotten a slap from Qin Feng, let out a sigh of relief and touched the place where he had been hit by Qin Feng, revealing a silly smile. Worthy of being a big brother, this temperament is different. And then, he respectfully bends 90 degrees to Qin Feng and giggles. He. Thank you for the big brother's reward. I'll leave now. After saying that, he ran away without a trace. What is this situation? How did Peng Chang suddenly become so respectful to that freshman? Speechless, I thought there was going to be a fight. What is this? What's this? Peng Chang has gone soft? Asterisk. That freshman just enrolled in school, and he hooked up with two of our school's most beautiful girls. He's got money. He's great. What can you do? Didn't you see that Peng Chang didn't even dare to make a move? There's also that Xin brother who looks like a lapdog. If you're not convinced, you go up and try. I'm not stupid. The car he drives is enough for me to struggle for the rest of my life. How would I dare? Che, he can't jump around for long. Lin Xiao won't let him go. A group of people stood in the distance, their eyes staring at Qin Feng with envy and jealousy, their tone sour. Senior Qin, I'm sorry. Zhang Yan walked over to Qin Feng and spoke with an apologetic face. It's fine. Rather, Yen, is what you just said true? Qin Feng let out a light laugh, stating that he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he had a curious look on his face at what Zhang Yan had just said. A pair of cosmetics would cost a few $1,000s, and every month you have to spend $10,000 on skincare. Girls are so rich. I also want to, but where do I get so much money? But it's just hitting Peng Chang. Zhang Yan Guanliu smiled. A pair of eyes that could discharge electricity blinked at Qin Feng, her tone yearning. Qin Feng nodded, waved goodbye to Zhang Yan, glared at Zhang Xin who still wanted to follow, and turned towards the dormitory building. Ding! Detected that the host is invisibly pretending to be a bully. Rewarded cash of $500,000 has been transferred into the bank card under the host's name. The source is legitimate. Please do not worry about the host. In the next second, the cell phone vibrated and a text message appeared in the screen. Your bank card with the tail number XXXX has been transferred from the fund dividend to $500,000, with a balance of 1,001,000 yuan. Qin Feng was happy in his heart. Originally he was still depressed about how there were people picking fights everywhere, but after seeing the rewards given by the system, his mood was instantly soothed. He was just watching the show and eating melons, and he picked up $500,000 for nothing. This deal was worth it. Together with his $1,000 of living expenses, his cash deposit finally broke through to the million level. The system will always be a god. After touting the system, Qin Feng pushed open the door of the dormitory room and just walked in. He saw Yang Zihao jumping down from the bed, holding a cell phone and said, "Brothers, have you seen the class group? The homeroom teacher said that the number of our class is already complete, so let's go to the classroom in the afternoon to have a meeting, so that we can familiarize ourselves with each other. And by the way, we can receive our military uniforms, and start our military training tomorrow." Ha! No way in this hot weather. You won't lose a layer of skin from the sun. Zhang Yu cried out miserably and paralyzed in his chair with no love in his life. The whole person was listless. Calm down. Think on the bright side. There might be several big beauties in our class. You might be able to get one while you're at it. Yang Zihao comforted Zhang Yu with a big grin. That's right. Thinking like this makes my big knife hungry and thirsty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu sat up straight as if he had been pumped with chicken blood, nodding his head with deep conviction. In the afternoon, there was still half an hour before the class meeting, so Zhang Yu couldn't wait to urge the others in the dormitory to go to the classroom together. 403 classroom. Qin Feng looked up and after realizing that he hadn't made a mistake, he stepped into it. Because of the early arrival time, the large classroom of only their line of 4 people, Qin Feng casually found a window, the position of the back of the seat, lying on the table and squinted for a while. A few moments later, the sound of footsteps outside the classroom from far to near, one after another into a lot of people. Not long after, The originally empty classroom was already overcrowded, and noisy conversations began to gradually ring out. Next to him, Zhang Yu's eyes excitedly surveyed each girl, from time to time writing and drawing on his book. Qin Feng glanced at it and realized that it was some scoring of 3 dimensions, face value and such. Feng Zi, look, this girl is too cute. Look, she's even looking at me. It can't be that she's looking at me. What should I do? What should I do? How should I greet her? At this moment, Zhang Yu sucked in his breath with an exaggerated expression. His eyes were wide open, pointing at a certain girl in front of him, and said in an excited tone. Seeing Zhang Yu so excited, Qin Feng was also a bit curious about what kind of girl that could make Zhang Yu so excited. So following the direction of Zhang Yu's finger, he looked up. This girl had a cute baby face, had short hair, fair skin, and was wearing a white round-neck t-shirt with a cute cartoon pattern printed on it. Not tall, but with a well-proportioned body. The only thing that was unfortunate was that it was too small and appeared flat. At this moment, she was whispering with the girls next to her, nodding her head cutely from time to time and glancing in Qin Feng's direction. Among all the girls in the classroom, she was the one who appeared particularly conspicuous, and many of the boys pretended not to care as they quietly surveyed her with their afterglances, watching her smile, and the corners of their own mouths couldn't help but smile along with her. Chapter 26, Brother Qin Feng. How about it? Isn't it cute? Zhang Yu bumped Qin Feng's shoulder and looked at the girl with an infatuated face. Well, it is indeed cute. Qin Feng nodded his head. Although this girl was not as good as Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan, but everyone had their own beauty. She belonged to the durable type with her own characteristics. Brothers, I've decided. I'm going to chase after her. You guys won't steal it from me, right? Zhang Yu's expression was serious. His eyes turned around on the 3 people in his dormitory, especially Qin Feng and Li Jie paused. Zhang Yu felt that as long as he didn't face Li Jie and Qin Feng, he was still quite hopeful, especially Qin Feng. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel jealous every time he saw Qin Feng's looks. How can people be so handsome, making him want to fence? Whatever. Li Jie lowered his head and played with his cell phone with a disinterested look. Then cheer up. I'm optimistic about you. Qin Feng let out a light laugh and shook his head. He currently had 2 raider targets and was already a bit busy. How could he still have the time to do this? And since the system didn't prompt, it meant that this girl didn't meet the system's requirements and wasn't a raider target. Since she wasn't a raid target and couldn't bring any benefits, why would he waste his time raiding her? If he had this time to put it on Xiao Ying or Zhang Yan, he might have already obtained the raider reward. If you guys say so, then I'm relieved. Zhang Yu heatedly smiled and was about to say something else when he realized that the girl in the distance stood up and walked towards his side. Look, brothers, she's coming over. It can't be that she has her eyes on me too. Zhang Yu's eyes were agitated, and his entire body became overwhelmed, scrambling to organize his hairstyle. Then he stood up with a prancing, a piggish smile on his face, walked over and stretched out his hand, his voice stuttering. Hello. A trace of dislike flashed under Su Ro's eyes, directly skimming over Zhang Yu without even looking at him. Zhang Yu's face flushed red, as hot as fire, and he stiffly retracted his right hand, standing dumbfounded in place. This isn't right. You even looked at me a few times just now. Aren't you interested in me? Didn't you walk towards me just to say hello to me? Zhang Yu was dumbfounded, feeling the seemingly mocking eyes around him. He covered his face in embarrassment, and watched Su Ro walk all the way to Qin Feng through the cracks in his fingers before stopping in her tracks. This time, Zhang Yu completely died, so it was his own self-interest. This is too embarrassing. I told you something was wrong. It turns out that she wasn't looking at me, but at Qin Feng. I was wondering when I got so charismatic that sitting with Qin Feng could still attract a girl's attention. The clown, even myself? I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you. Zhang Yu could not wait to find a crack to drill into. His eyes fluttered, pretending to look as if nothing had happened, and Yang Zihao squeezed into a chair, began to chat awkwardly, and used his afterglow to secretly look at Su Ro. Su Ro took a deep breath and stood in front of Qin Feng, her eyes slightly shy as she looked at Qin Feng, twisting her hands and her voice softly. Hello, my name is Su Ro. What's your name? Qin Feng felt a darkening of his vision, and with a glance up, he saw that the girl from earlier was standing in front of him. On her palm-sized doll face, a pair of big grape-like eyes were watery, like black pearls. Hello, just call me Qin Feng. Although he wasn't sure what this girl was looking for, Qin Feng politely nodded his head and revealed a warm smile. Su Ro licked her lips and stared at Qin Feng's handsome smile, her heart roaring. Wow, looking like this, it's even more handsome. Oh my god, how could there be such a handsome boy in the world? Steady, Su Ro, you can't drop the ball. You must reveal your best side. I lost the dare just now, and am now doing a challenge. The requirement is to get your V-mail. Su-ro tightened her legs and swallowed unnoticeably. A layer of water mist gradually covering her clear pupils as she looked at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression. She had thought that the class was full of crooked jujubes, none of which could make her heart flutter. Just when she was disappointed, she suddenly noticed Qin Feng, who stayed in the corner and raised his head by chance. Su-ro only took one look, and could not take her eyes off. This was the first time she had seen such a handsome boy. She also keenly realized that she was not the only one who noticed Qin Feng. Almost all the girls in the class looked towards Qin Feng from time to time. But Su-ro didn't put the other girls in her eyes. She was the best looking in this class. Who could compete with her? Still, Su-ro was very upset, so she decided to take the initiative and swear her sovereignty in front of everyone in the class. Okay, you sweep me. Qin Feng nodded his head, thinking that they were all in the same class. Looking up, not seeing each other, and he didn't have anything to lose, so it didn't matter if he helped. Anyway, whether to delete or not, the initiative is in his own hands. Thanks. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. Su-ro's eyes flashed with a hint of complacency, swept a circle towards the surroundings as if demonstrating, then gloriously kicked towards Qin Feng, bending down to thank him, trotting all the way back to her seat, as if she were a little milk cat waving her hand towards Qin Feng, waiting until Su-ro left. Zhang Yu dared to sit back in his own chair, his eyes staring enviously at Qin Feng, following Su-ro's vocal tone. Brother Qin Feng, I can also add you a V-mail. Scram! Qin Feng cursed with a laugh and whacked the quirky Zhang Yu, his eyes speechless. Hey, it's so nice to be handsome. Sitting still, there are big beauties coming up to ask for V-mail. And me, people don't even take a look at me. Zhang Yu toned sour, silently drawing circles, the whole person listless. The sky is the limit. I'm sure I'll find a better one. Yan Zihao gave a hefty laugh and comforted Zhang Yu. Borrow your good advice. Zhang Yu waved his hand and said helplessly, if it is someone else, Zhang Yu may not be convinced, but this person is Qin Feng. Zhang Yu is not convinced. After all, the person's parents are more handsome than their own. What can you do about it? Soon Zhang Yu recovered mood. After all, this person is his roommate, but also for the dormitory glory. Himself as a member of the face is also light. Zhang Yu patted Qin Feng's shoulder to encourage. Come on Feng Zi, I'm optimistic about you. When you take down Su-ro, you have to invite us to rub a meal. Qin Feng rubbed his nose, glanced at Zhang Yu, nodded with a bitter smile, and thought in his heart, forget it or don't say it, otherwise this kid will be sad again. Brother Chu, who is this kid, daring to rob the horse you have your eye on? This is really fat. On the other side of the classroom, a lewd-looking four-eyed boy, towards the side of the man dressed in a designer label with arrogant eyes, said without interrupting. Chui narrowed his eyes and sat on the bench with his legs crossed. After hearing his little brother's complaint, he had a cold smile on his face and flung his hand to give Wei Tong a slap. Annoyed. Shut up. Chapter 27. I hate second-hand smoke. Chui annoyingly shook Wei Tong's slap, staring at Qin Feng's eyes full of anger. His mouth was crooked with anger. The girls in the entire class were Su-ro's best looking. Chui was attracted to Su-ro as soon as he entered the classroom, and after just one look, he decided that Su-ro was his favorite type. Chui also observed the other boys in the class. None of them could catch his eye. None of them looked as handsome as himself. They were not his rivals at all. With his own good looks, when the time came, it would be easy to take down Su-ro. But what does he see now? Chui, who had already regarded Su-ro as one of his favorites, even saw Su-ro take the initiative to accost other boys, and in front of that man, Su-ro's face also revealed a look of shyness. Chow. Unhappy. Very unhappy. It felt like being green in the face, especially after seeing Qin Feng's face that was even more handsome than his own. The hostility in Shu Yi's heart became even greater. Originally, he was the most handsome guy in the class, and the girls were all looking towards him, but when compared to Qin Feng, his own face value was instantly crushed. The girls who were originally looking at him were staring at Qin Feng, and he was instantly left out. Shui thought that it was Qin Feng who stole the limelight from him, and when he saw that even the girls he looked at were taking the initiative to go to Qin Feng, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. No way! I have to go and explore this kid's bottom, find an opportunity to properly suppress him and steal back the limelight that belongs to me. Shui let out a cold smile and signaled Wei Tong to follow him. Then the two of them walked towards the back row together. Hey, what's your kid's name? Wei Tong very doggedly pulled a stool and placed it in front of Qin Feng's table, waiting for Chui to sit down. Then he lowered his head. His eyes were not good and yelled towards Qin Feng. Without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, Zhang Yu, who was sitting next to him, stood up with a pang and pushed Wei Tong, questioning, "What's your attitude? What are you yelling about? Can you speak properly?" Wei Tong was not paying attention and was almost pushed to the ground by Zhang Yu. He was so angry that his face flushed red. He raised his hand and was about to hit towards Zhang Yu's face. Want to make a move? Yang Zihao saw that this bastard still wanted to hit, stood up and came to one side. His height of 1.85 m was like a wall, blocking the four-eyed boy's line of sight, and even the light seemed to dim a lot. Wei Tong arm stiff in mid-air, swallowing saliva, looking at their own thin and sparrow-like arms, and then looked at the arm that is thicker than their thighs, the face of a dry smile, raised his arm to touch his head obediently, sardonically smiled. I'm scratching an itch, my brain is itchy. Shui sat on the stool, glanced at Wei Tong in disgust, and cursed under his breath. Disgraceful thing, still don't put your hand down. Wei Tong let out a sarcastic laugh, holding his glasses as he retreated behind Shui, his eyes staring at Qin Feng and the others in an unkind manner. Ha, smoking? Shui held an exquisite Zippo lighter, opening and closing it in his hand constantly, making clicking sounds, his eyes constantly darting around Qin Feng. You are? Qin Feng only then noticed that there was a person in front of him, waving his hand to indicate that he didn't smoke. The corner of Chu Yi's mouth twitched, forcing himself to hold back his anger. His eyes narrowed slightly, pretending to be casual. What did Su Ro just say to you? Do you know that Su Ro I have my eye on? You stay away from her in the future. None of your business. What the hell do you want? Hearing Chu Yi's condescending tone, and this demeanor, Zhang Yu was very upset and directly interrupted Chu Yi's next words. Ha! Chu Yi coldly laughed. His face sank, took out a box of cigarettes from his bosom, flicked his finger and held it on his mouth. Immediately after the click, the cigarette tip lit up. Chu Yi squinted his eyes and inhaled intoxicatedly, stood up and spat towards Zhang Yu's face, and a slap was fiercely thrown on Zhang Yu's face. Pa! Chow! You kid dare to make a move! Damn! Looking for death. The scene was instantly chaotic. Zhang Yu covered his face and his eyes were furious as he was about to go forward to tear and fight, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by the others. Shui narrowed his eyes and inhaled intoxicatedly, provocatively raising his middle finger at Zhang Yu with no fear in his heart. Shui felt that he had given too many good faces, that someone dared to interrupt him without knowing what to do, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't any cat or dog dare to come and step on his foot? Qin Feng frowned, waved his hand to fan away the second-hand smoke at the tip of his nose, and said unhappily, You can't smoke in the classroom, put out the cigarette. You care about me? Shui smugly took another puff and deliberately sprayed it towards Qin Feng's face. A pungent and thick smoke filled the air at once. Qin Feng now knew that this person was deliberately looking for a fight, so he no longer spoiled him. In Chu Yi's dumbfounded eyes, Qin Feng directly yanked the cigarette out of his mouth and backhandedly poked the bright cigarette butt on Chu Yi's face. Chu Yi immediately let out a miserable scream and jumped up covering his face. Chow! You're ing crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know who I am? If my face is ruined, I want you to look good. Chu Yi desperately rubbed his face, his eyes staring unbelievably at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a madman. Chu Yi had grown up in fine clothes, having everything he wanted. When had anyone dared to treat him like this? Angry that he did not care about his demeanor, he wanted to go forward and make a move, but after seeing Yang Zihao who was leering next to him, he felt that he was not an opponent. The scene was stalemated for a while. Stop fighting, the teacher is here. The people watching the scene from the side saw a teacher coming towards here from the window, and after reminding them, they stayed in their position in a serious manner. I'll remember you, just wait for me. Shui used his cell phone to shine a light on his face. Seeing that there were no traces left behind, only redness, his heart was relieved. Then staring viciously at Qin Feng, he put down a vicious sentence and hurriedly returned to his seat. Back to his seat. Shui's eyes are red. The more he thinks about it, the more angry he is. How can he not swallow this breath? When did he ever receive this kind of anger? MD, just wait for me. There will be a day when you beg me on your knees. Boss, just let it go. This kid dared to take action against you this time. Won't he have to step on your head next time? Wei Tong with a furious face, eyes not forked said, how can that be? Not only am I going to retaliate back, I'm going to completely stomp him down in front of the entire class, letting him know what happens when he messes with me. Shui slammed his fist on the table, gasping for air, his eyes furious. He also wanted to fight back on the spot, but look at what kind of people he was surrounded by. That big tall guy alone could easily clean himself up. However, Shui didn't give up on retaliation. Since martial arts didn't work, then he would communicate. Originally looked at Qin Feng looks not bad, perhaps some background, did not act rashly, ready to test. However, in the survey just now, Shui discovered that Qin Feng did not even have a single piece of designer clothing on him, and his shoes were even pirated goods. This discovery almost made him laugh out loud. So you kid is a stinking beggar. In addition to the face, nothing. A stinking beggar also dared to rob a woman with himself, even dared to beat himself. Who gave you the courage? MD, really give you face? A penniless inferior. Dare to mess with me, Chui. I want you to pay the price. Shui had a sinister smile on his face, and a vicious plan surfaced in his mind. Chapter 28, sorry, I choose to pull the black. Chow. Yang Zihao, why are you stopping me? I got slapped for nothing. Zhang Yu covered his face, trembling with anger. His eyes uncomprehendingly broke free from Yang Zihao's arm. You Z, there are so many people watching in the classroom. If you two fight and someone tells the teacher, what if you get disciplined? If you're upset, I'll help you teach him a lesson when no one is around. Yang Zihao explained honestly, comforting Zhang Yu. This is too suffocating. However, Feng Z or you are great. Look at the way that kid is scared. Just like a pussy. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu sighed, then gave Qin Feng a thumbs up with a look of admiration. With a sound of footsteps coming from far away, the door of the classroom was pushed open and a tall figure carrying a bag slowly walked to the podium at the front of the classroom, and after standing, her eyes were like a queen sweeping around the classroom. As if the classroom was pressed the pause button, the original noisy voice steeply quiet. All people as if ostrich-like in the stool obediently seated, eyes as a good boy, with a trace of panic, looking at the person standing on the podium. On the podium was a woman, probably 25 or 26 years old, wearing a simple black professional suit. Her long hair was tied into a sharp low ponytail, revealing a slender neck. She didn't speak immediately, but instead looked around the classroom with sharp eyes, her gaze sweeping over the faces of every student, and when she saw Qin Feng sitting in the corner, her willow eyebrows raised, and after a slight pause of a few moments, she looked at the others, seeing that everyone in the classroom was looking here. With a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, she picked up a piece of chalk on the podium, turned around and wrote two words on the blackboard in a dragon's hand, Jiang Han. Hello classmates, I am your counselor Jiang Han. Jiang Han knocked on the blackboard, his voice clear and cold. Good day teacher. The people under the stage applauded eagerly after seeing how pretty the counselor looked. Their eyes were quite excited. Holy, imperial sister. Zhang Yu started yelling again, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Below I'll start the roll call. Those who read come to the top to introduce themselves and get to know each other. First, Zhang Yu. Jiang Han took out the roll call sheet from his bag and stood to one side to start the roll call. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked nervous and said a few words, then hurriedly ran back to his seat, suppressing his voice, too social to die. The second one, Su Ro. Hello everyone, my name is Su Ro. I like to make friends. Su Ro stood on the podium, showed her teeth and smiled, revealing two small dimples, and introduced herself generously. The boys under the podium looked at Su Ro's cute smile and revealed demented giggles. Next, Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded, stood up with a calm expression and came to the podium to start introducing himself. Wow! Just as Qin Feng stood up, the girls under the stage enthusiastically applauded, staring at Qin Feng with dazed eyes and opening their mouths to ask all sorts of strange questions. Qin Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Feng, what do you like to eat? Qin Feng smiles helplessly, and after answering with quite a headache, escapes to his seat. Jiang Han looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth smiled faintly and secretly memorized this name in his heart. While Chui saw this scene from his seat, his mouth was all twisted in anger. Obviously the one who was welcomed by the girl should be himself, but this kid stole the limelight, especially when he saw that Su Ro had also been staring at Qin Feng. Chui became even more jealous and wanted to eat Qin Feng. MD, such a superb girl, only I deserve. You kid also dare to steal with me? A stinking beggar you deserve. Next, Chui. After hearing his name, Chui inhaled deeply, barely suppressed the boiling anger in his heart, squeezed out a smile on his face, stood in front of the stage and coughed, and opened his mouth. My name is Chui. I'm from Jiangcheng. Do you guys know that commercial street behind the school? The entire commercial street is owned by our family. Where you guys report my name? Nothing else? Food and drink are all free. Chui paused, with a confident look towards Su Ro, then provocatively opened his mouth at Qin Feng, his eyes despised, as if he was looking at a piece of trash. Asterisk 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 really? Awesome Chu. That commercial street must be at least tens of millions of dollars. Lo and behold, it's only $50 to $60 million. Chui was very satisfied with this reaction, especially when he realized that Su Ro was also looking at himself. The corners of his mouth couldn't even be suppressed, and he tried to put on a bland appearance, as if tens of millions of dollars were all small money in his eyes. Wow, Chui, you're actually still a rich second generation, so rich and so handsome. There must be a lot of girls chasing after you. Chui, you're too rich, our class is too lucky to have you. Then I'm not polite, I'll go and eat every day. The girls stared at Chui with blazing eyes, as if they had seen Prince Charming, with little stars in their eyes. Ro, this Chui has been staring at you just now. From my experience as a person who has been there, he definitely has his eyes on you. This is a golden son-in-law. That Qin Feng I also looked at. The clothes he wears don't look like a rich man. he doesn't match you at all. What's the use of Qin Feng's good looks? In front of money, he'll be beaten to death. Right, Ro. Shui and you are a good match. Young and rich, once you step in, it's still a handful. The girlfriends next to Su Ro were shocked when they heard that Shui was so rich. Their eyes were shocked, and their gazes at Shui were drawn. Originally, they still felt in their hearts that Qin Feng smelled good, but once they compared it with Shui, the gap came out, and all of a sudden Qin Feng became unscented. They just in Qin Feng on stage when they secretly observe. A glance to see Qin Feng's dress is not a piece of money, like the kind of dozens of dollars a piece of stall goods. Originally poor was poor, they could still endure. After all, Qin Feng was very handsome. However, once Shui came out and compared, they immediately felt that they couldn't bear it. Although Shui's length was worse, he couldn't help but be rich. An entire commercial street is his family's, worth tens of millions of dollars. What's the use of you Qin Feng being handsome? You can't even compare to a fraction of Shui. It's like a diamond ring polished in a glass bottle. It's even more beautiful than a real diamond ring, but it's not as beautiful as a real diamond ring, but it's no more beautiful than a real diamond ring. As a result, they were too lazy to take care of Qin Feng and only wanted to get on Shui's Prince Charming. Su Ro listened to her best friend's words and also looked at Shui with colorful eyes, thinking that her best friend was right. People were afraid to compare. Originally, Su Ro also felt that even if Qin Feng was poorer, it wouldn't hurt, just look good. And anyway, she also had a little money, so she thought she would just adopt him. As a result, once Shui opened his mouth, Su Ro changed her mind. This commercial street is worth tens of millions of dollars. Selling her is not worth that much. Qin Feng was no more handsome than he was, and his looks were worthless in the face of money. Plus Shui is not bad looking, so rich, but also to their own interest. This is simply to send the door of the golden son-in-law. Although his own family has some small money, but also far less than Shui. As long as he became Shui's girlfriend and bound him, and got married in the future, this tens of millions of dollars of commercial street would be his own. This was also too profitable. Su Ro clenched her silver teeth and took out her cell phone and chose to pull the black out of Qin Feng's V-mail that she had just added. Sorry handsome, I still like money. Chapter 29, Hongmen Banquet. Everyone, don't be polite with me either. I have nothing else, just a lot of money. Shui waved his big hand. His tone of voice was bold and unrivaled, and in the midst of the crowd's enthusiastic applause, he slowly walked over to Qin Feng, and pressed his voice in an arrogant tone. Qin Feng, right? You kid has a lot of guts, daring to make a move on me. I'll remember you. He then sits back in his seat with a smug look on his face, enjoying the boys bragging and the girls' lassie gazes. AI no wonder the surname Chu is so arrogant, so his family is so rich. Zhang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes shocked as he looked at the smug Chui in the distance, his tone sour. He understood that his revenge for being slapped was not going to be avenged. Although his own family did some small business and had a little money, but compared to Chui, it was far from enough. A commercial street with tens of millions of dollars, or a commercial street near a university town. This means that it's too scary to take money and smash him to death. Chui's class and connections were simply not comparable to an ordinary person like him. Zhang Yu was no longer angry, but he did not dare to have the slightest idea of revenge. This kind of person was not someone he could afford to mess with, and could only recognize his own bad luck and receive a slap in the face for nothing. Yang Zihao was also lost in thought as he glanced at Chui, nuzzled his mouth to say something, but only let out a sigh. Although Yang Zihao is a big man, he is not stupid, and he understands that people with tens of millions of dollars of assets at home can easily clean up after themselves. If he dares to lay his hands on him, he will probably not be able to stay in school, and can only return home in disgrace. Yang Zihao remembered his aged mother's eyes looking at his son, and his heart ached. On one side is righteousness, on the other side is responsibility. Yang Zihao had to helplessly put down the righteousness, shoulder the responsibility, give up the idea of helping brothers to take revenge. He is not only the hope of the whole village, but also the shelter of a family. Only after finishing college and getting a diploma can he change that shattered home. I am sorry brother. Forgive my selfishness. Yang Zihao patted Zhang Yu's shoulder with an apologetic face. Feng Zi, you just hit him. You have to be more careful. I see that Chui looks like he hates you. We can't afford to mess with a rich man like him. Why don't I go over with you later to apologize? Maybe once Chui is happy, he'll forgive us. Zhang Yu sighed, understanding Yang Zihao's pressure, and did not blame him, but only looked at Qin Feng with worried eyes and opened his mouth to advise. Qin Feng but directly hit Chui. This trouble can be much bigger than him. Chui, that arrogant look, absolutely will not let go. Zhang Yu from Qin Feng Clothing can see that Qin Feng's family is not rich, probably not as rich as himself. In his heart, he was not optimistic that Qin Feng would be able to deal with Chui. Chui's family was so rich, how could Qin Feng, an ordinary person, face it? Zhang Yu shook his head sadly and looked at Qin Feng, guessing in his heart. I guess Feng Zi is also panicking right now. After all, as bold as he is, when he learns that Chu Yi's family has tens of millions of dollars in assets, he will definitely be scared. Right, Feng Zi? It's better for you to go and apologize than for Chu Yi to retaliate against you. Yang Zihao also looked at Qin Feng worriedly and opened his mouth to persuade him. It's fine. Hearing the naive words of both Zhang Yu and Yang Zihao, Qin Feng faintly shook his head, very speechless in his heart. A man with a system, went to apologize with this pretender? Where do you let the face of the system greatly go? Where do you let the face of the reader's lord go? The tens of millions of dollars of Commercial Street is very impressive, very powerful, is once the existence of myself to look up to, but now I am sitting on the system. A few $100 million. Is a few tens of millions of dollars of Commercial Street very impressive? I'm a billionaire to go and apologize to a rich second generation who brags about his family's tens of millions of dollars in assets? Am I stupid? I'm lucky if I don't whip him. How dare any cat or dog not take himself seriously? This is not bullying me as an honest person. Qin Feng is very speechless, angry and laugh. This day by day what goods are to come to the body? Even if Qin Feng temperament again good, but also a little angry. He would like to see Chewy this kid want to play what tricks. Who gave him the courage? Is Liang Jingru? Qin Feng bottomed out and looked at Chewy who was bouncing in the distance, just like a child seeing a novelty toy and getting tired of playing with it and directly dropping it to smithereens. Hey, okay. Zhang Yu also no longer persuade. Think Qin Feng dead face live suffer. How much of a thing As for so strong? Is it possible that you are more powerful than Chewy? Hey, how can it be? Zhang Yu helplessly smiled, looking at the clean and smooth desktop, thinking about how to apologize in a while. Li Jia, who was playing with his cell phone, finally raised his head, glanced at Chewy with flat eyes, shook his head with a smile, and said darkly, a few tens of millions of dollars and you're that arrogant? Forget it, at least it's my roommate. Find a chance to warn Chewy. Zhang Han waited for everyone to finish their introductions, and then randomly pointed a few people to receive their military training uniforms. While handing out the military training uniforms, Zhang Han instructed about the precautions for tomorrow, and the arrangements for military training. Is there anything else you need to ask? Seeing that no one needed to ask, Zhang Han nodded and left the classroom with her bag. Just as Zhang Han left, a warm clamor erupted within the classroom, and everyone surrounded Chewy with all sorts of fawning. Chewy's eyes fluttered, feeling that this was how he should be treated. However, after seeing Qin Feng about to get up and leave, Chewy coldly smiled, pushed away the girls surrounding him, stood on the podium, patted the podium, and loudly said, quiet and quiet, listen to a few words from me. Everyone don't go yet. As for me, I'm very happy to meet you all. I'll treat everyone to dinner at 6 o'clock tonight at the Yaji Zhai restaurant. I hope everyone will give me some face. Everyone must be there. Before the words fell, the entire classroom resounded with various cheers. Chu is awesome. That's Yaji Zhai. A table must not be tens of thousands of dollars. What do you know? Yaji Zhai each person average at least $3,000. Our class total 38 people. You calculate how much money. Chow. At least $3,000 per person. This meal will cost more than $10,000. A meal costs at least $100,000. Brother Chu is great. Long live Brother Chu. When they learned that Chewy had invited everyone to eat at Yaji Zhai, and that a meal would cost at least $100,000, everyone was very shocked and went completely crazy. Everyone looked at Chewy with adoring eyes, and the girls even had watery eyes that were about to be stretched. Oh my god, a meal would cost more than $100,000. This was the world of the rich. Was this Chu's strength? The most expensive meal these people had ever eaten in their lives was only a few $100s. They wouldn't even dare to think about a few $1,000s, let alone a meal that cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Everyone was convinced by Chewy's words and nodded their heads to say that they would definitely go. Seeing this, Chewy smiled with satisfaction, and then his words changed, pointing at Qin Feng and saying with a leathery smile, Qin Feng, I haven't properly thanked you yet. This meal, you must come. Chapter 30, Qin Feng is finished. Qin Feng, you must be there. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Chewy stared at Qin Feng with mischievous eyes, a grim smile on his face. There's a good show to watch. Qin Feng dared to make a move against Brother Chu. Now he regrets it, right? Qin Feng is in deep trouble. He had to mess with Brother Chu. He deserves it. He's finished. Let's ignore Qin Feng and let him suffer. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in unison, their eyes filled with gloating. Su Ro's best friend also whispered next to Su Ro. Ro. Qin Feng offended Chewy. He's already finished, so don't come over to talk to Qin Feng again. Even if he looks for you, just ignore him. Unfortunately, if he hadn't offended Chewy, I would still want to play with him. Now I guess none of them would dare to talk to him, right? Su Ro nodded her head, two dimples appearing on her cute doll face. I'm not stupid. Chuyi's family has tens of millions of dollars in assets. Qin Feng is already hopeless if he dares to offend him. Su-ro didn't believe that Chuyi would let Qin Feng off so easily. It was estimated that this meal was specifically used to humiliate Qin Feng. Qin Feng, an ordinary person, had no hope of turning the tables. Su-ro had already sentenced Qin Feng to death in her heart. She didn't want to draw fire now. She only wanted to think about how to hook up with Chuyi. AI, Feng Z, you shouldn't be so impulsive. Now that Chuyi holds a grudge against you, I guess it won't be that easy to let you go. Let's put it this way. Let's sincerely apologize to Chuyi at the dinner table in a while, and hope that he will forgive us on the face that we are all classmates. Zhang Yu had a pessimistic look on his face, thinking that Qin Feng had been missed by Chuyi and was completely cold. Chuyi's kind of rich man was not something Qin Feng could afford to mess with, and for Qin Feng to dare to hit someone else was simply rubbing Chuyi's face on the ground. This kind of person most valued face. Qin Feng in front of the whole class to let Chuyi lose face. Chuyi is no less than a strange shame. Zhang Yu couldn't figure out what kind of backbone Qin Feng had in the end, and when it came down to it, his face still had a calm look on it. Perhaps it was because Qin Feng had been scared silly? Alright, I'll definitely go. Hearing this familiar name, Qin Feng nodded his head, his eyes oddly looking at Chuyi, secretly laughing in his heart. Yaji Zhai? This is not my industry well, enough to spend me $1 to buy. You people also strange good lu, to my store to increase performance. I thank you ah. It just so happens that after buying the Yajie Zhai, have not gone to see, this time by the way to see how in the end, is also considered to inspect some of their own industry. For Chuyi voice hidden threat, Qin Feng did not put on the heart, as if the cat plays with the mouse like, playfully looking at Chuyi. He would like to see how this rich second generation with tens of millions of dollars at home wanted to touch himself. Ha, count on your kids' balls. Seeing Qin Feng nodding his head in agreement, Chuyi smiled with satisfaction and thought viciously in his heart, dare to hit me? My father wouldn't even dare to hit me like this. Let's see how I can clean you up this time, and let you know what Chuyi's Chu means. Hey, let's go. Zhang Yu with a heavy heart patted Qin Feng and returned to the dormitory with him. Inside the dormitory, it was somewhat awfully quiet. When it was about time, the group of four got up and headed to Yaji Zhai. Hee, such a coincidence. At the entrance of the school, Chuyi saw Qin Feng and his group come out and spat with a gloomy face. Good day brother Chu. Zhang Yu was jolted and hurriedly greeted him. Su-ro stood next to Chuyi, pretended not to see Qin Feng, and said softly towards Chuyi, brother Chuyi, I haven't been to Yaji Zhai, do you know the way? Ha, that must be You wait, I'll go drive over. Chuyi heard this sound. Chuyi brother, crispy bones are numb, the corner of the mouth curved into a Nike. Pressure cannot be suppressed. Wow brother Chuyi bought a car so young, so powerful. Su-ro looked at Chuyi with a face of adoration, her eyes sparkling. That's of course. Qin Feng, you also work hard. You can't let your sister suffer after you, right? Chuyi provocatively looked at Qin Feng, as if to say, see? What's the use of your good looks? Su-ro doesn't even look at you. Feng Z, let's take a taxi. Zhang Yu didn't dare to look at Chuyi and spoke in a low voice with his head lowered. No need. I also have a car. I can still sit another person. Which one of you will sit? The sports car was good everywhere. It just had too few seats and could only carry 2 people. Therefore Qin Feng could only ask his roommate who wants to sit. Ha, Qin Feng, this car of yours wouldn't be a bicycle, right? Chuyi didn't hold back his laughter. He was not believing that Qin Feng, a poor bastard, could afford a car. Associated with Qin Feng saying that he could only sit 2 people, Chuyi instantly thought of a bicycle. Su-ro also looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. A car that can only sit 2 people. It can't be a sports car, right? But you don't look like someone who can afford it. Su-ro did not think that Qin Feng was being facetious. Zhang Yu also did not believe it, shook his head and smiled bitterly, thinking that Qin Feng wanted to pretend in front of Su-ro. Seeing that Qin Feng did not seem to be lying, Li Jie became interested in his heart and spoke. Then you drive me one. You guys take a taxi. Okay, wait a bit. Qin Feng nodded and stepped away. Chuyi sneered, also followed and left. He didn't think that Qin Feng could afford to buy a car. Even if he did have a car, could it still be as expensive as his own BMW X5? The BMW X5 is worth $830,000. You a poor student can afford it? Later a comparison. Have your time to cry. A few moments later, Chuyi drove his own BMW X5 and parked at the school entrance, peeking out from the window with a smug face. Su-ro, get in the car. Is my car handsome? Wow, brother Chuyi's car is so handsome. Su-ro's eyes twitched, recognizing that this car was worth more than 800,000. Chuyi could afford to drive a car that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, so he was indeed very powerful. So Su-ro pretended to look excited and looked around the car with a curious face. Hey, a car is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhang Yu looked at this scene with shocked eyes, his heart growing more and more worried for Qin Feng. Qin Feng had offended this kind of big young man. His fate was more than likely to be bad. Brother Chu-yi, when do we set off? There's no rush. Didn't Qin Feng say that he also has a car? I'd like to see what it is. Chu-yi also thought of a moment to taunt Qin Feng, but do not want to drive away so quickly, ready to let Su-ro completely see Qin Feng's true colors. This kind of poor bastard is not worthy of Su-ro. Waiting for a while, see Qin Feng has not yet come. Chu-yi poked out the car window, scoffed, where's Qin Feng? He won't feel ashamed and run away, right? Ha ha. Zhang Yu shook his head, also felt that Qin Feng was weak-minded and might have run away first, and smiled helplessly. Jie, why don't we take a taxi there together? No need. Qin Feng seems to be here. Li Jie pointed to the shadow of a certain car in front of him with some surprise in his eyes. A silver-white car running, accompanied by a low wave sound, gradually stopped in front of them from far to near. The car window dropped, and a familiar voice came from inside. Long time waiting. Chapter 31 Yaji Zhai. Porsche 911. Holy fark. Windy, why are you in there? Is this car Windy's? Several people present exploded, especially when they saw Qin Feng sitting in the driver's seat. Zhang Yu and Yang Zihao all rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had misread the car. What the hell? The car that Qin Feng said could only seat 2 people was this Porsche 911? This is crazy. My roommate is actually a Porsche 911 owner. Zhang Yu excitedly went forward and touched the body that felt cold to the touch. His eyes filled with shock. Chu-yi swallowed his saliva, blinked vigorously, and patted his face, thinking that he was hallucinating. Realizing that it was still the same scene, his head tilted back violently, sucking in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes staring blankly at the silver-white sports car. This isn't right. Isn't Qin Feng even a shoe pirate? How can he afford to drive a Porsche 911? We're all freshmen. How can you be better than me? Just kidding. Chu-yi looked down at the steering wheel, feeling his face being slapped, losing face in front of Su-ro. MD, you're playing a pig in a poke, aren't you? I'll admit it this time. This time I admit. Don't think that driving a Porsche 911 can step on my head, and I can't afford it. No matter how powerful your car is, it's not as powerful as my entire shopping street. Qin Feng, you wait for me. When we get to Yaji Zhai, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Chu-yi tightened his fists, his eyes filled with defiance. Watching Qin Feng walk down from that silver-white car, Su-ro covered her chest and opened her mouth dumbfounded, even pausing her breathing for a moment. No way. This car was actually Qin Feng's? Qin Feng is actually so rich. Gosh, you didn't say so earlier. Su-ro admitted that she had some regrets. If she had known that Qin Feng was so rich, she wouldn't have gotten into Chu-yi's car. Su-ro looked at the BMW X5 underneath her and the Porsche 911 on the opposite side with complicated eyes. She recognized that the Porsche 911 was the top-of-the-line model, worth more than 3 million, and this BMW X5 underneath herself was only a mere 800,000 or so. The difference was too obvious. Su-ro took a deep breath. Her eyes suddenly became firm, comforting herself. This time, she was the one who looked away, not expecting Qin Feng to be able to afford a Porsche 911. Although Chu-yi lost the car, he didn't lose. Chu-yi's family still had a commercial street worth tens of millions of dollars, and Qin Feng currently only looked at a car of a few $1,000,000. The rest know nothing. Su-ro felt that if Qin Feng was any richer, he wouldn't be any richer than Chu-yi. It wasn't like Chu-yi couldn't afford this multi-million-dollar car. Su-ro cheered herself up. She believed that Chu-yi's potential was even greater than Qin Feng's, and that she would definitely not make a wrong choice this time. Looking at the disoriented Chu-yi, Su-ro revealed a cute smile and softly said, Brother Chu-yi, I believe that you are no worse than Qin Feng. Let's set off. After hearing Su-ro's encouragement, Chu-yi felt extremely moved. Right, I didn't lose. Qin Feng, what's the use of you having a good car? Can't you see that Su-ro is sitting in my car? Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll get back and make you pay. Su-ro, can I call you Ro-ro from now on? Chu-yi revealed a handsome smile and gently stared at Su-ro. Yes, brother Chu-yi is still the first to call me like this. Seeing Chu-yi pull himself together, Su-ro's heart sighed in relief. Enduring her awkwardness, she revealed a shy smile. Feng Zi, how much does this car of yours cost? Zhang Yu excitedly touched around and asked curiously. More than 310,000? Seeing Qin Feng nod his head, Zhang Yu retracted his hand like an electric shock and was shocked in his heart. Originally thought that this car was more than $1 million, but did not expect it to be more than 3 million. No wonder Qin Feng was so calm in the face of Chu-yi. So this was the bottom line. However, Chu-yi's home still had a commercial street, which was not something Qin Feng could compare to. Feng Zi, so I'm relieved. This car of yours is so expensive. Chewy shouldn't be too difficult for you later, but just to be on the safe side, let's toast Chewy at the table later. Zhang Yu was still a little worried. Although Qin Feng's family wasn't bad, it still wasn't as good as Chewy. That was tens of millions of dollars. It was still an entire commercial street that was in the vicinity of the university town. That was worth far more than a car. From the car that Qin Feng drove, it could be seen that Qin Feng was also a rich kid. But rich kids also had 3, 6, 9 classes. Zhang Yu did not think that Qin Feng could be completely unafraid of Chewy. Let's talk about it later. Li Jia and I will go over first. See you later. Qin Feng waved his hand and got into the car with Li Jia, watching the navigation as he drove to Yajizhai. Inside the car, Li Jia's eyes flashed with surprise as he took a glance at the car's interior accessories. This Qin Feng is really out of his expectation. Silently made a big one. Originally thought that Qin Feng drove the highest hundreds of thousands of cars, but did not expect it to be millions of luxury cars. This person, not simple. Li Jia slightly as if only just recognized Qin Feng, looked at a few more eyes, silently said, it seems that do not need their own appearance. Qin Feng will be able to solve Chewy this trouble. This is also good. Save others know their identity. Half an hour later, Qin Feng drove to the vicinity of Yajizhai, parked the car, and Li Jia together came to the entrance of Yajizhai. At this time the entrance to the Yajizhai has gathered a large group of people. Chewy is in the middle of the crowd to say something. See, Qin Feng came, pushed away the crowd, came to the side of Qin Feng, sneered, I thought you ran away. So many people are waiting for you. You have a big face. The road is not familiar. Safety is the main concern. Qin Feng smiled lightly, not caring how Chewy was displeased. When Zhang Yu and Yang Zihao also arrived, the crowd then swarmed into the Yajizhai under Chewy's lead. Welcome, are these all your people? Please line up first. I'll help you arrange it from my side. The store's waitress saw so many people pouring in at once. Her mouth opened in surprise, and she trotted over to Chewy and asked, You're new here, right? I don't even recognize you? Chewy wanted to show a wave of superiority in front of Su Rou, and questioned this waitress in a dissatisfied tone. On the second floor of Yajizhai, General Manager Tang Fan looked at the pressurized piece of people below. Worrying about an accident, he looked for the store's foreman and instructed, Go and see what's going on. And remember not to get into a conflict. Yes. A tall and sturdy man in his 20s nodded and headed towards the first floor. I don't know what the new boss's personality is. Will he make layoffs? Tang Feng had a sad face. He had worked at Yajizhai for 20 years, from waiter all the way to general manager, witnessing how Yajizhai had gone from a small workshop, step by step, to become a city-famous, billion-dollar restaurant. As a result, this morning just got up and received a phone call from the boss. Said the elegant collection of Zhai was bought. A new boss told him to do a good job, and hung up the phone. This made him frustrated and a touch of trepidation about the future. The Yajizhai worth hundreds of millions of dollars was sold just by saying so. The strength of this new boss is definitely not simple, especially when he saw the photo of the new boss on his cell phone. It made him feel shocked. The new boss in the photo looked young, similar to a college student. To be able to buy hundreds of millions of dollars of Yajizhai at such a young age, I'm afraid that the background was not something he could imagine. Tang Feng was worried that if he did anything wrong and messed with the new boss, it would be over. Just as Tang Feng was thinking about when the new boss would come to inspect, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the crowd below. How come it looks so much like the new boss? Tang Feng was a bit surprised, and when he looked again, he realized that the person had disappeared. He probably misread it. Tang Feng lost his voice and laughed, feeling that he was daydreaming and hallucinating all of a sudden. Shaking his head, Tang Feng walked back to his office and started reviewing the forms. Chapter 32, Assholes. Do you know who I am? Where's your foreman? Call your foreman over. Chewy was furious. A small waiter also dared to stop himself. He really ate bear heart and leopard gall. He followed his father in and out of the Yajizhai, but he never lined up, and was able to enter directly. How is it that today he brought his classmates here and let himself line up? Are you looking down on me? You let me Chewy's face where to put. If I still have to queue up to enter today, this is a big loss of face. How can I still pretend to be a bully in front of Su Rou in the future? You, looking at Chewy being so overbearing, the new waitress's eyes reddened and almost cried out. She was acting according to the store's rules and regulations. If she really let them in just like that, she would definitely have to deduct a large amount of her salary. There was no way around it. The waitress could only comfort Chewy and turn away to find the foreman to come over. Humph. Don't worry everyone. I often come here to eat. The foreman is my friend. As long as I open my mouth, everyone doesn't need to line up. Chewy proudly flaunted his connections, deliberately slanting a glance at Qin Feng, disdainfully skimming his mouth. These days, what's the use of you just being rich? If you're rich and don't have connections, you're still just a thug, a small tycoon. Do you understand the gold content of connections? In Chu Yi's eyes, Qin Feng is just like those coal bosses with big gold chains and a mouthful of big ballast. Just a good luck riffraff. With goods like you also want to rob the woman I have my eye on. Are you worthy? Soon, the waitress led a burly man in a hurry. Ha ha ha, so it's old brother Chu. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A bright laughter came. Tianbin warmly shook Chu Yi's hand, looked at the dozens of people behind him and asked, older brother, what are you? Brother Tian, I brought my classmates here today to gather for a meal, but that waiter stopped me from entering. Chu Yi pointed at the waitress next to him who was already scared silly. His tone was dissatisfied. Lan, why don't you come over and apologize to elder brother Chu? How do you usually teach you? Who gave you the guts to dare stop this honored guest? Tianbin's eyes sank as he chided at the waitress standing behind him as if he wanted to eat her. With Tianbin's character, Chu Yi was not a person worthy of being so ingratiating, but his family held a commercial street that was in the vicinity of the university town, which gave Tianbin an idea. He wanted to take one of the stores at a low price through Chu Yi and use it for his own business. After all, it was better to work for someone than to be your own boss. Tianbin was now stealing quite a few recipes from Yaji Zhai, and had learned almost as much as he could. Only one store is missing to complete his plan. For this reason, Tianbin deliberately put down his stature and took the initiative to befriend Chu Yi. Otherwise, such a second-generation ancestor was not worthy of Tianbin's currying favor. Foreman Tian, the waitress named Xiaolan, stuttering in her tone, still wanted to explain, but after being glared at by Tianbin, she swallowed back hard. Xiaolan had heard rumors about Tianbin in private, and everyone was saying that Tianbin was a gangster, and that he could mess with anyone, but not Tianbin. Last time to provoke Tianbin angry people, not only was arranged the heaviest work, but also find all kinds of reasons for private deduction of wages. The end of the miserable incomparable. He was a waiter at the bottom of the hierarchy, but he couldn't play with Foreman Tian. Lan also could not understand. She obviously followed the requirements of the training manual, did not violate the rules and regulations at all. Why do you have to apologize to others now? You have not done anything wrong. People have to bow their heads under the roof. Lan had to swallow her grievances in her stomach, not daring to show a trace of dissatisfaction. Xiaolan's eyes reddened as she came to Chu Yi and bent down in front of him, saying with a sobbing voice, right, I'm sorry. Louder. Chu Yi angrily grunted, frightening Xiaolan into shivering as a layer of water mist gradually surfaced in her eyes. Right, I'm sorry. Xiaolan bent over again, hanging her head, her eyes looking at the ground in resignation, tears swirling in her eyes, hot teardrops ticking and sliding down her cheeks. The voice tore at her heart. Why do I have to apologize? It's not like I did anything wrong. Rant's shoulders shook, a few strands of hair clinging to her cheeks from the tears, keeping a 90-degree bend, stubbornly standing in place. Elder brother Chu, don't let her spoil your mood. Quickly please, the box is arranged for you, guaranteed to satisfy you. Tianbin pushed aside Xiaolan, who was crying in her place, and enthusiastically reached out to lead the way for Chu Yi. Next time grow some memory. It's not just anyone you can stop. After Chu Yi finished playing the bully in front of Su Ro and the whole class, he felt that his face was glowing, and with a pretentious warning to Xiaolan, he led the crowd to the box with a single horse, waiting for the crowd to leave. The original places left Qin Feng alone. Looking at Xiaolan who was still bending over in place and crying, Qin Feng sighed, took out a tissue and handed it to Xiaolan's hand, comforting her. Wipe it off. They're all gone. After a while, seeing Xiaolan pinching the tissue, still unwilling to raise her body, Qin Feng pursed his lips, forcibly breaking Xiaolan straight, empathizing. It's very aggravating, isn't it? This feeling of powerlessness. Qin Feng understood this feeling. Before he obtained the system, this feeling followed him like a shadow. Society was a giant pyramid. There was no right or wrong, only benefits. Some people were born to be cattle and horses, and were oppressed by another group of people. Human nature was just like that. Wow, I'm not wrong. I'm clearly not wrong. I'm following the manual. Ran hugged her knees and squatted on the ground, tears bearing down her eyes and howling, as if she was a child who had been wronged and was crying to her parents. Alright, I know you're right. Do you know what the origin of that Tianbin was just now? Qin Feng squatted down to help Xiaolan wipe her tears and looked in the direction Tianbin had left in a curious tone. Yaji Zhai was now his property. This Tianbin was browbeating Chu Yi like this in front of him, and without even listening to the explanation, he directly asked the employee to apologize. Those who didn't know, thought that Tianbin was the owner of Yaji Zhai. This kind of unruly person, Qin Feng wouldn't dare to use, intending to directly clean up a set of people today. I heard that Tianbin is a gangster. Xiaolan sniffled and continued. The waiters underneath don't dare to offend him. Once they offend him they will be fined by him for various reasons. Yaji Zhai has this rule? Fines? No, This was privately ordered by Tian Bin. Said it was a fine, in fact it all went into his own pocket. Qin Feng nodded. This Tian Bin could not stay. Otherwise, if this goes on in the long run, the public reputation is damaged. Who still dares to come to Yaji Zhai as a waiter? Yaji Zhai reputation will also be destroyed by Tian Bin. Money into Tian Bin's pockets. Damage to their own interests. This is Qin Feng cannot endure. Patting Xiaolan's shoulder, Qin Feng comforted. Don't worry, I'll make the decision for you and help you punish Tian Bin. Che, you're the boss of Yaji Zhai. Ha! Xiaolan's heart warmed and her face had a look of you're teasing me. Other than the boss, who else could punish Tian Bin? But you don't look like the owner of this $100 million hotel. Where can there be such a young owner? Xiaolan felt that Qin Feng was comforting herself and waved her hand to bid farewell to Qin Feng and went to the door to receive guests. Chapter 33, Qin Feng, I'll let you not walk out of the box. Brother Chu is awesome. To think that he even knows someone in a place like this. He's worthy of being a big brother. Brother Chu, you were too domineering just now. I'm a boy whose heart is moved and wants to marry you. A group of people walked into the Yaji Zhai. Inside the spacious hall, the crystal chandelier was bright and dazzling. The floor was covered with a gorgeous carpet. Exquisite works of art were placed all around, and the air was filled with a faint aroma. Everyone looked around with excited eyes, their mouths frantically touting Chui. Introduce you guys, this is Tian Bin Tian brother. The entire Yaji Zhai in addition to the general manager, belongs to Tian brother most. Still not quick to call brother Tian, Chuyi's footsteps were light, feeling that life had reached its peak. Brother Tian is good. Everyone respectfully gestured towards Tian Bin, feeling worthy of being brother Chu, able to recognize such a big shot. Yaji Zhai was a restaurant worth hundreds of millions of dollars. They had never even dared to think before that they would one day be able to get to know such a big shot. Soon, the crowd went into a large private room, and even though there were more than 30 people present, they didn't feel crowded at all. Ro, you sit here. Chui attentively pushed aside the seat, signaling Su Ro to sit next to him. Good. Su Ro playfully smiled and sat on the chair to reveal a cute smile. Wow, worthy of being brother Chu. Only the first day and you're taking off work flowers. According to me, only brother Chu is worthy of Su Ro. Others don't come and get involved. The surrounding people began to coo, looking enviously at Chui. They also wanted to pursue Su Ro, but unfortunately, their opponents were too strong, and they were simply no match for the young and golden Chui. Chui tilted his chin in triumph as he sat next to Su Ro, smelling Su Ro's body fragrance. His heart was restless. Brother Tian, why don't you sit down as well? I'll cover this meal. Magnificent. Then brother is not polite. Tian Bin didn't refuse. He didn't even take a shift and directly sat down. Chui scanned the circle and suddenly frowned. Where was Qin Feng? Just when he thought that Qin Feng had run away, the door of the box was pushed open and he saw Qin Feng slowly walk in. Qin Feng, you come over. This is brother Tian, the steward of the Yaji Zhai. Why don't you come over and say hello? Chui saw Qin Feng with this slow and easy look. His heart was very upset and started to issue did. Tian Bin heard Chuyi's displeasure and looked at Qin Feng with a touch of probing in his eyes. After seeing that Qin Feng didn't look like a rich man, Tian Bin immediately lost interest, thinking that this was a new toy that young Master Chu had found. Foreman Tian, it's so busy outside. Aren't you going to help? Qin Feng asked, pretending to be casual, after finding an empty seat and sitting down. Qin Feng, how do you speak to Tian? Do you know Tian's position in Yaji Zhai? One word and you'll never be able to take a step into Yaji Zhai again in your life. Seeing Qin Feng not giving himself face in front of so many people, Chui slapped the table and stared at Qin Feng with an ugly face. MD, still dare to be so arrogant. Who gave you the courage? Tian Bin is also angry and laughs. Who doesn't give him three thin faces in Yaji Zhai? Young people nowadays, really no big or small. Tian Bin narrowed his eyes, looked at Chui if there is a reference. Chu old brother, this is also your classmate? You today, for your face, do not and his general knowledge. In the future, you have to control and teach him the rules. Chuyi's face was unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, still don't apologize to brother Tian. The surrounding people quieted down at once, looking at the tense situation in the arena, and opened their mouths towards Qin Feng to persuade him. Qin Feng, brother Chu is right. This time it's your fault. You quickly go apologize. Right Qin Feng, brother Tian is the steward of Yaji Zhai. It's not something you can mess with. Those who were close to Qin Feng had silently moved away from their stools, deeply afraid of drawing fire, looking at Qin Feng's eyes like looking at a little cutie. The same, thinking that Qin Feng didn't have any emotional intelligence at all. What is your status? What is Tian Bin's status? Where do you get the courage to accuse others? Even if Tian Bin is now working hours, you cannot say this. Know what is called emotional intelligence? Not to mention what people do, and what do you have to do with it? You are not the boss of the Yaji Zhai. Really blindly worry. Idle egg pain. I now a little admire Qin Feng. Courage is really big. Mess with Chui, mess with Tian Bin. Really courageous. I suspect Qin Feng has a brain problem. Is he stupid? How did he dare to mess with an ordinary person? It's a waste of time to have that look. But it turns out that his brain is not good. Let's stay away from Qin Feng. Don't pay attention to him. The girls whispered and pointed at Qin Feng, their eyes revealing a hint of dislike and pity. They had previously thought that Qin Feng was quite handsome, and although he didn't have any money, he could be a spare tire. But now they felt that Qin Feng was a stone in a latrine, smelly and hard. Thinking that Qin Feng had offended Chui and Tian Bin, he was already in big trouble. Su Rou looked at Qin Feng's breezy expression and also shook her head with a complicated face. She knew that Qin Feng had a luxury car of more than $3 million, which might be rich in the eyes of ordinary people, but it still wasn't enough to look at in front of Chui, and a character that made Chui call out to his brother was even more not something Qin Feng could afford to offend. Yaji Zhai was a restaurant worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and the people who came here to eat were either rich or noble. Tian Bin can be a steward here. There must be his superiority. Maybe he knows a lot of big shots. Now that Qin Feng didn't give Tian Bin face, Tian Bin only needed to blow the whistle on those big shots to make Qin Feng suffer. Egu, my dear brother, what are you doing? Let's say hello. You not only let Chui lose face, but also offended Tian Bin. Zhang Yu anxious sweating. Think Qin Feng is still too inflated. Yes, you drive more than $3 million car is very powerful, but Chui is not bad. His family tens of millions of assets. If you let him down in public like this, he will definitely hate you even more. Hey, and the peace is not good. We give each other face, peace and prosperity. Zhang Yu hurriedly poured a cup of white wine in front of Chui, a drink down, choking full of tears, opened his mouth. Brother Chu, brother Tian, my brother has a fever today. Please forgive me. This cup of wine I apologize on behalf of my brother. Scram. You're nothing. Chui slapped the wine cup in Zhang Yu's hand and slammed it to pieces with a snap. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone dared not speak and gloated as they looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, all the scores are settled together today. You burned me with a cigarette but in the classroom before. Now you kneel down and kowtow to me. I'll forgive you. How about it? I'm generous, right? Chui pointed at Qin Feng and smiled teasingly, his eyes glowing with a vicious gaze, not thinking that Qin Feng would have any chance of turning the tables. Today, I'm going to make you kneel down in front of all your classmates, let you never be able to raise your head for the rest of your life, so that you no longer have dignity in front of Su Rou. Tian Bin stood up and applauded, laughing loudly. Elder brother Chu, so this person is so ungrateful. Don't worry, this is old brother's territory. Today brother guarantees to satisfy you. If this kid doesn't honestly kowtow to you, I'll let him walk out of this box today. Tian Bin glanced at Qin Feng with disdain, not taking him seriously in his heart. A poor student. No matter how great your skills are, you will not be able to turn over the flowers. In Yaji Zhai, as a dragon you have to lie down. Is a tiger you have to lie down? Just take this opportunity to make Chu Daoshao happy, and then once happy, their own things may be accomplished. Tian Bin stood up with a tiger's eye, his gaze teasingly staring at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a mole cricket. With Tian Bin's opening, Chuyi's bottom was even stronger, staring at Qin Feng with a cold smile on his face, his body trembling with excitement at the thought of the scene where Qin Feng fell to his knees. Chapter 34, Inverting the Big Dipper. Inside the box, everyone looked at Qin Feng with pity. None of them dared to speak up for Qin Feng. Tian Bin, you left your post without authorization during work hours. You don't follow the rules and regulations. Yaji Zhai doesn't need an employee like you. Qin Feng sits on the chair, face calm without a trace of panic, looking at Tian Bin leisurely opening his mouth. What? Chu, old brother, this classmate of yours has no problem with his brain, right? Listen to what he's saying. He's firing me. Did I hear him right? Ha 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 ha. Tian Bin threw his head back and laughed, pointing at his head, looking at Qin Feng like a little cutie. Looking at Qin Feng like a little cutie, he was very speechless in his heart. This kid doesn't understand his Tian Bin's position in Yaji Zhai. Even if the general manager comes, he won't fire him because of this little thing. In addition to him, who is qualified to be a foreman, the ability to come to the elegance of the fast food big shot, arranged comfortably. With you being a student in an ivory tower, where do you get the ability to fire me? What a joke. You think you're the boss of the Yaji Zhai? Tian Bin thought that Qin Feng was dead to the world and started babbling as he let out a sardonic smile on his face and squeezed his fists together with a cackle. Qin Feng, Qin Feng, I thought you were a character, knowing how to advance and retreat. I didn't expect that after all this, you're still so hard-mouthed. I'm curious as to where you got your confidence? What? With my brother Tian here, you still want to make a move? Chui looked down at Qin Feng, who was sitting on a chair, his eyes filled with playfulness, as if he was looking at a mole cricket in the palm of his hand. I manage my own staff, and I still need to give you a report? Qin Feng laughed dumbly, ignoring the grinning Chu Yi who bared his teeth, and silently looked at Tian Bin. Joke, listening to your tone, you're the owner of Yaji Zhai? You think I've never seen a boss before? Dare to snub me here? Tian Bin completely lost his patience with this arrogant Tun Qin Feng. Clenching his fists, he was about to go over and educate the current young man. Can he Tian Bin not know what the boss of Yaji Zhai looks like? This foreman was when the boss personally opened his mouth to let him become. This brat also didn't ask around and dared to pretend in his face. Really looking for death. Brother Tian, please, help me teach him a good lesson. Shui gave Tian Bin a wink and stood aside with his hands clasped on his chest, his eyes flashing with twisted pleasure. Ha 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 ha, you Qin Feng also have today. This is what you get for offending me. Kneel down with humiliation. Ha ha ha, oh ho, there's a good show to watch. This Qin Feng might really be seriously ill, and he still dares to talk tough and say he's the boss of Yaji Zhai, and he doesn't piss on himself to see if he's worthy. This kid is too pretentious. Deserved it. Being in the same class as Qin Feng, I'm too ashamed. Regarding what Qin Feng said, not a single person present believed it, and all thought that Qin Feng was still talking tough. Watching Qin Feng being forced to kneel right away, a trace of excitement flashed in the bottom of everyone's eyes as they made way for the field and formed a circle. Some even pulled out their cell phones, ready to record this exciting scene. Zhang Yu clenched his fists and closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch the upcoming scene in his heart. For a while, Qin Feng was the only one in the scene sitting alone on a chair, becoming the center of attention in the box. Tian Bin let out a sardonic laugh and came to Qin Feng's side. Raising his arm, he was about to give Qin Feng a slap to sober him up. Stop. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open. A figure just entered the box and saw a scene that shook his heart and soul. His mouth shouted angrily, his voice like muffled thunder echoing in the mid-air of the box. Ah! Tian Bin felt that this voice was somewhat familiar, raised his eyes to look. His expression instantly froze, and his raised arm froze in mid-air, with nowhere to rest. After sending Tian Bin to deal with things downstairs, Tang Feng returned to the office to deal with the documents in a disturbed state of mind. The more he thought about the silhouette he had just seen, the more he felt that person resembled the new boss. Eventually, just in case, Tang Feng went downstairs to ask the waiter about the specific box and came in a hurry after learning about it. Just after entering it, he saw this appalling scene. Manager, why are you here? Tian Bin awkwardly lowered his arm and ran to Tang Feng's side to bow his head in greeting, a little curious in his heart. Tang Feng was a person who often dealt with documents in the office, and never asked about the affairs of the box. Why did he think of running to the box today? How strange. Although the scene just now was seen by Tang Feng, Tian Bin didn't take it seriously in the slightest. In addition to the boss in Yaji Zhai, no one can remove themselves from their position. As long as one handled it well, even if one was hit and caught in the act, it wasn't much of a big deal. Even if Tang Feng was dissatisfied, he couldn't actually punish himself. But Tang Feng was the general manager after all. Face still had to be given. Tang Feng ignored Tian Bin, just looked at the figure sitting on the chair with twitching corners of his eyes. Heavens, what did he see? The new boss of Yaji Zhai was actually almost beaten up by an employee in Yaji Zhai. This is simply the inverse of the Big Dipper. Finished. Something big happened. Big trouble is coming. Tang Feng's eyes went black. His lips trembled with anger, and he almost didn't take a breath. He knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, he would have absolutely no good fruit to eat. He wouldn't even be able to keep his job, and would soon have to pack up and leave. Chuyi's eyes lit up, and with an enthusiastic face, he came to Tang Feng's side, bending down to flatter him. Manager Tang, what wind blew you here? I'm Chuyi Ah. My father is Chu Jun. Do you still remember? When my dad came home, he also said he wanted to pay you a visit. Look, when are you free? My dad will treat you to a meal. After a pause, he saw that Tang Feng didn't say anything and just looked somewhere. Chuyi followed the line of sight and looked over, realizing that there was Qin Feng sitting right there. Chuyi frowned, wondering what virtue or ability this trash Qin Feng could have to attract the attention of such a big shot like Tang Feng. Could it be that the two knew each other? Chuyi snorted, interrupting this thought. Just Qin Feng this waste, what qualifications did he have to be acquainted with Tang Feng? It seemed that he was overthinking it. Shaking his head, Chuyi tilted his chin to show off to the crowd. I'll introduce everyone. This is the general manager of Yaji Zhai, Tang Feng, Manager Tang. In Yaji Zhai, Manager Tang is a handful and knows many big shots. You guys are really lucky today, being able to meet Manager Tang. This is a big shot that many people can't even see. After hearing the introduction, everyone huffed backward, their eyes shocked as they looked at Tang Feng. hastily bending over respectfully to greet him. Tianbin was all a big shot that they needed to look up to. They didn't expect this one to be even more powerful, actually being the general manager of Yaji Zhai. Heavens, it's worthy of being Brother Chu, even recognizing this kind of big shot. This is too strong. Everyone is a student. How come the gap is so big? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Chui nodded his head in satisfaction, tilting his chin with a proud face as he stared at Qin Feng. Humph, see, even the general manager of Yaji Zhai I know. Your kid has a few stinking money counts for nothing. Without connections nothing. You kid just did not say that he is the owner of the Yaji Zhai? How now the general manager of the Yaji Zhai came? Did not see you greet ah? Say ah. Why do not you say? Dumb. I knew you kid is pretending. The general manager came to you to rest hiccups. Chapter 35 What? Qin Feng is the owner of Yaji Zhai? Chuyi's eyes rolled as he yelled towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what do you mean? You still dare to sit when Manager Tang is here? Are you not putting Manager Tang in your eyes? After saying that, Chui flashed a treacherous smile. Humph, you kid still dares to be so pretentious. Manager Tang is a big shot that my father has to bow to. Where did you get the guts to still dare to sit down? Chui or some admire Qin Feng's courage. Even Manager Tang dare to offend. You kid powerful. Really have the guts. Too much guts. Tianbin looked at Qin Feng still not coming over to greet Manager Tang. His heart was also furious, glaring at his eyes and muffled. You kid come over. With that, he was about to go over and yank Qin Feng up. Tianbin, don't apologize to the boss yet. Tang Feng saw that Tianbin still didn't know how to make a move on his boss, so he was furious that he slapped Tianbin hard on his face. Splat! Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, Tianbin's steps steeply froze in midair, covering his face, his eyes looking at Tang Feng incredulously, a ball of anger rising in his heart. Cursing, Chow, dead old man, I gave you face, you still stomped on me. Tianbin was enraged, his face abruptly reddened, not caring what Tang Feng had just said. There was only one thought in his mind right now. Teach this dead old man who gave face no face a lesson, especially in front of so many people. Being slapped by an old man who was over 100 years old. If this was spread out, where would his Tianbin's face go? Who would give him face in the future? Only Chui felt something was wrong. His heart snapped, hurriedly holding Tianbin who had lost his mind, pointing at Qin Feng, and carefully confirming towards Tang Feng. Manager Tang, what did you just call him? Boss? After asking, Chui held his breath, his heart pounding. Tang Feng lazily ignored Chuyi's small roll, pushed away the cranky Tianbin, jogged to Qin Feng, crying and shouting, Boss, my subordinate is late, please don't be angry. After saying that, Tang Feng sensed that it was inappropriate for him to stand. He didn't even want to lose his face. His knees bent, and he was about to kneel down towards Qin Feng. Okay, don't be like this, get up. Qin Feng raised his eyes and saw that Tang Feng's age could be his grandfather. Such a little old man also kneeling to himself. This is also too much of a break in life. Respecting the old and loving the young was a traditional virtue. How could one let an old man kneel to himself in front of so many people? Qin Feng's hands helped, hard to lift Tang Feng up. Speechless, Tang Feng quietly looked at Qin Feng's face. His heart was relieved, and he continued to cry and say that he was not. From afar, looking at Tang Feng shouting boss to Qin Feng, and also kneeling down to Qin Feng, Chui backed up his breath. Stopping Tianbin's hands powerlessly fell, lost in thought as he looked at Qin Feng. Tianbin, who was originally burning with rage, also seemed to be splashed with a pot of cold water. His face turned from red to white, staring at Qin Feng with dead eyes. The boys were dumb. The girls were dumb. Su Ro's girlfriends were dumb. Su Ro was dumb. Zheng Yu was dumb. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Qin Feng sitting on the chair with dull expressions and staring eyes, their pupils filled with shock and horror, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Everyone's mouths were so wide open that they could be stuffed into an egg. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? Quick, slap me, this must be a dream. Slap, hiss it hurts. This isn't a dream, this is real. As soon as the words fell, the silent scene exploded, like a blazing fire doused with gasoline. Everyone erupted in shocking screams, and the scene abruptly came alive. Holy, Qin Feng TMD is Yaji Zhai boss? I Lua Bean, so powerful, this is Yaji Zhai, mom yeah, Yaji Zhai worth hundreds of millions. This does not mean that Qin Feng is a billionaire. A billionaire is my classmate? What kind of amazing opportunity is this? The boys erupted into a burst of, all of them huffing and puffing, gazing at Qin Feng in disbelief, so excited that they didn't know what to do, and could only desperately shake the good brothers around them. Gosh, this is the big brother ah. No wonder Qin Feng is not afraid of offending Chui and Tianbin. The original people are billionaires. Yaji Zhai is Qin Feng's turf. No wonder he has the courage not to be afraid of others. The dog that was raised barked fiercely, and the owner came out, immediately clapped his tail and turned into a licking dog. Zhang Yu let out a cry, frantically shaking Yang Ziheo's arm, shocked. Feng, Brother Qin is too powerful. To my death. I didn't expect that Yaji Zhai is Brother Qin's property. No wonder Brother Qin was so calm from start to finish. Chui is nothing in front of him. Yang Ziheo nodded his head in agreement and concurred. Brother Qin is still too low-key. If I were that rich then Chui would still be arrogant. Worthy of being Brother Qin, rich but not ostentatious. This is the real big brother. Li Jie was also very surprised, silently nodding his head. This roommate of his is really not simple. Wow, Qin Feng is also too handsome. I love it so much. Qin Feng is the prince charming of my dreams. I will not marry him in this life. I'm so lucky to be in the same class as Qin Feng. The girls were making a nymphomania, with stars in their eyes, and they couldn't wait to tear off their clothes and run into Qin Feng's arms to be rubbed viciously. Hiss Zoe. Qin Feng turned out to be so powerful. Ro, didn't you add Qin Feng's V-mail? Quickly send it to me. I'm going to take the initiative. Yes, Su Ro, you've got your eye on Chui. Qin Feng, don't try to steal it from us. You won't be able to grasp it anyway. Let me do it. Su Ro's girlfriends looked at Qin Feng with bated breath, changing their previous impression. They only felt that Qin Feng at this moment was covered in golden light, which was the color of money. For a freshman to have hundreds of millions of assets, this was something they didn't even dare to think about. Compared to Qin Feng, Chui was second to none, and didn't even deserve to be compared to Qin Feng. Who was Chui? They really weren't familiar with it. The smile on Su Ro's face could no longer be maintained, annoyingly rubbing her hair, pursing her lips and looking at Qin Feng in disbelief, her heart feeling empty. How could this happen? Oh my god, what stupid thing did I do? Su Ro had thought that even if Qin Feng was rich, he wasn't as good as Chuyi's family lineage, but reality slapped her hard and made her realize what it meant to be a big brother. Yaji Zhai was actually Qin Feng's property. This was too much of a stretch. Su Ro regretted, very much regretted. Regretting why she hadn't seen Qin Feng's strength earlier, regretting that she hadn't persisted a little longer. If she had insisted a little more, she might have become Qin Feng's girlfriend. If she had held on a little longer, this golden mountain would have been her own. Su Ro bit the corner of her mouth, her finger bones pinched green and white, her heart full of regret. Tang Feng saw Tianbin still standing there stupidly still. His old face sank, pointing at Tianbin and shouting angrily, "Roll over, who gave you the guts to dare to make a move on the boss? Still not apologizing to the boss? Don't do this, foreman. Resign." Chapter 36, Wagging Tail and Begging for Mercy. Hearing these words, Tianbin's scalp instantly went numb. A cool air ran from his heels to the back of his head. His face turned as white as a corpse in a morgue, and he felt cold inside. Isn't this kid Chuyi's classmate? Uing turned out to be the Yaji Zhai boss? You are early to say ah. You put aside this pretend what beggar ah. I'm finished. Being Chui this grandson harmed miserably. Tianbin looked at the Qin Feng sitting in the chair. Inside the panic piece, bean-sized beads of sweat as if raining drops from the face. Not a moment, the whole back is wet with sweat. Tianbin's only blessing was that this slap just now didn't go down. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a bit of reprieve. As a foreman of the Yajijie Zhai, Tianbin deeply understands the energy of Yajijie Zhai, far from the appearance of looking that simple. Yaji Zhai surface value is hundreds of millions of dollars, and it is attached to the human relations, but also far beyond the scope of money to measure. Jiangqing's rich and powerful people like to come to eat at Yaji Zhai. Under the accumulation of time, the relationship network is more and more huge. Want to buy Yaji Zhai? Not pay 100 million can do, but also need to have a very large background. What alarmed Tianbin even more was Qin Feng's age, a teenage college student. Without saying a word between the acquisition of Yaji Zhai, become its boss. This was simply too frightening. Just thinking about how he was about to make a move on Qin Feng just now, Tianbin was so scared that his heart stopped for a split second and he almost hiccuped in place. Boss, I was wrong. Tianbin's legs went weak as he came in front of Qin Feng, and when he was swept away by Qin Feng's eyes, he was so scared that his legs and feet went limp, and he knelt at Qin Feng's feet with a thud. At this moment, Tianbin no longer dared to play the bully, asking for Qin Feng's forgiveness in a sorry state like a dog. Just like a dog that showed its teeth and couldn't be fed well, being taught a lesson by its master with a heart kick. Its eyes instantly became clear, trembling and burying its head, whimpering. How arrogant he was just now, how wretched he was now. What dignity and face were all left behind by Tianbin. He was afraid of losing his job, and even more afraid of being retaliated against by Qin Feng. Don't look at how ferocious he screamed just now, as if he knew a lot of big shots. In front of Qin Feng, these were all useless. None of them would offend Qin Feng for him. Instead, these people would punish him severely in order to befriend Qin Feng. No matter how good he was at mixing, he was of no use in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng and him were not in the same class at all. They didn't even need Qin Feng to make a move. A bunch of people would step on him ruthlessly in order to curry favor with Qin Feng. Ha ha, how dare you ask us to call out Brother Tian with this kind of goods? I poo. What a trashy thing. Just thinking about me calling him Brother Tian just now makes me want to vomit. Everyone, does he look like a dog with this look? Ha ha ha. Don't insult the dog. I'll get angry. That's it? I thought Tian Bin was so powerful. This doesn't work either. Weren't you very tough just now? Jia jia jia. Everyone gloatingly looked at Tian Bin kneeling on the ground, recklessly let out ridicule, face cheeky, completely forgetting the groveling to Tian Bin just now. Listening to the ridicule coming from his ears, Tian Bin's drooping eyes flared up with a ray of blood. His fists clenched and creaked. Because of too much force, his nails were deeply plunged into his palms, bringing a piercing pain. MD, you little brats, wait for me. When I muddle through this matter, I have to clean you up. I cannot get Qin Feng, cannot get you poor students. Tian Bin buried his head deeply, hiding his emotions, not daring to let Qin Feng find out. Tang Feng, Tian Bin has been privately scolding and deducting his employees' wages at every turn to fill his own pockets. This matter, do you know about it? Qin Feng swept a glance at Tian Bin with his eyes downcast and said to Tang Feng if he had a point. Ah, there's this kind of thing. Tian Bin, who gave you the guts? Do you still have the rules of the Yaji Zhai in your eyes? Tang Feng's pupils dilated, unbelievably roared at Tian Bin, slapping him hard on the side of his head. Then crying out, he shouted, "Boss, this matter has nothing to do with me." This person Tian Bin was promoted by his former boss, relying on his former boss to back him up. He doesn't put me in his eyes at all. If I had known about this matter, I would have let him roll over and get out. Qin Feng silently observed the micro-expressions and subconscious movements on Tang Feng's face, and seeing that it didn't look like hypocrisy, he nodded his head and looked at Tian Bin, who had fallen to his knees, with downcast eyes, his voice calmly saying, "Tian Bin, what else do you want to say?" Tian Bin's heart was chilled. How could he not figure out how this matter was known by Qin Feng? Could it be that he had arranged for someone to be placed by his side? This Qin Feng was obviously here for the first time. How could he be so familiar with what he had done? MD, what to do now? Looks like this new boss is not easy to fool. Tian Bin racked his brain and couldn't come up with an excuse. Seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more oppressive, Tian Bin gritted his teeth, endured the humiliation, and in full view of the eyes, kowtowed heavily towards Qin Feng and choked. "Boss, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please forgive me. My mother is still lying in her hospital bed, waiting for me to serve her. My child is only 3 years old this year. Still do not understand. My wife has a cerebral infarction, can't take care of herself, and is waiting for me to take care of her. The whole family is counting on me to support the family. I really had no choice but to come up with such a stupid thing. I know it's wrong. I'll change. Boss, just give me another chance. I can't lose this job. My whole family depends on me alone. If I even lose my job, the family will fall apart. Please, please, please give me a way out. I rely on this job to support my family." Tian Bin forced himself into tears, forcing himself into a state, thumping his head towards Qin Feng, tearfully saying how miserable he was in an attempt to gain Qin Feng's sympathy. Tian Bin didn't believe that Qin Feng, such an unsocialized college student, could have such a hard heart. With his own words, as long as he was a human being, he would be impressed. As long as a person's heart is soft, coupled with some good words, even if it's a big thing, it will be trivialized. When this matter passes, and he pleases Qin Feng more, who will mention this matter again? Watching Tian Bin, such a strong man, fall on his knees and kowtow to Qin Feng with tears in his voice, the girls present had their hearts softened, sniffling and whispering to Qin Feng, "Qin Feng, look at how pitiful his family is. Don't make things difficult for him." Yeah. His family is so miserable. Do this kind of also understandable. Well, you a billionaire big shot. Why make it difficult for him this kind of small role? Hey, he is so poor. You let him go. Who has not made a mistake? There is a mistake next time to correct. Not on the line? Chapter 37, Our Lady? Get the hell out of here. Hearing that someone had opened his mouth to speak for him, Tian Bin's face was delighted. The corner of his mouth hooked and he buried his head deeper, secretly pleased in his heart. So many people to help me plead for mercy. I do not believe that you can still be so hard-hearted. Can't ignore the pleas of others, have to cross me. This society is a society between people. As long as you are in it, you have to deal with people. No one can break free from this big net of society. No matter how good you are, you still have to get along with people, right? I don't believe you popped out of a stone. As long as you are a human being, you cannot get rid of these human relationships, but also to honestly maintain a variety of relationships? Shu Yi, who was standing stupidly in the distance, also finally came back to his senses. Looking at Tianbin wagging his tail at Qin Feng like a dog, Shuyi's body trembled uncontrollably, the heart in his chest thumping like a drum as if it was about to explode. If you were to ask him what he was feeling right now, Shuyi would only want to say that he was scared. No, I want to go home. I want to find my mom. Shuyi's eyes were terrified, and he couldn't wait to take this opportunity to sneak away, but he didn't dare. Shuyi was afraid that after he escaped, Qin Feng would retaliate against his entire family. After knowing that Qin Feng is the boss of the Yaji Zhai, Shuyi could not give birth to a single thought of resistance in his heart. Even the famous Tianbin on the road are there on their knees begging for Qin Feng's forgiveness? He is second generation where the courage to dare to resist. No wonder Qin Feng has so much confidence. It turns out that he is the boss of the Yaji Zhai. Thinking of himself letting Qin Feng greet Tianbin and Tang Feng, Shuyi smiled to himself. How could there be a boss who greeted his employees? This was simply the inverse of the Big Dipper. The connections he was flaunting were all Qin Feng's men. No wonder Qin Feng had a bland face. Qin Feng he himself was one of the biggest human connections. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. The clown is even myself? I still want to make Qin Feng kneel down and apologize in Qin Feng's territory? Yeah, this is too brave of me. Shuyi's heart couldn't help but tremble when he thought about what he said. Not to mention himself, even if his own old man came, he wouldn't dare say such words to Qin Feng. His family's commercial street was nothing in front of Qin Feng. There was simply no comparison. Shuyi held back the urge to urinate. His hands and feet numb came in front of Qin Feng, flopped down on the ground, squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Qin." My younger brother was confused for a moment. You're generous. Don't be angry, ha. Touching Qin Feng's indifferent eyes, Shuyi was like a rabbit touching a hawk. His whole body stiffened and became unable to move. Only his fingertips trembled slightly. Shuyi shrank his head like an ostrich, his face becoming at a loss for words, his heart hating himself for being so pretentious earlier. What was originally a good target to bully had turned into a man-swallowing beast in the blink of an eye. This feeling almost scared Shuyi into fainting. Pa! Shuyi ruthlessly slapped himself and followed Tianbin's example, kowtowing to Qin Feng incessantly, praying for understanding. Brother Qin, I won't dare to do it again. Shuyi cried out while kowtowing. His voice was quite rhythmic, as if he was raping. This brat deserves it. Now you know you're afraid? Too late. Zhang Yu looked at the kowtowing Shuyi. His eyes were very relieved, and his heart's admiration for Qin Feng went to the next level. Worthy of being Brother Qin, before he even made a move. The enemy was so scared that he cried out, truly a model for my generation. Ha ha, it turns out that Shuyi is just a bully who is afraid of soft goods, but that's just it. According to me, Su Ro is only worthy of Brother Qin. Shuyi doesn't piss on himself to see if he's worthy. Yes, it's great to have a few bucks, right? Look at Brother Qin. He's many times richer than Shuyi, but he's so low-key. This is the example we should learn from. This clown, he dares to steal a woman from Brother Qin. He's really looking for death. The boys were pointing at Shuyi, falling down the well, and in order to curry favor with Qin Feng, they couldn't wait to go over and smack Shuyi with a few big mouths to make him remember. When Su Ro saw this mighty sight of Qin Feng, a layer of watery light gradually flooded her pearl-sized eyes, and her legs tightened together. As for Shuyi, Su Ro didn't even take a glance at him. Su Ro only stared at Qin Feng alone. Her bare neck and small cute doll face gradually flooded with a wisp of pink, just like someone who had just soaked in a hot spring. Pink and sticky. Qin Feng, Shuyi no matter how to say, is also our classmate. There is something you guys discuss in private. As for this, we still have to get along with each other for a few years in the future. So don't be generous and don't generalize with him. Yeah, anyway, you're so rich. Where is Shuyi your rival? You're not fine. Just forgive Shuyi. The girls again surrounded Qin Feng and chirped, urging Qin Feng to be generous and not be so petty. It was as if Qin Feng would become an unforgivable bad guy if he didn't forgive the two kneeling on the ground. Shuyi heart secretly happy. This meal really did not invite in vain, or someone to plead for their own well. Shuyi kowtow frequency a slow, and Tianbin look at each other a smile, listening to the ears of a variety of holy mother horse speech. Qin Feng heart of anger tang was ignited. Qin Feng waved his hand in annoyance and stood up violently, his voice icy cold. Shut up, it's noisy. The voice was like a cold wind from Siberia, blowing out the noise of the girls' chatter. It instantly startled the girls, unconsciously closing their mouths, their eyes fearfully stealing glances at Qin Feng's face. Leshan Buddha, all of you should give up your seats. You guys are so saintly. Does your family know? Qin Feng's cold eyes swept. All those who came into contact with him hung their heads, their eyes flickering with uneasiness. None of them dared to meet Qin Feng's gaze. To put it bluntly, I can't even name you guys. Your relationship is similar to that of strangers. Who gave you guys the face to dare meddle in my affairs? Are you guys worthy? You guys are not worthy. Qin Feng's aura was in full swing, pointing at this group of holy mother whores without mercy, exposing their hypocritical faces. I don't care for what purpose you all plead for them. Now all of them all shut up. Either stand and watch the show or get out. Who's in favor? Who's against? Qin Feng's gaze was like a knife as he slashed across each and every one of their faces, and in his heart, he was about to laugh in anger at this group of holy mother whores. A group of self-serving, crooked-looking Puxin women. Are we on such good terms? Who gave you guys the courage to dare to meddle in my affairs? When I was embarrassed by Tianbin and Shui, I didn't see you pleading for me. If I were just an ordinary person, wouldn't I have been forced to kneel and kowtow by them today? Now that it's my turn, I'm the villain? What's more, I didn't do anything, and I didn't force Shui and Tianbin to kowtow. So is this also my fault? Don't advise others to be good without their suffering. A group of gibbering sanctimonious completely pissed off Qin Feng, a rare outburst of anger. At this moment, Qin Feng somewhat missed Xiao Ying, or even Zhang Yan. At the very least, people are not such a sanctimonious whore, and their looks are much prettier than your crooked jujubes. You bunch of saintly don't even have even a shred of value to me, and you dare to compare yourselves to the crooked ones. How dare you, just because you have a big face? Chapter 38 Eating Jail Food. A moment later, Qin Feng scanned the week. Not a single person stepped out of the box, and all of them hung their heads like quails, not saying a word. Everyone was as honest as a child. Only then did Qin Feng show a smile on his face, smirking as he looked down at Tianbin, who was kneeling at his feet, and faintly laughed. Finished? After you finish you can roll. Yaji Zhai does not need people like you. Tianbin's body stiffened and stiffly raised his head to look at Qin Feng, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? After you heard those words of mine, don't you have a trace of softness in your heart? Is there not a bit of compassion? You're a college student with such a hard heart. Qin Feng's words were like a huge stone, instantly crushing the fluke in Tianbin's heart. Boss doesn't care about me. Ah, I see. Did Shui make you angry? I'll help you teach him a lesson. Tianbin mouthed off, pointing at Shui in an attempt to get a chance at forgiveness. Screw you MD. Tianbin, you did this to yourself. Don't drag me along. Shui was also enraged. This dog wanted to pull himself into the water even when he was dying. What a scumbag. A lost job Tianbin. Shui has not put in the eyes. See him to lead the fire on himself. Angry Shui directly and Tianbin twisted up. I'll beat you to death this. If it wasn't for you, how would the laborer offend the boss? Tianbin, in order to curry favor with Qin Feng, swung his sandbag-sized fist and punched Shui. Draft? Shui was not a match for Tianbin physically, and after receiving a hard punch, his eyes instantly blurred and he almost saw a Teiyukai, but with a mouthful of anger in his heart, Shui gritted his teeth and strangled Tianbin's neck. For a time the two fought hard to distinguish. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling Tang Feng not to pull apart the two, his face smilingly watching the two dogfight. At this time, a small black book, in the two fighting from Tianbin body fell, rolled in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng curiously picked it up and took a look. The contents inside were instructions for some recipe measurements. Tang Feng, take a look at this. Tang Feng walked over and took a look. His face changed dramatically, stuttering, Boss, this is all Yaji Zhai's dishes on it. This, call the police. It seems that this Tianbin's guts are still beyond my expectations. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. His distaste for Tianbin intensified. This book is recorded above the Yaji Zhai's dish practices. What to do in each step. How much spices to put are recorded clearly. It is no exaggeration to say that with this book, can completely one-to-one replica of the Yaji Zhai dish's flavor. Tianbin dared to record this information surreptitiously. The purpose is not simple. This behavior had already damaged the interests of Yaji Zhai and Qin Feng's interests. This was something Qin Feng could not tolerate. Tianbin, how dare you? After Tang Feng called the police, he angrily went up and slapped Tianbin in the face. Tianbin was unsure, still wanting to open his mouth to speak. As a result, just as he opened his mouth, his eyes widened in horror as he looked at the inconspicuous little book in Qin Feng's hands. Tianbin's face abruptly turned pale. His hands fumbled around his body in panic, but he did not touch something. Now Tianbin was sure that the book in Qin Feng's hand was his own. Tianbin flopped on his butt and collapsed on the ground. His pupils did not have a trace of luster. His face was ashen as death as he stared at Qin Feng. His face was even more ugly than if he had died his own mother. It's over. It's over. It's over. Tianbin foolishly sat paralyzed on the ground, letting Shui punch and kick without covering up, his eyes staring straight at that small book, muttering, how could this thing be in the boss's hand? Did he accidentally drop it just now? Tianbin understood in his heart that if this thing was seen by Qin Feng, not only would he not be able to keep his job, he would even go to jail. Boss, Tianbin was still trying to struggle, squirming on the ground like a dog. crawling on all fours to Qin Feng's feet, his voice hoarse and shrill. Qin Feng's face was indifferent as he stomped on the hand that was still trying to grab his pants leg and looked down at Tian Bin. Obviously there was no sound, but Tian Bin read the meaning. Ha. Tian Bin covered his face and curled up in a ball on the ground, letting out a lunatic-like smile. Then he violently turned his head and stared at Chui with spiteful eyes, growling, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Chui, I'm Chao." Tian Bin hated Chui to death. If he hadn't brought Qin Feng here, this matter wouldn't have been known by Qin Feng at all. Now his job is gone, and his plan to open a store and go it alone is shattered, and he will even go to jail. Tian Bin was desperate for the future, hissing madly on the ground, his voice sending chills down people's spines. A few moments later, the box was pushed open. Came in a sir. After learning that Qin Feng was the owner of Yaji Zhai, the eyes of the sir immediately became a lot more respectful. After understanding the process, the sir grabbed Tian Bin and escorted him away. Qin Feng watched Tian Bin leave, for the result is very satisfied. Tian Bin at least will have to stay in the inside for 10 years. Brother Qin, why are you still calling sir to come? Chuyi's mouth was dry. A certain piece of his pants suddenly darkened in color, and he shivered fiercely, his eyes terrified. Get lost. Qin Feng's nose twitched, vaguely smelling a smell of urine from Chuyi's body. His eyes glanced at Chui in disgust and waved his hand breathlessly. A person who even pissed his pants in fear. Qin Feng didn't care to embarrass this kind of goods yet. It was embarrassing to say it out. Good. Alright. Seeing that Qin Feng did not make things difficult for himself, Chui was instantly overjoyed, directly shrinking into a ball on the ground. In the crowd's strange gazes, like a leather ball, gurgling, he rolled out of the box. After dealing with these matters, Qin Feng was also too lazy to eat with this group of people, and after instructing Tang Feng, he directly left the box. Only after Qin Feng had left for a long time did all of them dare to exhale loudly, erupting into an earth-shattering clamor. Nima, Brother Qin is too much. I've decided. Brother Qin will be my idol from now on. Handsome, too handsome, talking and laughing about enemies flying away. Truly a model for my generation. Zhang Yu looked at Qin Feng's departing direction with a face of admiration and worship in his heart. Sir, you've eaten so quickly. The food is still appetizing. The waitress, Xiaolan, had just come out of the staff room when she saw Qin Feng coming down from upstairs, and trotted over to greet him warmly. The food is not bad. By the way, you have to do a good job in the future. Cheers. Qin Feng let out a light smile, leaving behind a sentence that made Xiaolan puzzled, and walked out of the doorway. Obviously about the same age as me. Why is his tone old-fashioned? How strange, Ran muttered, shaking her head in confusion. Ran, come on, Manager Tang is calling you. Coming. Hearing someone call for her, Xiaolan returned the call and panted as she jogged outside the general manager's office. Lan, come in. Tang Feng politely stood up and nodded with Xiaolan. Xiaolan was flattered and shrunk her head, wondering in her heart, Manager Tang is so enthusiastic today? It can't be that he's going to fire me. Chapter 39, Money Soars. Hello Manager Tang. Xiaolan respectfully greeted Tang Feng. Little Lan, how are you doing at Yaji Zhai? Do you like it here? Tang Feng smiled warmly, signaling Xiaolan to sit down and not be so nervous. I kinda like it here. Xiaolan was flattered and sat down, her heart growing more and more uneasy, thinking that Tian Bin must have spoken ill of her towards Manager Tang. Therefore, Lan hesitated to reveal that Tian Bin had deducted her salary in private. If you don't say, Xiaolan's heart is suffocating. If she did, she was afraid of being retaliated by Tian Bin. Ha, don't be nervous, calling you here is to give you a message. Tang Feng laughed cheerfully, his eyes enviously sizing up Xiaolan's body. Manager Tang, could it be that I've been fired? Xiaolan pinched the corner of her coat, her face a little pale. What are you talking about? This is good news. Even I am envious that you can get into that big brother's eyes. These words made Ran breathe a sigh of relief. Then a question rose, Big brother? Who is it? Have I met him before? Tang Feng shook his head with a smile and congratulated towards Lan. Congratulations Lan, you've been promoted. Xiaolan covered her mouth in surprise, incredulously pointing at herself, dazed by the news. Me? I'm going to be promoted after only a few months of working at Yaji Zhai? It can't be. Could it be that my performance has finally been noticed and recognized by the boss? If I remember correctly, I am still a waiter, and furthermore is the position of foreman. But the foreman now has a Tian Bin. What else can I be? You'll double your salary from now on and take the foreman position. If you're willing, you can sign the contract now. Tang Feng took out a new contract from the drawer and placed it in front of Lan, waiting for Lan's decision with a smile on his face. Thanks. Thank you Manager Tang. Xiaolan stood up on her hands and knees to thank Tang Feng, her expression very excited. Yaji Zhai's salary was already a step higher than other restaurants, and now that her salary had suddenly doubled, Xiaolan felt as if she was dreaming. Too dreamy. Suddenly Xiaolan seemed to think of something. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. Worried. What about Tian Foreman? Xiaolan was afraid that if she grabbed Tian Bin's foreman position, it would make Tian Bin angry and hold a grudge against her. Ha ha, you don't know yet, do you? Tian Bin, that boy did evil things by the boss found, has gone to eat jail, estimated within 10 years cannot come out. Cackle. Tang Feng's heart was very happy when he thought of this matter. Tian Bin, this kid relying on the former boss to support. For him this general manager is not at all in the eyes. Now that Tian Bin was finished, the happiest person was Tang Feng. For Qin Feng's means, Tang Feng is even more admired. Only coming to the Yaji Zhai once, Qin Feng was able to find out the evidence of Tian Bin's offense. And this tactic was an eye-opener for Tang Feng. What? This is too good. Xiaolan deeply hated this foreman who oppressed the staff. Now that she heard that Tian Bin was going to jail, she was excitedly bouncing in place. Also, the most important thing you should do is to thank the new boss. This foreman of yours is the boss who named you. Tang Feng had a face of emotion, envious of Lan's good fortune. A foreman was nothing. Qin Feng was a character with a very big background at a glance. For Xiaolan to have gotten into Qin Feng's eyes, it was truly a heavenly opportunity. And the future was far more than just this foreman. Right. Thank you, boss. Boss is really a good person. Bless boss with a long life. With a face of recognition, Lan clasped her hands together and prayed with a serious expression, then asked with a curious expression, Manager Tang, how does the new boss know me? Have I met him before? No. You even greeted the boss downstairs just now. Seeing that Lan didn't even recognize the boss, Tang Feng returned with strange eyes. Xiaolan was completely shocked now, and couldn't help but think of that big handsome man who comforted her and spoke strangely. He was the new boss of Yaji Zhai? So what he said was true. Xiaolan recalled her first encounter with Qin Feng, and her face couldn't help but blush and bubble like a teapot as she muttered, so you didn't lie to me. You really helped me punish Tian Bin. Xiaolan felt that if she offended Tian Bin, she would definitely be given all sorts of hard time in the future, and prepared herself to suffer in silence. After all, her family circumstances were not good. This job was the highest paid she could find, and she could not give it up even if she was made difficult. For the gray future, Lan no longer had any hope, but Qin Feng's appearance was like a ray of light, tearing through the gray clouds in her heart and illuminating her mind. It turned out that it was not that there was no hope, but that hope was always by her side. Xiaolan dumbly held her red cheeks, her eyes gradually moist, a ripple in her heart, secretly swearing, Boss, I will definitely work well to repay your favor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crushing this crisis and obtaining the reward, $40 million in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for punishing the pests in the industry and saving a young girl in her prime. Receive a reward, $50 million in cash. Your bank card with the tail number XXXX has transferred $50 million from the fund dividend, with a balance of $91,000,800. Qin Feng pulled out his cell phone and took a look at the entire balance of over $90 million, almost lighting up his eyes. This time it really wasn't in vain, it was simply a huge profit. Although the system didn't give any other items this time and only gave 2 strings of cold numbers, Qin Feng was still satisfied. It added up to a total of $90 million, close to a small goal. Most importantly, this was cash, a cash flow that could be spent directly, not those fixed assets. Although Qin Feng was worth several $100 million before, he could only pull out $1 million in his pocket. A billionaire could only take out $1 million in cash. If people knew about it, wouldn't they laugh their asses off? Now it was good that he had obtained $90 million at once, and his bottom line was instantly hardened. Even those billionaire bigwigs could not take out this much cash. This time not only taught Chui a lesson, but also dug out the pests in the Yaji Zhai, and incidentally earned another $90 million. The body of the family all of a sudden skyrocketed $90 million. Qin Feng can be too satisfied with this. Together with his own previous assets, his wealth had finally surpassed $500 million, reaching a staggering $600 million. There's still a savior mission on campus to follow, and if he completes this mission and obtains $500 million worth of shares, he'll even be able to cross the 1 billion mark and reach 1 billion yuan. This speed is also too scary. The system is forever dropping God. Qin Feng was so determined to win this mission reward that he was already thinking about how he should educate Lin Chen. Qin Feng came all the way to the parking place, just pulled out his keys, and when he raised his eyes, he found a heavily made-up woman holding up a cell phone holder, circling around his Porsche 911 non-stop, looking like she was live streaming. In the next second, Qin Feng frowned, and saw the woman sitting directly on her but in the front of the car, smugly opening her mouth to show off something. Chapter 40. I admire your courage. Su Hui held up the camera to the silver-white supercar in front of her and excitedly said, "Look, it's a sports car. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Porsche sports car worth over $3 million. Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd was overwhelmed with excitement, quickly sending out a pop-up screen. "Oh my god, so expensive. Anchor, you quickly aim it. I want to see it." A series of gifts followed, quickly brushing the screen. Seeing this scene, Su Hui quietly estimated in her heart how much money this wave could be in her hands, and after arriving at the exact amount, her face was almost smiling. "Babies, don't be anxious. I'll take you guys to take a closer look at this sports car." Su Hui's camera panned around the Porsche 911, and occasionally touched a hand on the body. "It's so handsome, I want it too." Anchor, wipe the corners of your mouth. Your saliva is dripping down. "Don't touch it, don't touch it. You can't even afford to pay for it if you touch it." Su Hui received so many gifts and wasn't satisfied. Her eyes turned to the camera. "Babies, since ancient times, fragrant car with beautiful women. Do you want to see me lying on it, posing POSA?" Su Hui said while striking a sexy pose, winking seductively at the camera. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly became excited, and countless pop-ups began to brush the screen. Asterisk 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 Really? Anchor, you're not afraid to sit the car down? Want to see? I want to see it too much. Anchor, what are you waiting for? Go up quickly. Anchor, you know us too well. I can't stop my nosebleed in this position. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anchor, be honest and tell us where you learned this pose. Su Hui was satisfied with the response of the live broadcast room and was very pleased in her heart. For the psychology of these beggars, Su Hui can understand too well. Don't look at their mouths, say don't. In fact, the heart is still very restless. As long as they are given a hook, they themselves will take the initiative to bite the hook. As long as they are on the hook, they don't even need to ask for the gift. They will give it out like crazy. Su Hui adjusted the lens so that the camera could look down on the entire body, her voice sweetly saying, "Of course, you guys want to see me in this pose. There's also a small request. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nima's not going to ask for gifts again. Withdrawn. I knew there was nothing so good under the sky. This anchor also gave us hard eyes to play. Miss, what requirements are? I can use my female photo instead of gifts. Well." Su Hui silently clicked on the top to check the level of the users in the live room. A moment later, Su Hui blinks her eyes and pouts her red lips as she delicately says, 10 carnivals. As long as it's 10 carnivals, I can lie down and pose in the car. Su Hui had just seen several high-level users, and after some estimation, she quoted this amount. It was too high, and Su Hui was afraid of scaring Big Brother away. This quantity was just within the range of Big Brother's tolerance. 10 carnivals is $30,000. After deducting the part of the platform and the labor union, to the hand can have 7,500 yuan. Enough for her to eat and drink for a month is still more than enough. Unfortunately, the private transfer platform is too strict. Su Hui does not dare to challenge the platform bottom line, can only bear the pain to give up this tempting idea. I can chow Nima. Anchor, you want money? Want crazy? Your TM is encrusted with diamonds or what? +1. Anchor, really put our little cutie. What? There is this money. I find a good pure sister. Want to pose? What pose? Want to do it? This is not more than yuan cents? Upstairs excessive. The market is by you. This group of people raised the harm. A month's salary is not enough to eat a meal. A group of people were angry and cursing in the live broadcast room, thinking that this anchor was treating them as ingrates. Su Hui pretended not to see these words and quietly waited for the Big Brother in the live broadcast room to open his mouth. No matter how much these low-grade white whoring users said, they couldn't match the weight of a Big Brother. 10. You also underestimate my strength too much? I don't have much else, but I just have a lot of shaking coins. As long as you lie up and strike that pose, not to mention 10, even 30 is not a problem. A string of golden eye-catchers floated across the live broadcast room, instantly attracting Su Hui's gaze. Chapter 41, Bad. There are colorful wolves? Su Hui was just about to open her mouth when her eyes snapped open, as if she had been frightened, and she shouted frantically with a sharp voice. Thank you, Milk Dragon, Big Brother, for the 10 rounds of carnival. Brother Milk Dragon is mighty and domineering and handsome. I wish Brother Milk Dragon a great gripper and a good job, and a shot to the sky. The live broadcast room was filled with a screen full of gift-giving special effects, and a full 10 carnivals were like bombs that blew Su Hui's head off and made her scream repeatedly. A moment later, the special effects were eliminated, and Su Hui held back her excitement and said in a slimy voice, Brother Milk Dragon, I private messaged you. Let's add a green bubble. My sister wants to discuss the philosophy of life with you. Su Hui was completely convinced by Big Brother Milk Dragon. Even if Big Brother wanted to pout her, she was happy to do so. When she thought of Big Brother Milk Dragon's bold words just now, Su Hui was even more excited in her heart. As long as she laid up and posed, There were 20 carnivals waiting for her in the aftermath. 20 carnivals would be $60,000. Plus the first 10, it would be $90,000. Heavens, this big brother is also hoity-toity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother is confused. 10 carnivals are given away just like that. That's $30,000. What can this anchor do? Milk Dragon Big Brother. Little sister can also pose in any position. You are welcome to come to my little sister's live room to give me some pointers. Not only that, Big Brother said there are 20 more carnivals to follow. Anchor, what are you still dumbfounded for? Don't go on yet. The latest action movie. Need private chat. Scram. Under the effect of 10 carnivals, the people in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Their tone was sour and they couldn't wait to replace it with their bodies. The number of people online in the live broadcast room even broke all the way to the 10,000 mark. This is still the first time Su Hui has seen so many people watching her. Inwardly do not dare to hesitate. Afraid of a moment of heat drop, number of people run out. Hastily adjust the lens. A few moments later, in the live broadcast under the attention of millions of people, Su Hui carefully holding the body, but sitting in the front of the Porsche 911, just sat down. Su Hui felt her buttocks sink, but did not care, continued to hold the body, slowly leaning against the windshield. Su Hui elegantly turned sideways, her knees slightly bent, her right hand resting on her heavy breasts, pressing out rounded shapes. Her face was biting her red lips, her expression of refusal and shyness, and her whole person was radiating a sexy glow. Aha, brother Milk Dragon. Seo Hui's eyes glistened with water and she hummed softly. Where's the super pipe? I report someone here. This peach love it, so want to take a bite. Demon, look at my old grandson's stick. The live broadcast room began to boil. Everyone's mouths were dry as they keyed in words to express their emotions. Good. Dang reward. In the next second, 20 carnivals were thrown in the live broadcast room, filling the screen with special effects as even the cell phones became laggy. Thank you, Milk Dragon, Big Brother, for the 20 carnivals. Su Hui's tears of excitement spilled out, jumping off her head and desperately bending over to thank Big Brother. Sour. It's so easy for women to make money these days. Laborers delivering takeout for a month isn't as good as her posing pose. Big Brother still lacks pendant well. I lowly sound. Milk Dragon Brother. I'm Maki Sauce. Welcome brother to my live room to play. Ha, you guys look at the front of the car. Where it seems wrong, ah? The delighted expression on Su Hui's face hadn't lasted more than a few seconds before she suddenly saw this pop up, frightening her to look down in a hurry. Into the eye, the original flat front end of the car, visible to the naked eye concave a piece, and the surrounding body out of place. Ha, the anchor is finished. Broke someone's car. Laugh me to death. This time the anchor will lose all his money. The gifts he received will be lost in the blink of an eye. Serves her right. This car is not even her. How dare you? After the people in the live broadcast room were reminded of this, their eyes were sharp enough to see this piece of sitting damage, and all of them became bloating. Su Hui's face instantly became pale, her eyes anxiously spinning. Seeing no one noticed here, she wanted to sneak away. Just as she turned around, she suddenly saw a figure whose face was shrouded in shadow, staring silently at her from afar. Chapter 42 Live Broadcast? Who's standing there? Su Hui shivered and stared intently at the person. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who had also seen the person through the camera, sent pop-ups enthusiastically. Ha. Still want to run? Been spotted. Right. I've wanted to say this for a long time. Didn't you guys realize that this person has been staring at the anchor from a distance? It can't be a pervert. Chow. Being said by you. I also feel that something is wrong. This person has indeed been looking towards here since just now. Finished. The anchor is going to be ganked by a real person. It's not going to pop up live, is it? Su Hui stared at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and in her heart, the more she looked, the more scared she felt that they had a point. A big girl like a flower. She wouldn't really be targeted by a midnight wolf, would she? Su Hui swallowed her saliva and moved her feet quietly, not daring to attract that person's attention, catatonic and wanting to turn around and escape. Ha, the anchor has wimped out. Brothers, that person wouldn't be the owner, right? The anchor was caught in flagrante delicto? Chow. The anchor is so disgusting, sitting on a person's car and trying to escape. Please be a human being. Qin Feng made clattering footsteps and walked from the shadows to the light. Seeing that this woman wanted to leave, Qin Feng directly opened his mouth and shouted, "Stop!" Su Hui was so frightened by the sudden sound that her scalp went numb and her sweaty hairs stood straight up. The whole person like a cat with fried hair. The body stood straight in place, wanting to directly escape, but found that her limbs were limp. No matter how hard she tried, she could not move the slightest bit. Su Hui straight called out that it was over, crying, stiffly turning his neck, watching that person step by step towards himself. Ha, you're Qin Feng? After getting a good look at the person coming, Su Hui stared in disbelief with a shocked tone. Su Hui? Qin Feng was also stunned as he approached and realized that the woman holding the selfie stick was none other than his high school classmate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You scared me to death. Why are you here? Qin Feng? Your family isn't in Jiangcheng, right? After determining that it was really Qin Feng, Su Hui let out a long breath in her heart and felt that her body could move again, so she crossed her waist with one hand and rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Long time no see. I'm going to school in Jiangcheng. Qin Feng nodded indifferently, not caring about Su Hui's tone. Although Su Hui was Qin Feng's high school classmate, their relationship was limited to acquaintanceship and they hadn't said a few words at all. At that time, Su Hui was still a tomboyish-looking girl, and he didn't expect to change so much now that he couldn't see what he once looked like at all. Babies in the live broadcast room, let me introduce you all. This is my high school classmate Oh. Su Hui looked at the skyrocketing number of people in the live broadcast room. Her eyes were pleasantly surprised, and she directly held up her cell phone and pointed the camera at Qin Feng, without asking Qin Feng if he was willing to show his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Handsome guy. Harm. I thought I'd be able to see a real-life gank in Snap Live. Anchor still knows this kind of handsome guy? Don't introduce him to everyone yet. The people in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over after seeing Qin Feng's looks, with various fencing pop-ups flying all over the place. Qin Feng frowned and pushed back the cell phone that was about to dislike his face, politely saying, "You're live streaming? That's for sure. Do you have a restricted voice? Come in and give me a follow. Look at this. There are 20,000 people watching me live right now. For the sake of my old classmates, I'll give you a boost. Now the live broadcast is more profitable than work. I remember your family's economic level is not very good, right? Why don't you also open a live broadcast? With your looks, you can definitely earn money." When it comes to live broadcasting, Su Hui is like opening a chatterbox. Her mouth is open and chattering, and her eyes are smug and unrivaled. In high school, Qin Feng was the class grass in the class, and every girl was secretly interested in Qin Feng, secretly inquiring about Qin Feng's information. Even though Su Hui hadn't said a few words to Qin Feng, she knew Qin Feng's information like the back of her hand. Nowadays, she, a person with a high school diploma, relied on live broadcasting and was able to earn $6,000 or $7,000 every month, more than someone who had graduated from a very university. Seeing this class grass from high school again, Su Hui couldn't help but open her mouth to show off. Qin Feng shook his head and did not chime in, his gaze sliding past Su Hui and focusing on his Porsche 911 car, silently observing. Ha, ha ha, Qin Feng, you also like looking at sports cars? Ah, this car is over $3 million. You work hard, maybe you can have one in the future. Ah yes, did you just keep standing there? Su Hui's vision fluttered, subconsciously blocking the place where she was sitting badly, becoming a bit vain. This place was broken by you sitting, right? Qin Feng frowned and looked at Su Hui, pointing his finger at the sunken area in the front of the car. Although he was inquiring, his tone was certain. What did you say? Su Hui's heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly shook her head in denial. You think I didn't see it? Qin Feng touched the dented area on the front of the Porsche 911 and turned his head to snort coldly. Ha, you saw it. Seeing that she couldn't muddle through, Su Hui stumbled over her tone. However, after thinking that Qin Feng wasn't the owner of the car, Su Hui became quite hardened again, pointing at Qin Feng and saying savagely, "What's it to you? This car is not yours. What do you care? This car is really mine." Qin Feng nodded, very speechless at Su Hui's behavior. Su Hui's heart thumped, her eyes turned around Qin Feng's body for a while before she bared her teeth and laughed out loud. "Qin Feng, we're old classmates. What's your family's situation? Do you think I don't know? This car is more than $3 million. You're a person who just went to college. Can you afford to drive it? I get it. You're looking at me as a pretty girl and want to get my attention, right?" Su Hui smiled flirtatiously, her huge papaya, trembling. "I don't believe it either. Everyone pay attention to the man's clothes. Rich people would wear this? Handsome guy, I believe you. Teach the anchor a hard lesson. This anchor's character is no good. Do you believe him or do you believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang? If he's a second-generation rich guy, how could the anchor not know? The anchor would have licked up long ago and wouldn't have this tone at all." Most of the people in the anchor room also didn't believe what Qin Feng said, each expressing their own opinions. There were still such narcissistic people now? Qin Feng felt very speechless. You don't look at how many kilograms of powder you've applied. You can scrape it off and use it as putty. You're that afraid to show your true colors? Qin Feng lazily ignored Su Hui's stiff upper lip, silently took out the car keys from his pocket and pressed the unlock button on the Porsche 911. Buzz, accompanied by a low sonorous sound. The Porsche 911's 4-point matrix lights flashed, and the car's indicator lights and instrument panel followed suit. The roof of the car slowly rose and fell towards the sides like a transformer, turning it into a convertible in a few seconds. Now what? Qin Feng glanced at Su Hui and asked with a smile. This was the first time Qin Feng pretended in front of his former acquaintances, and it was like drinking a large glass of iced Coke in the summer, penetrating his heart. Chapter 43 Mall refreshes again. Ha! Su Hui looked at the silver-white beast that had been activated with an open jaw and a dumbfounded expression, her eyes so wide that they nearly burst out of their sockets. You, it's really yours? How could it be? Isn't your family poor? When did you become so rich? Su Hui rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was hallucinating, and the whole person suddenly became at a loss for words as she looked at Qin Feng with dumbfounded eyes. The general term is chow. What happened? This is the owner? Ha ha ha, the anchor is miserable. Caught by the car owner. Is the anchor blind? How dare you be so tough in front of the car owner? Oh my god, the car owner is handsome and rich, and so young. ITM lick explosion. The live broadcast screen lurched, and in the next moment, the entire live broadcast screen was completely occupied by densely packed pop-ups. Su Hui's face turned pale, pulling at Qin Feng's palm, anxiously defending herself. Qin Feng, I really didn't know that this was your car. I just sat in it for a bit. Who knew that this car would suddenly do this? This has nothing to do with me. Qin Feng frowned and shook off Su Hui's outstretched arm, pointing at the cell phone raised in her hand, his voice cold. Still pretending? You've recorded your live broadcast. Do you want to check your live replay? Su Hui's expression froze, looking at the raised cell phone, completely dumbfounded in her eyes. Right, even if she doesn't admit it, it's useless. So many people in the live room saw it, it's all witnesses. She can't block so many people with one mouth at that time and then check the live replay. What she just did recorded clearly, once proud of the live broadcast, now turned into the last straw that crushed the camel. Human evidence and material evidence are all there. Let her out. A sophistry will not help. Su Hui panicked, with a crying voice pleaded. Qin Feng, we used to be in the same class. We know each other. You don't have to bother with me this time. Anyway, you're so rich that you can afford to drive a luxury car of more than $3 million. You're not that bad, right? Su Hui cried and played the emotional card, hoping that Qin Feng could be soft-hearted and let her go. Big sister, I don't know you well. I've only been driving this car for a few days and you've made it like this. You want to get away with it with a few words? Qin Feng scratched his ears and listened to these words with a mushy expression. His heart was speechless. Since you know that this car is not cheap, how did you dare to sit on it in the first place? Have you thought about the consequences? Now that you've gotten into trouble, do you know you're scared? You were not like this when you first sat down. Qin Feng did not intend to let go of Su Hui. This woman really take him as a wrongdoer. This matter is not a matter of money, but the principle of the issue. If you make a mistake, you should admit it, and if you get beaten up, you should stand up straight. What's more, Qin Feng and Su Hui really do not know each other well. High school two people did not say a few words, and strangers almost. Su Hui saw that Qin Feng was not moved. His face instantly became ugly. His tone stuttered and asked, Need? How much money is needed? More than 200,000, right? Qin Feng checked online and quoted an intermediate price. More than $200,000? I haven't even earned that much from my live broadcast until now. Su Hui's eyes went black in front of her eyes and she almost fell over, then grabbed Qin Feng's hand to herself and pleaded. I'm a high school graduate. How can I have so much money to compensate you? Qin Feng, I really don't have so much money. Just be nice and cheap. If not, I can also let you that. Saying that, Su Hui intentionally straightened her chest and grabbed Qin Feng's hand about to place it on it. Ha ha ha, it's so cool to watch. The anchor has lost herself for 10 carnivals. Serves you right. I'll let you have your hair. I can't tell whether it's a punishment or a reward. Are you doing it on purpose? Vomit. Is Ning worthy? Would a big brother like a crooked guy like you? Disgusting. The number of people in the live broadcast room rose again, and all of them bloated and sent out pop-ups. Don't move your hands. Can you talk properly? Qin Feng pulled his hand out of Su Hui's arm and said in a disgusted tone. Su Hui finally knew that she was afraid. Her eyes reddened, and her crystal tears cut across her heavily made-up face, turning a muddy white color as they dripped down. A moment later, as if she suddenly thought of something, Su Hui pointed the camera at herself and said in a pleading tone, Babies, the anchor is still short of more than $100,000. Can everyone help the anchor put together? I promise to pay it back. Brother Milk Dragon, I'm in a bit of trouble right now. As long as you help me, big brother, what do you want in the future? People are with you. Su Hui was cornered. Not caring about her face and influence, she directly asked for a mouthful from everyone in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, what does what you do yourself have to do with us? That's funny. Anchor, you need to have some B-face. You're illegally raising funds and committing a crime. At this moment, a golden pop-up screen stood out in a wave of white, and the speaker was none other than Milk Dragon. Sneak up, Brothers retreat. Su Hui just blinked, and saw that at the top of the live broadcast, the user with the highest contribution ranking, Milk Dragon, had withdrawn from the live broadcast. Now, Su Hui exploded with anger and cursed furiously. Roll roll roll, all TM roll. Haha fun. The anchor broke the defense. Formation, downstairs, follow me. Formation, in the blink of an eye, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped rapidly, from tens of thousands of people all the way down to 1,000 before they could stop. Su Hui still wanted to curse, but she saw a window pop up in the live broadcast, reminding her that her speech was in violation of the law, and she was banned from live broadcasting privileges for a month. The next second, the live room disconnected, returning to the live page. Now, Su Hui completely collapsed to the ground crying and howling. The live broadcast was her only source of income. Now she not only had to compensate more than $200,000, she was also banned from broadcasting for a month. This was simply worse than killing her. Finished crying? I still have things to do and don't have so much time to waste with you. If you don't transfer it to me now, then I can only call the police. Qin Feng looked at the time and said in an impatient tone. He was still waiting for the mall to refresh and continue buying goods. He didn't have so much time to waste here. You, wait for me, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing that Qin Feng was going to call the police, Su Hui jumped up from the ground in a flash in fear. Immediately afterward, Su Hui scraped together the money from the east and the west, along with the loan software, and finally got enough for $220,000. I only have 220,000. Is that okay? Su Hui's face was as white as if it had been painted with white paint. Okay, you transfer it to me. Qin Feng was in a hurry to go back and see what items had been refreshed today, and was too lazy to bother with Su Hui about the remaining 10,000 or so dollars. After receiving the payout, Qin Feng drove away. A few moments later, Su Hui let out a heartbreaking scream that echoed through the night. Inside the dormitory, it was empty. The rest of the people hadn't returned yet. Qin Feng lay alone on his bed and waited until the early hours of the morning refreshed, immediately entering the mall to check. In the next second, Qin Feng's breathing became a few points rougher, looking at the newly refreshed items with excitement in his eyes. Chapter 44. Bye. Mall level LV1, 0/50. Daily seconds product. 1 McLaren P1 Prost. Price, $1. Mastery level vocal skill. Price, $1. Vacheron Constantin Heritage 30020/000P7596. Price, $1. The mall is refreshed normally, with 2 new items added to fill in the gaps. The first, the McLaren P1 Prost, is a model introduced in honor of legendary F1 driver Alain Prost. Finished in white with a color scheme of blue plaid and red lines on the body, the Prost Special Edition is both a historic and high-performance supercar. It sells for a whopping $12 million and is out of print on the market, so even if you have the money, you can't buy it. Second, mastery level vocal skill. Vocal music is a form of music that is sung with the human voice. It includes a variety of singing styles, such as American singing, ethnic singing, original singing and popular singing, and also includes solo singing, chorus, repetition and other forms. Proficient level vocal skills, that is, all the ability related to vocal singing, collectively to the level of the industry's top people. Singing a song at random is the caliber of a diva. The third, the Vacheron Constantin Heritage 30020/000P7596, is a watch with a white dial and an overall minimalist and muted style. The case and bezel material is 950 platinum with a sapphire polished crystal, and the official price is $5. 838,000. Just one watch is close to $6 million. It was more expensive than a set of houses. Qin Feng was very torn inwardly after touring the commodity information. All of the commodities that were refreshed this time, Qin Feng wanted them, but unfortunately, his current level was only 1, and he was limited to buying 2 pieces per day. Hey, it would be nice if the mall upgraded faster. Nowadays the only way to get mall points is a pending mission. After completing it, you will be able to obtain 25 points, in which case it is only half the difference. Qin Feng looked at the 3 items and pondered for a while before finally making up his mind on what to buy. First, Qin Feng spent $1 to take down the McLaren P1 Prost, a supercar. Originally, Qin Feng did not value these sports cars and thought that he had a Porsche 911, which was already enough to drive. As a result, this Porsche 911 was broken by Su Hui's ride, and the front of the car appeared to have a concave area, which made Qin Feng very speechless. Qin Feng was too lazy to fix it, and with this effort, he might as well grab the raiders Xiaomi in Zhangyan. Therefore think for a while, directly take this more than 10 million McLaren P1 Prost. Next, Qin Feng hesitated for a while and still chose the item proficient level vocal music. Qin Feng was interested in these skills, the vehicle mastery skill given by the system last time, in just an instant, allowed him to go from the level of a driving novice to a realm that regular people could not reach in their entire lives. Even when compared to a professional racer, it wasn't that far off. In a short instant, he had traveled the path that others had traveled in their entire lives, and even reached a level that could not be reached even with a lifetime of effort. When compared like this, the effect of the skill was too terrifying. No amount of money could cause this effect, and it was still necessary to study hard to master the corresponding knowledge, and it was impossible to obtain it without hard work. Money could be obtained in reality, while skills were only sold here in the system. Skills are prioritized much higher than other commodities. This is a power that belongs uniquely to the system. Now that Qin Feng was no longer the poor boy he was back then, he had enough money and didn't have to obsess about increasing his wealth. Regardless of how much wealth one possessed, over time, money would gradually depreciate and even expire. It will not always belong to you. Only knowledge belongs to you forever. The nearly $6 million Vacheron Constantine wristwatch suddenly paled in comparison to the vocal proficiency skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase of the McLaren P1 Prost. The vehicle has been parked in your villa's garage. Please pay attention to checking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the proficient level vocal skill. Is it to be used now? Use. Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly determined it. In the next instant, Qin Feng's head swelled as all sorts of knowledge related to vocal singing techniques, singing styles, and so on, were drilled into it in a brainstorm. As if it were a slideshow, countless images related to vocal music quickly flashed before his eyes. A cool air also appeared out of nowhere in the body, circling around the larynx, vocal cords, lungs, and other organs related to vocal singing. Under the effect of this cool air, the organs changed drastically. A moment later, these sensations disappeared as quietly as hallucinations, and Qin Feng coughed softly as his throat tickled. Hey, ow you. Qin Feng recited his pinyin and spoke a few everyday phrases, surprised to find that his voice, now, had become more magnetic. Even male and female voices, regardless of whether they were male or female, could be heard with ease. Even a lowly voice was no problem. As if there was really a little lowly talking in front of him. There seems to be an information bank in my brain, gathering countless knowledge related to vocal music. For example, thinking of a song in your head, specific singing techniques and related changes could automatically emerge. The system is awesome. Feeling this change, Qin Feng fiercely praised the system with excitement on his face. The effect of the skill was too strong this time, far beyond Qin Feng's expectations. It was too good to buy this kind of skill for just $1. Qin Feng felt a coldness in his right hand and twisted his head to see that something very much like a miniature mouse appeared on his right-hand side. Picking it up, there was also a crescent-shaped logo on it, which made people think of Nike. The overall visual effect is very noble. Take in the hand to play. Feel soft and lightweight. Qin Feng guessed that this should be the McLaren P1 Prost's car key, worthy of being a luxury car worth $12 million. The car key is so different. Thinking about the system's prompt just now, Qin Feng plans to go to his villa tomorrow and drive the McLaren P1 Prost back. By the way, he will tour his $80 million Yunhai villa. On the other side, Chui hid at the entrance of the Yaji Zhai, saw Su Ro come out from the Yaji Zhai, immediately brightened up, ran to Su Ro, whispered, Ro, I. Su Ro cold face, pretended not to see, directly skipped past Chuyi's side. Zuazuan Chui I. Chui wiped the dust on his body and squeezed out a smile, butting in to follow Su Ro, opening his mouth to try to strike up a conversation. Is Su Ro what you call yourself? Don't follow me, or else I'll call the police. Seeing Chui following her all the way, causing quite a few bystanders to look at her strangely, Su Ro's eyes condensed. Coming to an unoccupied corner, she turned around and scolded towards Chui. Hearing Su Ro's cold and icy words, Chuyi's footsteps lurched, and his mouth opened speechless. Su Ro, who once had a lovely smile and affectionately called him Chuyi's brother, now why did she act like a different person and treat him coldly? Chui did not understand, nor did he want to understand. Su Ro, I saw that you haven't come out so late. I'm a little worried about you. It's so late. It's not easy to take a taxi. Why don't I send you back to school? Chapter 45, Regret. Shouldn't provoke Qin Feng. Su Ro, it's not safe at night. My car is right there. Let's go back together. Chui pursed his lips, looked down at Su Ro's reflection on the ground, and carefully opened his mouth. No need. Chui, you don't pester me. I'm afraid that others will misunderstand. Su Ro disgustingly glanced at the dirty Chui and skimmed her lips, her eyes icy cold. If Qin Feng hadn't shown his financial power before, Su Ro might have looked at Chui in a high light. Thinking that Chuyi's family could have tens of millions of dollars of commercial streets, he was already a very good candidate for a boyfriend. But now, Su Ro only felt a wave of nausea, looking at Chui wherever she went, especially when she thought of Chuyi's previous woeful appearance of kneeling and kowtowing. Su-ro became even more disgusted. This kind of boneless weakling was not worthy of a second glance from her. What's more, Chui had also offended Qin Feng. Su-ro was afraid that she would be implicated if she got too close to Chui, and would cause Qin Feng to be displeased. With Qin Feng's piece of gold in front of her, Su-ro was too lazy to put on an act with Chui. She only wanted to gain Qin Feng's attention and Qin Feng's favor right now. Before you. Chui lowered his head, his fists pinched green and white, feeling as if his chest was stuffy and he couldn't catch his breath. He felt that the Su-ro in front of him was so unfamiliar and scared. It was not at all like that Su-ro who had a cute expression, showed her dimples, and called him Chuyi's brother. Please don't be so narcissistic. I haven't liked you at all. Save your breath. Su-ro rolled her eyes and directly opened her mouth to interrupt Chuyi's next words with a speechless expression. Family members who understand. What kind of shrimp head man is this? I only smiled at you a little more, had a better attitude, and you thought I liked you? Yuck, true down head, get out of the way. I'm warning you not to follow me, or else you and Tian Bin will go as companions. As soon as Su-ro pushed Chui away, she twisted her head and glared, wiping her hands with a paper towel in disgust. Then she indifferently brushed past Chui. As the cold wind blew, a ball of wiped paper towel, along the direction of Su-ro's departure, smashed head-on Chuyi's face. Puff! Chuyi's body trembled, and his entire body was wrapped up in this mass of paper, paralyzing him to the ground. Woo! Woo! Oh! An intermittent whimpering sound came from the ground. Chui hugged his knees and pinched the ball of paper. His heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. His heart ached immensely. The tears seemed to have gotten out of control, and in no time, Chuyi's collar was wet with tears, and his tilted-up face was wet, as if it had been soaked with water. He regretted provoking Qin Feng. All of this today was brought about by Qin Feng. It was Qin Feng that caused him to be like this, but Chui didn't dare to retaliate against Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't something he could mess with. Chui could only hug his knees and silently shed tears of remorse. If he didn't provoke Qin Feng, today's matter wouldn't have happened. Would Su-ro still be the same as before, still calling Chuyi's brother to him? Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Chui regretted it, very much regretted it. On the other side, Tian Bin, who was locked into the cell, leaning against the cold wall, through the barred window, looking at the clear moon outside the window, also shed hot tears. He hated this damned Chui, truly a calamity. Returning to the dormitory, Su-ro hesitated for a while, and finally took out her cell phone, found Qin Feng's V letter, deleted in the chat box, and typed out a long string of small essays. Cheer up, Su-ro. You can do it. Su-ro clenched her fists to cheer herself up, silver teeth clenched, gathered enough courage to click the send button. The next moment, Su-ro puts a cover on her cell phone, her heartbeat pounding, her eyes not daring to look at the phone. Her attitude towards Qin Feng today was too cold. Su-ro was afraid that Qin Feng would misunderstand and hate her. Qin Feng was the richest boy she had ever seen. She didn't want to let go easily and wanted to hold Qin Feng firmly in her hands. But Qin Feng, from the beginning of going to the Yaji Zhai, since the beginning, did not say anything to her. This time Su-ro panicked. After hesitating for a long time, Su-ro still decided to take the initiative to send a message to Qin Feng, explaining why she was like that. Su-ro anxiously waited for 10 minutes, and her cell phone didn't make the slightest movement, which made Su-ro start to get uneasy. Could it be that Qin Feng is sleeping? Su-ro tried to comfort herself, but her heart became more and more uneasy. Gritting her teeth, Su-ro picked up her cell phone and directly opened the chat interface. In the next second, Su-ro's eyes looking at the cell phone screen suddenly widened, her eyes filled with confusion, disbelief, exasperation, and panic. Like a fan-shaped statistical graph, they were filled with all sorts of complex emotions. What the hell is this? Qin Feng, you actually deleted Lao Ma's V-mail? A blood-red exclamation mark stood out in the brightly lit screen. Below it was a line of small letters. OO has turned on friend verification. You are not his friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and chat only after the other party passes the verification. Su-ro screamed in anger, punched and kicked at the pillow. Her eyes got hot, and her little pearls fell onto the pillow. Su-ro feels very aggrieved. She is not just indifferent attitude. Well, Qin Feng, you to delete me? Who knew you were so rich? If I had known that you were so rich, I would have been posted up. Su-ro read eyes in the V-mail interface to enter a large block of text, until it reaches the word limit, only to send the application to add friends again. She doesn't believe that with her looks she can't get a Qin Feng. Waiting to add successfully, she will let Qin Feng see her charm. The next second, as if mocking Su-ro's insouciance, a blood-red exclamation mark popped up again. The other party has refused to add a friend from a stranger. Please try again. Su-ro's pupils shrank. Her eyes were filled with red exclamation marks. Her lips shivered up and down, and she violently let out a piercing scream. Qin Feng. Ah ah ah. Su Ro was completely dumbfounded this time. Her heart was aggrieved, angry, and scared. A hot little pearl slid down Su Ro's face, soaking the pillow. Su Ro doubted if Qin Feng was a man. She was a cute and soft little beauty. Who wouldn't be touched by seeing her? Qin Feng, you are so cruel to delete me. The thought of Qin Feng this gold mountain away from himself. Su Ro cannot help wailing and crying. Su Ro after very regret to the bowels of the green. She regretted why she hadn't gotten on good terms with Qin Feng earlier. Had she known this, she wouldn't have even looked at Chui. It's so hard to meet a boy who is close to people and handsome. If she misses him, she won't be able to meet him in her life. The more Su Ro thought about it, the harder it became, and while crying, she muttered, Qin Feng, I won't give up just like that. Early in the morning, Qin Feng yawned and sat up from his bed, squinting and stretching, only to feel that this sleep was extraordinarily sweet. A few moments later, Qin Feng put on his clothes and drove towards Yunhai Villa in his Porsche 911. Qin Feng has never seen such an expensive villa, so it's a coincidence that this time he went over to see what it looks like. Chapter 46, Shedding Envious Saliva. Yunhai Villa was located by the mountains and water. Even the cheapest set was worth more than tens of millions of dollars. It was also specially equipped with a professional security team to conduct 24-hour uninterrupted patrols. Those who lived here were either rich or noble, so they paid extra attention to security and privacy. The villa area was built between lush green forests, and the villas gradually spread from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain according to the order of serial numbers. Qin Feng quickly drove to the foot of Yunhai Villa, and through the car window, a road paved with stone slabs in front of him stretched all the way upwards along the winding mountain road. At the foot of the mountain, two lions made of white jade with delicate texture stood on both sides of the road in a lifelike manner. Over the road, a plaque with gold characters on a black background hangs in mid-air, and on the plaque, the four words Cloud Sea Villa are written in dragon and phoenix. The intersection was blocked by a railing, and Qin Feng had just driven his car over, when a short-haired man wearing a security uniform walked from the surveillance booth to Qin Feng's car window and said, Hello sir, your license plate has not been registered in the computer. May I ask if you are a resident here? The short-haired security guard worked in this kind of top villa area, and in order not to offend all kinds of residents, he not only memorized everyone's vehicle license plate, but also everyone's appearance. And this sports car was the first time he had seen it. In order not to offend anyone, the security guard's attitude was very respectful. Then help me register. I'm the owner of No. 001. Qin Feng pressed down the car window and smiled at the security guard. Villa 001? The short-haired security guard's heart jumped. As far as he knew from the beginning of the founding of Yunhai Villa until now, Villa 001 had never been lived in, and many tycoons had wanted to buy Villa 001, but no one had ever succeeded. And now a young man suddenly drove here and said that he was the owner of Villa 001, making the security guard's heart could not believe it. When a tycoon had offered $100 million for the owner of Yunhai Villa to transfer Villa 001 to him, he was simply rejected. From this, it can be seen that this set of villa is worth even more than 100 million, such a heavenly priced villa, and now it is actually bought by this young man in front of him? Sir, wait a moment, I need to go and verify it, the security guard said with a good attitude even though he didn't believe it, because he recognized the value of the car in front of him. Even if this person wasn't the owner of Villa 001, it wasn't something he, a wage earner, could afford to mess with. Alright, please hurry up. Qin Feng nodded, seeing the good attitude of the security guard. His heart didn't get angry. Instead, he was very satisfied for the way the security guard was responsible. The security guard was working so seriously. It was also reassuring to live here. The security guard did not dare to be slow, returned to the monitoring booth, hands crackling in the computer to check the information of the owner of Villa 001. A few moments later, the security guard's eyes suddenly wide, eyes shocked staring at the information that jumped out on the screen. It showed that Villa 001 had been sold, and the owner's surname was Qin. There was also a photo attached. The security guard's hands trembled as he enlarged the photo, his pupils contracting violently. The person on the photo and the man in the car outside looked exactly the same. Hiss! The security guard drew in a cool breath and snapped to a terrifying conjecture. He was the owner of number 001? The security guard was so frightened that he ran out of the surveillance booth on his knees, panting as he raised the railing. Then bending over, he trotted over to Qin Feng's car window and said in a humble tone, Qin, Mr. Qin, welcome home. It's my eyes that are clumsy. Sorry for delaying your precious time. Please forgive me. The security guard was terrified. He had almost offended this big brother in front of him. A big brother of this level was not something a small person like him could afford to offend. If he really offended the big brother, He was afraid that he would not only lose his job. Don't be nervous, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Qin. This is my duty. Qin Feng let out a light smile and verbally praised the security guard. Then the Porsche 911 let out a low sonorous sound and drove along the stone-paved road towards the top of the hill. So this is the owner of Villa 001. So young to be able to buy Villa 001. So powerful. The security guard sniffed the exhaust fumes permeating the air in a mesmerized manner, drooling with envy. As the road slowly climbs, the view gradually opens up, the air becomes fresher, and the sound becomes more and more quiet and silent. The shadows of the trees beside the road were intertwined, and the foggy light of the early morning seemed like a layer of mist, shrouding the branches. Soon, Qin Feng drove to the top of the mountain, and a villa covering a huge area came into view. The villa was decorated in Chinese style, neither ostentatious nor abrupt, and it blended perfectly with the scenery at the top of the mountain, just like a small courtyard in the smoky rain of Jiangnan, which was poetic. At the entrance of the villa, a pair of stone lions guarded both sides, as if it was an ancient royal residence. Qin Feng got out of the car, took out the key to open the gate and pushed it in. The courtyard was paved with green bricks, with bamboo and pines planted on both sides, and a small fake stood by the pond, with a few lotus flowers floating on the water and a group of koi carp emitting golden light, playing around the lotus flowers. Qin Feng walked along the path in the courtyard, crossed the small bridge above the pond and arrived in the living room. Inside the living room, a combination of East and West, not only was there exquisite mahogany furniture, there were also sofas with high-grade texture, with various technological items. Turning again, through the exquisite wooden carved flower windows, one could see the back of the villa, and a large bamboo forest planted. A few moments later, Qin Feng turned every corner of the villa around and leaned back on the sofa, very satisfied with this villa in his heart. Worthy of being a villa worth $80 million, it really lived up to its name. Knock knock. May I ask if Mr. Qin is in? Inside the living room, a screen hanging on the wall transmitted an image. A man in a suit smiled and waved at the camera from outside. You are? Qin Feng walked out of the living room and came to the entrance of the villa, sizing up the stranger. The strange man was about 27 or 8 years old, wearing a well-tailored black suit with neatly combed and stylish hair. It was a man with a handsome appearance exuding mature charm. Ha ha ha, you're Mr. Qin, right? Lin Yang shook hands with Qin Feng, a ha-ha smile on his face. You recognize me? Qin Feng searched around in his head and realized that he didn't know this person. His eyes said strangely, ha ha, Mr. Qin, you are underestimating yourself too much. This matter of you buying Villa 1 has attracted a lot of attention in our circle. By the way, I live in Villa 2. I'm your neighbor. Lin Yang pointed to a certain corner below and spoke in an emotional tone. Back then, his father, Lin Langtian, had personally failed to take Villa 1, and was told the reason: his status wasn't enough. This sentence has caused countless waves in Jiangchang. Even Lin Langtian's identity is not enough. Who else in Jiangchang can take Villa 01? Now that the villa had been bought by someone, everyone was secretly shocked, guessing what kind of background this person had to be able to overpower Lin Langtian and obtain the purchase qualification. Chapter 47. I want to be Mr. Qin's dog. Lin Yang was very curious about the identity of the owner of Villa 1, so he came to pay a special visit. Introduce yourself. My name is Lin Yang. My family does a little business. Let's exchange more when we have time. Lin Yang had a warm smile on his face, his eyes secretly sizing up Qin Feng, but in his heart, he felt a trace of strangeness. The man in front of him had outstanding looks, extraordinary demeanor, and his eyes were full of underlying energy, unlike ordinary people. However, his clothes secretly puzzled Lin Yang. The brand of Qin Feng's clothes, Lin Yang hadn't seen it at all, and looking at the style, it was surprisingly very much like the kind that only ordinary people would wear. This made Lin Yang puzzled, thinking that he was probably looking at it wrong. Okay, no problem. Qin Feng nodded politely and exchanged contact information with Lin Yang. After getting the contact information, Lin Yang didn't stay any longer, and after saying hello, he left with a smile on his face. Hey Dad, I've met the owner of Villa 1. Lin Yang walked down to the top of the hill and dialed the phone. Oh, how does this person make you feel? On the other end, a majestic voice came. It's not simple. I can't see through it. Lin Yang's face was grave as he recalled the bits and pieces just now. At the first glance of seeing Qin Feng, Lin Yang's eyes drifted off, thinking that this person resembled a Beijing gentry he had once seen. At the second glance, Lin Yang thought Qin Feng looked like a poor student. At the third glance, Lin Yang again felt that there was a layer of mist on Qin Feng, and when you thought you could see through it, you realized that there was another layer, and one layer on top of another. Couldn't see through it at all. You are the successor of our Lin group, even you can't see through it. It seems that this person is indeed not simple. Let's put it this way, You befriend him more and don't make an enemy of him. You're going to take over my shift soon. Maybe he'll even be a booster for you. Yes, I understand. On the other side of the phone, the somewhat old voice became grave, and hung up after some admonitions. Lin Yang exhaled and looked at the villa at the top of the mountain, raising Qin Feng's weight by one level in his heart. He was going to take over next and become the chairman of the Lin Group. But the Lin Group was not theirs alone. There were still various relatives holding it. If there was Qin Feng's help, I believe it would also be smoother. After Qin Feng finished turning around each room, he took the car keys and walked to the garage. Inside the garage, a blue and white supercar lay silently in place. Smooth lines, icy texture. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the body was like an elegant and ferocious beast that ruthlessly crashed into Qin Feng's pupils. Handsome, too handsome. Qin Feng circled around the body, feeling the cold touch from his fingertips, nodding his head in satisfaction. This texture, this feel, is really not comparable to a Porsche 911. A supercar worth $12 million really has its reasons. Qin Feng fell in love with this noble and ferocious beast after just one look. Qin Feng sat inside the car and placed the miniature mouse-like car key near the center console. After a message appeared on the car's display, Qin Feng pressed the start button. Buzz! In the next instant, a low and powerful roar sounded, and the small stones on the ground clicked and bounced up and down. The sunlight distorted and the dust trembled. Qin Feng pressed the boost button on the steering wheel, and this blue-white body was like a sharp sword, wrapped in air currents, and instantly scurried out of the garage. Buzz! The originally silent mountains were disturbed by the roar of this beast, and countless panicked birds flew out of the forest, fluttering their wings and flying up into the clouds. Under Qin Feng's superior driving skills, this blue-white beast was completely tamed, and in accordance with Qin Feng's mind, it was like a bolt of lightning, charging across the winding mountain road. In the blink of an eye, it swooped sharply from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Inside Villa 2, Lin Yang stood on the balcony, looking at this blue-white light that flew out from the top of the mountain with envious eyes. McLaren P1 Prost? I didn't think I'd be able to see this car again. Lin Yang was a car fan and liked to collect all kinds of luxury cars, but this car he wanted to buy also had nowhere to buy. This car, the McLaren P1 Prost, was worth $12 million. Although Lin Yang could afford it, none of them were for sale in today's market, and it was out of print on the market. He couldn't buy it even if he was rich. This matter had always been a regret in Lin Yang's heart. Qin Feng can even get this kind of out-of-print car. Identity is really not simple. Lin Yang was already thinking of finding a time to ask Qin Feng out and introduce him into his circle. Buzz! The roaring sound wave scared the short-haired security guard at the surveillance booth, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw a blue-white light shadow like an electric current brush past him in the blink of an eye. The airwaves that came with it blew his hair flying and his skin taut, and he couldn't even open his eyes, and could only barely see a familiar face that flickered away. A few moments later, the short-haired security guard looked at the shadow of the faraway car, gasped in excitement and shouted, "It's Mr. Qin! It's Mr. Qin inside! I dropped my own mother Lu! What kind of car is this? Too handsome it! Nima! Rich people are awesome! If I'm not mistaken, this car should be McLaren P1, worth more than $10 million. Another bald security guard also shouted excitedly, his eyes showing a deep desire. Ha! Holy! I've been a security guard all my life and I can't even afford a wheel. Mr. Qin is awesome. I want to be Mr. Qin's dog. The short-haired security guard's eyes were filled with shock, stunned by the price of more than $10 million. In his heart, he was even more deeply impressed by Qin Feng and could not wait to bow his head in obeisance. Worthy of being the owner of Villa 1? Just awesome. Not right how come I haven't seen this car? When was it on the mountain? Suddenly the short-haired security guard remembered something, looking at the direction of the McLaren P1's departure, revealing a deep suspicion. Qin Feng, who was driving the McLaren P1 Prost, was the prettiest boy on the road, even on the most crowded road. He was unhindered. Hey baby, is this BMW M8 of mine handsome? I bought it for over $2 million. On the dark blue vehicle, a man with earrings tilted his chin proudly and bragged to the young woman sitting in the passenger seat. Wow hubby, you're so handsome. Moo-ah. The woman covered her mouth in surprise and threw a wink at the man. Her eyes were drawn. Ha ha, I'll give you that. The man was still about to show off, but was interrupted by a low, powerful sound wave. He probed and his eyes widened abruptly, his expression frozen on his face. An elegant blue-white beast, resembling a bolt of blue lightning, sped in with a roaring sound. With a whoosh, it overtook the man's vehicle from the rear and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only a choking exhaust. On the road, everyone poked their heads in and looked at the eye-catching supercar, their mouths so wide open that they could fit into an egg. OMG, what did they see? Chapter 48, Qin Feng can't even afford water. What are you pretending for? Ah, Hubby, what kind of car is this? It feels so handsome. The young woman on the passenger seat, staring wide-eyed and dumbfounded at the departing direction of the sports car, violently let out a piercing scream. My chow, this is a McLaren P1? The man with the earrings was trembling with excitement, and his breathing was shortened by a few points. Hubby, how much does that car cost? How come it feels even more handsome than yours? The young woman reluctantly retracted her gaze and asked in a curious tone. Asterisk. You are not nonsense. How can I have the honor to compare this car with others? That other person's car is more than $10 million. There's no comparison at all. The man's eyes stared round, took a deep breath of the exhaust left behind by the McLaren P1, and his tone was shocked. He what grade is his car? Also dare to touch the McLaren P1. This is known by others. Shall not die laughing. The man bitterly shook his head and looked at this BMW M8 underneath him, instantly feeling unscented. His more than $10 million. The woman broke her fingers, counting how many zeros there were, and her mind was stunned by the string of numbers that hit her. Is this the big brother? A car that no one else could afford even if they struggled for a lifetime. And this was just the big brother's transportation tool. It's too awesome. A few moments later, the woman slowed down, looked at the disoriented man, and comforted in a soft tone. It's okay, hubby. I still think your car is handsome. Let's not think too much and just live our own lives. Woo. Thank you, wife. I love you. Woo, hubby, I love you too. The man's eyes glistened, his voice choked, holding back his tears. He hugged the woman and kissed her passionately. The time was just past 6 o'clock. The campus was empty. Qin Feng drove the McLaren P1 Prost, and drove the car to the parking lot at the back of the school amidst a sound from the gatekeeper. Qin Feng jogged a lap to move his muscles, then bought a few meat buns and ate them while arriving at the dormitory. Good morning, brother Feng. Zhang Yu greeted with dark eyes and sparse sleep. He was shocked by Qin Feng last night and didn't sleep all night, and it was 8 o'clock in the morning in a daze. Clang clang clang. Don't sleep. You're going to the military training assembly soon. Qin Feng nodded his head and knocked on the bed frame, urging the rest of the people who were still staying in bed. Holy, brother Feng, why are you so handsome? Everyone is wearing military training uniforms. Why is the difference so big? Yang Zihao shouted at Qin Feng with envy in his eyes. The dark green military training uniform was as if it was tailored for Qin Feng, perfectly fitting Qin Feng's body. Handsome and others were not in the same layer, as if they were characters coming out of a cartoon. Qin Feng helplessly smiled. See, the time is almost the same, with 3 roommates together to go to the playground. At this time the playground has come a lot of people. Counselor Jiang Han stood in a corner, with a few students also wearing camouflage clothes chatting. Today's Jiang Han was wearing a low ponytail, a wide-brimmed sun hat, a white strapless top, and a pair of dark blue wide-legged pants. The whole person appeared imperial and elegant. Just standing there, the sense of presence was extremely strong. There were many boys who were secretly glancing at Jiang Han. Good day, teacher. Zhang Yu was a bit squirmy as he came up to greet her, his eyes dodging like a thief. Well, the time is almost up. You guys line up and wait for the instructor to lead you. Jiang Han's eyes skimmed over Zhang Yu and nodded at Qin Feng, a smile appearing on his iceberg-like face, waiting for everyone to line up neatly. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction and headed to the girls' meeting point with a pair of long, slender legs. Military training was a separate training for men and women, so there were only boys in this half of the playground. The boys within the class, upon seeing Qin Feng arrive, very doggedly went forward to greet him, giving up the only shaded area to Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng's line of sight sweeping over, Shu Yi, on the other hand, was like a mouse seeing a cat, silently shrinking his head, not daring to meet Qin Feng's eyes. A few moments later, several trucks drove into the playground, from which a group of soldiers in military uniforms leaped out. One of them, a soldier with a lean physique, walked towards Qin Feng's class side. Hello classmates, my name is Li Feng. From today onwards, I will be in charge of your military training. Li Feng's gaze was like a torch as he swept his sight over the group of young students in front of him and nodded his head silently. Now, all of you, stand at attention. Lift your chest, tighten your stomach, eyes front, stand for half an hour first. Li Feng came up without any nonsense and directly ordered everyone to stand in military posture and walked in front of each person to correct their posture. The sky was cloudless, the poisonous sun shone unscrupulously on everyone's face, and their necks were flooded with a tingling pain. It was only after half an hour that Li Feng started to let everyone rest. Goo, is it so hard? Labor's legs are unconscious. Asterisk. I won't come in the afternoon. Big deal. I won't graduate. After it was over, everyone hurriedly ran to the shade, collapsed on the ground in a weak state, and whined breathlessly. Ha ha, cheers seniors. A group of seniors, drinking ice-cold sodas and holding watermelons, wandered back and forth across the playground as if they were afraid others wouldn't see them. Chow! This group of, some people forced themselves not to look, but their mouths got drier and drier, and their eyes still involuntarily glanced at this group of people, swallowing hard. Labor also wants to drink ice-cold Coke. Whoever gives me a bottle now, he is my own father. A few people from the next class were talking. A tall man saw the business opportunity and clapped his palm, showing off. Who else wants to drink? $50 a bottle. I'll have my girlfriend send it over later. Places are limited. First come first served. Asterisk. A bottle of Coke is only $3. You want 50 now? You're crazy for money. Someone stared stupidly at the man with a very dissatisfied tone. Don't buy it if you can't afford it. Look at you. You're so poor. You don't even have a girlfriend, right? The tall man shook his head disdainfully, came to Qin Feng's party and said condescendingly, "Hey, is anyone in your class buying? $50 without haggling. Ha, you're Huang Hao. I'm your high school classmate. For the sake of our friendship, let's make it cheaper." Someone recognized the tall man's identity, and immediately warmly went forward to greet him. "Hey, well, count you $40 a bottle." Huang Hao had a look on his face that you've earned a lot, and proudly opened the collection code. "Hey, you're Qin Feng? I heard you're handsome, aren't you coming to order?" In the next second, Huang Hao swept over the conspicuous Qin Feng in the crowd and pointed at him in an irritated tone. "No need." Qin Feng glanced at Huang Hao, then rested his hands on the steps, closing his eyes to enjoy the breeze. "Ha, can't even afford a bottle of water. What are you pretending for?" Huang Hao's eyes narrowed, upset by Qin Feng's attitude, and he couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. Chapter 49, Shura? Huang Hao had heard about Qin Feng for a long time. The girls in his class, every day they made nymphomania saying how handsome Qin Feng from the next class was, and his ears were calloused from listening to it. Especially his girlfriend has also been talking about Qin Feng in front of him, which made Huang Hao jealous and upset. Now that the military training, his squad just happened to be right next to Qin Feng. Taking advantage of the break time, Huang Hao wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of saint Qin Feng was that he let his girlfriend hang on to him every day. However, Huang Hao quickly laughed. This Qin Feng is just a drop more handsome than himself. Everyone is 2 eyes and 1 mouth. There is nothing special. Still a poor bastard. Can't even pull out a few $dozen. Cut. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people to buy it. Huang Hao narrowed his eyes and secretly shook his head at Qin Feng's tough talk, thinking that Qin Feng was just broke and couldn't afford it. What are you all looking at me for? Is there anyone else buying? Seeing everyone looking at him, Huang Hao touched his nose somewhat uncomfortably and opened his mouth to inquire once again. The people in Qin Feng's class silently shook their heads and looked at him like a little cutie, looking at Huang Hao like a little cutie, secretly laughing in their hearts, thinking that Huang Hao was dead. They had the most say in whether Qin Feng had money or not. The last person who provoked Qin Feng like this had already begged for mercy on his knees like a dog. Who gave you Huang Hao the courage to dare to provoke Big Brother Qin? Was it Liang Jingru? Everyone silently moved away from Huang Hao. No one dared to strike up a conversation with Huang Hao. Even the last person who paid was so scared that he had to go back for a refund, fearing that Qin Feng would take it out on him. "Brother Qin, are you drinking? Little brother treats you." Shui felt that his chance to perform had come, ambling cautiously to Qin Feng. A $3 bottle of cola, not worth spending tens of dollars on. Qin Feng glanced at Shui and faintly shook his head. Hearing this, Huang Hao was instantly dissatisfied, hanging his face and sneering. "You say so much. Isn't it just that you don't have any money? Ha! Anyway, my girlfriend will bring it to me in a while. You beggar singles, just watch from the sidelines." The people present were silent. They really hadn't found a girlfriend yet and couldn't refute it. It's only been a few days since school started. None of them know a few people. They are not familiar with each other. If you want to find a girlfriend in college, not only do you have to be handsome yourself, but you also have to be rich. It's far more difficult than in high school. The relationships in high school are all pure love. Two people as long as they like each other. Even if the love across the mountains and seas cannot be blocked, is the most innocent love. After Huang Hao fired the map gun, he left with a proud face and took out his cell phone on the way, telling his girlfriend to dress up nicely in a while, preferably brightening up everyone's eyes. His girlfriend is in the art class and doesn't need military training. Huang Hao not only wanted to show off his girlfriend in front of everyone this time, but also to crush this inexplicable superiority of Qin Feng, MD, a smelly beggar who doesn't even have a girlfriend and can't even shell out a few $dozen. Who dares to show himself a face? "Brother Qin, who is this kid? Dare to talk to you like this?" Almost made me laugh. Zhang Yu was indignant and glared at the departing Huang Hao. "Right, Brother Qin, you're so handsome and have money. There must be a lot of girls chasing after you." Someone started gossiping, their eyes looking curiously at Qin Feng. No, you're overthinking it. Qin Feng laughed and waved his hand, leaving only the crowd with disbelieving faces. Soon, a long-haired girl with a brightly dressed and slim figure walked into the playground. Meow meow, I'm here. Huang Hao stood up and waved at the woman. The woman's eyes lit up as she carried a compact case and jogged all the way to Huang Hao's side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Huang Hao's girlfriend? Where's the heavenly justice? This kid's girlfriend is so pretty. Everyone looked at Huang Hao with envious eyes, a touch of jealousy rising in their hearts. They weren't bad looking either. So how come they couldn't find a girlfriend? How? You're thirsty, right? Here, this is the Coke that just came out of the freezer. The girl took out a bottle of cola that was still chilling from the thermos in her hand and handed it to Huang Hao with a coquettish smile. This scene, more than anything else, caused the people around them to receive 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. They were sour. They also wanted this kind of girlfriend. Even if they lost 10 years of their lives, they were willing to do so. Ha, how about it? Is my girlfriend pretty? Huang Hao proudly took a sip of ice-cold cola and held the girl's hand, proudly showing off. Afterward, Huang Hao's eyes rolled, pulling the girl to Qin Feng and pointing at him. Hey, Qin Feng, you want to drink it? You beg me. As long as you beg me, I'll give you a sip. Seeing Qin Feng ignoring himself, Huang Hao laughed in anger and continued to speak in a conspiratorial manner. Where's your girlfriend? Qin Feng? Why didn't she come to bring you water? Don't you have a girlfriend? No way. So you're a single dog. Hey, blame me. Shouldn't have flaunted in front of you, single dog. Huang Hao recklessly mocked Qin Feng, stepping on him deeply in front of his girlfriend. He felt that he had reached the peak of his life at this moment. Hey, you get out of the way. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind him, and when Huang Hao turned his head, he saw a woman whose appearance could not be concealed even in camouflage clothing, brushing past him. Qin Feng, you're thirsty, aren't you? This is the ice-cold cola I bought for you after running to several kiosks. The person who came was none other than Su Ro. Her adorable baby face was covered in beads of sweat as she handed out a can of cola with both hands and sent it to Qin Feng. A pair of large pearl eyes were quietly sizing up Qin Feng. Su Ro thought for a long time and decided that she still couldn't give up on Qin Feng as a high-quality man. So after she finished her military training today, she immediately ran to buy water and brought it to Qin Feng. She felt that this act would definitely impress Qin Feng and make him look at her better. Wow, the class flower actually took the initiative to bring water to Brother Qin. I'm envious. Not surprising at all. Brother Qin is young and golden. A guy like me can't help but be touched. Everyone present looked at Qin Feng enviously, longing to have such a lovely girl to bring water to them as well. The rest of Huang Hao's words got stuck, staring stupidly at Su Ro, and before he could return to his senses, he saw everyone around him looking at the entrance of the playground in unison, their eyes wide open. Huang Hao also followed and turned his head, and in the next second, he couldn't help but suck in a breath and let out an unbelievable cry of shock. Xiao Yingying? Chapter 50. Zhang Yan was rushing to the battlefield. At the entrance, Xiao Yingying was holding an azure-colored paper umbrella with a canvas bag on her light blue floral dress. A pair of peach blossom eyes on her pure and sweet googly-eyed face added a three-point charm to her. The whole person was like a fair lady in the smoky rain of Jiangnan, coming in style. The moment Xiao Yingying appeared, it was as if she brought her own light, taking away everyone's sight. Everyone looked at Xiao Yingying in a stupor, their hearts beating faster with uncontrollable fluttering. Holy, is this the number one ranked school beauty of our school? Sure is beautiful. How did Xiao Yingying come here? What is this? Everyone was shocked, thoughts spinning frantically in their heads, guessing the purpose of Xiao Yingying's trip. Everyone stared straight at Xiao Yingying, unable to remove their gaze. They were afraid that this was all a bubble that would shatter at the touch of a button. Xiao Yingying looked around for someone as if she was looking for someone. Xiao Yingying suddenly smiled lightly, waved at a certain place and walked straight over. The people in Qin Feng's class all stared dumbfoundedly at Xiao Yingying, who was walking over, their tones shocked. She's walking towards us. My God, she just smiled at me. She wouldn't like me. Wake up, don't dream. She was clearly waving at me. The two started arguing over who Xiao Yingying liked. Huang Hao also looked dumbfounded and silently let go of the hand holding his girlfriend, swallowing nervously. Did I see it wrong? No, I didn't see wrong. Xiao Yingying smiled at me, and came towards me. It can't be that she's here to find me. Hiss. I'm not dreaming, am I? Could it be that Xiao Yingying likes me? So now she's coming to me to confess to me live? Huang Hao's scalp tingled with excitement just by thinking of this conjecture, and his entire body stood dumbfounded. His hands and feet at a loss for words in excitement. As Xiao Yingying walked straight towards her, Huang Hao became more and more certain of his inner conjecture. That's right, Xiao Yingying definitely likes me and is coming to confess to me. Huang Hao's eyes hesitantly glanced at his girlfriend, then his eyes flashed with a hint of determination, pursed his lips, and his footsteps quietly moved away from his girlfriend. I'm sorry, although we've been talking for 3 years, and you're also very good looking, but you're too ordinary compared to Xiao Yingying. Now that Xiao Yingying is going to confess to me, it's clear who I'm going to choose. I can only give up on you. Thank you for bringing me joy. I'm grateful, but it's no longer possible for us. Huang Hao read a few sentences in his mind and quietly kept his distance from his girlfriend. He was afraid that Xiao Yingying would misunderstand. Hello, Huang Hao's lips were dry, his heart was pounding, and he wanted to say something to the approaching Xiao Yingying, but he was nervous, causing him to stumble and not be able to make a sound. Xiao Yingying glanced at the shivering stranger, not recognizing this person, so she nodded politely. Then she brushed past Huang Hao and walked behind him to stand quietly in front of Qin Feng. Xiao Yingying smiled sweetly, tilted her head and playfully said, "Senior Qin, I've come to find you, cheery or not." Qin Feng lifted his head, a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. Then he revealed a gentle smile and said with a smirk, "How could I not welcome senior sister's great presence?" Everyone present saw that Xiao Yingying was here to find Qin Feng. Their jaws dropped to the ground in shock and instantly exploded. Heavens! Qin Feng actually knew Xiao Yingying. It looked like the two were even close. They suddenly remembered a rumor circulating on the posting bar. They heard that there was a freshman who came with Xiao Yingying when he enrolled in school and was suspected to be Xiao Yingying's boyfriend. They originally didn't believe this kind of news. Xiao Yingying was the school's top-ranked beauty queen, and the people who pursued her could fill up the entire playground. But they had never heard of anyone succeeding. Even the school's top son, Lin Duan, had a nosedive. Therefore when they heard the news, they didn't believe it at all. Countless sophomore and junior seniors had never succeeded. So how could a freshman possibly? But now the scene in front of them couldn't help but make them believe somewhat. This was the first time they had seen that Xiao Yingying was so proactive towards a boy. Huang Hao was dumbfounded, his mouth dumbfounded and open, his eyes staring like copper bells. Even his breathing was suspended. What's going on? Xiao Yingying took the initiative to come to Qin Feng? Am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? What makes Qin Feng able to know the school beauty? Feeling like a clown. Huang Hao couldn't help his face from turning red as he remembered what he had just thought. It turned out that Xiao Yingying didn't come to find him to confess his love. Huang Hao quietly glanced at his girlfriend and saw that she didn't notice his little action just now. His heart was relieved. Then his eyes looked at Qin Feng with jealousy, itching to take his place. Who is this one? Xiao Yingying noticed a cute-looking girl standing beside Qin Feng, and the girl was holding a soda in her hand. This caused Xiao Yingying to make some guesses in her mind, and her eyebrows frowned slightly before returning to normal. "Good day, senior sister Xiao. My name is Su Ro. I'm Qin Feng's classmate." "Sister, you're beautiful." Su Ro took the initiative to go forward and shake Xiao Yingying's hand. Her face innocently complimented. Su Ro had heard about Xiao Yingying long ago, knowing that Xiao Yingying was the recognized school flower in the school. Now that she saw Xiao Yingying take the initiative to come to Qin Feng, it secretly shocked Su Ro and a hint of crisis rose in her heart. Qin Feng was too lazy to bother with Su Ro and sat on the steps with Xiao Yingying as a faint fragrance of lilies came from his side. "Nah, here you go." Xiao Yingying quietly glanced at Su Ro. The corners of her mouth curved as she took out a bottle of juice from her canvas bag, tilting her head and handing it to Qin Feng. *******. Who is this kid? Schoolgirl Xiao even took the initiative to send water. In the distance, the seniors holding the watermelon, their pupils steeply widened, completely dumbfounded. That boy was dressed in camouflage uniform, and at a glance, he was a freshman. A freshman could actually make schoolgirl Xiao personally come to the playground to deliver water in the hot sun. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. When did school flower Xiao become so proactive? At this moment, they instantly felt that the watermelon in their hands didn't smell good anymore, and they also wanted school flower to deliver water. Instructor Li Feng also revealed an anti-smile from afar and laughed at his comrades around him. The students nowadays are remarkable. To have such a beautiful girl chasing after them backwards. Huang Hao's eyes went round and felt that he must be suffering from heat stroke and hallucinating. "Nima, everyone is a freshman. What makes you so NB? Even the school flower gave you water. What makes you so virtuous?" Huang Hao soured his mouth as if he had eaten a lemon. "Drink slowly, schoolboy. I have another bottle here." A hint of a smile flashed under Xiao Yingying's eyes as she gazed tenderly at Qin Feng. At this moment, Xiao Yingying's eyes swept and suddenly realized that there was a familiar figure in the distance, walking towards here. "Holy, isn't that Zhang Yan?" Someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the entrance to the playground, their eyes widening. "Hiss, could it be that she's also here to look for Qin Feng?" The crowd looked at the sexy figure in the distance as a terrifying thought abruptly popped into their heads. Chapter 51, 3 Women in 1. The crowd was startled by the idea that suddenly popped into their heads. Zhang Yan was the second highest-ranked school flower on campus, and in terms of looks, she was not inferior to Xiao Yingying at all. Even in terms of body shape, it was even better. If Xiao Ying is the flower of the mountain, hard to reach, then Zhang Yan is a seductive poppy flower, passionate like fire, full of temptation. The number of people who pursued Zhang Yan was countless. Everyone was like a moth to a flame, wanting to catch a glimpse of her, but so far no one has ever succeeded, seemingly just a step away, but never able to cross over. Qin Feng having Xiao school flower delivering water had already made them look silly. Could it be that Zhang Yan had also come to deliver water for Qin Feng? Heavens! It couldn't be. The crowd's scalps were stimulated by this thought as they stared at Zhang Yan's figure in unison and swallowed hard. Today's Zhang Yan was wearing a simple white camisole undershirt, with a pair of light blue high-waisted denim shorts underneath, a pair of long and slender legs that glowed with a milk-like luster under the sun. On the slender waist, a pair of special things is enough to have D+ level, especially eye-catching. The sexy and hot body made countless boys' mouths dry and their faces redden as they watched. With a sweep of her sight, Zhang Yan saw the conspicuous Xiao Ying in the crowd, and Qin Feng by her side. In the next second, Zhang Yan smiled charmingly and walked straight towards Qin Feng. I'm going. Zhang Yan is coming this way. Heavens! It can't be that she's also here to deliver water to Qin Feng, right? The boys in Qin Feng's class instantly boiled over, standing on their tiptoes as they looked at Zhang Yan, their entire bodies trembling with exuberance. Huang Hao looked dumbfounded, his mouth open, not even realizing that his mouth was drooling. This was a beauty that was completely different from Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was that kind of introverted beauty. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was that kind of hot and spirited beauty. Huang Hao foolishly looked at Zhang Yan walking towards himself. His brain was dizzy, and a thought suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that Zhang Yan came for me? I don't believe it. 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 Yes, it must be right. She's definitely here for me this time. Huang Hao summoned up enough courage to reveal what he thought was a very handsome smile and took a step forward to kowtow. Zhang, as if she didn't hear, Zhang Yan skimmed past Huang Hao as if he were air and waved at Qin Feng with a smile. Senior Qin, is military training hard? Here you go. This is the mung bean congee I boiled with my own hands. Chilled-o. Zhang Yan took out a thermos cup from the bag and stuffed it into Qin Feng's hand. Ha! Zhang Yan was also here to find Qin Feng? The people present were all dumbfounded and turned their heads in unison to look at Qin Feng. Their brains were jolted with a wave of dizziness. Oh my god! The two major school beauties in the school had come to give water to Qin Feng. If this scene was known by the entire school, I'm afraid it would cause a huge earthquake. For a freshman to gain the favor of the two major school beauties just after enrolling in school, this is too damn impressive. Big brother, I'm begging to be apprenticed. I'll learn this too. The boys in Qin Feng's class dislocated their jaws in shock, their faces filled with shock and envy. Pa! Huang Hao slapped himself hard, suspecting that he hadn't woken up yet. Otherwise, how could something so outrageous happen in front of him? Fake. It was all fake. Hiss. In the next second, Huang Hao felt a fiery stinging pain coming from his face, a sensation that made him panic. How could this be possible? This wasn't a dream. It was all real? Huang Hao covered his face and sucked in his breath, his eyes staring incredulously at the scene, his face blank. At this moment, he was as petrified as if he was petrified, gently shattering in place. It turns out that the gap between people is really bigger than a dog. In the distance, the senior students were all staring blankly at Zhang Yan, their mouths open wide enough to fit into an egg. My old swan, is there any justice in heaven? Not only is Xiao Ying giving water to the boys, but even Zhang Yan has come to give water. It's also the same boy. Chow chow. Is this still a freshman? This is also too much. The boys in the playground all stared at Qin Feng with envy and jealousy, itching to kill Qin Feng by 1,000 cuts and take back the goddess that belonged to them. Originally, they were still proud to show off the watermelon in their hands in front of the new students, but the result was that the next moment the new students were severely hit in the face. Nima, still eat what watermelon ah? Laborers also want the goddess to send water. Li Feng, the instructor in the distance, also felt incredible, jokingly whacked his comrades around him, a face of emotion. A freshman, can have two such beautiful girls take the initiative to send water? The young people nowadays are really fierce. Ying, you're here too. What are you doing here? Zhang Yan's eyes flowed and swept over Su Rou and Xiao Ying, pretending to be surprised as she only just saw Xiao Ying. Humph, I should be the one to say this. Xiao Ying looked at the thermos bottle in Qin Feng's hand and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Of course it's because I'm heartbroken for schoolmate Qin. I'm afraid that schoolmate Qin will suffer from heatstroke in this hot weather, so I don't feel comfortable coming to take a look. Zhang Yan didn't care about Xiao Ying's tone and covered her mouth as she gently laughed. Qin Feng's heart snapped, feeling that the atmosphere in the scene seemed to be off. He was there awkwardly touching his head, not daring to interject. School brother, I still have a bottle of juice. You drink mine. Xiao Ying pursed her lips and took out a bottle of juice from her canvas bag. handing it to Qin Feng before her eyes glared defiantly at Zhang Yan. Ah, ha ha, good. Qin Feng was holding the thermos bottle with mung bean porridge in one hand and the juice handed by Xiao Ying in the other. For this kind of scene, Qin Feng felt quite a headache. On one side, Su Rou looked at this scene and her eyes were round and wide. Su Rou knew Zhang Yan. She was second only to Xiao Ying in school. It was said that Zhang Yan liked to hang on to boys and never took the initiative. But what did she see now? Zhang Yan even came to bring water to Qin Feng as well. Su Rou quietly glanced at Zhang Yan's fiery figure, and then swept her head down to glance at her own flat chest. A trace of frustration could not help but rise in her heart. Big, too big, simply like a cow. Su Rou had thought that she was also considered a beauty, and with her own initiative, she didn't believe that she couldn't take Qin Feng. But now that she saw the two major school beauties on campus, they were all competing to be the first to give water to Qin Feng. Su Rou's originally ample confidence became as invisible as a flame in the wind. Not only did these two people's face values cliff crush their own, even their bodies were better than their own. Thinking about it carefully, she didn't even have a single item to show for herself. This made Su Rou feel desperate. Qin Feng, this huge gold mountain was right in front of her, obviously touchable, but suddenly jumped out of the two diggers with excellent equipment. Face value and body, neither of them were superior. There wasn't even a glimmer of hope for victory. For a while, Su Rou was overwhelmed by Zhang Yan and Xiao Ying's aura and became non-existent. Chapter 52, Lin Xiao. Look at this post. Unwilling to give up on this billionaire man, Su Rou took a deep breath, held up the Coke in her hand and spoke with difficulty. Qin Feng, I also have a Coke for you. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan's eyes instantly fell on Su Rou, bringing a lot of pressure to Su Rou. It was as if Su Rou was a mistress who had been caught live in the act of adultery by her original wife. Only when Su Rou opened her mouth did Qin Feng notice that there was this person. Big sister, do you think I still have a hand to hold? Qin Feng shook his head breathlessly and didn't take the Coke handed by Su Rou. Senior Qin, I'll open it for you. Zhang Yan glanced at Su Rou and let out a soft smile at the corner of her mouth as she thoughtfully helped Qin Feng open the thermos and sent it to Qin Feng's mouth. Zhang Yan only glanced at it and could tell that Su Rou was a little green tea. This kind of little green tea that has no boobs and her face value is not comparable to her own, but also dares to steal Qin Feng from herself. Really not self-important. Only Xiao Ying was qualified to be her rival in the school. Schoolmate, I'll help you open it too. Xiao Ying was not willing to show weakness and also opened the juice to Qin Feng's mouth. Don't. I'll take it myself. Qin Feng waved his hand and took it with both hands together, feeling a headache at the situation. On one side, everyone was dumbfounded to see Qin Feng being surrounded by the two major school beauties delivering water. What charm did Qin Feng have after all to be treated like this by the two major school flowers? Was there any justice left in this? How dare they spread dog food in public? Heavens, this was too good to be true. A group of single dogs shed tears of envy. Huang Hao watched the scene expressionlessly, a touch of self-deprecation appearing at the corner of his mouth. He originally wanted to show off his girlfriend in front of the crowd and use the opportunity to taunt Qin Feng and step on him ruthlessly, but reality ruthlessly slapped him in the face. His face was on fire. It was too damn humiliating. He should have been the envy of all, but now he was standing like a clown in a corner that no one cared about. The scenery that should have belonged to him was taken away by Qin Feng without mercy. In his heart, he couldn't muster a single ounce of courage to take it back. The gap is too big. In terms of looks, he was no match for Qin Feng. In terms of girlfriends, not on Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan. At most in that camouflage uniform girl equal. What can he compare to? He lost to Qin Feng. Huang Hao didn't dare to look again, silently holding his girlfriend's hand, in the eyes of the crowd's ridicule, like a clown slinking away. Wow, that's Qin Feng. It's really as good looking as the rumors. On the way, Huang Hao's girlfriend said this sentence, completely making Huang Hao break his defense and his heart shattered. In the distance, everyone's eyes were focused here, their eyes red with envy, itching to eat Qin Feng. Nima, it's so damn outrageous. It's a big deal for a regular person to get the attention of a school flower. You're a freshman. How can you make two school beauties surround you? Everyone guessed what Qin Feng's status was, that he could be so NB. Some people took out their cell phones and captured this scene, sending it to the school's posting bar and forums, triggering countless retweets and comments. In a matter of moments, the entire school knew that there was a freshman who was so NB who received water from the two major schoolgirls. Everyone exploded. The countless comments that contained anger seemed as if they wanted to cut Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan's suitors occupied nearly 90% of the boys in the school. Their hearts were about to break when they learned about this matter. Doubt, shock, disbelief, anger. The two school beauties in their hearts were so intimate with a freshman, which was unacceptable to every single one of them. What I can't get, no one else can either. Everyone was leaving messages inquiring about this freshman. They wanted to reclaim the goddess that belonged to them. The entire campus was going to be overturned by the anger of these people. Countless people were shaking their fists and preparing to teach this freshman a lesson. They were going to make this person understand what it meant to be the majesty of a senior. In an instant, Qin Feng became the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Su Rou watched blearily from the side as Qin Feng chatted with Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan. Unable to bear the pressure inside, she resisted the urge to drop her little pearls and hurriedly left without looking back. In front of Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan, she was like the green leaf, setting off the two delicate red flowers. This feeling made Su Rou sad inside, not having the face to be a light bulb on the side. On one side, Zhang Yan and Xiao Ying were secretly competing across Qin Feng, neither of them letting anyone in, their eyes colliding with countless sparks, making Qin Feng, who was sandwiched in the middle of the two, under a lot of pressure. Qin Feng pretended to be confused and chatted with Ying and Zhang Yan for a few moments before hastily sending the two away. Otherwise, Qin Feng was afraid that they would fight. Only after Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan left did the boys in Qin Feng's class dare to gasp for air, envy in their eyes. In the next second, all of them surrounded Qin Feng and asked in an excited tone, "Qin brother and B, how do you know with two big school flowers? Is it girlfriend? I Lu a bean. Our school's two big school flowers are for Qin brother to send water. This is too hanging. Brother Qin, you still say no girls chase you. I finally understand why brother Qin didn't take care of Su Rou. Su Rou is at most a class flower, which can be compared to Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan. Compared to this, Huang Hao is nothing. He dares to show off his girlfriend in front of brother Qin. Isn't this putting his face over to fight? Where's Huang Hao? He's not running away, is he? Ha ha ha." Qin Feng looked at the crowd's gossiping gaze and helplessly shook his head. "Don't talk nonsense. I and Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan are ordinary friends relationship. You guys spread nonsense. It's not good for the girl's reputation." Qin Feng didn't lie about this point. Currently it was true that he and the two of them were ordinary friends. As for the future, who could say? For himself, who had the system? There might not just be two of them. There were more girls, waiting to be raided. The crowd was obviously not satisfied with this answer. They don't believe it. There are so many boys in the school. Why are the two big schoolgirls only giving water to Qin Feng? If there is not something fishy in this, they will take their heads off and kick it as a ball. Golden Leaf Court Hotel, luxury private box. A handsome man is lazily pillow in a woman's lap, enjoying the woman's massage. The woman's white and slender fingers were on the man's head, gently kneading and rubbing. In the next second, the man frowned, tilted his body up and slapped the woman behind him fiercely. His tone unpleasant. "Lighten up, understand?" The woman received a slap. Her white face quickly reddened and swollen, covering her face at a loss. "Kneel down." The man picked up the glass of wine on the table and drank it all in one go, glaring at the woman, his tone strong and not to be refused. "Lin, young Lin, I was wrong." Ruan Yao's shoulders trembled in fear and she flopped to her knees on the ground. Her naked and delicate body was strewn with green and purple bruises. As the woman trembled, it was as if she was swimming like a small snake. A lustful light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, looking down on the kneeling woman with a delicate appearance. He laughed. "If you're wrong, you have to recognize the punishment." Saying that, Lin Chen was about to hit Ruan Yao with his hands. "Lin Xiao, look at this post. Xiao Ying gave water to a freshman today." At this moment, the box was pushed open and a burly man ran in holding a cell phone with a panicked face. Chapter 53, I, Lin Chen, am the sky of Jiangchang. Lin Dust's hand movements lurched as he glared at the burly man who had entered, his tone annoyed. "Can't you see that labor is doing its job? Let go of your ass." This burly man was the bodyguard that Lin Chuan's old man had arranged for him, so he couldn't drive him away, and he couldn't fight him. Therefore, even though Lin Duan was on fire right now, he could only hold back his anger. When Meng Li swept a glance at the woman kneeling on the ground, he hastily withdrew his eyes and didn't dare to look again. "Young Lin, look at this post." Meng Li handed his cell phone to Lin Chen, carefully observing Lin Chen's face. "What?" Lin Dust looked up and took Meng Li's phone and flipped it up and down to check. "Drafting? What guts?" After browsing, Lin Dust's face turned blue, his cell phone pinched and creaked, and he was so angry that he smashed his cell phone on the ground with a bang. Click! The cell phone cover was overturned, the screen pricking flashing a few times, with a wisp of green smoke into slumber. Meng Li stared blankly at the ground cell phone, dumbfounded. "Chow, this TM is my cell phone The corner of Meng Li's mouth twitched, squatted down to pick up the smoking cell phone. Silent. This is the orange cell phone he just bought 3 days ago, or the latest model. What kind of unmitigated disaster is this? Rely. However, Meng Li did not dare to issue a complaint. Can only be buried deep in the heart? In his heart, he felt pity for the boy on the post, and mourned for him for 3 minutes. "Hey, It's not good to mess with anyone but Lin Duan. The entire campus who do not know Xiaoying is Lin Dust Scales, is Lin Dust as their own forbidden domain. You can show that you like Xiaoying, but you cannot get too close to her. This default rule, the whole schoolboys know. No one dared to break it. The last person who ignored this rule relied on crutches to walk until now. Now, this new student not only dared to ignore this rule, but also made Xiaoying personally run to the playground to deliver water in the hot sun. It would be strange if Lin Chen didn't go crazy when he learned about it. Freshmen nowadays were so bold that if they angered Lin Chen, I'm afraid that they would have to spend the rest of their lives in a wheelchair, right? Meng Li shook his head, thinking that this freshman was hopeless, and all he could do was make him suffer less. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A freshman, how dare you? You have ing balls. This time, I'll take you to set an example and let everyone know what happens when you anger me. Lin Chen cursed angrily a few times, took the bottle and gulped it down, glaring at Meng Li with red eyes, his voice hoarse. You go and check. I remember last time someone said that a freshman and Xiaoying were very close. You go and check if it's the same person. Yes. Seeing that Lin Chen had already lost his mind, Meng Li didn't want to stay here any longer, nodded and hurriedly turned around to leave. When he passed the woman on the ground, Meng Li's footsteps lurched, and he saw that his pants leg was in her death grip. Meng Li pursed his lips, ruthless a break free, eyes dare not look at the woman, body posture wretched escape out of the door. This matter he cannot control, also dare not control, although he was sympathetic, but he did not dare to open his mouth to plead for mercy. He was a wage earner. His family's food and drink all depended on Lin Chen. If he annoyed Lin Chen, not only would he lose his job, but he would also get into big trouble. It wasn't worth it for a stranger. Meng Li had just walked out of the box when he heard a frantic roar and the sounds of crying and begging for mercy coming from inside the box. Alas, Lin Xiao was at it again. Meng Li pretended that he couldn't hear it and gritted his teeth as he walked out of the Golden Leaf Court Hotel. In the box, Lin Duan exploded with anger and growled in a venting manner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn. Lin Chen slapped the woman's face, his eyes fierce. Qin Feng, you really deserve to die. Shortly after, the violent emotions in Lin Chen's heart gradually dissipated. Then his body leaned weakly on the sofa and muttered, a freshman also dares to approach Xiaoying. You're dead. Lin Chen had fallen in love with Xiaoying from the first time he saw her. He felt that Xiaoying had a special kind of charm. The woman was different from others, so delicate and bright, like a flower in bud. Striking, Lin Chen inwardly longed very much to press Xiaoying to the ground, admiring her sorrowful cry and listening to the sound of a flower giving up. For this reason, Lin Chen pretended to be graceful and pursued Xiaoying bitterly. However, Xiaoying had been treating him with no color, and every time he greeted her, he looked like he was rejecting people. This made Lin Chen very angry. This was the first time someone had treated him with this kind of attitude. He, Lin Duan, was born highly favored and had everything he wanted. Even the coldest woman, under his monetary attack, would turn into a dog wagging its tail at him to please him. But Xiaoying, this woman was always indifferent, and Lin Chen wondered if she had a problem with her brain, if she was blind. This was the first time that Lin Chen was frustrated. As the days got longer, the more Lin Chen wanted to see the sound of Xiaoying wailing on her knees. This woman could only belong to him, and whoever dared to reach out would break his legs. Lin Chen had thought that after that last incident, no one in the school dared to get close to Xiaoying anymore. Even if Li Wen had told him that someone was close to Xiaoying, Lin Chen hadn't taken it seriously. He thought that a new student was not a threat to him at all. But now, after seeing that post, Lin Chen's mindset changed and a sense of threat arose. When did Xiaoying become so proactive, personally delivering water to a freshman? It was still at noon when the sun was at its hottest. This kind of treatment was something that even he had not enjoyed. A freshman, enjoying treatment that he hadn't even enjoyed. This made Lin Chen viciously jealous in his heart. Which point was he, Lin Chen, inferior to a freshman? He was not convinced. Xiaoying could only belong to him. Lin Duan, there was no snatching her away. Lin Chen was going to ruthlessly give this freshman a painful lesson. The dragon has reverse scales and will die when touched. A small freshman, no matter how great your skills are, you won't be able to turn over the flowers. In Jiangcheng, I, Lin Chen, am the sky. Lin Chen smiled crookedly, as if he had already listened to the wailing of the freshman. He then glanced at the woman who was still crying and said irritably, "Shut up, take the money and get out." Saying this, Lin Chen threw out several bundles of $100 bills from the sofa and ruthlessly smashed them on the woman's bruise-strewn body. Ruan Yao bit her hand, not daring to make a single sound for fear of angering Lin Chen again. Because she bit too hard, a strand of blood oozed out from her palm. Ruan Yao forced herself to endure the pain of the injuries on her body twitching, picking up the money on the ground that was stained with blood, then wrapped in a rag. Her feet staggered as she ran out of the box. until she was completely far away from this box and returned to her own room. Ruanyao dared to release her voice to cry, "God, who will save me?" Chapter 54, Schoolboy Qin is going to confess to me? Not long after, a hot mature woman pushed open the door of Ruanyao's room. Seeing Ruanyao in this miserable state, she panicked and sat on the edge of the bed, heartbroken. "Egu, my Yao Yao, how did you get into such a state? Did you make Mr. Lin angry again?" I don't know. He suddenly took a whip and beat me." Ruanyao flung herself into the mature woman's arms, trembling with a sobbing voice. Manhwa touched Ruanyao's hair and spoke with pity on her face. "Lin Xiao is an honored guest of our Golden Leaf Court Hotel." "You," without waiting for Manhwa to finish, Ruanyao raised her head and cried, "Flower, Sister Hua, I don't want to do it anymore. I want to leave my job." Hearing these words, Manhwa's face instantly turned cold. Holding Ruanyao's shoulders, gazing at her face for a while, then said in a soft tone, "Yao Yao, are you sure you've thought about it? If you leave your job, what about your mother's medical bills in the future? What about your brother's tuition? Do you think Lin Xiao will let you go?" Ruanyao's crying gave way, and a trace of fear flashed across her small face. Yes, this man Lin Shen wouldn't rest easily if he didn't see himself next time, and he would also implicate his own family. And this job was the only one which could pay for her mother's medical bills and her brother's tuition. Without this income, what would her mother and brother do? Ruanyao remembered her brother's innocent smile and her mother's kind eyes on the hospital bed, and she couldn't say any more words in her mouth. Manhwa glanced at Ruanyao's expression. The corner of her mouth curved and continued to advise in a heartbroken tone, "Good girl, bear with me for a little while longer. Wait for some time. I'll personally open up with Lin Xiao. Thank you, Sister Hua." Ruanyao glanced at Manhwa, her eyes filled with gratitude. Sister Hua was the owner of the Golden Leaf Court Hotel, the best person to her besides her mother. Ruanyao believed that Sister Hua wouldn't lie to her, and with Sister Hua's opening, perhaps Lin Chen wouldn't make things difficult for her. When Ruanyao fell asleep, Manhwa walked out of the room and went to the office on the top floor, taking out her cell phone to make a call. Arrange for someone to keep a close eye on Ruanyao. After hanging up, Manhwa's eyes revealed a hint of mockery and said softly, "Ha, little girls are just naive." Lin Chen was the youngest son of the Lin group, the object of countless people's fawning. She, Manhwa, was not that stupid to offend Lin Chen for a little girl. After military training ended in the morning, Qin Feng returned to the dormitory to take a shower and put on his clothes, and just after he picked up his cell phone, he saw a message pop up on Vmail. "Naidu, school brother, the juice is good. How do you want to thank me?" On the Vmail, it was a message from Xiao Yingying. Qin Feng smiled slightly, thinking that he was free in the afternoon and that Xiao Yingying's favorability was already 45 points, so he should find an opportunity to increase his progress. So he typed back, "Senior sister, I happen to have something to say to you. Are you free now? Let's meet and talk." Inside the girls' dormitory, Xiao Yingying lay on the bed and tilted her head, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating and sending a ripple. Could it be that schoolmate Qin is going to confess to me? Will it be too fast? What to do? After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yingying bites her lips and briskly returns. "Yeah." Ever since she saw Zhang Yan also giving water to Qin Feng, a sense of crisis rose within Xiao Yingying. Zhang Yan was a famous bad woman in school. Xiao Yingying was worried that Qin Feng would be confused by Zhang Yan's appearance and be cheated out of his money. Therefore, after seeing this message, Xiao Yingying agreed despite some hesitation. Moreover, she also liked spending time with schoolboy Qin and felt that he was different from the others. Thinking of her encounter with Qin Feng that day, the corners of Xiao Yingying's mouth rose slightly. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, and shallow pear swirls appeared on her face. Yingying, are you going out?" Roommate Tang Rong saw Xiao Yingying standing in front of the mirror to dress up and asked with a curious face. Guess. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. It was the first time that Tang Rong had seen this expression on Xiao Yingying's face, as if she was a girl in hot love, which caused a gossipy light to emerge in Tang Rong's eyes. "Yingying, you're not in love, are you?" Tang Rong jumped off the bed and ran to Xiao Yingying's side with an odd expression, her tone exaggerated. Don't talk nonsense. It's just that there's a schoolmate who has something to look for me." Xiao Yingying's eyes flustered, pushing away Tang Rong who was about to stick to her face. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but I have to warn you, don't let Lin Chen know about this matter." Seeing Xiao Yingying's shy expression, Tang Rong felt more and more in her heart that she was in love. Her eyes filled with worry. Seeing that Xiao Yingying was a bit puzzled, Tang Rong patted Xiao Yingying's little brain and said, "Lin Chen is madly pursuing you. If he knows about this, he will definitely resent this schoolmate. Lin Chen is vindictive and has a lot of background energy. It's simple to deal with an ordinary person like a schoolmate." "Then, what then?" Xiao Yingying covered her mouth. Her eyes were worried beyond measure. She felt breathless in her heart when she thought of that image. Seeing the uneasiness in Xiao Yingying's eyes, Tang Rong comforted. Don't worry too much. Even if Lin Chen is arrogant, he wouldn't dare to override the law. Just let your schoolmate be more defensive in general. Xiao Yingying hugged Tang Rong and said gratefully, Rong, thank you for reminding me. Luckily there's you. Well, just as long as you know. Go quickly. Don't let your schoolmate wait for long. Tang Rong smiled faintly, looking at the departing Xiao Yingying's face of favor. Where are we meeting? I'll wait for you downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Good. After replying, Qin Feng picked up the car keys and quickly arrived under the female dormitory. In the eyes of the dormitory aunt who was guarding her eyes like a thief, Xiao Yingying walked down from the upper floors and waved her hand at Qin Feng with a smile, her face revealing shallow pear swirls. Schoolmate, didn't make you just wait. No, I just arrived as well. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he saw Xiao Yingying in a pale white dress, setting off her skin to be even fairer, with a delicate face and a head of hair floating in the wind, attracting the gazes of everyone around her. Senior, what are you looking for me for? Xiao Yingying's eyebrows curved into a crescent moon as she strolled through the campus with Qin Feng, inquiring curiously. Qin Feng sniffed the faint fragrance of lilies and said in a happy mood, Senior sister, I don't know anything about dressing, and I want to buy some clothes, but I have nowhere to start. I would like to ask you to accompany me to buy some clothes and help me keep an eye on them. After hearing that it was this, Xiao Yingying lost a little, then became happy again, secretly guessing, is this the legendary date? Xiao Yingying bit her lip, looked up at Qin Feng, the corner of her eyes curved slightly, humming, yes, I know there's a mall nearby. Should we go now? Senior sister, come with me. My car is parked in the back. Soon, the two came to the parking lot at the back of the school. Where's your car, schoolmate? Xiao Yingying looked around curiously and did not see the impressive silver-white sports car. Here, Qin Feng pointed somewhere and pressed the car key. Instantly, a low and powerful roar sounded, and a blue and white sports car was reflected in Xiao Yingying's eyes. You've changed your car, schoolmate? Xiao Yingying's mouth was slightly open as she looked at the cool sports car with a very shocked expression. P.S. I'm begging reader dads to add their bookshelves and send some free small gifts. Boing boing. Chapter 55, Dating Xiao Yingying. Xiao Yingying didn't know much about the brands of vehicles, but this sports car in front of her, just by looking at it, she knew it was worth a lot. If she remembered correctly, the car that schoolboy Qin drove before was a silver-white sports car. How did the car change after just a few days? Did schoolmate Qin buy another car? My original car was broken, so I had no choice but to buy another one. Qin Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, Lu. Listening to Qin Feng's tone of buying a car as if he was buying a cabbage, Xiao Yingying blinked dully. Come up here, senior sister. You're the first girl to sit in the co-pilot. Qin Feng opened the car door and patted the seat with a smile on his face. Xiao Yingying's eyes curved, and her peach blossom eyes that came with a three-point charm looked more and more seductive. Afterwards, she sat on the passenger seat with a hum and a sound of good behavior, a trace of joy rising in her heart. The original I am the first he. Qin Feng saw Xiao Yingying sit back down, then sidled up to help Xiao Yingying buckle her seatbelt, his eyes earnest and gentle. Hawk. Xiao Yingying pinched the corner of her coat, even her breathing slowed down as she stared blankly at Qin Feng, a hint of redness coloring her ears. Don't move, senior sister. Qin Feng lightly shushed, focusing on the seat height, adjusting it to a suitable range for Xiao Yingying. Xiao Yingying bit her lips and obediently answered. Immediately, a pink haze quickly rose on her small face, and her eyes seemed to contain the dew of a summer evening, about to flow down. A stream of hot hormones came from in front of her body, causing Xiao Yingying to feel a hint of dizziness, and her mind couldn't help but think wildly. Schoolmate is sweet and gentle, so good, but it's not good to have too much charisma. Even a bad woman like Zhang Yan is giving water to school brother Qin. I'm sure you like the type with big boobs, right? Hey, Xiao Yingying, you need to work hard. Xiao Yingying favorability +5. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and after helping Xiao Yingying adjust her seat, he held back his laughter and spoke. Alright schoolmate, let's get going. Buzz. A low sonic sound rang out, and this elegant beast, under everyone's shocked and envious gazes, quickly traveled out of the campus. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? There's such a powerful character in our school? Bro, do you know what kind of car this is? A McLaren P1 worth more than $10 million. It's probably Lin Xiao's newly bought car. I don't believe it. There must be some hidden bigwigs in our school. I heard that there's a guy named Qin Feng who's also very rich. You believe this kind of rumor? What kind of person is Qin Feng? Can he be better than Lin Chen? No one believed that there was someone who was even more NB than Lin Duan, scoffing at such rumors. Sister, where to? After Qin Feng drove out of the campus, he saw that Xiao Yingying's hair was a bit messy from the wind. and reached out his hand to thoughtfully help Xiao Yingying comb it, and opened his mouth to ask, "Let's go to the nearby Wantai Mall. There are quite a lot of stores in there. It should be able to satisfy your schoolmates' requirements." Xiao Yingying touched her rolling earlobes, her voice as clear as a spring. "Okay, listen to schoolmate." Qin Feng turned the corner at the intersection and drove towards Wantai Mall. Inside the car, Xiao Yingying secretly glanced at Qin Feng's angular side face, the water waves in her pupils flowing like autumn water, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. On the road, the McLaren P1 sped all the way. Even if the road was crowded again, it was unhindered. All the vehicles are far away from avoiding, for fear of rubbing a little, lose money. Soon, Qin Feng drove to the Wantai shopping center and got off with Xiao Yingying and walked into it. On the way, Xiao Yingying curiously asked, "Senior, what type do you want to buy?" "A few sets of casual clothes, not too fancy." Qin Feng didn't like that type of style that was too high profile, believing that being low-key and doing high-profile things. "Well, then let's go to Versace first. His style is more youthful." Xiao Yingying tapped her forehead and pointed to a certain store on the first floor. "Okay, please trouble senior sister." Qin Feng nodded and walked with Xiao Yingying towards Versace's store. On the way, Qin Feng took the opportunity to check Xiao Yingying's favorability changes nowadays. Name, Xiao Yingying. Age, 19. Charisma, 94. Number of times, 0. Favorability, 50. Characteristics, easily sensitive. Raider reward, kidney treasure tablet. Xiao Yingying's favorability reached 50 points, just half the progress from the final reward. This was really good news. After closing the message, Qin Feng took a deep breath and decided to go all out today to pull off an explosion of favorability. After walking into the Versace boutique, a female shopper in professional attire at the entrance immediately greeted him and smiled. "Good afternoon to both of you. Welcome to the Versace Wantai store. What can I help you with?" The female shopper measured in front of the high-value couple. Heart some excitement. Value so high. Should not be bad money. It seems that their own performance finally have landed, but then saw the two people's dress. Heart some disappointment. They do not look like they can afford to buy, let alone help themselves to complete this month's performance. Today is the last day of the month's performance deadline statistics. If not completed, next month will be dismissed. Once dismissed, she will lose her financial resources, and her mortgage payment will be cut off and she will default on the loan. Thinking of these consequences, the female shopper's mood became inexplicably heavy. However, the female shopper did not put on a look of disdain, but showed a professional smile. These days, as the service industry of luxury jewelry, the sales clerks for their own stores are all required to start with an undergraduate degree and are all severely trained before being employed, so that no dog-eye drama will occur and smash their own signboards. "Let's stroll around on our own first." Qin Feng nodded slightly, signaling the guide not to follow. The female shopper guide maintains her smile and takes out 2 bottles of Waha from the cabinet and places them on the table before looking away. With an air of being at her beck and call, Xiao Yingying looked around with excitement, strolling to the men's clothing area, picking up a t-shirt and asking, "Brother, you see how this year's latest models, and your style is also very consistent." Then Xiao Yingying peeked down at the price. Her heart jumped. This one t-shirt is 3,999 yuan. Her heart secretly smacked her lips. Qin Feng took a look. This one in Xiao Yingying's hands is a beige retro-type t-shirt. The overall style is simple, without all kinds of fancy patterns and big logos. It looks pretty good. It's very nice. Please help me match a set for me. Senior sister. Yeah. Xiao Yingying's eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon as she held a piece of clothing and gestured at Qin Feng. The female shopper saw that they were all ready to try on the clothes, and some expectations rose in her heart. As they all decided to try on the clothes, the possibility of purchasing would be greater. Thinking that there was still hope that her performance could be accomplished, the female shopper hurriedly took over the clothes in Xiao Yingying's hands and led Qin Feng to the fitting room. Crunch! Moments later, the door to the fitting room was pushed open and Qin Feng, who had changed into brand new clothes, walked out, instantly brightening the eyes of Xiao Yingying and the female shopper. Considering that Qin Feng's face value was already bright enough, clothes that were too fancy would instead cover up his own handsomeness, while simple style clothing would make its own even more face value stand out. At this moment, Xiao Yingying was filled with a sense of fulfillment, staring at Qin Feng with unblinking eyes. The female guide also complimented. "This outfit is so suitable for your boyfriend. It's almost as if it was tailor-made for him." Xiao Yingying blushed after hearing this, looking at Qin Feng without refuting. She was a little happy inside. "It seems that my schoolmate doesn't hate me." Qin Feng stood in front of the mirror to take a look, nodded with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up to Xiao Yingying, then spoke. "Senior sister, you pick one too. I'm grateful that you can spare the time to help me." "Ah, school brother, I just did you a small favor. This gift is too heavy." Xiao Yingying shook her head in a hurry. The cheapest clothes in the store cost several $1,000s. It was too expensive. a school sister. This gift is a token of my appreciation. If you don't accept it, I won't dare to ask you out again in the future. Qin Feng was afraid that his tone would be too serious, leading to Xiao Yingying's psychological pressure, so he tried his best to use a relaxed and natural tone, pretending to be indifferent. Xiao Yingying blinked her eyes dully, her head dizzy. Mind? What kind of mind? Could it be confessing to her? And what does the latter sentence mean? Schoolmate will ask herself out again in the future. He. The blush of a young girl trumped all words. Qin Feng was stunned. Seeing that Xiao Yingying didn't say anything, Qin Feng lightly laughed. Then I'll take it as a promise from schoolmate O. Xiao Yingying bites her lip and suddenly raises her head to look at Qin Feng with a bright smile and says, then I thank senior brother. Xiao Yingying carries her hands behind her back and comes to the women's clothing area with cheerful steps to pick them up. School brother has said so, why should I be pretentious? Otherwise, won't schoolmate be snatched away by Zhang Yin? Chapter 56 Ex-Girlfriend. Xiao Yingying favorability +5. Qin Feng smiled faintly and called to the guide who was standing waiting with folded hands, pointing to the sets of clothes and shoes that had already been selected, and spoke. I'll take the one I'm wearing in these. Where do I check out? By the way, those old clothes trouble you to help dispose of them. I don't want them. The clothes Qin Feng wore before had all gotten a ball of threads, the pants had popped threads, and the soles of his shoes were worn down to a thin layer. It was too embarrassing to even take it and donate it to the orphanage. Qin Feng just changed clothes when he was also a little funny. No wonder some people look down on themselves. Their clothes really do not look like rich people. The female shopper was already very excited inside at the moment, knowing that he really wanted to finalize the payment. She forced herself to hold back her excitement and opened her mouth. Of course there is no problem. Your side please. Qin Feng was a bit surprised to look at the shopgirl's sudden enthusiastic smile and followed her to the counter. The female shopper counts the items and her breathing becomes a bit rapid, a total of 220,000. Do you want to swipe your card or? Swipe your card. Qin Feng's tone was calm. Nowadays, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. With the successful payment, the female guide finally breathed a sigh of relief. After this order was completed, her performance was finally finished and she finally did not have to worry about being fired. Immediately, the female shopper's eyes were hot, staring at Qin Feng's angular jade-like face, a layer of mist rising in her eyes, itching to become his girlfriend. Payment of more than 200,000. Not even blinking. Good man ah. The female shopper clamped her legs, her eyes lassoed as she exposed the QR code with her cell phone, her voice slimy. Sir, you can add a friend. I will notify you at any time after the store new. At this time, Xiao Yingying's sensitive attention to the female shopper's eyes are not right, a wrinkle in her eyebrows, some unhappy blocking the female shopper's line of sight. Voice crisp. Senior, let's go shopping elsewhere and see what else you're missing. Qin Feng nodded, smilingly apologized to the female guide and left with Xiao Yingying and company. Looking at the two's distant figures, the female guide inexplicably felt a bit sour in her heart. Time passed quickly, and after walking out of the mall, the sky was already dark. Seeing this, Qin Feng scanned around towards the surroundings and brought Xiao Yingying to a nearby hotel. Xiao Yingying walked inside before realizing with hindsight that it was a hotel, which made Xiao Yingying's head spin as she nervously pinched the corner of her coat. Why did schoolmate bring himself to a hotel? He wouldn't want that. This is also too fast. What to do? What to do? I'm not ready. Xiao Yingying bit her lips as images of juvenile misbehavior surfaced in her mind. Are you alright? Senior sister, your face is so red. Qin Feng turned his head and realized that Xiao Yingying stopped behind him, her face tinted with a tantalizing pink haze. It's fine. Xiao Yingying was startled and didn't dare to look into Qin Feng's eyes, a feeling of nervousness of being caught doing something bad in her heart. Right, senior sister. Last time I promised to treat you to a big meal, so I brought you here. Qin Feng slapped his head and felt that Xiao Yingying must have misunderstood, so he opened his mouth to explain. School brother, let's go in quickly. I happen to be hungry. Xiao Yingying's face became more and more blushing as she pushed Qin Feng in the back. At the front desk, after Qin Feng spoke with the staff for a few moments, he was introduced by the attendant inside a spacious hall. Inside the hall, which was luxuriously decorated, a melodious piano sound flowed in everyone's ears. You order the food. Senior sister, no need to be polite. On the seat by the window, Qin Feng handed Xiao Yingying the menu, pretending to have a grandiose demeanor. Xiao Yingying was amused and giggled, holding the menu and playfully saying, "This is what you said. Oh, watch me eat you poorly, hum." Despite saying this, Xiao Yingying was still startled by the prices on the menu. A serving of rice cost 88 yuan, and a serving of noodles with green vegetables cost 288 yuan. Xiao Yingying wondered if the menu in her hand was mispriced. At this price, was anyone really buying? A few moments later, Xiao Yingying picked some cheap dishes and handed the menu to the waiter next to her. The waiter at the side of the less than has long been waiting impatiently, skimming his mouth and turned to leave. On the way, the waiter less than took a glance at the menu, disdainfully muttered, "Che, people look like dogs. I thought how rich it is, but it turns out to be strong goods." Within the Magnolia Hotel, the more expensive the dishes ordered by the guests, the higher the service charge for the waiter. He had thought that this pair of men and women with high face value were very rich and could order a lot of expensive dishes so that his service charge would be high, but it turned out to be very disappointing for him, thinking that Qin Feng and the two of them were swollen faces and had no money on them at all, especially since Qin Feng also had a female companion with a very high face value. This made the male waiter even more sour and feel very unhappy in his heart. During the time spent waiting for the food, Qin Feng chatted with Xiao Yingying about some light-hearted topics, which from time to time amused Xiao Yingying to purse her lips and laugh. "Qin Feng?" At this moment, a woman's puzzled voice came. Qin Feng looked up and saw a familiar-looking woman walking towards her from a distance. This person was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Gao Yuan. Chapter 57, Qin Feng, the child is not mine. Get lost. Qin Feng, it's really you. Why are you here? After confirming that it was really Qin Feng, Gao Yuan's eyes looked as if she had seen a ghost. In Gao Yuan's impression, Qin Feng was a poor boy with nothing but good looks. This kind of high-end occasion couldn't possibly be a place where a country bumpkin like Qin Feng could come in. Qin Feng looked at Gao Yuan walking over on the arm of a short and chubby man. His gaze flickered in a playful manner. Long time no see, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend. At first, the two were still innocently showing affection, but slowly Gao Yuan changed. Every day, she was puaing Qin Feng, asking him to send her all sorts of things, and once she didn't fulfill them, she was coldly violent and cold-faced. Once, Qin Feng found Gao Yuan with a smile on her face, holding the hand of a strange man, into the hotel. Qin Feng couldn't bear it, so he directly rushed into the hotel and kicked open the door of the room. He then saw a scene that made his blood pressure rise. Gao Yuan, lying on her back in the arms of a man who was old enough to be her father-in. Qin Feng was furious and felt that Gao Yuan had greenmailed him and broke up on the spot. As a result, Gao Yuan not only didn't admit her fault, but also intensified her counting that Qin Feng couldn't afford to give her the life she wanted. Qin Feng was so angry that his blood pressure rose and he slammed the door on her. A few months later, Gao Yuan, with a big belly, found Qin Feng and begged him to take her in, saying that she was in love with him and that her belly was the fruit of their love. Qin Feng of course did not believe it. He did not even touch. "Where is the child?" Qin Feng endured the nausea. No matter how much Gao Yuan cried, directly pushed her out of the door. He really treats him like a little cutie. "You can't do it? You still want him to take over?" Gao Yuan looked at Qin Feng, who seemed to be a different person. Her eyes were dumbfounded. Was this still the countryside mudblood she remembered? The Qin Feng in front of her has a slender figure, extraordinary temperament, simple and textured clothes, and is not cheap at first glance. Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. If she hadn't been able to recognize Qin Feng's features, she would have thought that this was a son from somewhere. "Who is this?" The man whose arm was being held by Gao Yuan tilted his chin with a haughty expression. "Honey, this is my ex-boyfriend, Qin Feng. Oh, I remember. This is that mudblood?" The man cast a sharp gaze at Qin Feng, looked him up and down and laughed disdainfully. He, my name is Jian. I heard that you've been pestering Yuan even now? You a mudblood, stay away from her. Understand?" Jian wrinkled his nose as if Qin Feng stank and waved his hand in disgust. Regarding Qin Feng as a person, Jian had heard Gao Yuan talk about him many times, and knew that Qin Feng was a mud-legged man from the countryside who was obsessed with Gao Yuan and had been pestering her. Although the first time he saw Qin Feng, he felt that it was different from the image in his mind, but Jian still didn't take it to heart. Jian despised this kind of poor country bumpkin the most, and now that he was inhaling the same kind of air as this kind of mud-legged man, he felt a bit sick to his stomach. "Why are you talking like this?" Seeing this strange man treating his schoolmate in this tone, Xiao Yingying's heart suddenly got angry and her eyes glared round. Hiss! Jian just wanted to angrily rebuke, but his anger was instantly extinguished. His pupils reflected Xiao Yingying's pure and bright face, and he opened his mouth dumbfounded. "This woman is so beautiful. I want it." This was the only thought in Jian's mind at this moment. "Beauty, are you also eating here? Do you want to join me? My treat." Jian had a piggish smile on his face, his eyes staring straight at Xiao Yingying, patting his chest and generously saying. Xiao Yingying pursed her lips and ignored Jian. This made Jian's face instantly cold. He grew up so big, no one dared to make a face with him yet. "Alright, don't disturb our meal." Qin Feng got up and stood in front of Jian, blocking him from looking at Xiao Yingying. "Ha, are you driving me away?" Jian was disgruntled after being blocked by Qin Feng, and glared at him through his nostrils. his eyes defiant. Qin Feng, you're capable now. Do you know what kind of place this is? How dare someone like you come in for dinner? Apologize to my husband now and you might still be saved. Otherwise my husband kicks you out. Gao Yuanyuan hugged He Jian's arm, her eyes triumphantly mocking Qin Feng. She knew exactly what Qin Feng was capable of, and no matter how much Qin Feng pretended to be a human being, he couldn't hide his dirt-legged aura. In just one summer vacation, she didn't believe that Qin Feng could have any drastic changes. Qin Feng swept his eyes at the condescending woman and laughed. Haven't seen you for a while. Why is your stomach smaller? Where's the kid? The voice was not loud, and the killing power was very strong. In a flash, Gao Yuanyuan's eyes became a bit flustered and her expression couldn't hang on. This matter, she didn't tell He Jian, afraid of breaking up with her after being known by He Jian. What kid? I don't understand. You poor bastard, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. This sentence poked Gao Yuanyuan's pain point. Her tone panicked and pointed at Qin Feng colorfully. At this time, the male waiter pushed a food cart to deliver the food. When Gao Yuanyuan saw it, she stopped the cart and laughed in exasperation. Well, you poor bastard still dares to eat at the Magnolia Hotel. Let me see what you're eating. The male waiter just wanted to stop it. Then he saw He Jian standing aside. His hand movement stopped and he respectfully said, "Good day, Mr. He Jian glanced at the waiter, coldly grunted and arrogantly said, "Xiao Yu you stand here and watch. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." Okay, Mr. Xiao Yu nodded respectfully, gloatingly standing aside to watch the show. He Jian was a big customer of Yulan Hotel. Every time he came, he would order at least $7,000 to $8,000 worth of food. Every time Xiao Yu served He Jian, he could earn a lot of service fees. Therefore, when He Jian gave the word, Xiao Yu immediately didn't dare to stop Gao Yuanyuan. Yo, I thought you were ordering some mountainous delicacies. So this is it? Ha 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 ha. Gao Yuanyuan opened it and instantly laughed her ass off. Qin Feng, you're really still a poor bastard. Look at what you ordered. Is this what people eat? Gao Yuanyuan casually rattled her plate and looked at Qin Feng like a poor man. Why are you touching our dishes? Xiao Ying's eyes reddened with anger as she looked at Gao Yuanyuan in disbelief. Little sister, listen to my sister's advice. People like Qin Feng don't deserve you. You'd better stay away from him. Look at these dishes. They are all the cheapest. Qin Feng simply can't afford to order expensive dishes and let you eat these. Gao Yuanyuan often came to eat at the Magnolia Hotel and was familiar with the hotel's dishes. The dishes on these food carts didn't even add up to more than $2,000. This was about to make Gao Yuanyuan laugh. She had thought that Qin Feng might have gotten rich as he was dressed like a man. It turned out to be that she had overthought it, and Qin Feng was still the same as before. A poor mudblood. Chapter 58. Let me teach you what rules mean. Hearing Gao Yuanyuan belittling Qin Feng, Xiao Ying felt even more uncomfortable than someone scolding herself. Surprised, Qin Feng glanced at the dishes and realized that they were indeed the cheapest, and couldn't help but look at Xiao Ying strangely. Xiao Ying notices Qin Feng's gaze and bites her lip and whispers, "Senior, I know you have money, but you can't spend it indiscriminately, so I thought of helping you save some. I didn't expect to get you into trouble and have you looked down upon. I'm sorry, school brother." Xiao Ying apologized in a small voice, feeling guilty in her heart. She felt that it was all because of herself that her schoolmate was being looked down upon nowadays. Don't apologize, schoolmate. This person is my ex-girlfriend. Looking at me with displeasure, intentionally looking for a fight. Qin Feng held Xiao Ying's cold little hand and comforted her with a gentle tone. Bah! Gao Yuanyuan looked at Qin Feng showing love in front of her. It was worse than killing her, especially since this girl was even prettier than her. It made Gao Yuanyuan even more furious. Hubby, I don't have an appetite when I see Qin Feng. Can you help me get rid of him? Gao Yuanyuan was upset when she looked at Qin Feng and was afraid that if Qin Feng stayed any longer, he would expose her dark information again. So she hugged He Jian's arm and said in a petulant tone, "Ha, since you said so, Yuan, how could I refuse?" He Jian felt the softness on his arm and squinted his eyes comfortably. "Xiao Yu, you go and blow this kid out. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." In the next second, He Jian's tone was arrogant as he nodded at Qin Feng, as if he was looking at an ant. "Yes, Mr. He." Seeing his chance to perform, Xiao Yu rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward to drag Qin Feng out. If he made Mr. He happy this time, there would definitely be a lot of service fees. What's more, Xiao Yu was also jealous of Qin Feng having such a good-looking female companion. Very sour. This time with He Jian as his backer, Xiao Yu no longer hid his emotions, disdainfully skimming his lips and squinting at Qin Feng. He said, "Mr. He has given the word. Why don't you get lost?" Qin Feng calms down the angry Xiao Ying and gives a reassuring look, then looks at this waiter who is up to his chest and smiles. "You're so obedient." Screamed twice to hear it. "Chao Nai." Xiao Yu's mouth trembled with anger, and before he could say the latter word, his eyes flashed and he suddenly felt a fiery pain in his cheeks. Splat! Qin Feng did not wait for the waiter to react, once again slapped him across the face. Curiously, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Xiao Yu took 2 big slaps in a row. His head was dizzy, he couldn't even stand up, and he sat on his butt on the ground. I was beaten?" Xiao Yu was dumbfounded, tilting his head to look at Qin Feng. His heart suddenly chilled. The man in front of him seemed like a wolf that had taken off its sheepskin and was staring at him coldly. Frightened, Xiao Yu swallowed his saliva and hurriedly crawled behind Mr. He, cowering with his head down. "Ha!" He Jian snorted coldly, feeling that Qin Feng was provoking him with this move. Xiao Yu was a waiter who often served him, and seeing Xiao Yu being beaten, He Jian felt that he couldn't hang on to his face and stared at Qin Feng with unkind eyes. "Qin Feng, you still dare to hit someone?" Gao Yuan acted as if she was recognizing Qin Feng for the first time. Her eyes were very unbelievable. When did a countryside mudblood dare to hit someone with his hands? Was this still the Qin Feng she knew? How could he have changed so much after not seeing him for a summer vacation? Gao Yuan stared at Qin Feng closely, trying to see Qin Feng's bottom line. "I'm also curious as to how you want to get me out." Qin Feng had wanted to have a nice dinner and take the opportunity to increase Xiaoying's favorability. Now it was ruined by this pair of dogs. "Hubby, Qin Feng doesn't have you in his sights." Gao Yuan clenched He Jian's arm with her breasts and incited the fire. Gao Yuan thought that Qin Feng was bluffing and did not take what Qin Feng said seriously. He Jian was a high-quality male who earned over $1 million a year. A countryside mudblood, no matter how much he pretends to be, it's still just a fake. When he met a real big shot, he would reveal his true colors in an instant. Xiao Yu, go get your lobby manager." He Jian bared his smile and shook his head disdainfully. Worthy of being a mudblood from the countryside, he only knew how to be violent and acted like a barbarian, without any civilized manners at all. There really is a reason why country people are poor. Being a person is most afraid of not having self-knowledge, and country people dare to spread wildness in the city. They really don't even know how to die. This is a society where money is the only thing that matters, and wherever the poor country bumpkins come from, they should go back to where they came from. He Jian thought that as a city dweller, it was time to teach Qin Feng a good lesson and let him know the rules of the city. "Yes, Mr. He." Xiao Yu covered his face and glared resentfully at Qin Feng, thinking in his heart that Qin Feng was dead. Gao Yuan also glanced at Qin Feng in pity. He Jian has money and connections. It's easier to pinch you than it is to pinch an ant. Humph, this is what happens when you mess with me. Go to hell, Qin Feng. "Senior, what should we do? Why don't we call the police?" Xiaoying was afraid that Qin Feng would suffer. Her eyes looked at Qin Feng with worry. "It's alright, senior sister. You have to trust me." Qin Feng's heart warmed as he took Xiaoying's small hand and said in a gentle tone. Qin Feng didn't think He Jian could be a threat. How capable could a commodity who could look at Gao Yuan be? A real big shot could not even look at a broken shoe like Gao Yuan, and would not listen to a woman's words and provoke others so foolishly. As the saying goes, money is a man's guts. Today's Qin Feng was worth a few small goals, and his bottom line was naturally very strong. Facing the threats from both He Jian and Gao Yuan, instead of feeling scared, Qin Feng felt amused, just like an audience watching a monkey show. A monkey showing its teeth would only make the audience smile. Nah, I believe in school, brother. Xiaoying looked down at the palm of her hand being held by Qin Feng, a strange color in her eyes and a wisp of shyness rising in her heart. A few moments later, the lobby manager of the Magnolia Hotel, led by Xiao Yu, hurriedly came to He Jian's side. "Mr. He, long time no see. Welcome." The lobby manager, Xuan, enthusiastically shook hands with He Jian and said in a cheerful manner, "What's wrong with your hotel? Letting some unsavory people in? Does anyone enter such a high-end place?" He Jian arrogantly nodded his head and opened his mouth to accuse. "Mr. He, who made you angry? Tell me who it is. I'll get rid of him now." Xuan's face changed. His eyes scanned around before frowning at Qin Feng. He Jian was a big customer of their hotel and had recharged $200,000 in one go. It was still in He Jian's favor that he was able to become the lobby manager. Therefore, after seeing He Jian's angry look, Xuan's face changed. He also wanted to let He Jian recharge another sum of money to help him complete his performance, and use this to raise his position a little higher. The quarterly appraisal is coming soon, and if He Jian charges another $200,000 like last time, then his promotion will be secure. At this juncture, Xuan can't afford to fail. Making He Jian happy was the most important thing. "Manager, it's him. He even hit me." Xiao Yu jumped out from the side, pointing at Qin Feng with a vicious smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 59, If I tell you to get lost, you have to get lost. "Sir, I'm Xuan, the lobby manager. May I ask if this is true?" Xuan glanced at the slap mark on Less Than's face. His eyes stared, and he twisted his head to look Qin Feng up and down. Your waiter is trying to kick people out. Is this right? Qin Feng smiled at Xiaoyu, scaring Xiaoyu. Alright Xuan, don't talk so much nonsense. I'll be blunt. You get rid of this person for me, otherwise I won't even be in the mood to eat. He Jian waved his hand in annoyance and glanced disdainfully at the manly Qin Feng. Ha, so what if you're good looking? If I tell you to get lost, you have to get lost. What the hell? Also dare to eat in the same hotel with me. Simply pull down my grade. Mister. Calm your anger, I'll do it right away. Seeing He Jian's anger, Xuan gave a careful comforting cry and didn't dare to delay any further, making a pleased gesture at Qin Feng, politely saying, please go out immediately. You are not welcome at our Magnolia Hotel. Xuan still wanted to use He Jian to get promoted, even if this move violated the rules of the Magnolia Hotel. Xuan didn't have a moment's hesitation to directly kick out the guest, especially since Qin Feng was so young and looked like a college student. It made Xuan despise him quite a bit. One was a big shot with a one-time recharge of $200,000, and the other was a youngster who was not very old. The difference was clear at a glance, and Xuan was still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Not to mention that He Jian was an important factor in whether he could be promoted. Xuan didn't think that this youngster could be more powerful than He Jian. Therefore, to drive away Qin Feng, Xuan didn't have any psychological pressure at all. I came to eat and instead I'm going to be kicked out. Are you sure? Qin Feng snorted. This operation was the first time he had seen it. He had seen it for a long time. Qin Feng, are you deaf? Don't get out yet. Gao Yuan crossed her waist and tilted her chin with a smug face. Xuan shook his head breathlessly at this young man's behavior. As expected, he was still young and hadn't been beaten by society. Is He Jian something you can mess with? Can't you hurry up and get out while you're at it? You have to be here to upset everyone's mind. Seeing that Qin Feng was still standing still, Xuan lost the smile on his face and spoke. Sir, please don't make things difficult for me, please. At this time, He Jian sneered from the side, his eyes filled with mockery. Are you kid very unconvinced? If you're not convinced, then you're right. Bear with me. What qualifications do you have to eat in the same hotel as me? A countryside mud leg? After a pause, He Jian took out a golden-colored card and waved it in front of Qin Feng's eyes, speaking in a condescending tone. See, this is the golden membership card of the Magnolia Hotel. Do you have it? The noise of the quarrel here caused the curious gazes of the surrounding people, and after seeing this conspicuous card in He Jian's hand, everyone was extremely shocked. If you wanted to enjoy high-end services at the Magnolia Hotel, you had to have a membership card. The membership card was divided into 3 levels. It was divided into a silver card with a one-time recharge of 100,000, and a gold card with a one-time recharge of 200,000 or more. There is also the highest level, the diamond card with a one-time recharge of $1 million. The above 3 must be recharged at once in order to obtain the corresponding membership card. There is also a minimum spending standard every month, and if it is not met, the membership card qualification will be cancelled. For ordinary people who occasionally come here to eat, there is no one who would recharge more than 100,000 at once just for a membership card. With this amount of money, they could completely go to other places to spend. But now, they were surprised to see the gold membership card. This was something that could only be obtained with a one-time recharge of over $200,000. It was the first time they had seen a gold membership card, and it shocked them. It turned out that there really were people who would recharge so much money at once. Was this the big brother? Everyone stared at the thin card with envious eyes, their hearts yearning for it. Immediately afterward, they began to inquire about what exactly happened there that could make a gold member so angry. Moments later, after learning the specifics, everyone shook their heads in pity. It turned out that it was a young guy named Qin Feng who had angered He Jian, who was a gold member, and now the gold member was demanding that Qin Feng be evicted. For this situation, although they sympathized with Qin Feng, there was nothing they could do. After all, it was a noble gold member, enjoying all sorts of privileges at the Magnolia Hotel, and it was still easy to drive away an insignificant person. This young man is so pathetic. I hope he doesn't do anything impulsive. People who can have this card, in reality, have a lot of energy, and ordinary people are not in the same class. It would be too easy to deal with a young man. Everyone was not optimistic about the lad called Qin Feng, and their hearts were even more eager for the gold membership card, fantasizing that they too could become this privileged class. One just didn't know what privileges the diamond card, which was located at the apex, possessed. Oh, I really don't have this card. Is it very impressive? Qin Feng looked at Xuan with a curious expression. Xuan couldn't help but laugh out loud and opened his mouth to explain. Sir, this is our Magnolia Hotel gold member. Even if it's me, I still have to listen to him carefully. You'd better leave quickly, mister. He is not someone you can afford to offend. Xuan smilingly pointed to the door and made a gesture of please. Really? That means with this card, any opinion will do? In that case, you come and get one for me as well. Qin Feng waved his hand indifferently with a very casual attitude. Xuan suspected that he was hallucinating. His gaze carried a hint of scrutiny as he carefully observed Qin Feng's expression. Although the young man in front of him was dressed in a famous brand, he was too young and clearly looked like a college student. It was hard to believe that he could take out $200,000 at once, just for a membership card. A man with no hair on his mouth could not do anything right. Xuan didn't believe Qin Feng's words at all and asked again in a questioning tone. Young man, don't tease me, do you know what you're talking about? This card requires a one-time recharge of over $200,000. Are you sure? Problem? Is it difficult? Qin Feng uttered the most bashful words and pretended to be the heaviest pussy. At this moment, Gao Yuanyuan could no longer hold back and directly burst out laughing, pointing at Qin Feng with tears coming out of her eyes as she laughed. Qin Feng, I haven't seen you for so long. Your skills haven't seen an increase, but your ability to blow awesome has increased quite a bit. Ha ha ha, do you think you're the young master of any family? This is $200,000. Do you understand what the concept of $200,000 is? Even if you sell your house, it's not worth this much. Okay, get out of here. I know you want to save face, but you can't blow it like this. I'm laughing my ass off. Ha 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 ha. Gao Yuanyuan's stomach hurt from laughing. She skimmed her mouth at Qin Feng's and uttered words that were very sarcastic. This was the funniest joke she had ever heard. Gao Yuanyuan knew all about Qin Feng's family situation and had even personally been to Qin Feng's home. Gao Yuanyuan didn't believe that Qin Feng could come up with $200,000. Qin Feng's family is the poorest she's ever seen, with an estimated monthly income of less than $3,000. What the heck? After not seeing you for a summer vacation, you're a poor kid who can suddenly come up with $200,000 without even blinking. Are you going to heaven? You really think others are stupid? This is even more outrageous than the iron tree blossoming and the sow coming up the tree. Gao Yuanyuan looked at Qin Feng as if he was a wretch, not believing that Qin Feng, a mud-legged man, could come up with $200,000. Chapter 60, Diamond Card? Give me a bunch of them. Qin Feng, what class are you? And you dare to mouth off here? Sure enough, you're a mudblood from the countryside who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Admirable. He Jian pretended to applaud at Qin Feng, his eyes full of mockery. He, a person who earns more than $1 million a year, was feeling fleshly pain for taking out $200,000 to recharge his card at once. You're a college student. Who gave you the courage to dare say such things? This was 200,000 cash, not 200,000 joy beans. Even at the level of a monthly income of 5,000, with no food or drink, you can only save enough for 60,000 a year. 200,000 needs to be saved for more than 3 years. Now, a student who was still in college said that he was going to take out $200,000 to punch the card. This was too funny to laugh at. He Jian had entered society and fought for so many years, leaving behind countless sweat before he reached the level of earning $1 million a year. A college student, really ignorant, really think that by opening his mouth, he can reach the level of his efforts for so many years? What's more, He Jian had learned through Gao Yuanyuan that Qin Feng's family was also very poor, and the whole family couldn't come up with the money. Qin Feng simply couldn't be a rich second generation. Where did he get so much money? Could it be that he went to work as a duck and sell meat? A shocking thought rose in He Jian's mind, and looking at Qin Feng's face, he hemmed and hawed. Of all the people present, only Xiao Yingying believed Qin Feng. Although Xiao Yingying didn't know exactly how much the sports car that schoolboy Qin drove cost, she knew that it wasn't cheap just by looking at its appearance. Schoolboy Qin buying a sports car was like buying cabbage. 200,000 yuan was definitely a small amount for schoolboy Qin. Even if the worst-case scenario was that Qin Shuadi couldn't come up with it for a while, Xiao Yingying would still take out her own year-end money that she had saved since she was a child to help Qin Shuadi. Looking at the other's cynicism towards schoolboy Qin, Xiao Yingying was furious, and in her heart, she began to expect schoolboy Qin to ruthlessly punch them in the face. How do you know if you don't try? Qin Feng gave a rhetorical question to Xuan, not at all affected by Gao Yuanyuan and He Jian. Instead, he looked at the pair of dogs with eyes as if they were looking at a pair of dead people. $200,000 was indeed an astronomical figure for the once Qin Feng. But in today's Qin Feng's card lying a string of cold numbers, 200,000 was not even a fraction of the balance. Xuan looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Seeing that he was still undeterred, he shook his head in amusement. Then you come with me. Just go to the front desk. It's true that the young people do not see the coffin will not shed tears. Later there will be a time for you to cry. It's just like that. It's good. When you know how big the gap is with others, you will naturally leave in disgrace. Xuan thought that Qin Feng was still talking tough, and bared a smile and led Qin Feng to the front desk. Gao Yuanyuan and He Jian also followed over. They had already anticipated Qin Feng's dumbfounded appearance. This matter, which had also reached the ears of the rest of the people in the hall, caused them to laugh and follow with the attitude of watching the show. A young man could easily take out $200,000 to recharge his card. This matter, no matter how they looked at it, they felt it was impossible. One of the fatheads looked at Qin Feng's figure and felt familiar, unable to recall where he had seen it. Xiaomi, bring the gold card registration form. Someone wants to open a card. Xuan came to the front desk, his mouth tapped the table mockingly, and instructed a woman with a better face. Ah, okay manager. Xiaomi, who was sitting at the front desk registering her information, looked up with surprised eyes before pulling out a form from below and stood up to politely say, "Excuse me, which gentleman is the one who wants to apply for the gold membership card?" "Ha ha, who else could there be? It's him." Gao Yuan laughed and pointed at Qin Feng with disdain. Xiaomi glanced at Qin Feng in surprise and politely sent the form and pen to Qin Feng, secretly guessing in her heart, good looking, so young to be able to apply for a gold card, must be a rich second generation. Qin Feng picked up the form and quietly checked it out. Seeing Qin Feng on the verge of death and still this calm demeanor, Gao Yuan was very upset and felt that Qin Feng was still pretending. Her voice mocking, "Qin Feng, why are you so good at pretending? I'm still not clear about how much you weigh, please get lost, don't delay me." In the crowd of onlookers at the back, a fat man heard this name, his brain instantly jolted, tiptoeing to look at the familiar figure, his eyes shocked and shouted, "Poop." In the next second, the fat man noticed the strange eyes around him and covered his mouth with an embarrassed smile. The fatty was none other than Gao Fei, whom Qin Feng had met on the high-speed train. Had another person who didn't know how to die and messed with him. This is going to be a good show. Gao Fei looked at the pair of men and women who had messed with Qin Feng as if he had seen his own shadow, a gloating light in his eyes. Whether others could come up with $200,000, Gao Fei didn't know. Qin Feng could definitely come up with $200,000. A piece of his watch cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. This $200,000 was probably like $2,000 for Qin Feng. Gao Fei remembered his own miserable experience, and in his heart, he mourned for that pair of men and women for 3 seconds. At the front desk, Qin Feng pointed to the introduction in the form and spoke indifferently. "On top of the gold card, there's the diamond card, right?" Xiaomi froze. A frightening conjecture surfaced in her heart and she held back her excitement and said, "Yes sir, the diamond card is our hotel's highest-end member, and requires a one-time recharge of 1 million to obtain." After saying that, Xiaomi's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Qin Feng as her heart began to beat rapidly. There were currently only a dozen or so people with diamond cards at the Yulun Hotel, and each of them was a veritable big shot. To ordinary people, they were simply legendary figures. Could it be that this handsome man wanted to open a diamond card? No, this handsome man is so young, he should just be curious to ask. Probably I'm overthinking it. Xiaomi pursed her lips, feeling very amused by this thought of hers. Yo, Qin Feng, you're really something. You don't still want to open a diamond card, right? Qin Feng, do you know what it means to stop at the right time? The diamond card, even my husband can't afford to open it. You're a mud-legged man from the countryside. Do you deserve it? Are you even better than my husband? Ha ha ha. Gao Yuan couldn't hold it together and couldn't straighten up with laughter. The diamond card had to be charged with 1 million at one time. $1 million? Enough for an ordinary person to eat and drink for the rest of their life. A person would have to struggle for decades to accumulate this much money. Gao Yuan didn't believe that Qin Feng had this ability. This kind of mud-legged person should be stepped on in the mud and never be able to turn over in his life. Qin Feng laughed lightly and said to Xiaomi, "Get a diamond card for fun. How do I pay?" Chapter 61 Men. Throw Qin Feng out. Even though Qin Feng's voice was faint, it was no less than a thunderclap resounding in everyone's ears. Everyone instantly exploded in conversation. What? This youngster wants to get a diamond card. Did I hear it right? My goodness. The diamond card requires a one-time recharge of $1 million. Is that so bold? This young man and my son is not much different. Really can come up with so much money. Will not blow awesome, right? The crowd of onlookers at the back didn't believe that Qin Feng could really come up with $1 million and thought that he was blowing it. Gao Fei was also shocked and startled by Qin Feng's handiwork. He believed that Qin Feng could come up with $1 million. After all, Qin Feng's cars were several $1 million. $1 million was nothing. Gao Fei is shocked Qin Feng for a card to spend $1 million. $1 million charged into the card cannot withdraw cash. Can only eat in the Magnolia Hotel, which has to eat until when rich people, so capricious? It's true that it's a big brother. This temperament is awesome. Gao Fei looked at Qin Feng with a face of admiration, as if he was looking at an idol. Jian pulled out his ears and laughed. Funny, too funny. Yuan, this ex-boyfriend of yours is really interesting. He'll definitely have a future when he goes to be an actor. Lying without even blinking. A talent. He Jian's hand covered his stomach, a pitted face, laughing into a ball. What is the concept of $1 million? He Jian struggled for so many years, and his yearly salary was only more than $1 million. Even he couldn't afford to spend $1 million to open a card, much less generate this idea. A college student could come up with $1 million. It was simply a mirage. It was true that they were young people who had no concept of money at all. Xuan was completely speechless, feeling that he had still underestimated Qin Feng. The young people nowadays dared to blow more than one another. Those who could have a diamond card from the Magnolia Hotel were all big shots with over $100 million. These big shots, spending $1 million on a card was as easy as spending $100. Qin Feng, a brat, with a deposit of over $10,000, even if he was great, does he really think money is that easy to earn? Open your mouth to spend $1 million to do card. You think the bank is your home open? Young people are so young and bold, they dare to say anything. First, Mr. Are you sure? Xiaomi's pupils shrank, thinking that Qin Feng was joking with himself. The youngest of those bigwigs with diamond cards were in their 30s, and the Qin Feng in front of her was estimated to be around her age. So young, and he was on the same level as those bigwigs. It couldn't really be that he could take out $1 million. Xiaomi could not see a trace of timidity from Qin Feng's face and asked again. After receiving Qin Feng's affirmation, Xiaomi sucked in her breath and took out a card, her voice trembling. Sir, on this, it's the bank collection account number. You can just transfer the money directly. HM. Qin Feng nodded flatly. Gao Yuan's group had interrupted his time with Xiaoying, causing his idea of increasing his intimacy to fall through. This made Qin Feng angry, believing that it had harmed his interests. In particular, Gao Yuan's gang's foul-smelling face reminded Qin Feng of the scene when he was green. The moment he thought of that scene, Qin Feng felt a wave of nausea in his heart. Now that he had obtained the system and met Gao Yuan, of course he had to ruthlessly retaliate back. For those who betrayed themselves, Qin Feng would never condone it. The best way to deal with such people was to mentally hurt them. Physical wounds will heal with time. Only mental pain can be etched in one's heart. To do it, you have to do it to the extreme. He Jian also has a gold card. Another gold card, but also Justin He Jian is at a level. Cannot completely make him convinced. Qin Feng also disdain and He Jian have the same card. It happens that the form has the introduction of various levels of cards. The diamond card is located at the apex. One of the privileges also makes Qin Feng quite interested. If you want to step on it, you have to ruthlessly step on Gao Yuan's reliance. $1 million was just a fraction of the balance for today's Qin Feng. Not to mention that Qin Feng had a cashback card. This cashback card was obtained by just getting the system and opening the newbie gift pack. Cashback card, cashback up to $1 million. This card has a maximum cashback of $1 million. Spend $1 million, cashback $1 million. 1-to-1 is equal to not spending a penny. Pouring $1 million for nothing, with the diamond card spending about the same, equivalent to $0 purchase. Yo, you keep pretending, I'll see how you pay. Gao Yuan poo-pooed, feeling funny just watching Qin Feng pretending. He Jian had the same expression, tilting his chin with a proud face. He didn't believe that a youngster could be more powerful than him. Xuan secretly laughed, his eyes signaling the security guards to come over, intending to directly throw Qin Feng out when he failed to pay. The waiter was smaller than in the crowd, his eyes staring resentfully at Qin Feng, simply not believing that someone who even ordered cheap dishes could come up with $1 million. So rich that he would order cheap dishes? The eyes of the crowd of onlookers were amazed, and they also didn't believe that Qin Feng, this young guy, could come up with $1 million, and were ready to see Qin Feng's jokes. Only Xiaoying bit her lips and looked at Qin Feng with confidence. She believed that her schoolmate could definitely shock everyone. For a while, everyone's eyes were locked onto Qin Feng, and even their breathing seemed to pause. System, use the cashback card. Ding, use successful. The next host's consumption will be returned 1-for-1, with a maximum cashback amount of $1 million. Qin Feng heard the system prompt and started transferring $1 million towards the account number on the card. Ding, detected that the host consumed $1 million, hereby returning $1 million in cash. Your bank card with the tail number XXXX has transferred 1 million yuan from the fund dividend. Balance, 90,460,800 yuan. Qin Feng swept a glance at the information coming from the bank, raised his head to Xiaomi at the front desk, and let out a light smile. You check and see if you received it? Xiaomi froze. Her entire body was jolted, and she hurriedly checked the information on the computer. After refreshing a few more times, Xiaomi violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Her eyes were about to burst out of their sockets. Her gaze was dead on the computer screen, her eyes a horrified color. Hiss. 10, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. Xiaomi was dumbfounded. This is really $1 million. Geez, What is this handsome guy's origin, to be able to easily take out $1 million? This is too powerful. Xiaomi was dumbfounded and looked at Qin Feng with a dull gaze. Looking so handsome and so rich, what kind of top heavenly dish is this? Xiaomi looked at Qin Feng's handsome face and charming eyes. She couldn't help but clench her legs, and a watery light emerged in her eyes. How is Xiaomi doing? Did she receive $1 million from this gentleman? Xuan did not notice that Xiaomi was not right, thinking that Qin Feng was bluffing just now and did not transfer $1 million at all. Ha lad, let's see what excuses you still want to make this time, or get out while you can, so as not to make Mr. He angry. Xuan shook his head with a good laugh. His eyes signaled for the security guard to come over, pointed at Qin Feng and commanded, "Throw this person out." Chapter 62. Outrageous. Too outrageous. Yes, manager. The security guard nodded and craned his neck, his eyes unsavory as he stretched out his hand towards Qin Feng. Wait, it's real. There really is $1 million. Xiaomi came back to her senses and was shocked to see this scene, hurriedly standing up and shouting towards Xuan. What? Say that again. Xuan suspected that he had heard it wrong, and looked at Xiaomi with puzzled eyes. Manager Shui, it's true. This gentleman really recharged $1 million. Xiaomi swallowed her saliva. Her voice line shrieked, and she said word by word. After saying these words, Xiaomi's legs went limp and she almost didn't stand still. Oh my god. 1 million said flush. Is this the world of the Big Brother? At this moment, Xiaomi deeply felt the insignificance of ordinary people. How is it possible? Xiaomi, don't joke. This matter is very serious. Xuan's first reaction was disbelief, thinking that Xiaomi had misread the matter with her blurred eyes. There was no possibility at all for this matter. This was $1 million, not $100. How could a young man who wasn't even as old as himself take out $1 million to recharge his membership card? Still a student. Where did he get the money? Xuan had been observing from the sidelines for a long time and could tell that He Jian's female companion knew this young man. From the conversation, he also knew that Qin Feng was from the countryside and was not a rich second generation from a prominent family. That was why Xuan had no qualms about kicking out Qin Feng. An ordinary person who made a lot of noise could do nothing to take him. The lobby manager. But now what did he hear? Xiaomi even said that $1 million had really arrived in the background. This script is not right. $1 million is something that someone like you can take out? This situation was challenging Xuan's cognition, not believing that this young man could be more powerful than Mr. He. However, after seeing Xiaomi's expression and tone that did not appear to be fake, Xuan's heart snapped and a frightening thought surfaced. Get out of the way. Let me take a look. In the next second, Xuan impatiently walked inside the front desk, his eyes looking towards the computer screen. Boom! With just one look, Xuan shattered like glass, as if thunder ran through the sky and electricity shot straight to the center of the sky. Xuan's brain was churned into a paste, and his mind went blank. The string of numbers on the computer screen was like a heavy hammer, smashing Xuan's eyes black and sitting on a stool. For a while, Xuan's face was so calm that his eyes didn't even blink. If it wasn't for the fact that he could still feel his breath, there was no difference between Xuan and a corpse. Like the precursor to an approaching storm, shocking waves were brewing. Manager Shui, don't look. It must be Xiaomi's mistake. You quickly have someone throw Qin Feng out. After waiting for a while, Gao Yuanyuan saw Xuan sitting on the front desk chair without saying a word and ignoring herself, which made Gao Yuanyuan a bit dissatisfied. Immediately afterward, Gao Yuanyuan looked at the security guard and ordered, "Hey, what are you waiting for? Why don't you do something?" The security guard knew that Gao Yuanyuan was an honored guest and even Manager Shui was polite to her. Therefore, after hearing the command, the security guard did not dare to be slow and was about to throw Qin Feng out. Blind your dog eyes. Who told you to make a move? This action of the security guard was like a boulder thrown into the surface of the water, abruptly bringing Xuan to life from his dead appearance. Pa! Xuan roared angrily and came in front of the security guard and threw a slap, then lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "Qin, Mr. Qin, congratulations on becoming Magnolia Hotel's esteemed diamond member." The security guard covered his face and just came back to his senses. Then he saw Xuan's low voice, and especially when he heard that sentence diamond member, it scared the security guard so much that his pants leg directly wet a piece. He was scared to pee. As a veteran employee, the security guard profoundly knew the meaning of what a diamond member stood for. In Magnolia Hotel, a diamond member was the emperor. He had just dared to hit an honorable emperor with his hands. The security guard's legs shivered as he turned his head and frantically fled out the door. He didn't dare to stay in this place any longer. He was scared. Everyone on the sidelines, at the sight of this scene, their mouths opened wide and their breathing gradually became ragged. Oh my god, what is this situation? Is this the same lobby manager? The speed of the change of face was also too fast. The lobby manager who was about to drive people away just now became so humble, just like a dog. No, worse than a dog. In an instant, the scene was like pouring hot oil into a red-hot iron pot, and everyone boiled over. Did I hear it right? The diamond membership card really made it? Outrageous. To top up $1 million for a card, I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. I only dare to come to the Magnolia Hotel to eat one meal a month when I start my paycheck. I didn't realize that Big Brother's strength is so amazing, directly charging 1 million. So this is the Big Brother. Awesome. Everyone thought that Qin Feng had offended He Jian, who was a gold member, and had been finished and was going to be kicked out of the Magnolia Hotel. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed and came to a reversal that shocked everyone's eyes. Just like the white rabbit that fell into the hunter's trap. When the hunter rejoiced in the harvest, the white rabbit spread its hands and said, "I'm not pretending." Then out of it jumped a fierce tiger that chose to devour people and swallowed the hunter in one bite. Scary. Too scary. Is this $1 million the kind of wealth a student should have? Could it be a rich second generation? Everyone looked at Qin Feng in shock, wondering why a college student was so powerful, easily able to come up with wealth that others could only accumulate by working hard for a decade or even decades. The waiter's less than resentful eyes froze on his face, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes, and for a moment, he thought he had heard wrong. My goodness. What is this? You can take out $1 million to punch the membership card. You do not order some expensive dishes to eat. Xiao Yu's scalp was numb. His body suddenly shivered. Finished. Xiao Yu recalled his attitude towards Qin Feng just now and felt like the sky had collapsed. A character who could take out $1 million to rush for a membership card was definitely not something a small person like him could mess with. This kind of person was too powerful than He Jian. Xiao Yu regretted why he had listened to He Jian and went to give Qin Feng a mouthful. Not only did he receive this slap for nothing, I'm afraid that he would have to pay an even more miserable price in order to quell the big man's anger. Xiao Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. His feet quietly stepped back a few steps, his body shrinking in the crowd of onlookers, like a dog with its tail between its legs, not daring to raise its head to look at Qin Feng again. Fear. It's not like he wanted to give up this job. This job pays well, and he can also earn service fees. It's too much better than the job outside. If he left, the loss would be too great. Xiao Yu shrunk his head, his body was chilled all over, his face became pale with the naked eye, and in his heart, he prayed that Qin Feng would soon forget about this matter. When Gao Yuan saw manager Shui like this, her heart sank. Suddenly feeling very uneasy, she gave a dry laugh and said, "Shui, manager Shui, Qin Feng is just a country bumpkin. He definitely can't afford to pay $1 million. It must be that you're looking at it wrong." Chapter 63, Is this a mud leg? Gao Yuan simply didn't believe that Qin Feng could really take out $1 million. She knew best what kind of person Qin Feng was and what kind of family he had, not to mention $1 million, even $200,000 Qin Feng couldn't come up with it. Even if Qin Feng sold meat, he wouldn't be able to sell $1 million in a summer vacation. Xuan didn't pay attention to Gao Yuan. At this moment, he was in trouble. He didn't care if He Jian was happy or not. He was about to have a heart attack from Qin Feng. A young guy like this easily took out $1 million. This background, this energy, Xuan didn't even dare to think about it. Xuan wanted to beat Gao Yuan to death. Is this what you call a mudblood from the countryside? You, who's the mudblood who came up with $1 million without even blinking? Look at that relaxed look. I'm afraid $1 million is just a fraction of Qin Feng's balance. If this is considered a mud leg, then what is he? There are more than half of the people in the society. The deposit is not enough for 1 million. What are they? Xuan regretted this, regretting that he had easily believed what Gao Yuan had said, leading to this scene today. 4 people with diamond cards, even the general manager of the Magnolia Hotel would have to respectfully maintain a relationship with them and send them gifts during the New Year holidays. A lobby manager dared to drive away Qin Feng. The general manager the first cannot spare him. He would not bring this kind of death. Xuan felt like a person who had come to the edge of a cliff, and if he didn't handle it well, he would fall to pieces. Mr. Qin, it was my mistake. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xuan slapped himself so hard that his face swelled up to the naked eye. The only thing Xuan could do was to pray for Qin Feng's forgiveness so that there was still a slight chance of keeping his job. For a promotion, Xuan was not hopeful. He had offended a diamond member, and he was lucky if he didn't get fired. Qin Feng looked at Xuan with a smile and shook his head. If apologizing works, what's the point of having laws? After a pause, Qin Feng ignored Xuan's pale face and turned his head to Xiaomi and spoke. Go call the general manager of your hotel. I have something to say. Xiaomi looked at Qin Feng with misty eyes, and after hearing the command, she nodded with a flushed face. Xuan raised his hand to stop Xiaomi, and when he touched Qin Feng's icy cold eyes, he put it down again in dismay. The entire person seemed to have instantly aged 10 years as he hunched his waist and pleaded. Mr. Qin, I know you're angry. Tell me, I'll change everything. Why call the general manager to come? Xuan knew that once the general manager came, this matter would be a big deal. The general manager could not care how right or wrong Xuan was, as long as it didn't cause major losses to the hotel. Within the Magnolia Hotel, the general manager would fulfill whatever the diamond member said. This time it was completely finished. Seeing that Qin Feng did not waver for a second, Xuan sat down on the ground with despair in his eyes, like a sinner waiting for judgment. Qin Feng was too lazy to look at Xuan, the poor guy who was being used as a gun, and could only say that he had asked for it. Today's meal left Qin Feng speechless. There was not an ounce of softness for such wretched goods. He, a guest at the Magnolia Hotel, indiscriminately drove himself away just because of a word from someone else. This kind of thing, no one else could endure. No matter how good-tempered Qin Feng was, he was also exasperated and laughed. Since others are using privileges, I'll return the favor with even higher privileges. Now that you know you're afraid, it's already too late. Everyone has to pay the price for their own behavior. Ah, Shui. Manager Shui, what are you doing? Gao Yuan's eyes were wide open as she watched the outrageous scene in the arena. A wave of cool air steeply running from her heels to the back of her head, her hands and feet going cold. She looked dumbfounded, not believing that Qin Feng really took out $1 million and became a diamond member. Even her husband didn't have a diamond membership. In front of a diamond member, a gold member was a joke. There was no need to even compare. Doesn't this mean that Qin Feng is countless times more powerful than Yijian? Hiss, impossible. It was because Gao Yuan knew Qin Feng's background that she couldn't believe it and thought it was impossible. She had spent so much time with Qin Feng in high school that if Qin Feng had money, she would have seen it long ago. In high school, Qin Feng couldn't even afford to eat meat, and he couldn't even afford to let Qin Feng bring himself yogurt every day. 2 months gone, Qin Feng changed so much? Originally, Gao Yuan was shocked when she saw Qin Feng covered in designer labels, guessing that Qin Feng might be working part-time or have won the lottery, and barely convincing herself with this reasoning. But no matter how good you are, you can't come up with $1 million in 2 months. Gao Yuan was shocked, scared, and angry at the moment. Why is it that as soon as you broke up with me, you Qin Feng became so rich? In the past, I couldn't even let you bring me yogurt, but now you're not only bringing a girl who's better looking than me to this kind of upscale place to eat, and you can take out $1 million to top up your membership card. What's the point? Gao Yuan was angry, jealous and sour, thinking that all this money should be Qin Feng's, and that if she was still Qin Feng's girlfriend, all this money should be for her to spend. It was for money that I endured the nausea of being pouted at. Why should you have so much money when you didn't pay for anything? Gao Yuan looked at Yijian's ugly face beside her and then at Qin Feng's handsome face. Her heart was so angry that she was about to cry. Yijian pulled his hand out of Gao Yuan's arms and his face was ironic. Seeing Xuan acting like this, Yijian knew that he had kicked the can down the road. If $1 million hadn't arrived, Xuan wouldn't have behaved this way at all. All of this phenomenon was indicating that Qin Feng had really recharged $1 million and become a diamond member. Was this really a mudblood from the countryside? Yijian was skeptical of Gao Yuan's words and felt that something wasn't right. $1 million just to recharge a card. This kind of handout, even he couldn't afford to part with it. Who is this person? Yijian knew that this was a difficult situation. The kind of attitude he had just displayed had definitely offended Qin Feng. Now that he has become a diamond member, it is impossible to drive him away. He should have just asked someone to throw Qin Feng out in the first place. Now, Qin Feng, a mud-legged man, stepped on his head and slapped him in the face. This made Yijian feel bad, feeling disgraced, but he didn't dare to snap. In this society, being rich meant having more resources and a wide network. The fact that Qin Feng could have this kind of handiwork meant that the level was a little higher than his own. But Yijian was also not very afraid, thinking that he had an annual salary of more than $1 million, and could afford to drive a diamond card even if he gritted his teeth. The two levels did not differ too much, and did not have that feeling of despair at a glance. Unless Qin Feng was at the $10 million level, Yijian was confident that he was not afraid of Qin Feng. Yuan, go apologize to Qin Feng and let this matter go. Yijian squinted his eyes, thinking that an apology would be fine, and he believed that Qin Feng wouldn't cross swords with himself. What? Let me apologize to this mudblood? Gao Yuan was enraged and looked at Yijian aggressively. Ha! Yijian's eyes narrowed, frightening Gao Yuan. A big shot like Yijian who made over $1 million a year could give her the life she wanted. So even if Yijian was ugly, Gao Yuan endured her nausea and let Yijian pout her in different positions every day. Plus, Yijian had already promised to marry her, and from then on she would be the wife of a wealthy family and enjoy a happy life. At this juncture, Gao Yuan doesn't dare to make Yijian angry, for fear that the basket will be empty. Humph. For the sake of money, I'll bear it. Apologizing is apologizing. Husband, don't be angry. I'll go now. Gao Yuan forced a smile. took a deep breath and walked towards Qin Feng. Chapter 64 Roll. Qin Feng, Gao Yuan had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Qin Feng waving his hand. You're the only one who came? Get lost. Qin Feng glanced at Gao Yuan in disgust, his eyes cold. Ha, see what you're capable of. $1 million as if no one has it. Gao Yuan was stung inwardly by this look, and with an ugly face, she let out a harsh sentence and turned her head back to He Jian's side to complain. Hubby, look at Qin Feng's attitude. What the hell? He Jian saw Qin Feng's attitude and knew that this matter could not be settled today. Ha, mud leg is mud leg. Have a few stinking money is inflated. Dare who do not put in the eyes. Since you don't give me face, let's play hardball. I have been fighting for so many years. $1 million. I can still get it out by biting my teeth. He Jian tightened his fists. He a dignified character. Cannot pull the face. Go and apologize to a person younger than himself. Inside the general manager's office, Chen Xing spoke to the man on one side with a respectful attitude. General Manager Lin, are you still satisfied with the dishes today? Lin Yang sipped his tea and laughed. Manager Chen, you have a heart. Chen Xing was just about to open his mouth when he heard a knock on the door outside the room. Manager Chen. Manager Chen. Chen Xing frowned, confessed to Lin Yang and opened the door to his room with a disgruntled face. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm receiving an honored guest? Xiaomi gasped and said loudly. Manager Chen, there's a gentleman downstairs who has opened a diamond membership, and is now asking you to go over. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the valued guest. Wait for me for a while. Chen Xing's face slowed down. A diamond member needed $1 million to open, and those who owned it were either rich or noble. Yulan Hotel currently only had a dozen diamond members. Now that there was one more person, Chen Xing was happy and curious as to what this gentleman was calling himself for. Returning to the room, Chen Xing bent down and apologized. Mr. Lin, someone called me downstairs. Something. It's fine. Go quickly. Don't keep people waiting. Lin Yang smiled brightly, not caring about this little thing. Make way. Make way. The general manager is here. At this time, Xiaomi squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and came to the center of the field with a middle-aged man. Hello Mr. Qin. I'm the general manager of this hotel. My name is Chen. Chen Xing politely shook hands with Qin Feng, and when he saw Xuan, who was paralyzed on the ground, his face sank and he chided. Xuan, what's going on? On the way here, Chen Xing asked Xiaomi briefly about what happened, and when he learned that Xuan was trying to drive away a diamond member, he was so angry that Chen Xing wanted to slap this stupid thing to death. Manager Chen. Xuan's face was ashen, shivering his lips, unable to even utter a complete sentence. Mr. Qin, I apologize to you on behalf of the Magnolia Hotel. It's because of my lax discipline that I let the people under my hand rush you. Mr. Qin, I'll listen to whatever you say to do. Chen Xing bowed towards Qin Feng and apologized, already cursing Xuan in his heart. Who gave you the guts to dare treat a diamond member like this? Can't you kick out a diamond member? Even if you get lost, a diamond member can't leave. The energy of every diamond member is not something that ordinary people can imagine. If Magnolia Hotel makes trouble with this kind of person, business will be greatly affected. In business, the most important thing is word of mouth. If the reputation was damaged, even if more money was spent, it could not be undone. What shocked Chen Xing the most was Qin Feng's age. So young, he could casually take out $1 million to become a diamond membership card. This background is by no means simple. Just don't know which family's son. In any case, this kind of person could not be offended. Chen Xing secretly resolved to do his best to fulfill whatever Qin Feng requested. Xuan, and this waiter, who was going to throw me out just now, how to deal with it? It's up to you. Qin Feng smiled playfully and nodded at Xiaoyu who was hiding in the crowd and Xuan on the ground. Chen Xing froze, not expecting a waitress to dare offend a diamond member. No, where did you get the courage from a waiter? Blind? Although Qin Feng told him to look after it, but this kind of listening was fine. Chen Xing didn't dare to take it seriously. A diamond member was threatened by 2 employees to throw the diamond member out. This not only offended Mr. Qin, but also all the diamond members. If they dared to threaten Qin Feng today, they would dare to threaten other diamond members tomorrow. In that case, who would ever have a diamond member again? And where would the other diamond members' faces go? Deal with it. It must be dealt with ruthlessly. We must let everyone know what happens when they offend diamond members, and maintain the high esteem of diamond members. Only then would people aspire to diamond membership. Only then would the majesty of diamond membership be emphasized. Come here. Chen Xing hung his face and snorted coldly at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and the crowd shivered in fear and came to Chen Xing with weak legs and feet, without a trace of blood on his face. Manager Chen. As Xiaoyu tried to open his mouth to explain, there was a sudden blur before his eyes, and he was heavily slapped by Chen Xing. Shut up. You are no longer an employee of my Magnolia Hotel. You and Xuan are fired. This month's and last month's wages are all cancelled. You are now to simply get out of the Magnolia Hotel and never be allowed to enter again." Chen Xing grimaced, his words coming out harshly. "Ha, don't manager. I'm wrong, don't fire me, don't cancel my salary." Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. This news was like a heavy hammer, completely crushing the fluke in his heart. The whole person as if the bones were extracted. Softly kneeling on the ground, hugging Chen Xing's legs and begging bitterly. Xiao Yu thought that he would be punished at most, but he didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Immediately to open the last month's salary, less than also fantasize with the salary to spend a wave of good, and then pay off the credit card. However, all of this is shattered. Not only 2 months of wages are not, the job is also lost. God, what did I do wrong? You want to do this to me? Xiao Yu was so disheartened that he didn't want to live anymore. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. This is all because He Jian made me do it. It's none of my business. In the next second, Xiao Yu let go of Chen Xing's pants leg and rolled to Qin Feng's feet on his knees, crying his heart out. Chapter 65 Sorry. The only hope now was for Qin Feng to let go so that he could keep his job. Therefore, Xiao Yu hugged Qin Feng's pants leg as if he had grabbed the future. For the sake of wages, for the sake of money, Xiao Yu completely put down his dignity, even if it meant licking Qin Feng's feet. Xiao Yu didn't bring any hesitation. If you had known this, why did you bother? Qin Feng kicked Xiao Yu away and lowered his head to check his pants leg. These are newly purchased pants. I'll be bitter if they get dirty. Xuan returned to his senses, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Chen Xing. I'm a lobby manager, and I'm fired just like this? Xuan felt that everything around him was distorted and blurred, and the whole person was like falling into a deep, bottomless pool of water, sinking deeper and deeper, getting colder and colder. Too fake. It was too ridiculous. Canceling your salary is a small matter. Losing your job is a big deal. Rely on your family at home, and rely on your friends when you go out. Xuan had worked at the Magnolia Hotel for many years and had met many big shots. These were the real wealth. Now that he was fired, it was like a fish out of water. Without his job, he was no different from an ordinary person. How could he maintain relationships with big shots? At this moment, Xuan understood why the Diamond members would be called the Emperor of the Magnolia Hotel. The majesty of a diamond could not be touched, not even the lobby manager. Xuan trembled uncontrollably, knelt on the ground facing Qin Feng, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry. With every word of sorry, Xuan slapped himself heavily. A few moments later, Xuan's face expanded as fast as a balloon. His features wrinkled into a ball, unrecognizable. Qin Feng didn't dissuade him and found it amusing. Didn't you want to throw me out in the first place? Why are you begging for mercy like an old dog now? Qin Feng smiled faintly and quietly watched Xuan's performance. Enough! Don't disturb Mr. Qin. Chen Xing was afraid that if Xuan continued to be here, he would make Qin Feng angry and the consequences would be even worse then. Someone come, strip these two of their clothes, my Yulan Hotel's clothes, they don't deserve to wear them, and then throw these two, all of them out for me. At Chen Xing's command, the several security guards who had been spectating in the crowd came before Xiao Yu and Xuan, stretching out their wide palms to tear off the clothes of the two. No matter how much the two struggled, they were unable to break free from the tall and strong security guards. The two were firmly held down like pigs to be slaughtered, and in no time at all, they were stripped naked, leaving only a pair of underwear, messing in the wind. Ha ha ha, look guys, it's still a red strip. Everyone laughed and pointed excitedly, not caring about the feelings of the two main characters. Hey bro, don't struggle, be a good boy and get on your way. The security guard had a grin on his face, and walked wistfully to Xiao Yu's side, and when Xiao Yu wasn't paying attention, he directly lifted up. One man lifted his foot, one man lifted his head, less than like a landed fish, his white body swaying and struggling in midair. 1, 2, 3, as the slogan was shouted, the security loosened their hands, and less than drew a graceful arc in the air and was directly thrown out of the door. Immediately after, Xuan was also thrown out the door in the same position. In an instant, the crowd outside the Magnolia Hotel turned their heads in unison to look at the two men wearing only a pair of underwear, their eyes shocked as they took out their cell phones to take pictures and exclaimed, the world is going downhill. People's hearts are not ancient. Xuan and Xiao Yu panicked and blocked their faces. Their bodies were like red prawns, ejected from the crowd and fled without daring to return. At this moment, the two of them very much regretted messing with Qin Feng and were even more resentful towards He Jian. If time could start over again, they couldn't wait to kill this bastard He Jian. Damn, is Qin Feng something you can mess with? Inside the Magnolia Hotel, Gao Yuan saw what happened to Xuan and the two of them, and was so shocked that she lost her color and opened her mouth towards He Jian. Hubby, let's go. Gao Yuan was afraid that she would do the same. Humph, there's no need to be afraid. With me here, this brat wouldn't dare to touch you. He Jian silently recalled his balance and his bottom line hardened. If Qin Feng dares to touch himself, I'll open a diamond card even if I eat dirt next. Everyone is a diamond card. Who is afraid of who? He Jian didn't think that Qin Feng's strength exceeded his own by a lot and couldn't do anything to crush him yet. Let's go. He Jian didn't want to open a diamond card until he had to, and after a cold snort, he was about to turn around and leave with Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, where are you going? Did I tell you guys to leave? Qin Feng hadn't had enough fun yet, and when he saw Gao Yuan and He Jian wanting to leave, he called out to the two with a smile on his face. Today's meal was a good time to raise Xiaoying's favorability, but it turned out to be ruined by this pair of dogs and men. Now that these two people still wanted to leave, it was really too whimsical, not to mention the fact that Xiaoying was on the verge of crying from Gao Yuan's anger just now, and has yet to take revenge on Xiaoying. Gao Yuan's footsteps lurched as if she had heard some joke and turned her head and bared her head with a laugh. Did I hear you right, Qin Feng? What kind of a thing are you that you dare not let us go? He Jian put a sneer on his face and walked towards the door regardless. Mud-legged man with a little money dares to ignore everyone. He Jian, would like to see what you can do to stop me. Manager Chen. Qin Feng spoke faintly towards Manager Chen. Chen Xing's heart moved. This is a good opportunity to make friends with Qin Feng. It was just the right time to use this to salvage the image of the Magnolia Hotel in Qin Feng's mind. Within the Magnolia Hotel, Diamond members were the sky. As long as they didn't lose significant benefits, anything could be done. What are you two waiting for? Can't you see that, mister? Qin has given his word? Don't go stop them yet. Chen Xing pointed at He Jian and Gao Yuan, signaling the security guards to come forward and stop them. Manager Chen, what are you doing? I'm at least a gold member of your hotel, and this is how you treat me? With two security guards blocking the exit, He Jian was unable to go out, and turned his head towards Manager Chen to raise an offense. Saying that, He Jian took out that gold membership card and walked towards Chen. I'm sorry, mister. Please don't make things difficult for me. Mr. Qin is a diamond card. Your gold card doesn't work in front of him. Chen Xing knew He Jian and knew that this man was quite atmospheric and ordered a lot of food every time. But unfortunately, this time, He Jian bumped into Qin Feng who had a diamond card, and it was clear who was more important. He Jian suddenly became angry when he heard this sentence. Very angry. It felt like the words were very harsh, like a slap in his face. He used to be the one bullying people. When was it someone else's turn to bully him? Especially since he had previously flaunted his gold card and was going to use the privilege of the gold card to throw Qin Feng out. As a result, he was now countered by Qin Feng using his diamond card and stopping himself from leaving. Damn it, too much bullying. Fine, don't you have a diamond card? I'll get one too and see how you can still stop me. He Jian some on the head. No longer heartache deposit, to no matter what also took out $1 million to open the card. Even if he eats dirt in the future, he doesn't care. Manager Chen. Without waiting for He Jian to finish, He Jian's eyes suddenly widened, staring stupidly at the silhouette in the crowd, muttering, Mr. Lin. In the next second, the figure, which had shocked He Jian, walked over from the crowd. Seeing this, He Jian hurriedly cleaned up his hairstyle and walked forward with a pleasing face, like a pug, his voice humble. Mr. Lin, long time no see, I'm Xiao He. Lin Yang ignored He Jian as if he didn't hear him, and waved his hand towards Qin Feng with a warm face, saying cheerfully, Qin Feng, what a coincidence, you're also here to eat? It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. How about we make up a table? This scene made He Jian look dumbfounded, his eyes staring blankly at Lin Yang and Qin Feng, his mind going blank. What the hell? Lin Yang knew Qin Feng? Lin Yang was the eldest son of the Lin clan, the successor of a group worth tens of billions of dollars. A figure of this level was like a giant dragon in the sky, a completely different dimension for ordinary people. Even if it was a dog raised by Lin Yang, it was not something He Jian, could touch. In the eyes of ordinary people, his own annual income of more than $1 million was considered impressive, but facing Lin Yang, it was like an ant facing a giant. A single breath could crush him. This kind of countless people kneeling big brother. How would know a countryside mud leg? Qin Feng, a student from the countryside, even if he had a little bit of money, it was impossible for him to get acquainted with such a big shot. Crazy, really crazy. He Jian couldn't think of any interactions between Qin Feng and Lin Yang even if he thought about it. What qualifications did Qin Feng, a small man in the dust, have to know such a big shot? Even though he didn't believe it, the facts were in front of him, and He Jian couldn't refuse. How could the two know each other? Looking at Lin Yang's enthusiastic appearance, it was as if he had known Qin Feng for many years. Could it be that Qin Feng was Lin Yang's friend or relative? Hiss. Thinking of this, He Jian shivered and his face brushed pale. It's over. It's over. How could I be so unlucky that the person I casually bullied even knew Lin Yang? He Jian's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the lake, a huge panic rising in his heart. Originally, He Jian didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes, thinking that he could open a diamond card even after taking out his years of savings. But now, after seeing Lin Yang talking to Qin Feng, He Jian was suddenly very afraid. Lin Yang obviously knew Qin Feng, and if he learned that he had messed with Qin Feng, he would definitely be doomed. Not to mention a diamond card. Even if it was 10, 100, it would be of no use. Even if it was a beggar, as long as he knew Lin Yang, it wasn't something he could mess with. Lin Yang is the future successor of the 10 billion group. His annual salary of more than 1 million in front of Lin Yang is nothing. Crush himself, and crush an ant without any difference. Do not even need Lin Yang personally, just need to express the attitude. A bunch of people who want to curry favor with Lin Yang will rush to get themselves killed. Chapter 66, still going? Mr. Lin? When Chen Xing saw Lin Yang walking over, his heart snapped, thinking that he had taken too long to deal with things, causing Lin Yang to be displeased. Just as he was about to open his mouth to apologize, Chen Xing saw Lin Yang warmly greeting Qin Feng, a scene that left him dumbfounded. When had the grandson of the $10 billion group ever been so enthusiastic about a person? It was true that Qin Feng was a diamond member, but Lin Yang was the heir of the 10 billion group. The two were not at the same level at all. Could it be that Mr. Qin's background was on the same level as Lin Yang's? Chen Xing huffed backwards, his heart startled by this conjecture. That's right, it must be so. To be able to make Lin Yang treat him so warmly, he must not be an ordinary person. Things gathered in groups, everyone had their own circle, and only characters of the same level as them would fit in. If you're not on the same level, why would others look at you more than once? Just like the rabbit and the tiger, the rabbit is even more powerful, and the tiger cannot play a piece. This is the essential difference. Originally, Qin Feng was a diamond member, and Chen Xing already valued him. It turned out that Qin Feng's strength was far beyond his imagination. This kind of big brother was much more powerful than a diamond card. At this moment, Chen Xing looked at Qin Feng with even more respect and even humility. In Chen Xing's mind, Qin Feng had turned into a big shot on the same level as Lin Yang. Even if he was the general manager of the Magnolia Hotel, he couldn't afford to offend Qin Feng. Chen Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His back was wet with sweat, and he suddenly felt very fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he had just seriously dealt with the two people who had offended Qin Feng and had followed the instructions to stop He Jian. Otherwise, once Qin Feng got angry, not to mention himself, even the owner of the Magnolia Hotel would have to come to his door to make amends. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a major disaster and it's not too late now. Chen Xing's eyes drooped as he ruthlessly swept the two of them, He Jian and Gao Yuan, deciding in his heart that whatever Qin Feng said, he would do it. These two are dead today. Even Jesus can't stay. Some other day. I'm not in the mood to eat today. We'll meet again sometime. Qin Feng looked at Lin Yang in surprise, not expecting to see this person here. However, today's mood was ruined by Gao Yuan's pair of dogs and girls. There really wasn't much interest in eating again. Shaking his head, he refused Lin Yang's invitation. That's fine. You have my contact information anyway. There's no rush. Lin Yang nodded his head understandingly, not getting angry. Qin Feng's background was not simple. Even he had to be cautious. Right, what's going on here? So many people are surrounding. In the next second, Lin Yang smiled and inquired to Chen Xing. Chen Xing's heart snapped, he didn't dare to hide it, and went forward to inform Lin Yang of the matter one by one. After hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes narrowed and his tone was low. My Lin Yang's friend also dares to bully. How dare you? Immediately after, Lin Yang turned towards Qin Feng and said angrily, Qin Feng, don't worry. Bullying you is bullying me. I will never forgive them lightly. Regarding Lin Yang's attitude, Qin Feng was surprised and somewhat puzzled. The one being bullied is me. Why are you more angry than me? Qin Feng nodded and beckoned towards He Jian. Are you still going? In the distance, He Jian had already been scared to death by Lin Yang's words. It was surprising that Qin Feng's friendship with Lin Yang was so deep that he could make Lin Yang say such words. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Lin Yang's words in the slightest. The heir of the Tang $10 billion group. It was too simple to pin him down. Fear, or fear. He Jian was so scared that his hair stood up in sweat and he got goosebumps. And Qin Feng's words were like the last straw that crushed the camel. He Jian's head felt as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. His vision blurred and shadows overlapped. His limbs trembled uncontrollably as if he had Parkinson's. And even between his legs, a wave of urination arose. Brother, I'm not leaving. He Jian's lips did not have a trace of blood color. Becoming pale, his teeth uncontrollably shivered up and down, emitting a cackling sound. Chapter 67 Fear. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Gao Yuan supported the shivering He Jian, her eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? Suddenly a person came to speak in Qin Feng's favor. Who is this person? Gao Yuanyuan didn't recognize Lin Yang, so she felt very strange. Her husband was a high-quality male who earned more than $1 million a year, so how come one of them didn't put He Jian in his eyes today? Especially Qin Feng. After just 2 months of not seeing him, how come he has such a strong bottom? Qin Feng, who are you to stop us from leaving? What are you? Gao Yuanyuan was unconvinced and pointed at Qin Feng and cursed. Pa! You shut the up. In the next second, He Jian flung Gao Yuanyuan with a horrified look on his face before flopping down on his knees and begging Qin Feng for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Don't listen to her. I didn't mean it. Immediately after, He Jian begged for mercy towards Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, I really didn't know that Qin Feng was your friend. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to lend me 100,000 guts. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan standing dumbfounded with her face covered, He Jian's face twitched, reached out and dragged Gao Yuanyuan to the ground, pressed Gao Yuanyuan's head and viciously said, Quickly apologize to Qin Feng, otherwise the two of us really won't even be able to get out of the door. He Jian hated this stupid woman. If he hadn't listened to her, he wouldn't have offended Qin Feng at all. Drafting? This is a mud leg? Whose mud leg knows the son of the $10 billion group? You're killing me. Dragons don't live with snakes, and Qin Feng, who was able to make Lin Yang's acquaintance, definitely couldn't be an ordinary person. These big shots don't look soft on the outside, but they're actually very proud on the inside. And ordinary people can't even get into their eyes. Characters who could make them look the other way were either their relatives or friends, people who could bring benefits, or characters of the same caliber. Whichever it was not something that he, a person who earned over $1 million a year, could afford to offend. Seeing that Gao Yuanyuan still dared to make a big statement, He Jian was about to be scared to pee. Don't drag me along if you want to die. I haven't lived long enough. He Jian is very regretful, regretting why he was so arrogant just now, leading to such consequences today. This kind of big man attaches the most importance to face. He jumped so cheerfully, Qin Feng can let himself go as the most strange. He Jian kneeling on the ground did not dare to raise his head. See Gao Yuanyuan still want to struggle to stand up. Angry again, a slap thrown over, hard-pressed Gao Yuanyuan's head, roared, You stinking, quickly kneel down. Apologize. Gao Yuanyuan received 2 consecutive slaps. Her nosebleed was slapped out, and she knelt on the ground with her head cloaked, living like a madman. Hubby you, Gao Yuanyuan, with a face full of blood, stared blankly at He Jian, her eyes full of unbelief. Was this still the He Jian she knew? How did He Jian, who was once so spirited and didn't put anyone in his eyes, now become like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy? And how did he hit me? Gao Yuanyuan had never seen He Jian in such a fearful and uneasy state, like a gambler on the verge of extinction. His eyes were filled with cobwebbed blood. For a while, even the anger that had risen as a result of being slapped twice was silently extinguished. In its place was the fear in her heart. Gao Yuanyuan's pupils fluctuated violently and she suddenly felt cold. She was, well, scared. He Jian breathed heavily as if he was suffocating. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan's confused eyes, he said in fear, Qin Feng knows Lin Yang. Do you know what that means? The surrounding people perked up their ears, and after learning of Lin Yang's exact identity, their eyes widened as their sights glanced back and forth between Lin Yang and Qin Feng's bodies. Nima. It turned out that this person was the eldest son of the Jiangcheng Lin clan group. Everyone had heard of the Lin clan's big name and knew how powerful the Lin clan was. It was a group worth tens of billions of dollars. It was a fortune that countless people couldn't reach even if they worked hard for a lifetime. Immediately afterward, everyone's gazes towards Qin Feng were filled with shock. Even such a powerful figure wanted to invite Qin Feng for dinner, treating him with such a warm attitude. This meant something. Hiss. Everyone wasn't stupid and knew how terrifying the implications were. They had thought that Qin Feng being so young and being able to take out $1 million was already very impressive and outrageous. They didn't realize that reality was often even more outrageous. The Qin Feng who could make Lin Yang treat him like this must have a background that was comparable to Lin Yang's, or even exceeded. Geez, it would be great to see one big shot of this caliber, but today I've seen 2 in a row, especially since Qin Feng was so young. It made everyone vibrate and speculate about how powerful Qin Feng's family lineage was. Gao Fei, who was in the crowd, had a cool air rising steeply in his heart. He knew that Qin Feng was powerful, but he didn't expect to be this powerful. When he thought about how he had offended Qin Feng before without knowing what to do, his eyes were filled with fear. If he had known that Qin Feng was so powerful, he would have rolled as far away as he could. However, after thinking that he had called Qin Feng's dad, Gao Fei felt a surge of excitement and felt very honored. Such a powerful character is my dad. You guys won't even bother with you if you want to shout. Even the noblewoman in the crowd looked at Qin Feng with a mesmerized gaze and couldn't stand still. After learning Lin Yang's name, Xiao Ying finally realized why she felt that Lin Yang's looks were familiar. It turned out to be Lin Chen's elder brother. No wonder the two looked alike. Lin Yang was just like the much more mature Lin Chen. School brother actually knows Lin Chen's older brother? Xiao Yingying's brain thought flashed. Her gaze was surprised. She remembered that Qin Feng was coming to Jiangcheng for the first time. She didn't think that Lin Yang even knew Qin Feng. Originally, Xiao Yingying was worried that Lin Chen would find Qin Feng in trouble and wanted to remind Qin Feng to pay more attention. Now, Xiao Yingying was relieved. Seeing that Lin Yang was so enthusiastic and had such a good friendship with schoolmate Qin, she felt that Lin Duan shouldn't look for trouble and make things difficult for his schoolmate. After Gao Yuanyuan learned that Lin Yang was so powerful, she stayed dumbfounded with her mouth open and gasped in fear. He Jian, who earned more than $1 million a year, had already made Gao Yuanyuan feel powerful, but she didn't realize that there were people outside of people, and there were people who were even more powerful. The heir to a $10 billion group. How much money must this be? 10 billion. Too scary. It's just paper money that can smash people alive. How could Qin Feng know such a big shot? Looking at Lin Yang's attitude towards Qin Feng, I'm afraid it's more than just knowing him. Gao Yuanyuan's body felt as if a huge mountain had been pressed on it. Her knees were heavy as she knelt on the ground, not daring to stand up again. Inexplicably, Gao Yuanyuan felt a wave of fear towards Qin Feng. Was this the Qin Feng she knew? How could the Qin Feng she knew be so powerful, able to speak eloquently to the heir of the $10 billion group? Could it be that Qin Feng was actually a magnate? Was everything in high school a fake? A disguise? Oh my god, it's so scary. Gao Yuan shivered in fear as she looked up at Qin Feng's deja vu-like face, feeling as if that face carried a touch of mockery, laughing at her dog-eye view. Chapter 68. The next person who seeks death is on his way here. Qin, brother Qin, father Qin, grandpa Qin. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. Seeing Qin Feng staring at him coldly, He Jian was terrified in his heart and knelt on the ground to beg for forgiveness. Even if Qin Feng was younger than him, He Jian called out to Qin Feng's father, or even grandfather, without any dignity. As long as he could obtain Qin Feng's forgiveness, he would do whatever he was asked. He Jian's greatest fear was that Qin Feng would not say anything, but only stare at him coldly like this. Obviously it was the same person. But at this moment, Qin Feng's eyes brought him great pressure, as if the air around him had frozen. Qin Feng was able to recognize Lin Yang. It was by no means something that a small person like him could offend. If he couldn't obtain Qin Feng's forgiveness, even if he let He Jian go, He Jian wouldn't dare. A single word from this kind of person could bankrupt him and reduce him to a bereaved dog. This income was something he had struggled for over 10 years and stepped on countless people to get. Without this income of more than $1 million a year, what difference is there between him and the rest of the world? He Jian simply couldn't imagine the consequences of this, and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to turn his life around. Oh, Qin Feng, I know I'm wrong too, please spare us. Gao Yuanyuan's lips trembled as tears gushed out of her eyes like a faucet. She was scared to tears. Her own reliance was begging Qin Feng for forgiveness without any dignity. What could a weak woman like her do? If she wanted to blame, she could only blame herself for being blind and having the eyes to offend Qin Feng. Now all she can do is kneel on the ground and beg for mercy from Qin Feng. Otherwise, not only would He Jian be finished, she herself would be completely out of luck. The crowd of onlookers looked at He Jian and Gao Yuanyuan, who were kneeling on the ground without any dignity, and their gazes were filled with contempt. What a bully! Just now they were bullying others. Now they are kneeling faster than anyone else. It's really an eye-opener. Everyone's gazes were like arrows emitting cold aura, plunging straight into the hearts of Gao Yuanyuan and He Jian, making the two kneeling on the ground, more and more afraid to raise their heads, their faces desolate. Stop shouting. It's very noisy, understand? Qin Feng's eyes were tired as he watched the two kneeling on the ground crying and shouting, feeling very bored. He didn't do anything. Do you guys have to be like this? Qin Feng turned his head towards Xiao Yingying and asked, Senior sister, how do you want to punish these two? School brother, I'm already relieved. Do what you want. Xiao Yingying looked at the two kneeling on the ground and bared her teeth, feeling that they deserved it. Let you guys look down on your schoolmates. You deserve it. Qin Feng nodded, too lazy to waste any more time on people like Gao Yuanyuan. It was time for this farce to end. Alright, stop shouting. The two of you slap each other 50 times and get lost. Remember to use your full strength. Whoever is lazy will add another 50 on both sides. Qin Feng's eyes teasingly stared at the two on the ground, uttering a decision that made everyone dumbfounded. My chow. 50 slaps. This TM face shall not be smashed. Just thinking about it makes my face start to hurt. Ha ha, these two people are miserable. This has to be smoked until when? Everyone winced hard and stared at Gao Yuanyuan and He Jian with pity in their eyes. He Jian, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head dully and froze for a moment. In the next second, the corner of He Jian's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth and viciously smacked Gao Yuanyuan in the face. MD, isn't it just 50 slaps? As long as Qin Feng can forgive himself, So what if it's 50 slaps? 100 I can bear. He Jian gave up. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Slap. Gao Yuan was still hesitating when her face was slapped by He Jian. The slap was so vicious that it instantly made Gao Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, tilt her head back to the bottom, the capillaries on her face shattering. Gao Yuan, cloaked in hair and enduring the pain, also slapped back at He Jian's face, crying out, "Hubby, don't blame me, just bear it and it'll pass." Gao Yuan slapped He Jian's face with all her might, and because she was so hard, even her palms were numb from the shock. Chow! He Jian spat out a mouthful of blood and slapped back again. Pa! Slap! For a while, the sound of slaps resounded through the presence as if firecrackers were exploding. Kneeling on the ground, Gao Yuan and He Jian, you slapped and I slapped each other on the other's face. After 50 slaps, the two of them were completely unrecognizable. Their faces were swollen like balloons, their skin was vesiculated and purple with pus. Just as soon as it was over, the two couldn't support themselves any longer and directly lay on their backs on the ground, their ears buzzing, their heads aching, their vision blurred, and their minds dizzy. Let's go, senior sister. Let's go back to school. Qin Feng looked at the dead dog-like appearance of the two on the ground and smiled faintly, intending to leave. Qin Feng, you're in that school. Do you want me to give you guys a ride? Lin Yang revealed a bright smile and asked curiously. Thanks. It's at Zhongcheng University. I won't trouble you. Qin Feng nodded at Lin Yang and left with Xiaomi. As he passed by the two people lying on the ground, Qin Feng did not even look at them and directly stepped over them. Inside the Yulan Hotel, Lin Yang instructed Chen Xing, take care of the subsequent repercussions. I don't want to see these two next time. The voice was not heavy, but it scared Chen Xing into a cold sweat. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, there will definitely not be any repercussions on Mr. Qin. After instructing, Lin Yang also left immediately afterward. On the way, Lin Yang muttered, I didn't expect Qin Feng to be at Zhongcheng University as well. This is a coincidence. Lin Yang knew that his own untalented brother was also at Zhongcheng University. Therefore, he intended for the two to get to know each other. Both of them were young people and should have something in common to talk about. Letting Lin Chen strike a good relationship with Qin Feng would be very beneficial to the Lin clan. On the other side, in the courtyard of the high-end villa, gorgeous lights flashed by the pool along with music, accompanied by the deafening DJ sound. A group of beautiful-looking men and women were frantically swaying their bodies and playing around. Young Lin, I found out what you asked me to investigate last time. At this time, Meng Li came to Lin Chen's side and bent down to Qin Feng's investigation results. What? You speak louder. Lin Dust leaned against the poolside and shook his head. The deafening sound of the music masked the rest of the voices, causing Lin Dust to only see Meng Li open his mouth but couldn't hear what was being said. Forget it, you come with me. Lin Dust pulled out his ears, pushed away the smiling woman in his arms, and came from the pool into the villa's hall. Say that again. Lin Chen put on a white bathrobe after being wiped down by the servants, then leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of red wine. Young Lin, the freshman you investigated last time. His name is Qin Feng. He's not a local, but when he enrolled, he drove a Porsche 911 worth more than $3 million. Meng Li bent down and poured red wine for Lin Chen in a respectful manner. A bit interesting, no wonder he dares to approach Xiaomi. Lin Chen smiled disdainfully, still confident, thinking that pinching Qin Feng to death was as simple as an ant. Chapter 69, Arrangements. Don't let Qin Feng escape. So this kid is called Qin Feng. He even dares to touch my woman. He really has guts. A cold aura emanated from Lin Chen's eyes. His fists pinched and creaked. As for Qin Feng driving a Porsche 911 worth more than $3 million to enroll in school, Lin Chen didn't care at all. It was only a mere $3 million. As long as he wanted to buy it, he could always buy a more expensive car. No matter how rich Qin Feng was, he couldn't possibly be richer than him. His father was Lin Langtian, the helmsman of the Lin Group in Zhongcheng. In front of the Lin Group, Qin Feng was like a mole cricket, and with a little bit of force, Qin Feng could be crushed into nothing. In Zhongcheng, no matter what Qin Feng's background and connections were, they were of no use at all. The person who offended him, Lin Chen, and still managed to get away in one piece had yet to be born. Continue. Lin Chen drank the red wine in his cup and glanced at Meng Li. Nope, no more, that's all I can find out. Meng Li touched his head in embarrassment, his voice faltering. Seeing Lin Chen's eyes not being kind, Meng Li seemed to remember something and spoke again. There's another strange thing. When I asked them about Qin Feng's situation through the people in his class, their reactions were a bit off. Everyone was stammering as if they were hiding something. Meng Li felt a pang of discomfort when he recalled those people's expressions. No matter what they're hiding, Qin Feng is already dead. Lin Chen didn't take these words to heart, and the corners of his mouth smiled fiercely. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, it was useless. he couldn't make any waves in Zhangchang. Among his peers, the characters who could be more powerful than himself could be counted on one hand in Zhangchang. Every single one of them was a famous and top-ranking son. What qualifications did Qin Feng have to compare with them? A tiny freshman also dared to rob his woman. He really had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Mengli, you arrange for someone to prevent Qin Feng from escaping tomorrow. Tomorrow, you go and call Qin Feng to the Golden Leaf Court Hotel. I'll wait for him there. Lin Chen smiled viciously, and after instructing Mengli, he walked towards the courtyard. Yes, young Master Lin. Mengli nodded solemnly and watched Lin Chen leave. Ai poor lad, who's not good to mess with, but Lin Chen. Finished, Mengli felt a pang of regret for Qin Feng. Such a handsome-looking lad. It was estimated that he would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Although Qin Feng also had a little bit of money, Mengli still couldn't see any hope of Qin Feng turning over a new leaf. Although Mengli wanted to refuse, the pressure of reality did not allow him to be capricious. After all, the Lin Group was his bread and butter. Offending Lin Chen for a stranger was simply not worth it. If Qin Feng lost his mind and wanted to make a move against Lin Chen, then don't blame him for not being polite. The only thing he could do tomorrow was to do it quickly to save Qin Feng too much pain. Mengli sighed and took out his cell phone to contact his men and make foolproof arrangements. Lin Chen had just walked to the pool when he saw a woman come over and speak. Young Lin, your cell phone keeps ringing. The woman with a full figure and delicate eyes held her cell phone and handed it to Lin Chen. Ha ha, little baby, I'll clean you up later. Lin Chen let out a loose laugh and rubbed the woman's body fiercely. Good evening, big brother. Why did you suddenly call me? Seeing that it was Lin Yang calling, Lin Chen didn't dare to be slow and greeted with a meek attitude. Little dust, tomorrow you come over. I'll introduce you to a big shot. Even if it's me, I have to treat this person with caution. You'll benefit greatly from spending more time with him. Lin Yang's laughing voice came from the phone. Ah, big brother, I happen to have something tomorrow. Can we talk about it the day after tomorrow? Lin Duan had a difficult face, but he didn't dare to reject Lin Yang. His tone was stuttering. Lin Yang was considered the person Lin Chen feared the most besides Lin Langtian. When Lin Chen was disobedient as a child, he was beaten by Lin Yang for a while. Even his father, who loved him dearly, did not help him. This matter became Lin Chen's childhood shadow. In addition, Lin Yang is the successor of the Lin Group. Lin Chuan even more dare not provoke Lin Yang angry. Otherwise, he would not only get beaten up, but even his pocket money would be stopped. As for competing with Lin Yang for the qualification to inherit the Lin Group, Lin Chen didn't even think about it. He knew what kind of material he was. Except for pleasure, nothing. If he lost his title as the youngest son of the Lin Group, he wouldn't even be as good as an ordinary person and wouldn't be able to survive. Dusty, what's so important? Be honest with me lately. I haven't settled the score with you for the last time you broke someone's leg. If you mess with someone you shouldn't mess with, even I can't protect you. Lin Yang's stern voice came out, scaring Lin Chen so much that he almost dropped his cell phone. Don't worry, big brother. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. The day after tomorrow I will definitely go. Lin Chen's voice involuntarily lowered, carefully pleasing Lin Yang. Okay, then the day after tomorrow. If you kid doesn't come, next month's pocket money will be stopped for you. Lin Yang hung up the phone directly after saying that. Listening to the beeping sound coming from his cell phone, Lin Chen sheepishly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I almost thought that the matter of finding Qin Feng to settle the score was known by Big Brother. Lin Chen took a deep breath with a palpitating heart, thinking that he had overthought it. In the next second, Lin Chuan put down his cell phone, directly jumped into the pool with a flutter, surrounded by a group of women, threw his head back and laughed loudly, a trace of viciousness glowing in his eyes. Qin Feng, tomorrow is your death. No one can save you. I said. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully punching his ex-girlfriend in the face and obtaining a reward, 4% of the shares of the Zhangcheng Lin Group. Qin Feng had just sat in the car when he heard the system's prompt in his head. After checking the reward, even if Qin Feng was calm, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Qin Feng was no stranger to this reward, and although this reward had popped up a lot lately, it didn't hinder Qin Feng's love for it. Every time he obtained this reward, it meant a surge in his fortune. The value of the Zhangcheng Lin Group was up to tens of billions of dollars, not counting other factors. If you only counted the shares, a 4% share would mean $400 million. Even those elites wouldn't be able to earn that much in a lifetime. And in just one afternoon, he had obtained $400 million, completing an accumulation that others had never had in their entire lives. This time, not only did he punish his dog-eyed ex-girlfriend, he also obtained so much money. The fortune was originally $600 million, and this directly doubled it by more than half. 600 million plus 400 million. The fortune directly exploded, jumping to $1 billion, having 10 small goals, a whole $1 billion. This was a scale that Qin Feng didn't even dare to think about before. Nowadays it could be easily realized by relying on the system. Even some companies with dozens of employees didn't have this much value. A single person could compare to a company with a population of dozens. Qin Feng's breathing was quite ragged even if he was calm. And 1 billion was just the beginning. There were 2 billion, 5 billion, and 10 billion waiting for him at the back. Even the rich can rival the country is no longer a legend in the book. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart was invigorated, secretly looking forward to the day when the legend became a reality. Worthy of being a system, it was awesome. The system will always drop God. Chapter 70. How did you get this card? Inside the car, Qin Feng took out the Yulan Hotel's diamond card and handed it to Xiao Yingying. Smiling, "Senior sister, take this card. If you want to eat in the future, you can come here." I can't have this. Xiao Yingying was taken aback and shook her head, pushing back this card that was handed to her eyes. Although the card was light, it was extraordinarily heavy in Xiao Yingying's eyes. Xiao Yingying witnessed Qin Feng charging $1 million into it, so much money that she had never seen since she was a child. Moreover, she had already received a set of clothes from her schoolmate today, and she was already very happy and satisfied. Now that schoolmate Qin wanted to give her another card worth $1 million, the first reaction in Xiao Yingying's mind was to reject it. Immediately, Xiao Yingying was afraid of Qin Feng's misunderstanding and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. "School brother, you charged $1 million for this card. It's too expensive. I don't dare to accept it. And you can also come here to eat in the future. You can also use it. Give it to me. What do you do?" Saying that, Xiao Yingying's voice gradually trailed off, biting her lips as she looked at Qin Feng. Hearing these words, Qin Feng's heart surged with warmth, gently held Xiao Yingying's hands and said seriously, "Sister, what else is there between us? You and I. Take this card." Xiao Yingying's eyes were dumbfounded, her thoughts disturbed by these words. In the next second, Xiao Yingying's fair little face was quickly dyed with a tantalizing pink haze, her heart becoming at a loss for words. "No distinction between you and me? Yikes, what is school brother Qin saying? So humiliating. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's so humiliating. Do you think that you like me and are confessing to me?" Xiao Yingying's head was bubbling with hot air, her brain was dizzy, and for a while the whole person was frozen. "School brother, Xiao Yingying excitedly wanted to express her feelings but swallowed back, because if Qin Feng didn't like her and it was her who misunderstood Qin Feng's meaning, wouldn't the two of them be extremely embarrassed right now? Therefore Xiao Yingying lowered her head and nodded her head as thin as a mosquito voice without saying any follow-up words. "Put it away, oh senior sister." Qin Feng spread Xiao Yingying's palm upwards, put the diamond card into Xiao Yingying's palm, closed her 5 fingers, and urged in a serious tone. Feeling Qin Feng let go of her hand, Xiao Yingying was momentarily frustrated and somewhat lost. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yingying held this thin card and bit her lips as she let out a "ah." Xiao Yingying favorability plus 10. Qin Feng's heart stirred as he opened Xiao Yingying's information. Name, Xiao Yingying. Age, 19. Charm, 94. Number of times, 0. Favorability, 65. Characteristics, easily sensitive. Raider reward, kidney treasure tablets. After checking the change in favorability, Qin Feng was secretly excited. Now that Xiao Yingying's favorability was already 65 points away from the finish line, it was only 35 points away from the Raider reward. For this reward Qin Feng was looking forward to for a long time. I believe that no man would refuse. With this reward, there will be no more weak kidneys, and 7 or 8 times a night will not be a problem. Inside the Yulan Hotel, He Jian slowed down for a long time, grunted and climbed up from the ground, not even looking at Gao Yuan, and walked towards the door with wobbly feet. "Hubby, wait for me." Gao Yuan, with a piggy face, hurriedly walked over to support He Jian. "Scram! It's all because of you. You get the hell away from me from now on. You stinking!" He Jian threw his arm and directly slammed Gao Yuan to the ground, pointing at Gao Yuan and cursing before directly walking out the door. "MD, it's all because of this that I offended Qin Feng, making me end up in such a miserable state. Without you instigating from the sidelines, I wouldn't have even bothered to provoke." He Jian hated Gao Yuan in his heart. It was because of Gao Yuan that he lost face like a dog in front of so many people. If this matter got out, where would he put his face? Wow. Woo. Gao Yuan collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at He Jian leaving without looking back. The sadness in her heart couldn't be held back any longer and she wailed with a wow. She endured the nausea, letting He Jian change positions and pout every day, in order to marry into a rich family. Now, her dream of a wealthy family is shattered, being hoarded out for so long and gaining nothing. God, what have I done? Gao Yuan completely collapsed. A great despair wrapped around her as if she was drowning, unable to breathe. She was regretful, very regretful, regretting why she had to be a Why she had to mess with Qin Feng. Yao Yuanyuan's face was covered in a mixture of snot and tears as she tore her heart and lungs apart and let out a desperate cry. Under the night, the traffic was surging. Countless headlights seemed like a firefly, converging into a stream of light on the crowded road, running forward vigorously. Inside the car, along with Qin Feng starting the vehicle, a low sonorous sound resounded through the surroundings. Under the envious gazes of everyone, the blue and white supercar, like an elegant and ferocious beast, chased and devoured the specks of light in front of it. An hour later, Qin Feng stopped the car at the back of the campus, carrying a bag of snacks, and sent Xiao Ying downstairs to the girls' dormitory. School brother, see you tomorrow. Xiao Ying flashed a bright smile towards Qin Feng, carried the snacks and waved her hand. Well, see you tomorrow. Qin Feng let out a light laugh and turned around to leave under the cannibalistic gaze of the dormitory amma. Wow, Ying, you still know to come back. I thought you were going to spend the night outside with your schoolmate. Inside the dormitory, Tang Rong saw Xiao Ying come back, an ambiguous smile on her face. Rong, you little dirty girl, don't think nonsense. Nah, these are for you. Quickly plug your little mouth. Xiao Ying blushed and stuffed the snacks in the bag into Tang Rong's mouth. Quickly tell me, how was your date today? Did you guys kiss? Tang Rong had a gossipy face, coming close to Xiao Ying's face to scrutinize it. No, we just held hands. Xiao Ying couldn't withstand Tang Rong's gossipy gaze and twisted her head to explain in a small voice. Tang Rong smacked her lips, her eyes glancing back and forth at Xiao Ying's body. Suddenly, Tang Rong's eyes lit up and saw the shopping bag that Xiao Ying had placed on the table. Wow, Ying, you're rich? Isn't this the latest model this year? Tang Rong opened the bag with a shocked face and twisted her head to stare blankly at Xiao Ying. In the bag, it was clearly a set of Versace's women's clothing. It was still this year's latest model, a set of more than $20,000. Tang Rong had looked online for a long time and was very greedy. Can't help that the price of this set is too expensive. Not a female college student she can afford, can only look on with bated breath. Unexpectedly, this roommate of hers went out for a trip and bought such expensive clothes. This made Tang Rong shocked. Tang Rong also roughly understood Xiao Ying's situation, and knew that Xiao Ying's economic level was similar to her own. That was why she was so shocked. Immediately afterward, Tang Rong's pupils shrunk, breathing heavily as she took out a card with a luxurious appearance from the bag and placed it in front of her eyes for a few seconds. In the next moment, Tang Rong steeply let out a scream. Ah, Ying, how did you get this card? Chapter 71, you have a Porsche 911 too? Rong, what are you doing? Scared me. Xiao Ying had just taken off her clothes and was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower when she heard this ghostly cry from Tang Rong, and turned her head to give Tang Rong a complaining look. Tang Rong looked at this card in her hand dumbfounded, her entire hand trembling slightly. Tang Rong had heard of this card from her father, and at the time thought that no one would handle it. Unexpectedly, she saw it here in Xiao Ying. Tang Rong repeatedly watched this card in her hand, and from the details and feel, it didn't feel like a fake. How could it be? Xiao Ying's family was similar to hers, so how could she have this card? Could it be that Xiao Ying was actually a rich family's daughter? Tang Rong dully opened her small mouth, her pink tongue clearly visible. Ying, you quickly say, where did you get this card from? In the next second, Tang Rong screamed, holding Xiao Ying's arm and shaking it vigorously, her eyes staring nervously at Xiao Ying. You give the card back to me. This is what my schoolmate gave me. Don't lose it. Xiao Ying snatched the card from Tang Rong's hands and carefully stuffed the card into her wallet. Hiss, that schoolmate? It can't be that freshman. Tang Rong's pupils shrank, her tone incredulous. Well, it's schoolboy Qin. Xiao Ying didn't understand why Tang Rong looked like this. Did the card have other meanings? Holy, Miss Xiao, why are you so calm? Do you know what kind of card this is? Seeing Xiao Ying so calm, Tang Rong's eyes looked at it in amazement before explaining with an envious expression. This card is Magnolia Hotel's diamond card. You know about the Magnolia Hotel, right? Seeing Xiao Ying nod her head, Tang Rong continued to speak with gusto. This kind of diamond card requires $1 million just to handle. This is $1 million. Tang Rong sucked in a mouthful of cool air, creating a hint of curiosity about Qin Feng's identity. Nah, I know. Xiao Ying's eyes got confused. He just simply gave it to you? Didn't ask for anything? Tang Rong didn't believe that Qin Feng gave Xiao Ying a card worth $1 million without mentioning any requirements. Wasn't that all a man wanted? Is that so kind? Schoolboy Qin is different from the others. Don't look at him in that way. Xiao Ying broke away from Tang Rong's embrace and bulged her face in defense of Qin Feng. Alright, it's my fault. I'm curious about Qin Feng. You can bring me to know him next time. Tang Rong shook Xiao Ying's arm and pouted. No, I'm going to take a bath. Xiao Ying couldn't stand Tang Rong's petulant tone, and with a perfunctory cry, she entered the bathroom and closed the door. Hey, I also want to have such a schoolmate. Tang Rong leaned back on the chair, her slender thighs flickering like ivory as she sighed with envy in her tone. After seeing this diamond card, Tang Rong figured it out and guessed that the latest set of clothes should have been sent by Qin Feng as well. $1 million of diamond cards said to send. A set of tens of thousands of clothes is nothing. Originally, Tang Rong thought that Qin Feng was just an ordinary freshman. Seeing Qin Feng and Xiao Yingying getting too close, her heart was not optimistic. She thought that Qin Feng was not good enough for Xiao Yingying, and that he would offend Lin Chen and attract his revenge. Now, Tang Rong felt that Qin Feng had a slight possibility of being with Xiao Yingying. Of course, it was only a slight possibility. Tang Rong didn't see Qin Feng winning over Lin Chen. Lin Chen was the son of the $10 billion group, so it would still be easy for him to take revenge on Qin Feng. When Qin Feng walked into the dormitory, he saw a long-haired boy he didn't recognize, sitting there and talking eloquently. He, brother Feng, you're back. This is Gu Tian, here to see you. Zhang Yu saw Qin Feng walking over and hurriedly pointed at the boy with long hair next to him to introduce him. You're Qin Feng? Long time no see. Gu Tian looked up at Qin Feng with some surprise in his eyes, not realizing that Qin Feng's looks were almost catching up with his own. Hello, what is it that you are looking for me for? Qin Feng nodded politely. Nothing much, it's just that I heard that you've been sent water by the two major school flowers. I'm quite curious, wanting to know what exactly is it that you're capable of that you can gain the favor of the two school flowers. Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and sat on Qin Feng's chair, looking at him provocatively. Gu Tian came here because he was commissioned by his good buddy to kill Qin Feng's sharpness. That's right, his good buddy was Huang Hao. Huang Hao knew that he was completely defeated against Qin Feng, but he also didn't want to make Qin Feng's life too comfortable, so he purposely asked his hairdresser to come and teach Qin Feng a lesson. Among the people Huang Hao knew, Gu Tian was the best one. Gu Tian relied on making short videos and had more than 2 million followers on his own media, earning more than $100,000 a month. In Huang Hao's circle, Gu Tian was a target that everyone needed to look up to. Gu Tian originally didn't have the slightest interest in Qin Feng, but after Huang Hao told him what happened during military training, Gu Tian was jealous and excited. He didn't realize that Qin Feng was the one on the post, the one who made all the boys on campus jealous. He was thinking of going to teach this person on the post a lesson, but struggled to know the exact information. Unexpectedly, Huang Hao just happened to know, really stepping through the iron shoes without finding a place. Get all the effort. Now Gu Tian no longer hesitated. Following the information told by Huang Hao, he directly approached the door. An ordinary person. I've made you laugh. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and he shook his head with a smile. Is that so? Too modest. Right. I heard your roommate say that you also have a Porsche 911? What a coincidence. I also have one. What model is that one of yours? Gu Tian looked at Qin Feng contemptuously. He was also surprised when he learned that Qin Feng's car was the same as his own, but it was only a surprise. He didn't think that the model of Qin Feng's car could be more impressive than his own. Zhang Yu, who was on the side, touched his head awkwardly, sensing that the atmosphere was off. Forgot. Qin Feng really couldn't remember. His Porsche 911 had such a long suffix, too lazy to remember. Even the McLaren he's driving now, he only memorized it until P1. But, are you teasing me? I get it. You bought the cheapest model, right? Should it be over $1 million? Gu Tian spewed out in laughter at once, his gaze contemptuously looking Qin Feng up and down, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Gu Tian didn't believe a word Qin Feng said. You bought the car yourself and you can't even remember the model. Who are you kidding? The car is your own choice. The payment is your own payment. You cannot remember the model is strange. Gu Tian thinks Qin Feng said our excuses. Must be the cheapest model to buy. Only embarrassed to say. After all, in front of ordinary people to show off. Said the model is fine. For the same have a Porsche 911 in front of their own. Qin Feng certainly do not have the courage to speak. It was only because Qin Feng's Porsche 911 was the lowest grade that he would use this excuse. Qin Feng was also afraid of losing face. Thinking of this, Gu Tian became even happier and took out the car key from his pocket, turned it around in his hand and flaunted it. Qin Feng, can you tell these two cars of mine? What model are they? Qin Feng took a glance and honestly shook his head. I don't know. What model you have? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian smiled smugly and turned the car keys around in front of everyone, smugly saying, this is a Porsche 911 Carrera 4 GTS 3, 6T, landing price, $2,300,000. Qin Feng nodded lightly, his heart wanted to spit out a sentence. Brother, you popped out one letter at a time. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Qin Feng was incapable of spitting, quietly watching Gu Tian's performance. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Gu Tian was more and more sure of his suspicions and felt that Qin Feng was definitely weak-minded. However, it was normal. After all, this car of his own, which was over $2 million, was indeed a height that was hard for ordinary people to match. In order to buy this car, He is to do self-media income, all used to purchase a car, not a penny left, even borrowed more than $100,000 to buy the full payment. Among his peers, he was the envy of all. Qin Feng, a student, can afford to buy the cheapest model. It's not bad, it's considered very powerful, but it was just that. Still not enough to look at in front of himself. His own car worth more than $2 million. What could Qin Feng compare it to? Chapter 72 Wang Kai. You're cheating food and drink again. Gu Tian tilted his chin and hummed proudly, giving Qin Feng a disdainful look and showing off. How's that? Was it a shock? But it doesn't matter. You're not bad now that you can afford to drive a Porsche 911 that costs over $1 million. If you work harder, you'll also be able to afford this $2 million plus luxury car in the future. Gu Tian glanced at Qin Feng, who was silent and appeared honest on the side, and the corners of his mouth turned up to the sky. Cool. Is this what it feels like to be a pretender? It's so comfortable. Gu Tian squinted his eyes comfortably and continued to pretend. Qin Feng, my car is right behind the school. Do you want to go and take a look with me? Even though I said you can't afford it right now, I can let you touch it and sit you up to feel it. When you sit on it, you'll know that this car of mine and why it can sell for more than $2 million. And your Porsche 911 gap is there. Gu Tian smiled, the corners of his mouth cannot be suppressed. Already expected Qin Feng's shocked look. Oh, when you know the gap between our two sides, you will honor me like a god. On the side, Zhang Yu opened his mouth and looked at Gu Tian with strange eyes. Hey, it's all his fault that he didn't make it clear just now. Definitely making Gu Tian think that Brother Feng bought the cheapest model. Zhang Yu knows that Qin Feng's Porsche 911 is the top-of-the-line model, priced at more than $3 million. Gu Tian's car, more than $2 million, was impressive, but there was still a big gap between Qin Feng's car and $1 million. It was equivalent to half of Gu Tian's car. However, Zhang Yu didn't open his mouth to remind him of Gu Tian's unkindness. He could see it, so he held back his laughter and looked forward to Gu Tian's dumbfounded expression in a while. Qin Feng felt inexplicable. What, more than $1 million car? How come he didn't know he had a Porsche 911 worth more than $1 million? Could it be that his Porsche 911 had depreciated from over $3 million to over $1 million so quickly? Can't figure it out. Qin Feng looked down at Gu Tian, his eyes puzzled. I don't have $1 million Porsche. Where did you hear that? Seeing that Qin Feng was still stiff upper lip and wouldn't admit it, Gu Tian poofed out a laugh with a speechless expression. You still won't admit it? This is what your roommate told me. Immediately after, Gu Tian turned his head to look at Zhang Yu and spoke with a smile. Zhang Yu, you say so? The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth twitched, and facing the puzzled gazes of several people, he awkwardly said, Gu Tian, you heard wrong. I only said it was a Porsche 911. I didn't say what model it was. Gu Tian froze, but didn't care. He didn't believe Qin Feng's model could be more expensive than his own. This car of his was the most expensive one that could be bought on the market. It was definitely the ceiling of Porsche 911 models, and except for those out-of-print models, there was no model that could match it. Zhang Yu, then tell me what model Qin Feng's car is. Gu Tian crossed his legs and shivered, not taking this to heart at all. Brother Feng's car, it's the top of the top, worth more than $3 million. The specific model is Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Zhang Yu spoke word by word, as if he saw that silver-white beast in front of his eyes again, his eyes full of desire. Impossible. This model is out of print. You can't even buy it on the market. Qin Feng can't possibly have it. Gu Tian's eyes stagnated and he directly stood up, furiously grabbing Zhang Yu's collar and glaring angrily at him. As a senior car fan, Gu Tian knew every car model by heart and followed sports car news every day. The GT3 RS was one of the most legendary models in the Porsche series. The car sold for a truly ceiling price, and was still the only one which could legally be used on the road as a race car. It is known as the road-going version of a race car, super high value in configuration, and other models are not at all a grade. Porsche history of the strongest GT3 models. This kind of car is Gu Tian want to buy, also cannot afford to buy. What's more, now this model has been out of print, just want to buy, can only buy second-hand. But even if it is second-hand, the price is not cheap. When it came to a favorite, the price was even more expensive than the original price. Gu Tian was too aware of the situation and didn't think Qin Feng's Porsche 911 was this model. He, a blogger with more than 2 million followers, was already struggling to buy the top Porsche 911 on the market at full price with his teeth clenched in order to pretend to be a bully, and was still carrying more than $100,000 in arrears. How could Qin Feng be better than him? In his circle, no one mixed better than him. He was the most powerful one, and everyone was flattering him. How can a random person be more powerful than me? He is a blogger with over 2 million followers and earns over $100,000 a month. Those who are more powerful than him in the school are just backed by their parents. Gu Tian is not afraid of anyone. Gu Tian is not willing to believe this sentence, and in his heart, he feels that what Zhang Yu said is false, scaring himself. It was also right. Zhang Yu was after all Qin Feng's roommate. He must have seen that Qin Feng couldn't compete with himself, so he said this sentence and used it to help Qin Feng. Oh, I've already seen through your plot. I'm a genius with an IQ of 160. I'm not something you can just fool around with. Zhang Yu looked at Gu Tian, who was clinging to his face and suddenly going crazy, and said with an innocent face, "What I said is true. What can I do if you don't believe me?" Gu Tian suddenly let go of Zhang Yu's collar. His face regained its calmness and laughed. He, your little tricks won't work on me. Immediately after, Gu Tian turned his head to look at Qin Feng, the corner of his mouth hooked, playing with the flavor. Qin Feng, your roommate has said so. You take out your car keys and show them to me. Gu Tian didn't believe that Qin Feng really had the key to this model. If he really did, he dared to eat history directly. Chapter 73, Coach, someone is pretending to be X. Gu Tian had gone from an ordinary person to a blogger with over 2 million followers in just 2 years. As a result, Gu Tian's heart was very proud and felt that he wasn't even in the same class as ordinary people. Upon hearing that Qin Feng's Porsche 911 was more expensive than his model, Gu Tian's first reaction was that Zhang Yu was bull ting, but it didn't matter. He had already seen through Zhang Yu's little trick. There was no proof in words. No matter how much you said, you couldn't distort the truth. Qin Feng, let me see your car keys. Gu Tian's eyes stared mockingly at Qin Feng, the corners of his mouth laughing. Let me expose your disguise. Qin Feng, hearing Gu Tian ask himself to take out his car keys, Qin Feng's eyes were puzzled. Which sports car key do you want to see? First of all, to state that it wasn't that Qin Feng intentionally said this, but the fact that he now had the car keys to 2 sports cars and Gu Tian didn't make it clear which sports car he wanted to look at made Qin Feng unable to fathom Gu Tian's thoughts. But, what? Listening to you, you have other sports cars? Gu Tian laughed, his eyes resurveying Qin Feng. His heart was speechless. Brother, I know you want to pretend to be a pussy, but this pussy of yours, it's too raw. You think a sports car is like a cabbage on the street that you can buy whenever you want? The cheapest sports car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You sound like you have more than one sports car. Let's not talk about how much a sports car costs, but if you buy so many alone, can you drive them over here? This pussy, I can only give you 1 point. Pretending is not smooth at all. At this time, Zhang Yu on the side exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. No way. Brother Feng, you bought another sports car? Big brother still lacks pendants. Zhang Yu is very trusting of Qin Feng. Qin Feng is the boss of Yaji Zhai. What's wrong with buying a sports car? What surprised Zhang Yu was that it hadn't been that long since the last time Qin Feng had bought a new car. This is more diligent than changing clothes. No shortage of roles. Qin Feng joked, waving his hand at Zhang Yu with a look of disgust. The corners of Gu Tian's mouth twitched as he watched Qin Feng and Zhang Yu sparring, thinking that these two were playing a double act and muttering in his heart. Oh, with this pompous acting skills, you guys are still too young to fool me. I'm a genius with an IQ of 160. Not just anyone can fool me. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth quirked as he teased towards Qin Feng. Oh, I'll just take a look at the car keys of your Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Gu Tian was too lazy to care if Qin Feng had any other cars. All he wanted to do now was to quickly reveal Qin Feng's true colors and step on him. Then tell Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan, people like Qin Feng are not worth the water you send them. Alright, wait for me. Qin Feng nodded and felt in his pocket, then suddenly remembered that he had left his car keys inside the villa's garage when he went to Yunhai Villa. Gu Tian, who was on the side, saw Qin Feng rummaging around on his body for a while, just not taking out the car keys. His eyes grew suspicious, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Qin Feng open his mouth. The key to this car, I don't have it on me. If you want to see it, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Having no choice, Qin Feng had to be honest. His tone was sincere. But, after half a day, it turns out you can't take it out? Gu Tian was happy, holding his belly and laughing, pointing at Zhang Yu and Qin Feng as he couldn't catch his breath. Ha ha ha, I knew the two of you were acting. You've shown your hand. You still want to fool me? You guys need to practice more. But you guys can hold back your laughter. You're quite persistent. I admire you. Gu Tian laughed with tears coming out of his eyes and gave a thumbs up to the two people in front of him. Zhang Yu, who was on the side, saw Gu Tian's mocking look and was very angry in his heart, saying unconvincingly, believe it or not. Anyway, Brother Feng's car is a Porsche 911 GT3 RS. It's much more powerful than your crappy car. Ah yes, you're right about everything. I'm no better than that, but I also have a sports car of over $2 million. And you? You are nothing. I'm afraid that Brother Feng in your mouth doesn't even have a sports car. Gu Tian mocked at Zhang Yu recklessly, his eyes looking at Qin Feng. Zhang Yu clenched his fists in anger. he was powerless to refute. He really didn't even have the cheapest sports car. Therefore Zhang Yu could only silently endure Gu Tian's mockery, his face reddening with anger. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Like a proud rooster, Gu Tian tilted his chin with a haughty face, ignoring the infuriated Zhang Yu. Immediately afterward, Gu Tian turned his head towards Qin Feng and waved his hand in a bored manner. Right, Qin Feng, you shouldn't show it to me tomorrow either. I'm not interested anymore. Qin Feng nodded and said sincerely, it just so happens that I don't drive that car, and it saves me from going over to get the keys again. Pretend. You continue to pretend. You think I'll believe it? Gu Tian had planned to go back, but then he heard these words from Qin Feng, which made Gu Tian suddenly annoyed. What he hated the most was when someone pretended in front of him. MD, you can't even get your car keys. Why are you still pretending? Can you be honest? Yes means yes, no means no. You keep pretending. Are you tired of it? Gu Weather's mouth is crooked. You happy on the line? You do not have other sports car? Take out the key of that sports car and take a look. You're not going to say you forgot it again, are you? Gu Tian snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, trying to apply pressure with his eyes. That's not true. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Like an honest man, Qin Feng took out the car key that looked like a miniature mouse and handed it to Gu Tian. Let's see. Gu Tian was unimpressed in his mind as he casually took it with one hand and placed it in front of his eyes and swapped it. With just one glance, Gu Tian's eyes instantly straightened, violently erupting into a cry of surprise. This is. Gu Tian stood upright with his legs together like a student who was punished by his teacher, his two trembling palms cupping this inconspicuous miniature mouse, his entire being numb. This is the McLaren P1 Prost's car key? Gu Tian's eyes stared roundly, his heart nearly going into shocked arrest. Did I blink my eyes? This is the key of a $12 million supercar, just so lightly in my hand? Gu Tian blinked, and after careful inspection, he realized that the car key seemed to be the real thing. Hiss! Gu Tian tilted his head back and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, as if he was a fanatic believer, his eyes staring fervently straight at the car key. Absolutely right. This feel, this quality, not like a fake at all. It's real. Gu Tian was like falling into a dream, and for a while he couldn't distinguish the border between reality and dream. Mom, this is the key to the McLaren P1 Prost. How can I hold it in my hand? Gu Tian gasped for air, his face flushed with excitement. The whole person was like a reddish prawn. As a senior car fan, he is familiar with every grade of luxury cars, and the name of McLaren P1 simply rings a bell. This McLaren P1 is known as one of the world's three great god car, is the dream car of countless people. Gu Tian dreamed of wanting one, but this car is too expensive, the price of $12 million, so that countless people are discouraged. Even if Gu Tian earns more than $100,000 a month, if he wants to buy a McLaren P1, he has to save up for 100 months without eating or drinking, the equivalent of more than 8 years. It would take 8 years of continuous saving without eating or drinking, without spending a penny. How many 8 years are there in life? Gu Tian was dizzy for a while, and felt that the car keys in his hand were suddenly very heavy, so much so that his straight back couldn't help but bend. Shock, envy, desire, all kinds of emotions flashed in Gu Tian's eyes, like a fan-shaped statistical graph. In the next second, as if he thought of something, Gu Tian looked at Qin Feng with horrified eyes, his lips trembling without a word. He suddenly remembered why he was here, and remembered who this car key belonged to. Chapter 74, Gently Shattered. Hiss. Qin Feng, is this your car? Gu Tian swallowed his saliva. His throat was incredibly dry and his tone was dry. Well, it was just recently replaced. I don't know if this car is good or not, so you can help me refer to it. A hint of a smile flashed under Qin Feng's eyes as he pretended to be an honest man and nodded his head honestly. In fact, Qin Feng had long seen Gu Tian's small mind and knew that this person was not harboring good intentions. However, Qin Feng was in a good mood right now, and since someone had taken the initiative to send him to the door, Qin Feng didn't mind playing with him. Teasing this little cutie was more fun than walking a dog. After receiving the confirmation, Gu Tian was as if he had been hit by an oncoming high-speed train, and his entire body leaned back violently, gasping for air like a toad, offering a minuscule contribution to the warming weather. How am I qualified to comment? Gu Tian cried and mourned, his expression uglier than a dead mom or dad. In the face of this $12 million supercar, he, a small Korami, how dare he say a word? This is the ultimate dream of countless car lovers, one of the three great god car, the Porsche 911 Carrera 4 GTS 3, 6T that he was so proud of. In front of this McLaren P1 Pros of Qin Feng, was like a pile of, being second to none, defeated. He was completely defeated. One was over $2 million, the other was over $12 million. He was still in the competition. My ass. Originally, Gu Tian was still very proud of his car and thought that he could crush Qin Feng's pride. Reality slapped him hard and taught him to behave and recognize reality. Gu Tian remembered his previous smug expression and his face turned red like a monkey's butt. Embarrassed, his toes gouged the ground and hardened into 3 rooms. Social death. To social death. TMD. What did I just pretend to be? Now my face is swollen. Gu Tian didn't even dare to raise his head. His heart was full of regret. His behavior just now was like an ordinary person holding a $100 bill and flaunting it in front of a billionaire, making people laugh. Qin Feng must be laughing at himself right now. If you really have it, I dare to eat history. It's a good thing that this sentence wasn't said just now, or else he'd have to eat sure right now. On the side, Zhang Yu's eyes were extremely wide, as if it was the first day he had recognized Qin Feng. His gaze fixed on Qin Feng, glancing back and forth. Holy, brother Feng, you're so awesome that you're driving a McLaren P1. Zhang Yu yelled at the top of his voice, his hands dancing with excitement, and with a single stride, he hugged Qin Feng. People who didn't know, thought that the car wasn't Qin Feng's, but Zhang Yu's. Zhang Yu had thought that Qin Feng could drive a sports car of more than $3 million, already very impressive. Among his peers, he belonged to the first class. As a result, his vision was narrower and his pattern was smaller. Qin Feng told him with the facts. More than 3 million Porsche 911 is nothing. Is a man on the McLaren P1. More than $10 million of super sports car said to buy. This is too ing hanging. Who else can be so powerful to drive such an expensive supercar at such a young age? Zhang Yu did not even dare to think about it, not to mention whether he had ever seen it. This is the world of the big brother. I do not understand, but I am greatly shocked. Zhang Yu's admiration for Qin Feng is as strong as the river. At this moment, Zhang Yu only wanted to shout, Brother Feng, you are my god. Qin Feng helplessly pushed away Zhang Yu, who hugged himself. Seeing the excited Zhang Yu still wanting to go forward, Qin Feng crossed his arms and said breathlessly, I don't engage in sex. Get lost. Zhang Yu hemmed and hawed, his eyes as if he had seen an idol, and playfully said, Brother Feng, you are simply my idol. When will you let me open my eyes? I have not seen such an expensive sports car. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Speak properly. Don't be so fleshy. If you want to see it, I'll take you over to have a look in a while. Wow. Thank you, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, I love you. Zhang Yu threw a carnal wink and pouted. Qin Feng made a face of dry heaving and pressed Zhang Yu on the chair. Then he turned his head to look at Gu Tian, who was still standing in place as a punishment, and spoke. Finished reading? With a jolt, Gu Tian came back to his senses from the shock, held the key in both hands, bent over and respectfully handed it to Qin Feng, bowing his head and trembling. Read. Finished watching. The Gu Tian at this moment was a different person from his previous appearance. The previous Gu Tian's complacent tail was going up to the sky, itching to let the whole world know that his car was a Porsche 911 of more than $2 million, and he thinks he is a genius with IQ 160, which is not the same level as others. For Qin Feng, his heart is not even in the eyes, thinking that it is easy to crush Qin Feng. But now, Gu Tian was slapped by the reality. Woke up. It turned out that he didn't count for anything. In front of the truly powerful people, his little achievement was so insignificant. What the hell? It was like a toad in a well looking up at the sky, thinking that this well was the whole world. How arrogant. How ridiculous. In front of Qin Feng, he was like a luxurious castle molded with mud and sand on the inside, solemn and luxurious on the outside, but unbearable in reality. When washed by the rising sea, this magnificent castle instantly collapsed into mud, mixing with the countless mud around him. His confidence, his pride was worthless. Facing Qin Feng, he was like a floating swimmer looking up at the blue sky, a firefly seeing the white moon. His eyes were on the verge of being blinded by the blazing light from Qin Feng's body, and he didn't even dare to look at it. There was a ka-ching sound. Gu Tian's heart gently shattered, and the cold and merciless reality made Gu Tian shiver. For a moment, Gu Tian was like a dog with its tail between its legs, itching to bury its head in the ground. Chapter 75, Good-Smelling Exhaust. Zhang Yu looked at the downcast Gu Tian, his eyes flashed with a hint of pity. Hey, poor kid, before you come to the door, don't you even inquire first? Qin Feng is such a powerful character. You dare to come up and jump face to face without inquiring. Who gave you the courage? People who don't know, thought that your car is not more than 2 million, but more than 20 million. Zhang Yu grunted, went over and patted Gu Tian on the shoulder, and said in a conspiratorial manner, TSK, now you believe it. More than 10 million McLaren P1 can afford to drive, let alone other cars. You, try harder. Maybe you can also buy a McLaren P1. Come on, I'm looking at you. Gu Tian gritted his teeth and said nothing, silently bearing Zhang Yu's mockery. His confidence had already been dealt a blow by Qin Feng, and he even began to doubt life. A supercar of more than $12 million. He couldn't even afford to buy it even if he sold it. Even if he now earns more than $100,000 a month, there is no guarantee that he will be stable every month. On the internet, the fire goes fast and goes fast. He is now more than 2 million fans, has almost the limit. Income is also gradually declining. Cannot stabilize the monthly income of more than 100,000. Even if it can be stabilized, it will take more than 8 years of not eating or drinking to buy a McLaren P1. But this is unrealistic. 8 years of time of not eating or drinking, no one can do. What's more, he didn't have the confidence and courage to compare himself to Qin Feng. Qin Feng is so powerful now that he can afford to drive a supercar of more than $10 million. Won't he be even more powerful in the future? It's not like Qin Feng would stay put and wait for himself to catch up. As he himself was progressing, so was Qin Feng. As time went on, the gap would only widen until it was at a level that made everyone despair. Gu Tian sighed and looked at Qin Feng's young face. His heart was very envious. In Gu Tian's mind, Qin Feng must be a super rich second generation if he could afford a McLaren P1 at such a young age. It was impossible for an ordinary person without a background to be so powerful. Moreover, Qin Feng was still a freshman, so it was even more unlikely that he had earned the McLaren P1 on his own. It had to be that Qin Feng had contributed $1 and his family had contributed the rest of the money for Qin Feng to be able to afford this car. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain this matter at all. Gu Tian didn't believe that someone better than himself could come up with more than $10 million to buy the McLaren P1 just by himself. Thinking about this, Gu Tian was a bit unconvinced. He hated these rich second generation. Why do you stand at the end of Rome in your life? You don't need to fight for food and drink in your life. Every day, you just need to lie down, and you can enjoy the life that other people cannot get in their whole life. And they, the ordinary people, have to be like a cow or a horse all their lives, enjoying all kinds of blessings, working hard all their lives. They are only standing at the starting line of others. Ooh, old me doesn't want to work hard anymore. I want to have a good birth too. Gu Tian's mouth was sour as he watched Qin Feng take back the car keys with an unwilling face, his eyes filled with longing. Zhang Yu, don't you want to see the car? Now go over and take a look? Qin Feng shook the car keys and swept past Gu Tian's face, his eyes signaling Zhang Yu. Look, I want to see it. Zhang Yu had an excited look on his face, and as he passed by Gu Tian, his footsteps lurched and he twisted his head to yell deliberately. Gu Tian, do you want to go over and take a look at Brother Feng's supercar? If you miss it, you won't have a chance. Oh. Gu Tian tightened his fists, wanting to dislike the past with a hard-on. Che, it's just a $10 million McLaren P1 Prost, one of the world's 3 most powerful supercars. It's not like it belongs to you, Zhang Yu, so what are you yelling about? Brother Qin, I can go too. Of course I want to see it. In the next second, Gu Tian smiled curtly towards Qin Feng with very excited eyes. After saying that, Gu Tian couldn't wait to slap himself. MD, what's going on with this mouth of mine? I clearly don't want to see it in my heart. Why are you talking nonsense? However, the words were spoken. Gu Tian could only comfort himself in his heart. After all, it is the McLaren P1, the dream car of countless men. Just take a look. It's not like I'm going to lose a piece of meat if I take a look at it anyway. Qin Feng laughed lightly and didn't refuse. Going to look at a car is just a car. There is no difference between one more person and one less person. If he refused, he would rather appear to be ungenerous. Regarding Gu Tian's provocation at the beginning, Qin Feng didn't put it in his heart at all. In Qin Feng's eyes, this behavior of Gu Tian's was like a toddler who had gotten a lollipop and was showing it off everywhere. It was nothing but funny. How would an adult be able to talk to a little kid? Zhang Yu on the side was dumbfounded. He just casually said it. How come Gu Tian directly agreed to it? You should at least hesitate. Gu Tian's face was red. Ignoring Zhang Yu's odd gaze, he trotted to follow Qin Feng. On the way, Gu Tian ignored the strange gazes of the bystanders, transformed into a licking dog, and called Qin brother one bite at a time, so that Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the parking lot at the back of the school. The location of the parking lot was remote, and with the cameras, not a single student lingered here. As far as the eye could see, there was no one else except for the 3 of them. Qin Feng. In the excited eyes of Zhang Yu and Gu Tian, Qin Feng took out the car key and gently pressed it. Instantly, a low sound wave sounded, and a blue and white supercar parked at the corner savagely crashed into Gu Tian and Zhang Yu's eyes. The blue-white body, smooth model, and cool wheels. This McLaren P1 Prost, which exuded money, seemed like a devil fish from the deep sea, firmly tearing into the eyes of both Gu Tian and Zhang Yu. So handsome, so cool, so elegant. This was the first feeling of Gu Tian and Zhang Yu. In the next second, the 2 of them excitedly ran in front of the supercar, gently caressing the body with their numb palms, their eyes full of infatuation. Holy Holy, this is the McLaren P1 ah, too damn handsome. Zhang Yu was so excited that he burst into foul language, gently and carefully stroking the front end of the car, as if it was not a sports car in front of him, but a beautiful woman of outstanding beauty. Gu Tian's expression was also similar to Zhang Yu's, a sliver of smoke in the rear of the vehicle, face intoxicated, inhaled the exhaust inside, so fragrant, even the exhaust smells so good. After seeing this car, Gu Tian then remembered his own Porsche 911, no matter how to think about it, feel that his car is a piece of, how to think about it all feel ugly. Now, Gu Tian knew that he had not lost unjustly, it was worthy of being a McLaren P1 worth more than $10 million, and his car was not even worthy of giving it shoes. Qin Feng saw this obsessed expression of the two, his forehead was covered with black lines and he said breathlessly, the two of you collect your flavors, it's just a car, is it necessary to have this kind of expression? Hearing these words, Gu Tian's eyes widened as he stared blankly at Qin Feng, only to feel an air of pretentiousness coming over him. Hey, big brother, this is a supercar of more than $10 million, an existence that ordinary people need to look up to for the rest of their lives. How come it's so bland in your mouth? Brother Qin, I'm convinced, this car of yours is more than $10 million. I can't even afford to buy it even if I sold it. Gu Tian squatted on the ground and looked at Qin Feng with the expression of a little fanboy. It's just a transportation tool. It's not so mysterious. Qin Feng let out a light laugh and shook his head in disbelief. This car of more than $10 million McLaren P1, he just spent only $1. That is, the money of a packet of chili fries to buy it. So in his heart, he did not attach too much importance to this car. This is not that Qin Feng is inflated, but the value of this car is not the most expensive in the system mall. The same dollar can buy goods worth $100 million. If it wasn't for the fact that his Porsche 911 had been sat on, Qin Feng wouldn't have bought another car at all. Instead, he would have chosen to use $1 and buy other goods of higher value. In this comparison, buying this car for $1 still seemed like a big loss. Gu Tian froze and silently gave a thumbs up, looking up at Qin Feng with a face of admiration. Hiss, worthy of being a big brother, the pussy you pretend to be is so refreshing and unassuming. When will I be able to pretend to be natural like Big Brother? Looks like I need to learn more from Big Brother. Gu Tian gave this pretense a score of 101, with the extra point being a height he couldn't reach in this life no matter what. Chapter 76, Don't drag me along if you want to die. Under Qin Feng's urging, Gu Tian reluctantly withdrew his eyes from the McLaren P1. Immediately after, Gu Tian cheekily asked for Qin Feng's contact information and returned to his dormitory with an excited face. Brother Gu, how was it? Was that kid taught a bad lesson by you? Huang Hao, upon seeing Gu Tian's return, came up with an excited face and couldn't wait to find out the results. He thought that Gu Tian going to teach a Qin Feng a lesson was definitely a sure thing. As for a rollover, Huang Hao didn't even think about it. With just a tiny Qin Feng, Gu Tian could play as much as he wanted. There was no possibility of failure. When Qin Feng was asked to buy a bottle of cola that cost a few tens of dollars, Qin Feng didn't even bother to buy it, so it can be seen that he must be a pauper. Can let two big school flowers send water? Qin Feng rely on is not that little white face. Huang Hao most despise rely on the face of the guy. After losing to Qin Feng, his heart is very unconvinced. Now Gu Tian, the big man personally, Qin Feng was definitely taught a very bad lesson. Thinking of Qin Feng's crying expression, Huang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the laughing Huang Hao, Gu Tian's expression suddenly chilled and coldly said, "Say that again." Huang Hao didn't notice the change in Gu Tian's tone. He laughed, and took out a pack of chili fries as if he was offering a treasure. With a "don't hide it from me" expression, he opened his mouth. Brother Gu, don't pretend. How could that Qin Feng kid be your opponent? Once you step in, Qin Feng will definitely be scared out of his ass. Tell me, how did that kid beg for mercy? He wouldn't have knelt down for you, ha ha ha. The more Huang Hao spoke, the more excited he became, immersed in his own fantasies, not paying the slightest attention to Gu Tian's eyes becoming more and more unkind. Asterisk off. I've lost a lot of face today. The more Gu Tian heard, the more annoyed he became, and with a slap, he threw the spicy noodles in front of him onto the ground, glaring at Huang Hao with an unkind look in his eyes. TMD, you kid is really a pot calling the kettle black. If you weren't my little friend, I would have slapped you in the face. Are you asking me to teach someone a lesson? Or are you asking someone to educate me? Gu Tian's heart was on fire, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he recalled the scene where he faced Qin Feng. This is what you call a freshman who can't even take out a few dozen dollars? Who's a freshman that can drive a McLaren P1 Prost that's over $10 million? Who can drive a supercar like this and can't come up with a few bucks? I'll you up. Basho. And you want me to teach this kind of big shot a lesson? Is this kind of person someone I can teach a lesson to? I'm lucky if I don't get taught by Qin Feng like a dog. I really believed you. I've caused laborers to act like clowns in front of Qin Feng, and I've lost all my face. What's wrong with you, Brother Gu? This is clearly your favorite spicy noodles. Huang Hao was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had ever seen Gu Tian with such an angry expression, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear. I'm eating my ass off. Do you know what kind of person Qin Feng is? And you're just going to let me go and teach him a lesson? Gu Tian's liver ached as he pushed away the dumbfounded Huang Hao and walked over to the table to pick up a glass of water and gulp a few mouthfuls before staring into Huang Hao's eyes and questioning. Brother Gu, you calm down. Isn't Qin Feng just an ordinary student? When he was at the playground, he couldn't even take a few $dozen. What could he be capable of? Huang Hao squatted down and picked up the spicy noodles on the ground, wiped them in his arms, and placed them on Gu Tian's table with a pleasing face, although he wasn't sure what was going on. A hint of an unpleasant thought rose in Huang Hao's heart when he saw Gu Tian in this state. Could it be that Qin Feng still had a side he didn't know about? But it wasn't right. Qin Feng didn't see anything special at all besides being more handsome. Huang Hao couldn't figure it out, but still told Gu Tian the information he knew. One by one. I've been victimized by you this time. Do you know how powerful Qin Feng is? Gu Tian sucked in a palpitating breath, picked up the chili bar and took a bite, when a fiery, spicy, fragrant and numbing flavor erupted in his mouth. Huang Hao had a question mark on his face, somewhat unable to understand Gu Tian's words. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, could he be as powerful as Gu Tian? Gu Tian hissed as he was spiced up by the spicy strips and said heavily, Qin Feng is not something I can teach a lesson to. For the sake of you being my hairdresser, I'll also remind you that you should die before it's too late. Don't go and blindly flail around in front of Qin Feng. Even if you still dislike Qin Feng, you still have to honestly endure it. This person Qin Feng is too terrifying. In front of him, I can't even bring up the courage to contradict a word. I'm afraid that in the school, only Lin Chen can steadily suppress Qin Feng. The rest of them, they don't even have the qualifications to make Qin Feng look at them more than once. Gu Tian shivered and got lucky in his heart. Luckily, he didn't taunt too hard. Plus, seeing that the situation was not good, he directly bowed his head and knelt down to lick Qin Feng, which didn't make the situation worse. Otherwise, even Jesus couldn't save himself. After hearing Gu Tian's words, the first reaction in Huang Hao's mind was disbelief. Was Qin Feng that powerful? Other than Lin Chen, the rest of them didn't even have the qualifications to make Qin Feng even take a second look? There were a lot of bigwigs on campus. Besides Gu Tian, there were also people like Zhang Xian and Peng Chang. I heard that there was also a big shot named Chui in Qin Feng's class, who claimed to own a commercial street worth tens of millions of dollars. Could these people also not be placed in Qin Feng's eyes? Although Huang Hao didn't believe it, he saw that Gu Tian's expression didn't look like a fake and asked with curious eyes, Brother Gu, tell me more in detail. Gu Tian could see the skepticism in Huang Hao's eyes, and with a cold snort in his heart, he said word for word, I'm not sure about Qin Feng's other places, but the car he's driving, it's a McLaren P1 Prost. It's worth more than $10 million. Chapter 77, New Mission, Hope for System Upgrade. A 10 million plus McLaren P1 Prost? Huang Hao froze with his mouth open, as if he was hit by an oncoming sledgehammer, his mind completely dumbfounded. A person who didn't spare a few $dozen to buy a Coke was actually driving a luxury car worth over $10 million. This was too magical. In the next second, Huang Hao came back to his senses from the shock and stuttered with a forced smile. Brother Gu, you're teasing me, right? Ha, Brother Gu, you're acting too much like it. I was almost fooled by you. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth tugged, pointing at himself and staring at Huang Hao with eyes like he was looking at him. I fooled you? Do I have to? Anyway, I told you, whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. Don't bring me along next time you seek death. I don't want to be dragged into it by you. Huang Hao was startled by Gu Tian's tone. His heart trembled and he began to gradually believe what Gu Tian said. After all, Gu Tian didn't have any reason to lie to himself, and Gu Tian's eyes didn't look like he was lying at all. Hiss. Thinking of this, Huang Hao steeply sucked in a breath, his eyes fearful afterward. Scared. Very scared. Since Qin Feng could drive a luxury car of more than $10 million, dealing with himself, an ordinary person with no power or influence, wouldn't he be able to be pinched to death in minutes? He still dared to ask someone to find Qin Feng in trouble. It was really suicidal. Luckily, Qin Feng's level of big brother does not see eye to eye with himself, or else his body would be cold by now, right? Huang Hao shivered fiercely. His heart was secretly lucky. Fortunately, he hadn't offended Qin Feng too much, and now he still had a chance to redeem himself. The next time he saw Qin Feng, he must apologize properly and let Big Brother Qin know his attitude. By the way, I also don't know if Big Brother loves chili fries. Next time we meet I must send Big Brother Qin a big bag of chili fries. Huang Hao no longer dared to look down on Qin Feng in his heart. No matter whether it was looks or money, Qin Feng completely beat him. When two people, the gap is very small, they still have the courage to chase beyond, but the gap between the two people is very large. As two dimensions, even the idea of chasing will not have, the heart only deep worship and admiration. Brother Gu, thank you for telling me, otherwise, I would really die without knowing how. Huang Hao took a deep breath and nodded towards Gu Tian with a solemn expression, his eyes filled with gratitude. Luckily, Gu Tian had reminded him, otherwise, he wouldn't have such good luck the next time he had iron to find Qin Feng in trouble. Just as long as you know, don't spread this matter out, I also want to save face. Gu Tian patted Huang Hao's shoulder and urged in a serious tone. Fortunately, only a few people knew about this matter. If this matter were to spread out, where would his Gu Tian's face go? He had gone to look for trouble with the freshman himself, and was slapped in the face by the freshman's education. Those friends of theirs who knew about it would definitely taunt themselves behind their backs. Although losing to a big brother of Qin Feng's level wasn't embarrassing, this matter wasn't honorable either, and he didn't want to hear everyone on campus talking about him the next day. Ding! Intangible pretenses are the most deadly. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 3 million cash. Your bank card with the tail number XXXX has transferred $3 million from the fund dividend. Balance, $94,000, $800. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and glanced at it. His heart was calm. Today's Qin Feng is no longer the poor man of the past. As a big man with $1 billion in assets, this 3 million has already made his heart not be able to give birth to a ripple. However, 3 million is not bad. Gu Tian's show off that car is only worth more than 2 million. $3 million was more than enough to buy a Porsche 911 of the same model as Gu Tian's, and he could still save a few $100,000. This balance of more than $90 million included $500,000 from the newbie funds, $500,000 from punching Peng Chang in the face, and $90 million from Yaji Zhai's crushing crisis. There was also originally 220,000 transferred by Su Hui and 10,000 owned by itself. After punching the meal card, paying tuition, and spending 220,000 on shopping, the current balance was just over 94 million, close to a small goal. Not bad at all. At this time, Zhang Yu took his cell phone and let out a surprised cry. Brother Feng, look in the group. The counselor said that when the military training is over, it's the welcoming party, so let's sign up for each and every one of us. Brother Feng, are you going to sign up? Those who are selected will get credits. Qin Feng was not interested in this. Credits were not as important as system rewards, and with this time, it would be better to brush up on Xiao Ying and Zhang Yan's favorability. He was just about to shake his head and reject it when he heard a ding-dong sound coming from his brain. Ding! Offer a salute for the birth of the king. Mission requirement, show your strength at the much-anticipated welcome party. Reward 1, 20% of the shares of Starlight Culture Communication Limited. Reward 2, 10 system points. Failure, no punishment. The title of the system mission was as pompous as ever, but after seeing the rewards, Qin Feng could only say that it smelled really good, not to mention how much the 20% shares of Starlight Culture Company were worth. Reward 2 alone already made Qin Feng excited. The system was Qin Feng's fundamental. The current mall was only level 1 and could only purchase 2 items per day. If the mall was raised to level 2, it would be possible to purchase 3 items per day. This would allow Qin Feng's speed of accumulating wealth to be boosted by leaps and bounds. Currently, just the first level of the mall had already allowed Qin Feng to be worth $1 billion in a few days. If it was a level 2 mall, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for his wealth to swell to 5 billion, 10 billion. It would even be possible to block a country's finances with one's own strength, causing a small country's economy to collapse and money to be reduced to waste paper. To reach this level, the upgrade of the system is a must. And if the system wanted to upgrade, it was even more indispensable to have system points. The activity of the Naiad system points came from the tasks randomly issued by the system. Only by completing the tasks would the points be rewarded. After obtaining the system for so long, Qin Feng had only triggered one mission. One could imagine how difficult it was to trigger a mission. Qin Feng had thought that upgrading the system was out of reach, but he didn't think that he would be lucky enough to trigger a new mission again today. This made Qin Feng feel very surprised and happy. Upgrading the system to level 2 required 50 system points. If he completed this mission, he would gain 10 points, coupled with the previously triggered Savior of the Campus mission. 25 system points could be gained upon completion. Together, the 2 missions would yield a total of 35 points. Only the last 15 points were missing from the 50 points required to upgrade the system. Qin Feng had been looking forward to the power of the level 2 mall for a while now, and now that he had the opportunity to gain system points, he didn't even think about it and directly took this mission in his mind. There was no need to hesitate at all. This mission had to be taken on and completed properly. As for how to accomplish it, Qin Feng already had a plan in his mind. He currently possessed two skills, vehicular proficiency and vocal proficiency. Vehicular mastery couldn't play a role in this occasion. He couldn't perform driving. Even if he wanted to, the venue couldn't do it. This was a welcome party, not a racetrack. Therefore, the only skill that could be chosen was the vocal proficiency skill. The power of this skill, Qin Feng had privately tried it, and as long as it was related to sound, he could easily accomplish it. For example, imitating the cries of various animals, or the sounds of various sound effects and so on, just by listening to the sound. It could be completely fake. As for singing songs and the like, it was even easier, and his singing level was the top of the line. There are also some ventriloquism and other small skills that are even more worthless. With the vocal proficiency skill, if one wanted to complete this mission, there was almost no possibility of failure. There was no penalty for failure. This system was mercifully unlike those systems in the netbook. Of course, in order to gain points to upgrade the system, Qin Feng would not allow failure. This was related to the upper limit of his future achievements and the speed of his strength increase. Whoever wanted to fail his mission, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Cutting off someone's wealth was like killing one's parents. No matter how good-tempered Qin Feng was, he couldn't endure a little. For today's Qin Feng, spending tens of millions of dollars to make a person disappear, I believe there would be many people who would rush to do it.